Beyond the cosmos, a breathtaking figure fixates on Earth, pondering whom to traverse through dimensions. After a moment's contemplation, she zeroes in on a target. You, on Earth. Overslept. Goodness, only 5 minutes to spare before work. As Yu chastised himself for staying up late gaming the previous night, he hurriedly donned his clothes and shoes, dashing towards the office with the speed of a sprinter. Throughout his frantic journey, he silently prayed for a stroke of good fortune, hoping that Fat Dragon would arrive a tad later, thus sparing him from being caught for tardiness. Yet, he was acutely aware that the likelihood of this occurring was exceedingly slim, for Fat Dragon had always been punctual. Indeed, as Yu arrived, breathless and flustered, Fat Dragon was already stationed at the office entrance, his expression stern as he scrutinized the documents in his hands. Oh no! Yi's heart sank. He knew he was in for another hefty fine. Fat Dragon lifted his gaze, spotting Yu lingering at the door. 1 minute late? That 100 in fines, bark Fu to high. The marketing manager, evidently irked. Yu quickly interjected, come on, Fat Dragon, I mean Manager Fu, just 1 minute. Can't you make an exception? He'll treat you to some Sha County snacks later. Fu to high retorted with an air of superiority. Am I the sort who needs your measly meal? Yu continued, if you keep this up, you're making it extremely difficult for me. Are you targeting me? You seem like a detestable villain from a novel. Just wait until I become the protagonist. One day, watch out. Fu Dahai chuckled. Difficult? Then let's not make it difficult. With your pathetic self, you think you're a protagonist. Ha! What a farce. In my previous company, threats like yours would cost you another 200. If you don't like it, tough luck. Yu, don't act rashly. Lin Yudream interjected, hastening to his side. She grasped his arm and whispered, he wants you to retaliate so he can justifiably dismiss you. He'll cover your fine. Thank you for your kindness, but if I endure much longer, you'll become a ninja turtle. Honestly, I'm eager for a change of scenery, and am glad to have met a friend like you. Yu turned back to Fu Dahai, saying, Fat Dragon, with that gluttonous expression, do you really think I'm unaware of your interest in Lin Yudream? Just because you see her and me getting along, you're envious and targeting me. Do you think she'd ever notice you without me around? Instead of improving yourself, you focus on sabotaging others. Such a waste of life. If I were you, I'd start over. With that, Yu took a swift step, colliding heavily with Fat Dragon, who stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yu erupted into laughter. A 200-pound man knocked over by a mere bump. Maybe you've overindulged and become frail. Be careful not to perish in your blanket one day. With that, Yu turned and departed, denying Fat Dragon a chance to retort. Having vented his frustrations, Yu felt exhilarated. As Fat Dragon scrambled to his feet, his face flushed crimson from embarrassment and anger. He bellowed, what are you staring at? Anyone who dares to look again will find their wages docked. Standing at the entrance of the company, Yu mused, that felt good, but now I must prepare for the harsh realities of urban survival. The current job market. Sigh, it's a complicated affair. At that moment, a melodious voice reached Yi's ears. Yu, why are you dawdling here? Are you worried about how to navigate the future? Yu looked up to see the familiar face of Lin Yudream, her expression bright and cheerful. Lin Yudream, what brings you downstairs? You should head back if Fat Dragon sees you. He'll dock your wages. With a smile, Lin Yudream replied, no need to worry, I've already submitted my resignation to Fat Dragon. I plan to leave this city and start anew elsewhere. Yi's heart tightened at her words, and he hurriedly asked, why are you leaving? Is it because of me? Don't be foolish, I'm not worth such a sacrifice. Please, return to work, or you'll truly be late. Ha, I'm quite well off even without a job. I can live comfortably, Lin Yudream chuckled. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi remarked, well, you do seem like someone from a wealthy family. The ring on your finger is clearly no ordinary piece. It must be quite valuable. And you're leaving without taking anything. How carefree. Lin Yudream replied, actually, I've stored everything in a spatial ring. Do you believe me? She raised her hand, showcasing the ring. You're pulling my leg. If you truly had a spatial ring, I'd be the king of the human race. Yu countered. The bond between Yu and Lin Yudream blossomed from their shared passion for fantasy novels. One day, Lin Yudream spotted Yu reading the same novel by Tomato, Rebirth of the Urban Immortal, and they struck up a conversation, gradually growing closer. Speaking of which, your fondness for fantasy novels truly astonishes me. I assumed someone with your temperament would prefer romantic tales, like CEO's love story. Believe me, I had my phase in elementary school when I found those stories quite fascinating and novel. But as I matured and developed my own thoughts and judgments, I found it increasingly challenging to enjoy them. Same here, Lynn Udream giggled, her smile radiant. You're quite amusing. Lynn Udream, you could give me a run for my money. Yu laughed. Enough of that. Let's go, we'll treat you to a sumptuous feast. A quarter of an hour later, they stood at the entrance of a pig trotter restaurant. You call this a feast? Lynn Udream said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Ha, funds are limited, well make do. A three-way combo, for you, how generous of me. Impressive, as expected of you, Lynn Udream replied, taking a seat. What are your plans next? Quite simple, I'm heading to the factory. Yi responded, his demeanor shifting as he revealed his true skills, his presence resonating with the aura of a pinnacle diploma holder. In an instant, the assembly line fell silent as he effortlessly summoned 3 magical insects, one for labor, another for livestock, and a third for pest control. How intriguing. I'm at the peak of my diploma. Who dares to challenge me? He then murmured. In the electronics factory, the cold winds blow, the great ones return to the assembly line. Amidst the ceaseless shifts, thousands retreat, I regret nothing. As night fell, he firmly occupied his station, turning to muse, it's merely a few night shifts. Ha ha, splendid, why not join me in my universe? It'll set you up with a royal quest, a character named Yi, an orphan. With such dual buff, surely a grand protagonist. I have faith in you, it'll be your modern-day Haiba Dong. Sounds good. Yu, catching Lynn Udream's playful spirit, played along. Agreed, let's make it official. Lynn Udream grinned, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Yu, not overthinking it, began to indulge in dinner. After their meal, Lynn Udream led Yu to a bar named 2:30 in the morning. Emerging from the raucous establishment, Lynn Udream drove swiftly, taking Yu to an isolated spot far removed from civilization. Chapter 2. Lin Young became my deskmate. At this moment, Lin Yuming suddenly turned to the half-conscious Yu and said, stay in the car and don't move, that I will go buy a few oranges. After saying this, she exited the vehicle and locked the door. Yu sat quietly in the car for quite a while, yet Lin Yuming still did not return. Gradually, he began to feel a sense of unease and contemplated stepping out for some fresh air. However, when he reached for the door handle, he discovered that the door was locked. In that instant, Yu's dazed mind suddenly became clear. This was wrong. They were in a remote area, with not a shop in sight. Where could she possibly go to buy oranges? Moreover, why would she lock the door? Yu's heart was filled with confusion. After a moment of deep contemplation, the worst possibility flashed through his mind. Oh no? It makes sense now. She brought me to drink, and it turns out I've been targeted. What should I do? I don't want to end up in northern Myanmar. Yu felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Fidgeting inside the car, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just then, Lin Yuming's figure appeared outside the car. She looked indifferent, her expression blank as she picked up her phone and made a call, coldly instructing the person on the other end, make your move. After that, she turned her head and gave Yu, who was in a state of panic inside the car, a slight smile that sent chills down his spine. At th Lin Yueming resolutely stated, you never took your classes seriously before. You were always engrossed in novels, frequently proclaiming that there was no need to learn this knowledge, as you could simply rely on your invincible strength to overcome everything. Yet now, you are actually asking the teacher questions. This is utterly abnormal. Yu felt an alarming pang in his heart, realizing that his recent behavior had been somewhat peculiar and that they had caught on to him. However, he maintained his composure and calmly retorted, what was I like before, then? You used to be a careless student, spending all your time reading novels and boasting to us about becoming the strongest in the universe. The chubby boy reminisced, unable to suppress a chuckle. I wasn't that exaggerated. Yu shook his head in resignation. You must be remembering incorrectly. Impossible, Lin Yueming countered. We all remember clearly when you bragged about your ambitions to cultivate unparalleled skills, shatter the void, and become the strongest being in the universe, even vowing to help us soar to great heights. We kept those words in mind. Upon hearing this, Yu burst into hearty laughter. All right, since you all recall it so vividly, I can't argue with that. The truth is, I suddenly felt the need to put in some effort, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. I can't just keep coasting along. Can I? Thus, I decided to cram a bit. Who knows, I might even get into a good university. Lin Yueming and the chubby boy exchanged dubious glances, regarding Yu with skepticism. Finally, the chubby boy patted his shoulder and said with a grin, "Well, I hope you truly can change. Good luck, brother." With that, he turned and left the classroom. At that moment, Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Lin Yueming, only to be startled to the point of nearly jumping out of his skin. Lin Yueming was gazing at him with a tilt of her head reminiscent of a cartoon character, uttering a perplexing question. "Are you Yu?" Upon hearing this, Yu appeared calm on the surface. But internally he was in a frenzy. He thought to himself, "What if I've really been exposed? What am I going to do now?" Yet, he feigned calmness and replied, "You jest. I'm not Yu. Who else could be Yu? Could it be you? Don't say such things. And where is the exorbitance in a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil? It has remained at this price for years. You ought to reflect on whether you've put in enough effort. Over the years, have you worked diligently? Have your salaries increased? Seek the reasons within yourselves instead of constantly complaining about prices. All right." At this moment, Yu aimed to muddle the conversation with his nonsensical rambling, hoping to evade any suspicion. However, his words seemed to bear little effect. Lin Yueming delivered another blow. "If I'm not mistaken, you must have been possessed. The current Yu is not the same as the previous Yu. Am I right?" At this, Yu internally shouted, "There's a prophet. Someone get her a knife." "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you read too many novels? Stop overthinking. My mother is calling me home for dinner. I must take my leave," he exclaimed, preparing to make an exit. However, he was caught by Lin Yueming, who insisted, "Answer me one question. If you tell me, I will believe I've been following a novel. What's its name? You know, don't you?" Yu's mind raced as he pondered. In the previous world, Lin Yuemin also enjoyed reading novels, and that particular novel had been continuously updated. This world should be no different. With that thought, a smile crept onto his lips as he replied, "Rebirth of the Urban Immortal." Upon hearing this, Lin Yueming paused briefly, then gently shook her head and laughed. "It seems I was overthinking it. You may leave now. I have some matters to attend to." Yu nodded in relief and quickly exited the classroom. As he stepped out, a wave of ease washed over him. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Yueming remained in the classroom, wearing a knowing smile. Chapter 4. Starting to earn money. As Yu walked, he fell into deep thought. He recalled the recent events and mused to himself, "Given the circumstances, the likelihood that Lin Yueming did not traverse here with me is a staggering 99%. How unexpected." He furrowed his brow, striving to contemplate the reasons behind this. Yet, he was further confounded by the fact that certain elements aligned so closely with the previous world. It seemed he had arrived in a universe with a similar trajectory of life. For someone who had long immersed himself in fantasy novels, he understood well that the diversity of the universe and the existence of souls, dragons, and other mysterious elements were far from fiction. These concepts had long since become foundational knowledge in the realm of fantasy, known only to those without any celestial affinity. So, the question arose, why did he lack the original host's memories? Yu speculated that this might have been a deliberate act by someone, and that his crossing over could very well have been the result of manipulation by a hidden hand. But who could this hidden hand be? With that thought, Yu resolved not to dwell on it any longer, as pondering would yield no answers. At that moment, his stomach growled with hunger, having spent the morning in contemplation. He felt utterly fatigued and in dire need of nourishment. Thus, he quickened his pace homeward, eager to indulge in a delightful dinner. Upon entering his home, a tantalizing aroma greeted him. Yu focused his gaze and beheld an array of sumptuous dishes laid out on the table, enough to make anyone's mouth water. There were enticingly glossy braised pork, tender and flavorful braised pig trotters, juicy braised ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, spicy and fragrant mapo tofu, fiery stir-fried meat, refreshing tomato scrambled eggs, delicate steamed eggs, and delectable steamed fish. Gazing at the feast before him, Yu felt a profound sense of contentment. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. It seemed one dish was missing. That thought vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. But it left Yu feeling puzzled. At that moment, Yu's mother emerged from the kitchen, smiling as she called out, "Son, come eat." Curious, Yu inquired, "Mom, is there a special occasion today? Why so many dishes?" His mother replied gently, "Haha, I just thought about how you had a nightmare yesterday. Considering the pressure you've been under lately, I wanted to prepare a nice meal for you to alleviate some of that stress." Hearing this, warmth surged within Yu, and his eyes misted slightly. In that moment, he deeply appreciated the warmth of family and the preciousness of affection, something he had never felt as an orphan in his previous life. This feeling was delightful. Having caring parents was indeed one of life's greatest blessings. What could the other two blessings be? At that moment, Yu chose not to elaborate further, instead silently setting a goal that every child harbors in normal circumstances. Of course, some parents indeed do not deserve the title, which was to ensure his parents lived a good life. He then quietly moved to the kitchen to serve rice for his parents. Seated at the dining table, Yu's family commenced their delightful dinner. Each morsel was imbued with the taste of home, bringing them immense satisfaction. Amidst laughter and joy, the family cherished a warm and beautiful time together. After the meal, Yu quietly tidied the dishes, taking them to the kitchen to wash. These mundane chores had long since become second nature to him. He harbored no complaints, but rather reveled in the tranquility and stability they provided. Once he had finished washing the dishes, Yu returned to his room, powered on his computer, and began searching for information about this world. His primary focus was on the national aspect. After some research, he discovered that the national system in this world bore little difference from his previous life, save for the names. Next, he delved into the realm of novels and, to his fortune, found that the novel Dookie Continent had yet to be written. This revelation sparked a thrill within Yu, for he recognized this as a potential opportunity for profit. To realize his plan, Yu downloaded an application called Tomato Novels, which was one of the most popular platforms for reading novels at the time. He then registered for a Tomato Writer Assistant account, officially embarking on his journey as an author. Although he had read Dookie Continent in his previous life, reading and writing were two entirely different matters. Fortunately, he had an AI toolbox at his disposal to assist him in his creative endeavors. After using the AI toolbox for a while, Yu found the output to be utterly subpar. Not only would readers berate it, but even he felt compelled to vent his frustration. Thus, he decisively abandoned the AI and resolved to start anew. After all, in Yu's mind, Tomato Platform was a perennial deity, and he aspired to craft a masterpiece for it. Taking a deep breath, he sat before the computer and commenced brainstorming the plot for Dookie Continent. He immersed himself in his imagination, diligently recalling the details from the book while integrating his own creativity and ideas to enhance the story's allure. As time passed, he gradually found his rhythm, and words flowed from his fingertips like a gushing spring, with vibrant characters springing to life on the page. Before he knew it, for hours had elapsed, and he had already penned 20,000 words, a pace that should be considered rapid among writers. With 20,000 words being just enough to warrant a contract, he signed and uploaded his work. Subsequently, Yu wandered through the online world until fatigue set in, at which point he logged off and drifted into the realm of dreams. In the dream realm, Yu once again glimpsed a hazy figure. Although the visage was unclear, it appeared to be feminine. The figure seemed to be speaking, so Yu cautiously approached, straining to hear, "Be cautious." Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through him, and the scene before his eyes shattered in an instant. Yu jolted awake, realizing he had returned to the realm of reality. It was now the dawn of the following day, with sunlight streaming through the curtains and illuminating the room. He rubbed his temples and slowly sat up. Reaching to touch his head, still feeling a lingering ache. Frowning, he strained to recall the dream from last night. It seemed he had experienced a peculiar dream. Yu murmured to himself. A figure had warned him to be careful. But careful of what? Regrettably, at the critical moment, his headache interrupted him, preventing him from grasping the subsequent details. Perhaps this was a message from the future. Yu sighed and shook his head in resignation. However, since he had missed the crucial part, pondering further would be futile. He resolved not to dwell on it any longer and prepared to head to school. After all, life must go on, and he could not allow a mere dream to disrupt his daily routine. Chapter 5. Lin Yuming awakened early. Just as Yu reached the school gate, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found no one there. It must be my imagination, he thought to himself, taking another step forward. However, almost immediately, he felt another tap, and once again, he turned back, only to find no trace of anyone. Moreover, there were no other people around, making the situation increasingly bizarre and intriguing. What the hell? Sing me a joyful tune. Oh no, I've mixed things up. Is it really haunted in broad daylight? A flicker of fear surged within Yu. The best plan of action is to retreat. He decided to dash to the classroom to seek refuge. Just as he prepared to sprint away, Lin Yuming suddenly appeared before him, startling Yi Yu into performing an unexpected backflip. Lin Yuming, what is the meaning of this? Do you not realize that scaring someone could be deadly? And how on earth did you appear before me so suddenly? Yi Yu gasped, catching his breath. Lin Yuming looked at Yi Yu's terrified expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Look how scared you are. Such a timid soul. Let me tell you, I've awakened a spatial ability, so I just wanted to test it on you. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu donned a smile reminiscent of polite laughter often seen on WeChat. Though interpreted by contemporary youth as sardonic, he retorted, I thank you for that. Wait, isn't it's still not the day of awakening? How did you awaken so early? Are you some sort of prodigy? And why isn't someone like you, the school beauty, awakening with an SSS-level ice goddess or a phoenix's true fire, as is typically depicted in novels? Haha, because I am benevolent, and as for the title of school beauty, it's just a joke. Have you seen anyone pursue me at school? The notion of a femme fatale has never applied to me. You pondered and replied, indeed. I didn't encounter any mindless antagonists seeking trouble yesterday at school. Given your situation, it shouldn't be the case, Lin Yuming. You're simply unqualified to be a school beauty. Pa, what a level. The role of school beauty is not worthy of comparison with me. I've said it before. In front of me, it's merely a joke. If you call me a school beauty again, I shall take action against you. Lin Yuming appeared somewhat irate, as if ready to pounce on him at any moment. Oh dear, I was mistaken. Hearing Lin Yuming's threat made Yi Yu quickly lower his head in apology. Yet, inwardly, he mused, Humph, for now, I lack the strength, so I'll play the part of the submissive. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold. Once I awaken my abilities, we shall see how I handle you. I have yet to settle the score for my previous life. Just wait and see. With this thought, he felt a renewed sense of hope, unable to suppress a secret smile. Little did Yi Yu know that Lin Yuming had already overheard his inner thoughts. However, she chose not to expose him. After all, revealing the truth would spoil the fun. The two exchanged glances, each inadvertently smiling as for who would ultimately wear the brightest smile. Time alone would unveil the answer. Upon witnessing Lin Yuming's smile, Yi Yu felt a wave of panic rise within him, worried she might inquire about his laughter, a situation he would find difficult to navigate. Thus, he hastily declared, I'll head to the classroom first. Before sprinting away as he reached the classroom door, he instinctively glanced at his seat, only to find Lin Yuming already sitting there, wearing a mischievous grin as she gazed at him. What a nuisance. This woman is truly extraordinary. Her spatial ability appears to have reached at least the first tier, with the possibility of her martial artist level having also surpassed that threshold. What troubled him further was the uncertainty of whether she had cultivated mental power. If she had, it would be exceedingly troublesome. Given her demeanor, it seemed her family background must be formidable, allowing her unfettered access to abundant cultivation resources. Not only that, but she might also receive guidance from high-tier cultivators within her family. Facing such a formidable opponent, aspiring to gain the upper hand seemed increasingly challenging. Am I destined to be overshadowed by her for a lifetime? Indeed, in this mysterious and wondrous world, individuals can enhance their strength through cultivation, thereby better adapting to their environment and safeguarding themselves. The cultivation system here is divided into three categories: martial artists, ability users, and mental power practitioners. Martial artists primarily focus on enhancing their physical attributes, continually honing their strength, speed, and endurance through rigorous training. They employ various weapons and combat techniques to tackle challenges in battle. Conversely, ability users awaken special powers to achieve their cultivation goals, which may include fire control, healing abilities, invisibility, and more, each with its unique characteristics and applications. Lastly, mental power practitioners concentrate on cultivating their mental faculties, enhancing their cognitive and perceptual abilities through meditation and focused attention. They can employ mental power to attack foes or engage in telepathy. These three cultivation systems each possess distinct attributes and advantages, classified from levels 1 to 9, ascending from low to high. Typically, the higher an individual's ability level, the stronger their talent as a martial artist. However, exceptions do exist. Some may exhibit exceptional ability talent while showing mediocre martial prowess, and vice versa. Furthermore, mental power, as a unique entity, does not directly correlate with martial or ability talents but hinges upon the strength of one's willpower. Only those endowed with formidable willpower can successfully cultivate mental power and unleash its true potential. This is not due to Yi's lack of confidence, but rather a rational assessment of the current circumstances. Although he has traversed into this world, it appears he has not been granted the script of an unstoppable protagonist. To make matters worse, he lacks even a system. Reflecting on his family background, with both parents being utterly ordinary, he surmised that his own innate talents likely mirror that ordinariness. After all, not everyone possesses the exceptional gifts of the likes of Lord Luo. For someone hailing from an average family, scaling the heights of the world seems an almost insurmountable task. Fortunately, there remains a path that does not rely on innate talent, becoming a mental power practitioner. Perhaps this is his sole opportunity. With this thought, Yu felt a surge of determination. Chapter 6. Encountering absurdity during lunch. Upon returning to his seat, Yu took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset, and commenced his day of theoretical study. He understood that theoretical knowledge was crucial for enhancing his strength, especially in preparation for the impending challenges posed by the beast-infested zones. Such knowledge would be key to his survival and growth. As time passed, Yu gradually immersed himself in a sea of knowledge, diligently absorbing various theoretical concepts. He explored the habits of ferocious beasts, their ecological environments, and combat techniques, meticulously studying each aspect in detail. Striving for comprehensive mastery, however, time always flies swiftly, and the day of learning was drawing to a close. Why couldn't he help but exclaim. Time truly passes like a fleeting shadow, much like the balance in a WeChat wallet that seems to vanish in an instant. Once the school bell rang, students began packing their bags, preparing to head home to AT. That moment, Yu's good friend, Wang Fuguwei, approached him with quick strides, throwing an arm around his shoulder, excitedly proclaiming, "Let us go. Today, I'm treating you to barbecue." He then lowered his voice, adding mysteriously, "I recently discovered a barbecue restaurant that is simply divine." With that, he licked his lips as if he could already taste the mouth-watering aroma. "Sounds great. I happen to be quite hungry as well. Let me just send a message to my parents," Yu replied with a smile. Just then, Lin Yuming unexpectedly jumped in from the side, her expression one of displeasure. "Are you going to enjoy delicious food without me? Am I not a person?" Upon hearing this, Yu's heart skipped a beat, fearing Lin Yuming might seize this opportunity to create trouble for him. Thus, he swiftly redirected the conversation, shifting the responsibility onto Wang Fuguwei. "It's not my treat. Otherwise, I would definitely bring you along. Why don't you ask old Wang if he agrees?" After saying this, he cast a pleading glance at Wang Fuguwei. Wang Fuguwei, catching on, quickly nodded in agreement and said to Lin Yuming, "If Lin the heroine wishes to join, I would be more than delighted. To be honest, we didn't invite you earlier because we feared you might refuse, so we hesitated to speak up. Now that you mention it, I would be delighted to accompany you." Lin Yuming nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, then waved her little hand and confidently declared, "Let's go." It was as if she were the initiator of this gathering. On the way to the barbecue restaurant, Wang Fuguwei discreetly grabbed Yu's arm and whispered his grievances. "Yu, you really lack consideration. How could you push all the responsibility onto me now? If I end up bearing a grudge, my future days will be quite difficult." Yu, taken aback, questioned in confusion, "Is it really that serious? Would Lin Yuming be so petty?" Wang Fuguwei quickly shook his head and explained, "She is not the petty type, but she is a little sorceress. Her moods are unpredictable, and her actions are very enigmatic, making her hard to fathom. One should always be cautious. You know this as well as I do." Yu, hearing this, displayed a hint of helplessness and sighed inwardly. In truth, he did not truly understand Lin Yuming or her character. Realizing this, he self-reproachfully tapped his forehead and lamented, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I've been under so much stress lately that I can't recall many things from before. Anyway, let's not dwell on this. We should hurry along. My stomach is nearly empty." With that, he quickened his pace towards the barbecue restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wang Fuguwei loudly exclaimed, "Boss, 10 lamb kidneys, 10 lamb skewers, another 10 oysters, and 5 chives." After placing the order, he handed the menu to Lin Yuming, completely bypassing Yu. After a while, the dishes arrived, and Wang Fuguwei immediately showcased 5 lamb kidneys. Noticing that Yu had not touched his chopsticks, he curiously inquired, Why aren't you eating? Yu shook his head in resignation. Are lamb kidneys really that delicious? I detect a rather strong odor. Wang Fuguwei chuckled. Haha, I feel the same way, but I've heard that this delicacy is good for the kidneys. So I'm indulging a bit. The taste is mediocre, but as a man, one must supplement his health appropriately. Saying this, Wang Fuguwei began to devour the oysters, reminding both Yi Yu and Lin Yuming to try some as well. Watching Wang Fuguwei relish the food, Yi Yu could not help but feel a sense of disbelief, pondering just how much Wang Fuguwei needed to bolster his kidneys. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the restaurant as a group of individuals entered. At the forefront was a man clad in a loose black shirt, tight ankle-length jeans, and donning a pair of casual shoes. A glaring gold chain adorned his neck, exuding an air of arrogance. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yu's heart sank, fearing trouble might ensue, especially given their intimidating demeanor that sent shivers down his spine. He silently prayed that they would not notice him and Lin Yuming. After all, in such situations, conflicts could easily arise, and being caught in the middle would be quite unpleasant. Unfortunately, his worst fears materialized when the group surveyed the room and headed straight toward them. Their gazes hostile, Yi Yu's heart tightened, silently lamenting his misfortune at encountering such brainless antagonists. Dining with a beautiful girl indeed bore risks. He vowed never to share a meal with Lin Yuming again. As the group approached their table, Yu internally groaned, "Oh no, I can't escape this absurd scenario." He quickly scanned the surroundings for a hero to emerge, wishing for the protagonist to swoop in and save the day. However, after a thorough glance, he found not a single figure resembling a hero. Could it be that he himself was the protagonist? Yu immediately dismissed this thought, recognizing that his current capabilities were far from sufficient to contend with these individuals. Just as he wrestled with his inner turmoil, the leader of the group pulled out his phone, evidently seeking Lin Yuming's contact information. Given her personality, it was clear this group would face rejection, inevitably leading to conflict. The thought filled Yi Yu with anxiety. What should he do? Should he flee or stay and confront the situation? "Kid, give me your contact information," the man addressed Yi Yu. At that moment, Yi Yu was utterly bewildered. "Huh, who are you referring to?" He pointed to himself, incredulously asking, "Me?" His level of confusion was akin to being assigned to eliminate Sun Wukong. This was bad. They were clearly targeting him. What should he do? He was anxiously awaiting a resolution. Chapter 7. Plot twist. Just as Yi Yu was at a loss, Lin Yuming coldly interjected, "You have 10 seconds to vacate this establishment, or you shall face the consequences." Upon hearing this, the man in black furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, his entourage erupted in raucous laughter. One of them stepped forward, pointing at Lin Yuming and jeering. "What a brat! How dare you act so arrogantly?" Another lackey chimed in, "Exactly. Who do you think you are to speak to our boss like that?" Their faces displayed disdain and provocation, as if they regarded Lin Yuming with absolute contempt. Yet, undeterred by their taunts and insults, Lin Yuming remained unfazed, her icy gaze fixed upon them. "Enough of this noise," Lin Yuming said impatiently. In a flash, she moved with the speed of a specter, and with a series of muffled thuds, the previously arrogant lackeys were sent sprawling. The leader's face turned as pale as a ghost, cold sweat drenching his brow as fear gripped his heart. Realizing he had encountered a true expert, he attempted to flee, only to find his body paralyzed as if ensnared by an invisible force. Simultaneously, an immense power bore down on him from behind, forcing him to his knees. Meanwhile, the once arrogant lackeys also found themselves compelled to kneel, experiencing the same terror and helplessness as their leader. These individuals, who typically bullied the weak under the guise of authority, were now reduced to trembling on the ground, too frightened to resist. A smirk crept onto Lin Yuming's lips as she observed the pitiful sight before her. With a calm demeanor, she addressed the group, "Sing Pleasant Goat for me. The one who sings best can leave first." What followed was an absurd spectacle. A group of menacing figures kneeling on the floor, singing, "Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat, Lazy Goat, Fey Goat, Warm Goat, Water Goat, don't underestimate me as just a goat. The intelligence of a goat is beyond your imagination." The atmosphere was filled with an eerie sense of humiliation as the lackeys sang, some shedding tears of disgrace. Finally, after they finished their performance, the leader spoke up, "Heroine, can we leave now?" "Get out," Lin Yuming replied dismissively, her tone devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, the group felt as if they had received a pardon. quickly scrambling to their feet and attempting to make their exit. However, just as they took a step, they all fell to their knees once more. What? Did you not comprehend my words? I instructed you to leave the premises. Not just walk out. Lin Yuming's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of impatience flickering in her eyes. Though her voice was calm, the authority within it was undeniable. After the group had scuttled away in shame, Lin Yuming turned to the utterly bewildered Yi Yu and Wang Fugui, saying, "What are you staring at? Eat up. It'll get cold soon." The sound of Lin Yuming's voice. The two slowly emerged from their stupor. Wang Fugui, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Heroine Lin, you are incredible. From now on, I shall be your loyal follower. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west, even if it means traversing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. I shall not flinch. I, Wang Fugui, promise my word." Lin Yuming leisurely sipped her drink, her expression unperturbed, and simply replied, "Just wait and see." Yu, on the other hand, remained silent, quietly resuming his meal. Yet, internally, he was anything but calm. The events that had just unfolded replayed in his mind, and Lin Yuming's formidable prowess left him astounded, making his own struggles feel even more daunting. After finishing their meal, Wang Fugui departed first, as his home was in a different direction from Yi Yu's, opting to ride with the driver. Thus, only Lin Yuming and Yi Yu remained. "Do you want me to use my spatial abilities to send you home?" Lin Yuming asked, glancing at Yi Yu. "No, thank you. I can walk back on my own. I don't want to trouble you. Also, I appreciate what you did earlier. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have found it quite challenging to deal with them." Yi Yu expressed his gratitude sincerely. Lin Yuming smiled gently. "It was merely a trifling matter. No need to dwell on it. Besides, you are someone I have taken a liking to. If anyone were to bully you, it would have to be me." Her tone carried a teasing lilt. Upon hearing Lin Yuming's candid words, Yi Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He managed a somewhat awkward smile, realizing that Lin Yuming seemed to harbor a unique interest in him, albeit not of a romantic nature, which he could sense intuitively. At that moment, Yi Yu seemed to suddenly recall something and exclaimed, "Oh right, you must have developed mental telekinesis, didn't you? The way that group of people knelt down involuntarily earlier, I suspect it was your doing." Lin Yuming chuckled mischievously and replied, "You guessed correctly, but there's no reward for you." Upon hearing the answer echo in his mind, Yi Yu merely muttered two words, "Sixth, I believe you are the protagonist in this realm. You are invincible, my child. Ha ha, have you come to realize my prowess? Are you thinking of clinging to me for support?" Lin Yuming said with a hint of pride, a little, but not excessively. "The future will reveal who is strong and who is weak." Yi Yu confidently asserted, "Hmph, when you awaken a D-grade talent, you'll be more subdued. Moreover, even the destined child is merely a pawn in my presence. My strength surpasses your imagination. Do not overly regard the destined child with reverence." "So arrogant. Very well. Let us see what unfolds. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye." As Yi Yu departed, Lin Yuming swiftly appeared before a small dwelling. Inside, a group of men were engaged in fervent conversation. "Damn it, boss, if we don't avenge this grievance today, I won't be able to swallow my anger." Another man chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. I have never endured such humiliation. It is a profound disgrace." A third man added, "We have always bullied others. When has it been our turn to be bullied?" The fourth man reminisced, "Do you recall the incident at the store in Tangshan? There was a group of women we defeated so thoroughly that they didn't dare utter a word afterwards, ultimately opting for a discreet settlement. One policeman was even coerced into reporting us from afar. Wasn't he that futile?" The fifth man concurred, "Precisely. Those women are as timid as mice. A mere intimidation causes them to capitulate. This time, we absolutely cannot let it rest so easily. They must understand our might." The sixth man declared fiercely, "Indeed, we must show them a taste of our power, so they know the consequences of offending us." At this moment, the leader of the group finally spoke, taking a deep breath before slowly stating, "We shall seek vengeance, but we must not act recklessly. That woman's strength far exceeds ours. A head-on confrontation would only lead to our needless demise." The crowd fell silent for a moment. Though their anger was palpable, they comprehended the leader's reasoning. After all, they had just been beaten like dogs. The leader wore an expression of arrogance and pride as he continued, "You needn't worry. I have connections within the precinct. We will go for a medical examination, and once that naive little girl enters the police station, we will have our way with her. The boss is indeed formidable. The sycophantic lackeys began to flatter him once more. One lackey named Ma Ho Pao hurriedly said, I was careless earlier and didn't dodge. If I encounter her again, I shall make her pay and avenge you, boss. Oh, is that so? I shall grant you this opportunity. At this moment, Lin Yuming's expression remained calm, but her tone was chillingly indifferent. Upon seeing Lin Yuming, Ma Ho Pao jumped in fright, panic-stricken as he stammered, Why you? How did you get in here? Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police. As he spoke, he attempted to retreat, but his nerves caused him to stumble and nearly fall. However, Lin Yuming did not halt her advance. Instead, she approached Ma Ho Pao slowly. Her gaze was cold and resolute, as if she had completely lost patience with him. Each step she took bore an invisible weight, quickening Ma Ho Pao's heartbeat. Filled with dread, Ma Ho Pao watched as Lin Yuming drew nearer, regretting his previous actions. Yet, at this moment, it was far too late. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yuming closed the distance. Desperately, he shouted, Boss, save me. Ma Ho Pao glanced back, seeing that everyone else had knelt, and he followed suit. At this juncture, Lin Yuming, with a stoic expression, declared, Only one of you will survive. Let the slaughter begin. Her voice was frigid and merciless. Upon hearing this, the faces of the men turned pale, yet they understood they had no choice. Lin Yuming added, If a second person remains alive in half an hour, then none of you shall live. Remember, do not question the veracity of my words. With that, she vanished from sight. The occupants of the room exchanged fearful glances, uncertain whether Lin Yuming's words were mere bluff or grim reality. Ma Ho Pao naively suggested, Boss, shall we fight back? I can't believe she would truly dare to kill us. After all, we are many. The leader shot him a furious glare and hissed, Are you mad? Did you not see her eyes? This is no jest. The others fell silent, trembling with fear, none daring to act rashly. The atmosphere in the room had become suffocating, each person's heart racing as if it might leap from their throats. Time dragged on. Each second felt like an eternity. Ma Ho Pao, realizing his impulsiveness, felt beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he stammered, Boss, what shall we do? Are we just to await our doom? The leader furrowed his brow, desperately trying to maintain his composure and devise a plan. However, in the midst of overwhelming fear and tension, his mind was a chaotic blur, unable to formulate any effective strategy. As only 10 minutes remained, he slowly drew a knife and addressed the group. The only way forward is for me to survive and seek out a more powerful cultivator to avenge you. We have shared a bond as brothers. Now, you must act. This is the best course of action. When you are gone, I will ensure your families are cared for. Upon finishing, his heart raced, for he was uncertain if these underlings would heed him in their moment of peril. At that moment, Ma Ho Pao stepped forward, declaring, Boss, I believe in you. You must avenge me. With that, he plunged the knife into his own heart and collapsed into a pool of blood. Seeing this, the leader felt a wave of relief wash over him. Believing his survival was assured, the second underling picked up the knife and approached the leader, kneeling on one knee as he pleaded, Please, boss, take care of my family. The leader, without a second thought, crouched down and patted his shoulder, saying, Rest assured, I will. Then I can be at ease. You are a good brother. If there is a next life, I would still wish to be your subordinate, the underling responded before stabbing the leader in the neck. At that moment, the leader grasped his neck, struggling to utter his last words, You treacherous sixth one, this isn't honorable. I didn't before collapsing into the blood-soaked ground. The sixth underling quietly uttered, I'm sorry, boss. I believe it's better for me to care for my family myself. Forgive me. If blame is to be placed, it should be on your foolishness. He then turned to the other underlings and said, My apologies, but I wish to live. I am actually a prospective martial artist. Yet I stand no chance against that woman. Therefore, I must ask you to meet your end. With that, he charged at them, igniting a chaotic melee. The sixth underling fought like a madman, his knife dancing with deadly precision. The others, caught off guard by this sudden attack, were thrown into disarray, scrambling to defend themselves. In an instant, the room was filled with flashes of blades and splatters of blood. Some cursed the betrayal, while others begged for mercy. Yet nothing could halt the sixth underling's ruthless slaughter. His gaze was filled solely with determination and the instinct to survive, each strike laced with lethal intent. Gradually, the resisting underlings fell one by one, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground with dull thuds. The room became suffused with the overwhelming stench of blood, rendering it nauseating. Finally, as the last underling fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The knife clattered to the floor, echoing loudly as the sixth underling, panting heavily and drenched in blood, half-kneeled and murmured, "I can survive." At that moment, Ma Ho Pao, who had been feigning death on the ground for quite some time, slowly rose and quietly picked up the knife. However, the sixth underling, facing the door, was oblivious to this development. Ma Ho Pao stealthily approached him from behind and, with all his might, plunged the knife into his neck. Although he was a prospective martial artist, his neck was not resilient enough to withstand a cold weapon, and after the recent battle, he was utterly exhausted and on guard. The knife pierced through cleanly, and in his final moments, he clutched his neck and weakly uttered, "Sixth, you deserve to die," before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 9. The sixth underling never anticipated his demise would come in such a manner. The very method he employed to kill the leader had now returned to him. Perhaps it was the cycle of karma. It turned out Ma Ho Pao's heart was on the right side. But he had stabbed the left. He had been playing dead, waiting for the chaos to subside before reaping the rewards. Dying by the blade of Ma Ho Pao was hardly a dishonor. After all, I had thrived on survival in Peace Elite, having unknowingly snuffed out countless lives in the process. Ma Ho Pao boasted, "Bravo! What a splendid performance, truly riveting." At that moment, Lin Yuming entered, applauding as she spoke. "Heroine, you wouldn't possibly let me go, would you?" Ma Ho Pao asked nervously. "Do not be foolish, my dear brother. You may leave. I do not take the lives of men," Lin Yuming declared, waving her hand dismissively. At this moment, Ma Ho Pao felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered this scene before, yet the memory eluded him. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Escaping was of utmost importance. As he trembled and made his way towards the exit, Lin Yuming unexpectedly produced a shotgun. Firing a shot into Ma Ho Pao's back, he let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. Struggling, he turned to face Lin Yuming, disbelief etched across his features. "You are untrustworthy," he roared in fury. Lin Yuming smiled, the smoke still curling from the barrel of her weapon. "What now? If you dare, come and strike me." Ma Ho Pao's eyes widened, filled with an endless hatred as he took his last breath. At that moment, the souls of the group hovered in the air within the room, already embroiled in a heated debate. Ma Ho Pao began to shift the blame, ultimately redirecting the collective animosity towards Lin Yuming. "Boss, where do you think we will end up in this state?" one of the underlings inquired. "How would I know? This is my first encounter with such a situation. People like you should end up in my human emperor banner," Lin Yuming interjected, brandishing a flag imbued with a purple aura. "You can hear us?" The others gasped in shock. "I am too weary to converse with you," she concluded, and with a flourish of the human emperor banner, the room echoed with cries as the turmoil reached its end. Lin Yuming surveyed the chaos around her, conjured a flame in her palm, cast it to the ground, and swiftly vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Yu remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. He lay in bed, reflecting on the occurrences of the evening prior. To his astonishment, he realized he had been rescued by Lin Yuming. She was indeed remarkable, having cultivated her mental powers, truly the archetype of a protagonist. Had he been transported into the realm of a female-centric novel, where she was the fated daughter? The prospect of potentially confronting her in the future weighed heavily on his mind. Yu remained haunted by memories of his past life, fearing that at the age of 25, Lin Yuming would enact a similar fate upon him. Fortunately, he had a few years left. Perhaps he might awaken some temporal abilities, rendering her threats inconsequential. Time to sleep? He mused. Upon falling asleep, Yu entered a dreamscape, finding himself transported back to his previous life, just as he and Lin Yuming were exiting a bar. Disoriented, he stumbled toward a vehicle, but as he regained his senses, he glanced around, wondering if he had returned. Realizing the impending events, he turned to Lin Yuming and said, "You should head back. I've called for a ride, so there's no need for your assistance with that." He retreated to the entrance of the bar, resolutely declining her offer. Lin Yuming said nothing further and simply drove away. Yu breathed a sigh of relief and, shortly after, his ride arrived. As he settled into the vehicle, he noticed the driver wearing a mask and sunglasses, but he thought little of it and dozed off. Time passed, and the car came to a halt. The driver announced, "Stay in the car. I will grab some oranges." Startled awake, Yu recognized the voice. It sounded remarkably like Lin Yuming's. Wait a moment. Am I not dreaming? He pondered. But the scene felt too vivid. As he surveyed his surroundings, he gasped. It was the very spot where he had met his demise in his previous life. He tried to open the car door, only to find it locked. The driver then removed her mask and glasses, revealing it was indeed Lin Yuming. Once again, he faced the familiar formula, the same smile, and the same large truck. Yu met his end once more. Sunlight streamed through the window, coaxing Yu from slumber, and he soon realized he had returned to the daylight. Relieved that it had merely been a dream, he nevertheless felt perplexed by its striking realism. Shaking his head, he resolved to put the matter aside and prepare for school. As he approached the school gates, he felt a familiar tap on his shoulder. Recognizing Lin Yuming's playful nature, he replied impatiently, "Lin Yuming, stop playing around. I know it's you. Come out." However, this time, there was no mischievous laughter in response. Lin Yuming emerged from behind him, pouting slightly. Boring to be. By the way, how did you sleep last night? Did you have nightmares about the barbecue incident? She teased. Yu glanced at her, retorting, "Thanks to you. I slept quite well, and even had a particularly amusing dream in which you killed me." Lin Yuming's eyes widened in surprise as she inquired, "Really? How did I do that?" Yu coolly responded, "You locked me in a car and summoned a truck to run me over." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming erupted in laughter, clutching her stomach. "Ha, that's truly hilarious, but rest assured, I would never treat you that way in real life." Yu replied nonchalantly, "I hope that is the case." He then quickened his pace toward the school. Watching Yu depart, Lin Yuming smirked, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Still need to practice," she murmured to herself before vanishing in an instant into the classroom. As Yu reached the classroom door, he found Lin Yuming already seated at her desk. Witnessing this, he felt a twinge of envy, marveling at her spatial abilities. He recalled his previous encounter with Fade Along and pondered, had he possessed such powers then? Surely his wages would not have been taken. After taking his seat, he turned to Lin Yuming, jesting, "With such an ability, it's a shame you don't deliver takeout." "Good point," Lin Yuming replied, giving him a thumbs up. "Hey, you're a genius." Yu rolled his eyes, about to retort, when the teacher entered. "Class is starting. Everyone be quiet," the teacher instructed sternly. "Today, we will study." Yu quickly turned his attention to the lesson. However, it wasn't long before he felt a gentle kick to his foot. Looking down, he saw Lin Yuming holding a comic book. He shot her a glare, signaling her to pay attention. Unfazed, she tossed the comic book at him. With no choice, Yu caught it, but as he became distracted, the teacher suddenly called on him to answer a question. Panic set in as he stammered out a few words. "Sit down. Focus on class," the teacher admonished. Embarrassed, Yu sank back into his seat, shooting Lin Yuming a furious look, while she wore a smug grin. Chapter 10. Captured. Feeling somewhat disgruntled by the disruption, Yu initially resolved to endure the situation, believing that retreating would lead to peace. After all, he could not match Lin Yuming's prowess. A miscalculation could result in a beating. Yet, the memory of the previous night's dream festered in his mind, and he grew increasingly frustrated, determined to devise a way to turn the tables on her. After much contemplation, he conceded that he had yet to formulate an effective plan. Perhaps he would think of something over time. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, students began to file out of the classroom. Yu packed his bag, preparing to head home when Wang Fuguwei approached him, excitedly waving his phone. "Yu, you have to see this. That group from yesterday all died in a house, and their bodies were burned." Yu took the phone, staring at the news report with a mix of shock and confusion. How could these individuals have met such a sudden and brutal end? Was it merely a coincidence? The thought of Lin Yuming's strange behavior from the night before surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but wonder. Could she be responsible for this? However, Yu decided to keep his suspicions to himself, opting to observe the situation discreetly. After all, if Lin Yuming was indeed involved, it could lead to secrets and dangers unknown. Feigning composure, he replied, "They got what they deserved." Wang Fuguwei nodded in agreement. "Yeah, they clearly weren't good people." Yet, Yu found himself lost in thought, contemplating how to navigate this unexpected turn of events. All right, enough of this discussion. I found a great new barbecue place. Lin Heroin, are you coming? Of course. How could I miss out on delicious food? Lin Yuming replied with a smile. Then let's go, they said, and the trio set off. However, as they exited the school gates, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. 3 police officers suddenly approached them, stating, "We suspect you are involved in a murder case. Please come with us." Wang Fuguwei reacted dramatically, disbelief etched on his face as he shouted, "What, are you serious? We're just students." In contrast, Yu and Lin Yuming remained silent. Do not attempt to deny it. Witnesses saw you near the crime scene last night, one of the officers asserted sternly. This must be a misunderstanding. We were merely passing by, Wang Fuguwei hastily explained. Why Yu maintained a calm demeanor, recognizing that he could not simply follow them without understanding the situation more fully. Can we at least contact our families or teachers first? He inquired. No. You are suspects and must accompany us for questioning. The police officer replied without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Yuming spoke up. If we cooperate with the investigation, can we clear our names quickly? The police officer cast a glance at her and nodded slightly, saying, as long as you provide an honest account, we will proceed with verification. If you are not connected to the case, you will naturally be allowed to leave. Very well, we shall accompany you, Yu responded. Subsequently, they were ushered into a police car, which drove towards the precinct. Inside the vehicle, both Yu and Lin Yuming remained silent, contemplating how to navigate the situation ahead. Upon arriving at the police station, Yu, Lin Yuming, and Wang Fuguwei were each taken into separate interrogation rooms. Yu sat on a chair, facing a police officer whose sharp gaze scrutinized him as he commenced a series of inquiries. The surveillance footage from the barbecue restaurant captured Yu in conflict with the deceased individuals. Can you explain that? Feeling a bit awkward, Yu replied, their leader demanded my WeChat, and when I refused, my companion got into a verbal altercation with them, which escalated into a physical fight. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, where did you go? I went straight home. You can verify that with the surveillance footage if you wish. Understood, the officer replied. Wang Fuguwei provided a similar account, but Lin Yuming's situation proved to be more complicated. Why did you resort to violence against them? A young officer inquired. I simply felt like it. There's no need for a plethora of reasons, Lin Yuming replied coolly. The middle-aged officer, visibly incensed by her response, retorted, do not be so arrogant. This is a police station. It would be wise for you to cooperate, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Moreover, your whereabouts yesterday are not captured on surveillance, leading us to seriously suspect your involvement in the murders. Are you affiliated with them? Lin Yuming's sudden declaration left the interrogating officers momentarily stunned. What do you mean? One of the young officers asked. Lin Yuming continued. Those individuals have committed numerous reprehensible acts yet continue to roam freely, suggesting there is a protective umbrella within the police department. There are corrupt officials among you. Do not spout nonsense, the middle-aged officer warned, clearly agitated. Be careful, or you may find it difficult to leave this place. With that, he switched off the camera and approached Lin Yuming with a stun baton. Observing this, the young officer swiftly intervened, positioning himself in front of Lin Yuming and questioning. What are you attempting to do? Do you truly have ties to them? Lin Yuming, unfazed, retorted. Are you foolish? Do you think he will divulge anything? Is it not glaringly obvious? Enough of this charade. I shall demonstrate. With that, she entered a peculiar state, albeit for merely a second. Upon exiting this state, Lin Yuming stood up and effortlessly broke the handcuffs apart. Then, with a swift motion, she struck the middle-aged officer, causing him to explode into a mist of blood. The young officer, witnessing this scene, stood there dumbfounded for a considerable time before exclaiming, You killed him. You killed him! In response, Lin Yuming delivered 2 sharp slaps, admonishing, Are you a parrot? Have you come to your senses? The young officer, dazed from the blows, covered his face in shock before finally regaining his composure and furiously pointing at Lin Yuming. Stammering, You dared to hit me! You dared to hit me! Lin Yuming regarded him with exasperation, internally muttering, His psychological resilience is abysmally low. With a resigned sigh, she delivered 2 more powerful slaps, this time with greater force. Leaving the young officer dazed, his eyes swirling, and blood seeping from his mouth, he cradled his cheek, finally coming to his senses, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, he seemed to recall something and silently closed it. Observing his reaction, Lin Yuming sneered, "In light of the fact that you are not allied with those individuals, I shall spare you this time. Remember, even if you choose not to be a good person, ensure you do not become a malevolent one." With that, she vanished in a flash, employing her spatial teleportation to appear in the chief's office in an instant. Upon entering the office, Lin Yuming noticed the police chief engrossed in reading Jean Mei Ping. He was so captivated that he failed to notice the presence of another person in the room. "Is it captivating?" Lin Yuming inquired nonchalantly. "Indeed," the police chief replied instinctively. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Raising his head abruptly and shouting, "Wait, who are you? Why did you enter without knocking?" Only then did he realize a beautiful stranger had appeared in his office. At that moment, a wave of wicked thoughts surged through his mind. Despite the thrill he derived from the film he had just watched, he understood that nothing could compare to experiencing such excitement firsthand. It seemed that fate had favored him, presenting him with an opportunity to indulge his desires. A sense of illicit delight washed over him, and he resolved silently, "Forgive me, my son." He then spoke with newfound determination, "If you become my woman, I can overlook the matter of my son's death." Upon hearing this, a disdainful smile graced Lin Yuming's lips, her eyes flashing with contempt as she mockingly replied, "Ah, you truly are a wonderful father. You and your son are quite the pair. Amusing, yet not particularly so." "What do you mean? Do you wish to court death?" the police chief threatened, his expression darkening. Although he acknowledged that the girl before him was capable of killing his son's assailants, possessing at least the strength of a quasi-warrior, he believed himself to be a third-tier warrior, and he thought her merely a high school student, incapable of causing significant trouble. Thus, he was confident in his ability to subdue her. At that moment, Lin Yuming interjected, "I cannot allow you to sink any further. Continuing down this path will surely lead to reprimands. What nonsense are you spewing?" Before the police chief could finish, Lin Yuming struck him down, transforming him into a cloud of blood, and subsequently summoned the imperial banner to reunite him with his deceased companions. She then retrieved her phone and made a call. Shortly after, a man wearing a dragon mask appeared, bowing to Lin Yuming. "What commands do you have, young lady?" he inquired. "I just eliminated a piece of scum. Please take care of the aftermath. By the way, the new police chief will be him," she said, gesturing toward the young officer. The young officer, bewildered by the situation, thought to himself, "What on earth is happening?" Upon seeing Chen Long, he understood everything. This was someone from the royal hall. "Your former chief has been slain by me, leaving the position vacant. You shall assume the role of the new chief. Although your abilities may be lacking, your intentions appear noble. Remember to serve the people and avoid straying onto a crooked path." The young officer gasped, both shocked and elated. The bad news was that the chief had perished, but the good news was that he had become the new chief. "Now, release the two high school students who were just apprehended," Lin Yuming commanded before departing. Soon, Yi Yu and Wang Fuguwei emerged, and upon seeing each other, Wang Fuguwei asked, "Where's Lin Yuming? She isn't the one who did this, is she?" "It's possible," Yi Yu replied. "What should we do? We need to find a way to rescue her. After all, she helped us, and otherwise, we would have been in trouble," Wang Fuguwei said anxiously. "Yes, but what can we do?" Yi Yu responded, equally anxious. Just then, Lin Yuming appeared, saying, "At least you have a conscience, knowing to come and save me. However, those individuals were not killed by me. They killed each other. It is not my concern. I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly commit murder?" With that, she donned an innocent smile. "It's good that everything is fine. Let us go get some barbecue. Being locked up for so long has left me famished." This time, their barbecue outing went smoothly, devoid of any chaotic incidents. After their meal, Wang Fuguwei returned home, leaving only Yi Yu and Lin Yuming together. "You must be the one who killed them," Yi Yu stated, immediately regretting his words. "Damn it. How could I say such a thing? If she decides to silence me, I would die unjustly." At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, and Yi Yu silently prayed that she would not take any drastic actions. Yet, reality often diverged from expectations, and Lin Yuming wore an expression that was all too familiar to Yi Yu. Her lips curled into a smile as she softly remarked, "Since you've uncovered the truth, you cannot be allowed to live." Upon hearing this, Yi Yu's heart raced, and a chill coursed down his spine. He stared incredulously at Lin Yuming, filled with regret. He wished to slap himself twice for being so careless, revealing the truth. Memories of a previous life flashed through his mind, where Lin Yuming bore a similar expression after a phone call. Was history about to repeat itself? He could not help but spiral into anxious thoughts, wondering if he was destined to be struck by a truck once more. However, just as Yu fell into despair and fear, Lin Yuming suddenly burst into laughter. She gently shook her head, her tone laced with a hint of playful mockery. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Look how frightened you are." Yu found himself momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lin Yuming was merely jesting. His emotions swiftly transitioned from acute anxiety to a bewildered mixture of laughter and tears, leaving him helplessly amused by the woman's sense of humor. In that moment, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. His family, who could possibly understand? Encountering a woman adept at frightening others at a whim was no small feat. "I wasn't scared at all. I was just a bit tense," Yu retorted stubbornly. I believe you," she replied. "However, there's one more thing. Your mindset is still lacking. Practice more. You only have one chance. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall no longer concern myself with you." With that, she vanished in an instant. Once Lin Yuming departed, Yu swiftly slapped his own face, akin to the reaction of a man who lost a duel due to a moment of reckless folly. "Why did I have to speak so much? This is utterly humiliating." Sighing, he lamented, "This Lin Yuming, she really knows how to toy with me, and I genuinely fell for it, only to be ridiculed afterward. How embarrassing. What did she mean by saying I only have one chance? She loves to play cryptic games, doesn't she?" Resolving to dismiss these thoughts, he returned to his writing, pondering how much he would earn from the Dookie continent for the sake of love. Chapter 12. Back to the past? When Yu confidently logged into the backend to check his data, he was astonished to the point of nearly disrobing in disbelief. The reading volume was a pitifully low sum of just over 100. How could that be possible? He distinctly recalled this book being a tremendous hit in his previous world. Was it possible that a mere change of planets rendered it unappreciated? This was indeed perplexing. Filled with confusion, Yu began to search online for answers, ultimately uncovering the root of the problem. It turned out that on this platform known as Tomato, the first 80,000 words were in a single-player mode, and he had only pinned 40,000 words thus far. Hence, it was entirely reasonable that few were paying attention. Perhaps once he reached the 80,000 mark, the readership would gradually increase, he mused. Deciding to persevere, after all, success requires patience, he resumed his writing. 2 hours later, he completed a chapter, yet found himself unable to continue. He simply couldn't get into the groove, and the writing proved quite challenging. Forget it, I'll scroll through Douyin for a bit. This world's Douyin is rather amusing, often showcasing epic battles between formidable figures from various nations, far surpassing domestic fantasy films in terms of spectacle. Each time he watched, Yu felt a surge of excitement, dreaming of the day he too would engage in such aerial combat. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed, and Yu prepared for sleep. Wondering if he would dream of the past, he felt a twinge of anticipation, believing that with his prior experience, he could achieve great success this time. After all, if he couldn't defeat Lin Yuming in reality, surely he could in a dream. Soon, Yu drifted into slumber, finding himself back at that pivotal moment in time. Lin Yuming was assisting him into a vehicle, and this time, he would play along, promptly taking the driver's seat. "How can you drive in this state?" Lin Yuming remarked. "Let me take over." Yu shook his head, declaring, "I'm driving today. No one can stop me. Get in, and let the seasoned driver take you for a ride." Without further ado, Lin Yuming climbed aboard. Once he saw that she had taken the bait, Yu pressed the accelerator, exclaiming, "I'll take you to a secluded place." "Secluded place? That sounds splendid. It makes things easier." Lin Yuming replied with a subtle smile. The two exchanged glances, each harboring ulterior motives. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Yu's residence. After locking the door, he wasted no time, stating, "Do you realize you're walking into a lion's den?" "Oh, really? Are you sure it's not a case of inviting the wolf into your home?" Lin Yuming casually leaned against the sofa. "I'm confident I can handle just you alone, so tell me, why do you want to kill me? I've never wronged you, have I?" "True, but have you considered that I might actually be helping you?" Lin Yuming replied nonchalantly. "Are you joking? You want to kill me and claim you're helping me?" Yu exclaimed, his agitation evident. "I understand you're anxious, but please, calm down," Lin Yuming responded in her usual unhurried manner. "If you think about it, you can deduce the reason. but I can't reveal it just yet. Otherwise, the plot won't progress, you understand? By the way, how do you intend to handle me? Will you kill me or do something else? I'm quite curious. Observing Lin Yuming's unfazed demeanor, Yu sensed something was amiss. However, with no choice but to proceed, he declared, I plan to turn you over to the police. But before they arrive, I must tie you up. Strangely, Yu found himself unable to harden his heart against Lin Yuming. Ha ha ha! Lin Yuming burst into laughter. Little Yi, your heart isn't ruthless enough. If you were to traverse into a fantasy realm, you wouldn't stand a chance. Calling me Little Yi again. If I tie you up, you'll behave, right? Without hesitation, Yu lunged toward her. Just as he was about to seize Lin Yuming, she caught his arm and effortlessly threw him aside, leaving him dazed and sprawled on the ground. Wondering, who am I? Where am I? Should I continue? Lin Yuming wore a taunting smile and gestured for him to come closer. Seeing her like this, Yu quickly got to his feet and approached her cautiously, reassuring himself that the earlier incident must have been an accident. To his surprise, Lin Yuming charged at him, and Yu decided to counter with a shoulder throw, mimicking her earlier move. Grasping her arm, he felt a surge of triumph. This time, he was sure it would work. Yet, as he swung her, she remained utterly unaffected. Huh? What's going on? Perhaps my technique was flawed. Let me try again. Once more, Lin Yuming stood unmoved. Come on, try again. I believe you can do it. Lin Yuming encouraged him. I'll give you another chance. I'm about to strike, she added. Sensing something was Lin Yuming smiled faintly and replied, I understand that you may not grasp my actions at this moment, but that's all right. One day, you will come to comprehend. Remember, it is under pressure that we find motivation. I am currently under pressure. What about you? Enough of this, we must set forth. With that, she raised the fruit knife in her hand and, without hesitation, lunged towards Yu's chest. I in the real world. Ah! A scream reverberated through the room as Yu jolted upright in bed, one hand clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. Soaking his shirt, he widened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Upon recognizing the familiar environment, the tension within him gradually eased, and he exhaled deeply. Phew, I'm finally back. Yet soon after, a frown creased his brow, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Why did this dream feel so real? The sensation was overwhelmingly vivid, as if he had truly been thrust into the scene. Moreover, the searing pain felt so authentic. As though his heart had genuinely been pierced by a blade, he lowered his gaze to his chest, only to find no scars or blood. However, the pain lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Yu murmured to himself, his brow furrowing deeper. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, causing him to shudder. No, this must be Lin Yuming's doing. She must have played some trick on me. Otherwise, how could my dream have become so lifelike? With this realization, Yu's eyes sparked with anger and resentment. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, that detestable Lin Yuming, once I grow stronger, I will make you pay. Yet, despite his heart brimming with rage and defiance, Yu understood that with his current strength, he was no match for Lin Yuming. She was a cultivator, while he was merely an ordinary person. The chasm between them was as vast as an ocean. Furthermore, being unable to fight back in the dream only added to his frustration. I must swiftly enhance my abilities to escape this predicament, he resolved silently, his gaze resolute. If the incident at the barbecue restaurant hadn't instilled in Yu a sense of urgency to grow stronger, it was because everyone in this world began their cultivation only after awakening. Why Yu had thought the same. Yet many strong individuals trained their bodies and learned combat skills prior to awakening. Laying a solid foundation for the future, it was only after being thoroughly beaten in the dream that he began to entertain this notion. This moment, Yu suddenly grasped Lin Yuming's words. He took a deep breath, calming his inner turmoil, and proceeded to school. This time, he did not encounter Lin Yuming at the school gate, which was perhaps for the best. That woman was too wicked. And he still bore the shadows of the dream. Upon reaching the classroom, Yu resumed his usual studies until the end of the school day. After school, Wang Fugue approached him again, claiming to have found another delectable dining spot. But Yu declined, intending to focus on his physical training. Wang Fugue, upon hearing this, merely encouraged him with a good luck, before heading off to eat. Once Wang Fugue departed, Yu turned to Lin Yuming and asked, Do you know any combat techniques? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming's lips curled into a subtle smile. I know a little. Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Let us make a deal then. I want to grow stronger. Can you devise a training plan for me? Yu replied earnestly, believing this to be the most effective course of action. If he couldn't defeat her, he might as well join her. Once he acquired the true skills, he could later challenge her in a fair contest. Lin Yuming chuckled. Of course, however, before we commence, you must first tell me why you're suddenly so eager to become stronger. In truth, she had already guessed the reason but feigned ignorance for effect. Why you smirked mischievously. Last night, I had a dream where a dog was relentlessly chasing and biting me, and I couldn't fight it off. This left me feeling extremely frustrated. Therefore, I must become powerful swiftly, so such events never trouble me again. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming privately chuckled to herself. How audacious of this fellow to call her a dog. Yet she maintained a facade of indifference, saying, Oh, I see. Well then, let's start training right away. With that, she dragged Yu to the GYM Master Combat Techniques. One must first possess good physical fitness. Now, go run 5 kilometers. She commanded. Yu said nothing further and hopped onto the treadmill. After completing the 5 kilometers, he was left panting heavily. Indeed, a body untrained in cultivation was somewhat lacking. Just running 5 kilometers left him utterly exhausted. However, before Yu could recover, Lin Yuming led him to the boxing gym. Put on your gear. We're going to spar, she stated coolly. Can we not wait until I catch my breath? Yu replied helplessly. No, your stamina has not reached its limit. Training will not yield optimal results otherwise, Lin Yuming countered. Upon hearing that the training effect would be compromised, Yu said nothing more, quickly donned his gear, and stood in the ring facing Lin Yuming. Before I teach you fighting techniques, you must first learn to defend yourself. I will strike you. You must guard yourself. The more you endure, the better you will defend. This is the simplest method, you understand? Of course, you may also choose to attack me. Upon hearing Lin Yuming's words, Yu realized there was no escaping a thorough beating today. He mused to himself. It must be because he had previously called her a dog, and she was holding a grudge. Instead of waiting to be hit, he decided to take the initiative and charged at Lin Yuming. Chapter 14. The awakening ceremony begins. Yu launched himself with a superhero punch aimed at Lin Yuming, but she merely sidestepped with ease, effortlessly dodging what seemed to be a fierce strike. Before Yu could land, Lin Yuming swiftly countered with a punch to his abdomen. He felt a sharp pain shoot through him, causing him to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he charged at Lin Yuming once more, this time attempting a combination of punches. However, her defense was impenetrable. She effortlessly blocked each of Yu's strikes, waiting for the opportune moment to sweep his legs out from under him, sending him crashing down again. At this moment, Yu felt a profound sense of anxiety, for the initial stages of cultivation were of utmost importance, particularly concerning one's innate talent. Although reaching the pinnacle of cultivation hinges on one's comprehension, having a strong foundation in the early stages allows for swifter progress, thereby elevating one's realm more rapidly. This, in turn, leads to a longer lifespan and more time for cultivation, creating a virtuous cycle. May the heavens bless me. I am willing to exchange 30 years of Wang Fugui's life for an SS-level talent, Yu silently prayed within his heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yuming remained seated, unperturbed. Yu inquired, Aren't you going? To which Lin Yuming retorted, Why should I? Do I really need to? Indeed, she was an anomaly, incomparable to ordinary folk like them. Why Yu felt that today marked the awakening of his extraordinary abilities. And thus he dared to speak boldly, You're the one who's abnormal, feeling all high and mighty, are you? Just wait until tonight when you get beaten up, Lin Yuming replied indignantly. Don't think that just because you've awakened your abilities, you can challenge me. The gap between us is as vast as heaven and earth. Get lost, or I might just hit you, Yu jested, making a face at Lin Yuming before dashing off to the playground. When Yu and Wang Fugui arrived at the playground, they were met with a sea of people. Observing the throng, Yu couldn't help but mutter, I hope this doesn't turn into a queue like in those high martial arts novels I've read in my past life. That would be a nightmare. Just then, a booming voice resounded, All students, please return to your respective classes and stand in line. The personnel responsible for your awakening will arrive shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. The speaker was none other than Principal Zhu Zimo. Upon hearing this, the students sprang into action, and within a minute, over 1,000 students stood orderly on the playground. Suddenly, a series of sonic booms echoed from afar. And in the blink of an eye, two figures appeared high above the playground. Wow, such speed! And they can stand in mid-air. They must be at least 7th-tier experts, I presume. Their attire resembles that of the Special Affairs Bureau. They must be the ones helping us awaken. The students below exchanged whispers, their gazes filled with envy and longing. You, too, felt a surge of excitement, reflecting inwardly, this journey across worlds has not been in vain. I can finally embark on the path of cultivation. As a native of Earth, he had never witnessed such extraordinary feats, and witnessing this awe-inspiring scene intensified his yearning for power. This was what he had sought throughout his life. Clenching his fists, he vowed to work diligently to become as formidable as they were. Just then, one of the figures, with a solemn expression, slowly declared, "Silence. Everyone, quiet down that I am about to begin assisting you in your awakening." His voice was steady and powerful, exuding an invisible authority that compelled all present to comply. The students immediately seated themselves, legs crossed, hands resting on their knees, closing their eyes to calm their minds and attune themselves to the experience. His words were clear and unequivocal. The other individual, with a grave demeanor, produced a crystal ball that shimmered with a translucent brilliance, emanating an aura of mystery. In an instant, the crystal ball radiated with a dazzling light, releasing an overwhelming and awe-inspiring energy that enveloped all the students. At that moment, the highly anticipated awakening officially commenced. Initially, the students felt a pang of panic as they were enveloped by the powerful energy. But under the soothing tone of the steady voice, they gradually calmed down, striving to perceive the enigmatic force. As time passed, some students began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Suddenly, one student erupted in a faint glow, the colors shifting between golden and azure. The two awakening facilitators exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting delight. Soon after, more students exhibited varied reactions. Some radiated intense light, while others flickered faintly. Nonetheless, this indicated that the awakening process was indeed in motion. At this juncture, a petite girl cried out in distress, her light fluctuating erratically, threatening to engulf her. One of the facilitators swiftly waved his hands, casting a gentle light that merged with the girl's form, gradually restoring her composure. The awakening continued, and every individual present was uncertain of the ultimate outcome, yet all were filled with anticipation and trepidation. A surge of golden light shot up into the sky, causing the awakening facilitators to show expressions of astonishment. I asked, "The golden legend, SSS level. Who is it?" They traced the source of the light, eventually discovering it emanated from Wang Fuguwei. Astonished that an SSS-level ability had emerged from such a small county. Following closely, another crimson light soared into the heavens, marking another SS-level ability, which was considered quite normal given that this was the best high school in a small county. A quarter of an hour later, all students completed their awakening. Some were overjoyed, while others were disheartened. At this moment, the facilitator for Martial Arts Talent Awakening spoke slowly. "Next, we will commence the Martial Artist Talent Awakening. This process can be quite painful, so you must endure. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be in vain. When the awakening ceremony begins, a vast and ancient power will surge into your bodies, initially impacting your meridians. It will feel akin to molten lava coursing through your veins, and with every inch gained, you will endure excruciating pain. Your bones will creak under immense pressure, as if on the verge of breaking, and your muscles will spasm uncontrollably, bringing you close to fainting. However, amidst this overwhelming agony, it is crucial to maintain a clear consciousness. Hold on to that thread of clarity within, guiding this force to flow orderly through your body and activate the latent potential hidden deep within. Only by enduring this trial will you truly awaken the talents lying dormant within you and become a powerful martial artist. Should you falter, all the suffering endured will be for naught, and all hope will dissipate like smoke. Therefore, grit your teeth, clench your fists, and use your willpower to conquer this painful trial. Before we begin, a friendly reminder. The stronger your martial artist talent, the greater the pain you must endure to awaken it. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Those who understand will know that I was referring to the SSS level activation requirements, so you need not fear too greatly. Your pain will be significantly lighter. Without further ado, let us commence. Are you all prepared? Upon hearing this, the previously tense students relaxed slightly, adjusting their breathing in preparation. With a commanding begin, a mysterious energy crystal ball surged forth, enveloping everyone in an instant. The martial artists with lesser talents felt a powerful pressure descend upon them, as if countless insects were gnawing at their insides. Though not as excruciating as described, it was far from an easy ordeal. Their faces contorted, bodies quivered slightly, yet they persevered, striving to channel this force. Amidst the chorus of pained groans, Wang Fuguei suddenly bellowed, his entire being radiating a brilliant golden light. Heavens! An S-level martial artist talent. The crowd gasped in awe. Shortly thereafter, several other brilliant lights emerged, signifying SS and S-level talents. These students demonstrated remarkable resilience, successfully activating their exceptional martial artist abilities. However, not all fared so well. Some students succumbed to the torment and collapsed, their anguished cries echoing as they lost their chance at awakening. As time trickled by, some students gradually succumbed to despair, while others clung to their indomitable will. Finally, the radiance dimmed and the pain receded. Those who had triumphed bore newfound determination and hope for the future in their eyes. After a quarter of an hour, the awakening concluded, and the two facilitators hastily departed for the next session. At this moment, the students on the playground were of mixed emotions, with some elated and others dismayed. Yet the joyous were even more jubilant, while the sorrowful felt their grief deepen. Yu found himself among the more troubled, lamenting his D-level ability, green silvergrass. What a joke! Where's my accompanying hammer? Just grass and no hammer, he grumbled. This is absurd. I can't even utter that saying about the spirit master being the issue when there's only a useless martial soul. With a D martial artist talent, one could hardly say this was a catastrophic start. It was more like a calamitous one. At that moment, Wang Fuguei approached, eager to inquire, what ability did you awaken? Old Yi? I got 2-3S talents. I don't know why, but the pain during the martial artist talent awakening wasn't that intense. I nearly fainted when I heard that person speak earlier. Hearing Wang Fuguei's words only deepened Yu's mood. It felt akin to a close friend excelling in the same card game while he struggled to draw anything worthwhile. The feeling was indescribable. His discontent stemmed not from Wang Fuguei's superior talent, but rather from his own dismal outcome. Observing Yu's expression, which resembled someone who had just ingested a fly, Wang Fuguei patted his own chest reassuringly. Don't worry. I've got your back. Yu recognized the sincerity behind his words and managed a forced smile, replying, I'm fine. Chapter 16. The formative heart of martial arts. Seeing the students below, each displaying a myriad of expressions, Principal Zhu spoke up. Oh, not be disheartened, those among you who may lack innate talent. True strength is never solely dictated by one's natural abilities. Throughout the annals of our human history, numerous martial artists of modest talents have, through sheer determination and relentless effort, transcended their limits, soaring into the vastness of the cosmos, venturing into realms beyond our imagination. Conversely, those endowed with exceptional gifts should refrain from basking in complacency. Talent merely signifies your initial capabilities, yet the significance of subsequent effort is equally paramount. There are countless instances of individuals bested by those of lesser endowments. Our esteemed institution's criteria for assessment and admission have never been based on innate talent, but rather on martial prowess. All the dazzling statistics pale in comparison to the reality of combat. Henceforth, you shall embark on the path of the martial artist, but always bear in mind that true warriors are forged through battle and struggle. Remember, the rallying cry of a martial artist is, life endures, and so does the fight. Contend against the heavens and earth, and battle until the final chapter. Furthermore, talent can indeed be cultivated. At this juncture, a student raised a hand and inquired, Principal, how can we enhance our talents? The principal, with a smile, responded, there are myriad methods to augment your talents, such as practicing unique techniques, consuming rare elixirs, or encountering extraordinary opportunities. However, regardless of the method, it necessitates diligence and unwavering perseverance. After hearing this, the students nodded thoughtfully. Bear in mind, the journey of martial arts has no shortcuts. Only through steadfastness and incremental progress can one ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. The principal encouraged them once more. At that moment, the students below brimmed with enthusiasm, fueled by confidence in their future. The principal observed this scene with great satisfaction, expressing his hope that each of you would cultivate your own martial spirit. It is now time to return to your respective classes, as you will soon commence your practical training. At this point, you experienced an epiphany. Indeed, true strength cannot be dictated by mere talent. While innate ability is certainly valuable, I cannot dictate my gifts. However, I can determine the extent of my efforts, altering what I can change. As for the immutable, there is no need for undue contemplation. Lacking exceptional talent does not preclude me from reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Yu had begun to forge his own martial spirit. Although it was but a nascent form, it would one day burgeon into a towering tree. Fatty, let us return to the classroom. On their way back, Yu inquired about Wang Fugui's talent, receiving a startling answer, Tao Tai. If memory serves correctly, Tao Tai was only recorded in the world of his past life. Could it be that such a being exists in this world as well? If so, it would be quite extraordinary. Yet if not, that too would be equally remarkable. Thus, Yu asked Wang Fugui if he was aware of Tao Tai. To which Wang Fugui replied in the negative. It appeared that there was no information regarding Tao Tai in this world. How, then, had he awakened such a unique ability? Suddenly, Yu recalled an incident from the morning. Lin Yumei had given Wang Fugui a fruit. Could it be that this fruit had awakened his Tao Tai talent? If that were the case, then Lin Yumei's background would indeed warrant scrutiny. Upon returning to the classroom, their homeroom teacher, Li Chuang, led the class to the martial arts training ground. Now, I shall demonstrate a fundamental boxing technique. I hope you will observe closely and ponder deeply. With that, he began his demonstration. He positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, sinking his weight down to establish a firm stance. As he initiated the first movement, a formidable aura emanated from him. He slowly raised his right arm, forming a fist with a slight bend at the elbow, then surged forward with tremendous force. The wind from his punch howling as if imbued with the strength of 1,000 pounds. Following swiftly, his left fist joined in, alternating between the two with fluidity and power, each strike imbued with resolute determination. His movements were agile, his steps light. At times he leaped forward, his fists striking like meteors. At others, he sidestepped, sweeping his arms as autumn winds scatter leaves. His waist continually exerted force, channeling the entirety of his strength into his fists. Each strike was laden with profound skill, the punches slicing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound. When he executed a straight punch, his arm extended rigidly, akin to a spear, swift and unyielding. The hook punch, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, carried an elusive power that was difficult to counter. His gaze was intense and penetrating, fixed on an imaginary multitude of adversaries awaiting his challenge. Between transitions of techniques, his breathing remained calm and steady, devoid of any disorder. After completing the sequence, beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, yet he appeared invigorated and spirited. The students were entranced, wholly absorbed in his masterful display of martial prowess. As if transported to a realm brimming with strength and skill, as the demonstration concluded, he stood composed, hands at his sides, and the students erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Teacher, that was incredible. This boxing technique is truly exceptional. The students exclaimed with excitement. He smiled at them and said, this foundational boxing technique emphasizes the harmony between form and technique, as well as the application of strength. Your form must be agile, not rigid, to facilitate swift transitions between offense and defense. Moreover, strength should not be solely reliant on the arms. It must originate from the feet, utilizing the waist rotation to channel the body's power into the fists. Afterward, he instructed the students to pair up and begin practicing. Yu chose to partner with Wang Fugui, opting not to select Lin Yumei, as she was absent. Li Chuang moved among the students, occasionally correcting their stances. Raise your arms a bit higher, move your feet swiftly, be mindful of your breathing rhythm. Under his patient guidance, the students gradually found their rhythm. Although their movements were still somewhat clumsy, each individual was imbued with enthusiasm and focus. The setting sun cast golden rays across the training ground, elongating the students' silhouettes. Their garments were drenched in sweat, yet their eyes sparkled with passion and dedication to the boxing technique. For them, that day was not merely about learning a set of movements. It marked the opening of a door to the world of martial artists. As time passed, the students' boxing techniques began to take shape. He observed their progress with a nod of approval. Students, boxing is not merely a skill. It is also a means of cultivating one's character. Through the practice of boxing, we hone our will and foster resilience. He imparted earnestly. The students listened with thoughtful expressions. I will now share with you the cultivation method released by the state. Chapter 17. Commencing cultivation. His demeanor turned serious as he said, "This cultivation method has been derived from extensive research and practice by the nation. It holds significant importance, and you must approach it with utmost seriousness." With that, he commenced a detailed explanation. First, adjust your breathing. Inhale deeply, imagining your breath as a cool spring flowing through your nostrils, traversing your throat, and settling into your dantian, filling it with vitality. Then, exhale slowly, visualizing all the turbidity, worries, and fatigue leaving your body with each breath. Repeat this process at least 10 times, calming your mind and entering a state of tranquility. The students followed his instructions, and the training ground fell into silence, with only the soft sounds of their breathing audible. Next, they were instructed to sit cross-legged, left leg over right, or vice versa if uncomfortable. Their hands rested naturally on their knees, palms facing upward, fingers relaxed. They straightened their spines as if an invisible string were pulling from the crown of their heads, gently closing their eyes to sense the flow of energy around them. He demonstrated the proper posture while speaking. Now, concentrate your awareness on the dantian, envisioning a warm glow there that expands and brightens with each breath. This light will nourish your body and empower you. During this process, various distractions may arise in your mind. Do not dwell on them. Gently guide your focus back to the light in your dantian. Each session of cultivation should last at least an hour. Upon concluding, do not rise immediately. First, slowly open your eyes, move your hands and feet, then gradually stand up. Remember, the key to this cultivation method is consistency. Practice daily to reap the rewards, he stated firmly, gazing intently at the students. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, its golden rays illuminated the focused faces of the students, who seemed to embark on a journey filled with uncertainty and hope. Today's lesson concludes here. Be sure to practice diligently at home, he said before leaping away at this moment. Wang Fugui turned to Yi Yu and said, I'm off to grab a bite. My unique ability allows me to grow stronger by eating. It's perfect for me. Care to join? No, I need to continue my cultivation. Unlike you, I can't grow stronger just by eating, though I must admit, I'm a bit envious, Yi Yu replied with a smile. All right then, I'll be on my way. Focus on your training. Let us aim to attend the same Martial University, Wang Fugui declared. Indeed, we shall meet at the summit, Yi Yu affirmed. As he watched Wang Fugui's retreating figure, Lin Yumei suddenly appeared before him. Snapping her fingers as she said, Stop staring. He is now the big boss with dual SSS level talents. Jealous, are we? A tad, but more so. I'm delighted for him that a brother doing well brings me joy. Especially since he drives a Range Rover now, Yi Yu replied. I'm glad you have this perspective, Lin Yumei remarked with a composed demeanor. By the way, thank you, Lin Yumei. Those 2 talents of his should be attributed to you. Correct? Yi Yu voiced his curiosity. Guess what? Do you think I will tell you? She teased. Stop it. If you don't wish to divulge, then let it be. Let us get back to training. Yi Yu exclaimed with palpable excitement, his eyes sparkling with confidence. After a period of rigorous training, coupled with his newly acquired abilities, he felt prepared to challenge Lin Yumeng. Observing the self-assured young man before her, Lin Yumeng's lips curved into a subtle smile as she replied, it is indeed commendable for the youth to possess such confidence, though alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent. The two proceeded to the training hall, standing opposite each other as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Lin Yumeng then declared, to avoid overwhelming you, I shall allow you 3 moves first. Yi Yu, undeterred, recognized the formidable prowess of Lin Yumeng and understood the gap between their strengths after days of training. However, emboldened by his newfound abilities, he felt a fierce determination ignite within him. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the attack. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Lin Yumeng, throwing a punch imbued with forceful wind. Yet, she remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping his strike. As his first attempt faltered, Yi Yu promptly unleashed his second move. Channeling power through his legs, he leaped high into the air, executing a flying kick aimed at Lin Yumeng's head. She merely tilted her head back slightly, evading his attack once more. After 2 failed attempts, and seeing no damage inflicted upon Lin Yumeng, Yi Yu resolved to escalate his efforts. Drawing a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he decided to deploy his recently acquired abilities. Clenching his fists tightly, it felt as though all his strength converged into his palms. Soon after, he chanted, "Green silver entwined." Moments later, a wondrous glow erupted from his palms, as the green silver grass seemed to come alive, growing at an astonishing rate. The slender yet resilient grass shimmered with a mysterious light, as if it possessed its own will. Intertwining with one another, they formed a formidable force, surging towards Lin Yuming like a torrent of green. The surrounding air seemed to ripple in response to this extraordinary ability. Producing a whistling sound, Yu's face displayed a mix of strain and eager anticipation as he focused intently on the advancing green-silver grass, hoping to pose even the slightest threat to Lin Yuming. However, reality proved him overly ambitious. She remained calm, her gaze sharpening as the space around her shimmered like a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone. In an instant, she vanished from her position. The green-silver grass flailed helplessly in the air, missing its target. In the next moment, Lin Yuming reappeared several meters away, a slight smile gracing her lips. The 3-year agreement has concluded. Oh no, my mistake? The 3 moves have passed. Now it is my turn. As her words fell, she materialized behind Yu like a specter, delivering a gentle yet powerful strike. Yu felt an overwhelming force propel him forward uncontrollably. This level of skill won't suffice, Lin Yuming remarked with a playful smile. Yu picked himself up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unyielding. Again, Lin Yuming nodded in approval. Not bad, you possess a certain stubbornness. After a brief moment of adjustment, Yu charged at Lin Yuming once more, determined to amalgamate the combat skills he had honed during training with his newfound abilities. Challenging her anew. This time, his attacks exhibited greater agility and variability, with the green-silver grass emerging from the ground and striking from above, compelling Lin Yuming to treat him with increased seriousness. Within the training hall, their battle intensified, and with each encounter, Yu continuously unearthed new combat techniques, enhancing his strength. Chapter 18. Selecting techniques. 10 minutes later, Yu lay on the ground, utterly disheartened. I can't even land a single hit. Whenever Lin Yuming takes it seriously, I am utterly overwhelmed. Today's training concludes here. I will impart to you the martial arts cultivation technique and the ability cultivation technique. As for the method provided by the homeroom teacher, there is no need for you to practice that. It is suitable for everyone and is only rated B class. The speed of absorbing cosmic energy is relatively slow, and there are many more powerful cultivation methods available on the market, though you cannot afford them yet. What I provide you is SSS class. Though it is average, it is more than sufficient on Blue Star. However, I won't give it to you for free. When I require your assistance, you will understand. You may choose one from the following. 1. Dominant Martial Sky Technique. 2. Star-Shattering Battle Technique. 3. Infinite Divine Martial Cannon. 4.9 Sun's Dominance Body Method. 5. Rampant Dragon Battle Record. 6. Proud World Mysterious Martial Technique. 7. Spirit Resonance Sacred Martial Cannon. 8. Stellar Martial Extreme Technique. 9. Celestial Flame Martial Saint Method. 10. Celestial Dominance Martial Classic. Yu found himself grappling with the dilemma of choice, pondering which to select. After a moment's reflection, he chose the second option, the Star-Shattering Battle Technique, drawn to its impressive name. Lin Yuming then presented another 10 options for ability cultivation. 1. Spiritual Energy Mastery Technique. 2. Elemental Control Cannon. 3. Mindscape Illusion Technique. 4. Divine Ability Sealing Method. 5. Radiant Dawn Record. 6. Unification of Anomalous Energy Technique. 7. Illusory Energy Duality Cannon. 8. Stellar Anomaly Technique. 9. Divine Energy Awakening Method. 10. Chaotic Ability Classic. Goodness, Lin Yuming, are you running a wholesale business? So many SSS class techniques? This is outrageous. Enough chatter. Make your selection quickly, she urged. Then I choose the 10th one, the Chaotic Ability Classic. Once Yu made his selections, Lin Yuming handed him a ring, stating, this is a spatial ring containing a detection device. Grasp it, and it will display your attributes, which will help boost your motivation. Yu accepted the ring and followed her instructions, grasping the detection device and indeed saw a series of data appear. Name, Yu Race, Human Strength, 7 Agility, 6 Stamina, 8 Mental Power, 10 How are my attributes? Yu inquired curiously. Lin Yuming chuckled. Not bad. Slightly better than an average person, but still weak. However, it's of no concern, as you have yet to begin your training. With diligent practice, you will surely grow stronger. She continued, the two cultivation techniques I provided are independent of talent. They primarily rely on comprehension. If you have strong insight, you can successfully cultivate them. If not, they are beyond your reach. In this regard, I will not assist you. Not because I cannot, but because doing so would hinder your future achievements. Yu nodded, acknowledging her words. He understood that only through his own efforts could he truly become powerful. Lin Yuming proceeded. I will not lack for techniques to offer you, as they are essential in the path of cultivation. As for resources, you will have to acquire them yourself for now. When the time is right, I will provide you with some. Why Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lin Yuming. I will dedicate myself to my training. Now, go contemplate the techniques. I too must begin my training. I shall take my leave. Upon returning home, Yu took a brief wash before sitting at his desk, beginning to summarize his experiences and shortcomings from the recent battle. He meticulously noted every detail in his notebook. After completing his analysis, he began studying the star-shattering battle technique, an incredibly domineering and mysterious cultivation method. Once mastered, this technique could invoke the power of the stars throughout the universe, gathering it within the cultivator's body. The cultivator's strength would receive a tremendous boost, with each move embodying the vast might of the stars. The first level of mastery would render the cultivator's physique as resilient as the stars, as if their muscles harbored endless stellar energy, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones with ordinary strikes. At the second level, the cultivator could initially grasp the utilization of stellar power, executing skills such as star radiance shatter, forming sharp attacks with condensed starlight, striking swiftly and unexpectedly. Upon reaching higher levels, such as the third level, Starquake, the cultivator could unleash shockwaves with their footfalls, inflicting widespread devastation upon enemies nearby. The fourth level, Star Realm Guardian, would allow the summoning of a shield composed of stellar energy, providing formidable defense while reflecting a portion of incoming attacks. The pinnacle of mastery, one could unleash the ultimate move of the star-shattering battle technique, concentrating all stellar energy into a single point, erupting with terrifying force capable of shattering stars, an overwhelming power that would instill dread in any adversary. After perusing the introduction to the star-shattering battle technique, Yu was astounded. Wow, is it truly that powerful? I must begin practicing immediately. Eagerly, he commenced his training, closing his eyes and following the technique's guidance to regulate his breathing, attuning himself to the stellar energy in the world around him. 2 hours later, he sensed a subtle flow of stellar energy, stirring within his dantian. As his concentration deepened, the stellar energy intensified. It coursed through his meridians, bringing waves of sharp pain wherever it traveled. Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort as he diligently guided the stellar energy along its path. Gradually, he felt his body stabilize, and his strength began to grow imperceptibly. As time progressed, Yu entered a state of profound absorption, completely immersed in his cultivation practice. Uncertain of how long had passed, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He sensed the formidable power coursing through his body, filling his heart with an overwhelming confidence. He felt as though he could fell a horse with a single punch. Thus, he retrieved the detection device for a measurement. Name: Yu, race, human, strength, 14, agility, 12, stamina, 15, mental power, 10. Goodness, except for mental power. The other attributes have nearly doubled. This what an SS-level cultivation technique entails. It's astonishing. If not for my innate talent hindering absorption efficiency, the figures would likely have at least doubled. After seeing his attributes rise so significantly after merely a few hours of training, Yu could scarcely contain his excitement. It was exhilarating. It was akin to working for several hours only to find your WeChat wallet had doubled. Who could resist such temptation? No wonder Lin Yumei wanted to provide me with a detection device. When your efforts yield immediate results, it's hard not to feel motivated. He continued his cultivation, and the night passed in silence. Chapter 19. Class assignment. The following day, after a night of training, Yu glanced at his attributes once more. Name: Yu, race, human, strength, 18, agility, 15, stamina, 19, mental power, 10. Him, quite impressive, indeed. He had grown stronger yet again. Though the lack of improvement in mental power was concerning, I must become a versatile warrior. I shall inquire with Lin Yumei on how to enhance mental power. With that thought, Yu picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Yumei. She replied succinctly, instructing him to come to school. Upon arriving at the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Li Chuang, held a stack of forms and addressed the students. Classmates, now that awakening day has passed, you must choose your future path, the way of martial arts or the way of literature. Some students have failed their awakenings and may not pursue the martial path. However, choosing literature can still lead to a good job and a stable life. Additionally, please indicate your talent level on the form. I will distribute the forms now. Fill them out and return them to me. The school will arrange class assignments based on your selections. 5 minutes later, after collecting all the forms, Li Chuang glanced through them and noticed one student. Xiao Huahua had marked an E-level talent for awakening and chosen the martial path. He frowned and addressed Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua, your awakening is E-level. Are you certain you want to choose the martial path? Yes, teacher, I am certain, Xiao Huahua replied with resolute determination. Very well, I respect your choice. Please wait here while I submit the forms. I will return shortly to inform you of the class assignments. As soon as the homeroom teacher left, a spirited individual suddenly stood up and confronted Xiao Huahua. You, a talentless waste, still wish to pursue the martial path. You must be dreaming. Before Xiao Huahua could respond, his classmate Suku interjected. Li Meng, what are you doing? Why are you targeting Xiao Huahua? He hasn't done anything to you. Seeing Suku defend him only angered Li Meng further. That Suku, you're just a waste as well. Why do you feel the need to defend him? You two are no longer in the same world. He turned back to Xiao Huahua. If you had any self-awareness, you would keep your distance from Suku. Don't aspire to be a frog wishing to eat swan meat. Suku was about to retort when Xiao Huahua raised a hand to stop him. Rising slowly, he fixed Li Meng with a determined gaze and declared, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't underestimate the youth in poverty. This left Yu, who had been observing the exchange, utterly astonished. What is happening? This feels like a plot straight out of a martial arts world. Could it be that Xiao Huahua is the protagonist? It must be. There's even a mindless antagonist here, and with his so-called talentless talent, it's undeniably true. Wait, if he is the protagonist, then what am I? Hearing Xiao Huahua's words, Li Meng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious. You? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? He approached Xiao Huahua with a mocking glint in his eyes. I shall make you regret your words. At that moment, Yu stood up and positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Huahua. Li Meng, don't go too far. Li Meng shot a glare at Yu. Mind your own business. Just as tensions escalated between the two, Li Chuang returned. Silence. The class assignment results are in. He glanced at the list in his hands and read aloud. Wang Fugue, Lin Yume, Suku, Li Meng. Class 1, Zhou Yang, Li Ning, Li Jia. Class 2, Xiao Huahua, Yu. Class 3. Xiao Huahua clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with defiance. I will definitely make it into Class 1, he vowed silently. Once the homeroom teacher finished reading, the classmates began to leave the classroom. Yu observed Xiao Huahua's retreating figure, pondering deeply. This Xiao Huahua may indeed be extraordinary. Upon arriving in Class 3, Yu chose to sit beside Xiao Huahua. Seeing him, Xiao Huahua expressed his gratitude. Yu smiled in response, saying, it's merely a small favor. Helping each other as classmates is only right. Keep it up, I believe in you. You will surely become a martial emperor. Martial emperor? What is that? Xiao Huahua inquired, puzzled. You may understand it as a powerful warrior, Yu explained. Oh, I see. You two, let us strive together towards greatness. At that moment, the instructor for Class 10 entered. He appeared quite stern, with sharp eyes and an air of unwavering resolve. Approaching the podium, he spoke in a booming voice, Greetings, students. I am He Wuhua, the instructor for Martial Arts Class 10, and a former frontline soldier. From now on, I will be training you. Everyone, gather in the training hall immediately. With that, he turned and exited the classroom. The students promptly rose and made their way to the training hall, with Yu following the crowd. Upon entering the training hall, Yu noticed that other classes had already assembled, each under the supervision of a strict-looking instructor who seemed to have high expectations for their students. Once everyone was in position, He Wuhua stepped forward and announced loudly, Do you see those individuals? They were once my comrades, but now they are my competitors. He gestured towards the instructors of the other classes. The students followed his hand and noticed the stern expressions on the other instructors' faces. Continuing, He Wuhua said, After this training session, there will be a grand competition among all classes. If we do not achieve a commendable ranking, I will be ridiculed. Conversely, if we excel, I shall have the pleasure of mocking them. Of course, I do not demand that you secure an outstanding position, given that your talents are the least among all classes. However, I believe that since you have chosen the path of martial arts, you certainly do not wish to lag behind others. So, tell me, do you have the confidence to surpass them? His words ignited a fiery spirit within the students, and they responded in unison, yes. The sound echoed throughout the training hall. The other instructors exchanged knowing glances, amused by He Wuhua's motivational tactics. I, in the end, will still be at the bottom. Year after year, it's the same story, one remarked, chuckling. Sensing that his strategy had taken effect, He Wuhua grinned and said, excellent. I appreciate your confident demeanor. If you secure a spot in the top 3, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Now, let the training commence. Out of nowhere, He Wuhua produced a box of wristbands and instructed everyone to take one. This is a spirit-binding lock. Once you wear it, you will become an ordinary person. Now, everyone, put on your spirit-binding locks and prepare for 200 push-ups. What? No way, instructor, Zhang San interjected. While doing 200 push-ups without the lock is manageable, adding the lock makes this excessive. Are you questioning my authority? Very well, I admire your courage, yet I do not regard your intellect highly. What is your name? Step forward, He Wuhua commanded. Reporting, instructor, I am Zhang San. I believe your training method is unreasonable. Why should we wear the spirit-binding lock while training? My method is unreasonable. What training method do you deem reasonable? He Wuhua inquired, narrowing his eyes. Zhang San hesitated before mustering the courage to respond. At the very least, we shouldn't have to wear the lock, right? Without it, we can use our spirit power, and the training will be effective. Before I address your query, let us engage in a spar. You jest, instructor, Zhang San said. Realizing He Wuhua intended to challenge him, I could never defeat you. Rest assured, I 1T use my advantage. I will wear the spirit-binding lock, and you 1T. Your physical attributes are undoubtedly superior to those of an average person, and you can still employ your abilities. So, what do you say? Are you willing to fight? Are you serious? If you wear the lock, how could I possibly refuse? I'm just worried I might knock you down and embarrass you. And then you'd make my life miserable. Fear not. I possess sufficient tolerance for such matters. Moreover, should you defeat me, I'll reward you with 10,000 Xia coins. Now that's an incentive. Let us begin. He Wuhua quickly donned the spirit-binding lock, warmed up, and assumed a combat stance. Zhang San took a deep breath, determination etched across his face as he resolved to rely on his strength and skills to confront this battle. The fight commenced in an instant, with Zhang San launching at He Wuhua like an arrow, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches, seeking to seize the initiative. He Wuhua, unfazed, effortlessly dodged Zhang San's strikes and countered with finesse. Zhang San was inwardly astonished. Indeed, the instructor was formidable. However, he did not succumb to despair and continued to accelerate the pace of his attacks, the sound of his punches slicing through the air. The two engaged in an intense back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. Leveraging his advantage in spiritual energy, Zhang San's strikes were swift and ferocious. Yet He Wuhua, with his wealth of combat experience and exceptional fighting skills, deftly neutralized Zhang San's every assault. As the battle wore on, Zhang San gradually felt the strain. He Wuhua's extensive experience in combat rendered each of his defenses and counterattacks impeccably timed, leaving Zhang San no opportunity for a flaw. Zhang San's breath began to quicken, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This cannot continue. I must resort to my abilities if I am to have any chance of victory, Zhang San thought to himself. Gritting his teeth and deciding to hold nothing back with a mighty roar, a mysterious iron staff glimmering with ethereal light appeared in his hand, runes dancing upon its surface as powerful waves of spiritual energy radiated outward. Zhang San swung the staff, conjuring a tempest as he launched a more ferocious assault against He Wuhua. A flicker of surprise crossed He Wuhua's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, responding to Zhang San's extraordinary attack with calm resolve. Zhang San had anticipated that unleashing his abilities would shift the tide in his favor, but to his astonishment, He Wuhua seized an opportunity, darting forward with lightning speed and effortlessly snatching the iron staff from Zhang San's grasp. A wave of despair washed over Zhang San as he realized the gravity of his predicament. It was over. There was no hope left. Instructor, I concede, but I still do not understand why we must train with the suppression locks. He uttered. Hemph. Do you believe the suppression locks are intended to limit your abilities? He Wuhua scoffed. On the contrary, they are designed to help you master your own body and experience pure strength. Without reliance on spiritual energy, you can genuinely hone your physical prowess and willpower. He Wuhua surveyed the group before continuing. Moreover, you must understand that in battle, anything can happen if you encounter an enemy capable of countering your spiritual abilities. What will you do? Only through rigorous training can you prepare for various crises and critical moments. Upon hearing He Wuhua's words, Zhang San lowered his head in shame. At that moment, Yu reflected on the recent battle, contemplating how he would respond if he were in Zhang San's position. After much deliberation, he resolved to engage in a battle of his own, for practice is the sole standard by which truth is measured. Instructor, I would like to challenge you as well, Yu declared loudly. Excellent. I appreciate your spirit, but allow me to rest for a moment. I am a bit fatigued after that last bout. Once He Wuhua had recuperated, he donned the suppression lock once more, preparing for combat, only to be surprised when Yu also equipped himself with the same lock. He Wuhua raised an eyebrow and inquired, Kid, there is no need for that. Wearing the suppression lock will put you at a disadvantage. Why? Yu responded with unwavering determination. Instructor, I wish to spar under equal constraints. This will better test my abilities. A glimmer of admiration flashed in He Wuhua's eyes. Very well, you have ambition. Let us commence. No sooner had he spoken than Yu launched the first attack, advancing steadily towards He Wuhua and delivering a powerful punch. He Wuhua sidestepped effortlessly and retaliated with a kick aimed at Yu. Yu reacted swiftly, blocking with his arm. After several exchanges, Yu found himself gradually at a disadvantage, yet the fire of determination burned brighter in his gaze. He pondered, the instructor's angles of attack are exceedingly cunning, and his defense is nearly flawless. I cannot rely on brute force. I must seek out his weaknesses. Just then, He Wuhua charged forward. Seizing the opportunity, Yu adeptly crouched down, evading the strike while simultaneously wrapping his arms around He Wuhua's legs and heaving upward. Taken aback by Yu's unexpected maneuver, He Wuhua lost his balance and stumbled back a few steps. Yu seized the moment to rise and press the attack once more. However, He Wuhua quickly regained his footing. Re-establishing control over the rhythm of the battle, Yu attempted to capitalize on He Wuhua's brief disorientation. He Wuhua swiftly adjusted his stance, pivoting to evade Yu's assault, while precisely seizing his wrist and twisting forcefully. Yu winced in pain as the strength drained from him. He Wuhua pushed forward, sending Yu staggering backward. Without granting Yu a moment to recover, He Wuhua executed a flying side kick that struck Yu squarely in the chest. Yu felt an immense force surging towards him, propelling him backward to crash heavily onto the ground. He struggled to rise, but found himself utterly spent, pain radiating from his chest and breath coming in ragged gasps. Gazing at He Wuhua, Yu's eyes reflected not only his reluctance to accept defeat, but also a deep-seated admiration. Indeed, he was far from the strength of military elites. Had he not worn the suppression lock, Yu felt confident he could have won, but that would have been meaningless. He Wuhua approached Yu, extending a hand to help him up. Well done, kid. You performed admirably to reach this level against me. What is your name? Yu, panting and managing a wry smile, replied. Instructor, my name is Yu. You are truly impressive. I concede with complete acceptance. He Wuhua clapped Yu on the shoulder. Take time to reflect on your experiences. We shall spar again next time. Yu nodded, his gaze filled with resolve as he silently vowed to strive even harder in his self-improvement. Chapter 21. The instructor was knocked away at this moment. The classmates regarded Yu with expressions of admiration. Upon returning to the ranks, Xiao Huohuo whispered, Yu, you were incredible. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Receiving no replies, He Wuhua gestured grandly. Let us prepare for push-ups. The students promptly assumed their positions, and with He Wuhua's command, they began. The first 50 push-ups were manageable, but as they progressed, the difficulty mounted. Sweat dripped steadily from every participant's forehead, soaking the ground beneath them. Yu gritted his teeth, striving to maintain perfect form, his arm muscles taut, each repetition imbued with strength. Though his breath grew heavier, his eyes remained resolute and steadfast. With each descent, he felt the closeness of his chest to the ground, and with every push-up, it felt as if he were overcoming immense resistance. Beside him, Xiao Huohua initially kept pace, but soon his arms began to tremble. His face flushed and sweat pouring down. Yet, Seeing Yi's stable and powerful movements, he gritted his teeth, determined to persevere. The other classmates were equally resolute, some struggling to maintain form, their bodies swaying, yet none willing to surrender easily. The atmosphere brimmed with resilience and tenacity. As each individual challenged their limits, He Wuhua observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before speaking. If you find it too strenuous, feel free to take a moment to rest. I do not expect you to complete it all at once. As time passed, fatigue took its toll, and one by one, classmates began to falter. The first to succumb was Xiao Huahua, who collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Well done. Rest for now. He Wuhua encouraged. As stamina waned. More students fell, yet Yu continued to press on. 189. 190. Yu mentally counted. At this point, his clothes were thoroughly soaked, beads of sweat sliding down his face. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. Why Yu? Well done? A glimmer of appreciation shone in He Wuhua's eyes. Ultimately, Yu completed all the push-ups, standing up, exhausted yet proud, smiling broadly. His peers cast him admiring glances, and a sense of accomplishment surged within him. He understood that this was not merely a test of physical strength, but also a crucible for his willpower. 10 minutes later, all had finished. Rest in place for 10 minutes. Those who need to drink water or use the restroom may do so. He Wuhua ordered. After another 10 minutes, he commanded everyone to stand. The push-ups were to strengthen your arm muscles. Now we shall focus on your leg strength with squats. The students rose, stretching their sore arms. He Wuhua personally demonstrated the proper squat technique. Feet shoulder-width apart, lowering slowly while ensuring knees do not extend beyond toes. The students attentively observed and then assumed the required positions. Begin. He Wuhua commanded once more. They began squatting in unison, maintaining rhythm at first, but gradually, fatigue set in, and some struggled to maintain proper form. Yet Yu persisted, his eyes filled with determination. After the squat training concluded, they moved on to a round of plank exercises. By the end of this rigorous training session, everyone lay on the ground, yet not a single person complained of exhaustion. All gritted their teeth and endured. Witnessing this, He Wuhua smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, stretch a bit. Once you're done, class is dismissed. Meanwhile, Lin Yuming and Wang Fugui's instructor, Wang Li, pointed at Yu and his group, saying, "Did you see how they train? We will do the same, though we do not need to wear suppression locks. Now, if anyone has objections to my training methods, you may step forward." At that moment, Lin Yuming stood up and said, "Is getting beaten up the way to skip training?" The other students in the class silently gave Lin Yuming a thumbs up. Impressed by her boldness, Wang Li chuckled at her audacity, noting, "This female student is quite beautiful and speaks with such bravado. However, I wonder if her strength matches her words. I will suppress my power to that of a first-tier warrior and challenge you. If you can endure 5 minutes against me, I will concede." Wang Li was acutely aware that this class was composed of top-tier students, and thus, it would be unwise to engage with them using ordinary strength. The likelihood of failure would be exceedingly high. Hence, he opted for a first-level approach, ensuring a steady and secure performance. "All right, let us begin without further ado," Lin Yuming remarked nonchalantly. As the two faced off, Wang Li spoke first. "You may strike first. Should I take the initiative, you shall have no opportunity left." Hearing Wang Li's words, Lin Yuming muttered to herself, "That sounds somewhat familiar. I believe I said something similar when I fought Yu. It seems a bit pretentious now. Unfortunately, he has chosen the wrong opponent. Nonetheless, I must admit, it felt quite satisfying when I said it." The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. "Be careful," Lin Yuming cautioned, then made her move, instantly teleporting to Wang Li's rear. Before he could even react, she delivered a powerful rising dragon punch, sending Wang Li soaring into the air, crashing through the ceiling and disappearing from sight. At that moment, the entire first class was left in stunned silence, their jaws practically hitting the floor. What did I just witness? The commotion had drawn the attention of everyone present. Zhang San exclaimed, "Report to the instructor." "But I think I just saw an instructor fly out. Have you all really reached the 7th level? That is incredible." Meanwhile, He Wuhua scratched his head in confusion. What just happened? How did old Wang end up flying away? Has he secretly advanced to the 7th level? Or perhaps he purchased a flying battlesuit. Maybe I should just call and ask. Little did he know, the reality was that he had been sent flying by a student. After all, these individuals all possessed 6th level abilities. How could a high school student possibly send them flying? It was beyond the realm of possibility. Lin Yuming, realizing she had caused such a ruckus, covered her mouth and said, "Oh dear, I accidentally lost control of my strength. I shall be more cautious next time." If Wang Li were to hear her say this, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. There would be no next time. Especially not if he intended to retaliate against her. At that moment, Wang Li was pondering, who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? He had unwittingly posed the three fundamental questions of life. After soaring for a while, he finally came to his senses, thinking, right? This must be a dream. He slapped himself lightly, feeling a twinge of pain. Oh no, this is a disaster. I must soar even higher. Just then, He Wuhua's phone rang. Old Wang, have you secretly advanced to the 7th level? You ought to inform us if you have. Are you trying to surprise us? Chapter 22. The shot bird. At that moment, Wang Li was at a loss for how to respond. Telling the truth would be somewhat embarrassing, but not doing so would be futile, as he would eventually be uncovered, leading to even greater embarrassment. Why must I be so unfortunate to encounter such a monster? If only I could start over, I would choose Class 2. After much contemplation, he resolved to speak the truth. I was sent flying by a student. You must come to rescue me. I'm soaring too high, and if I fall, I might not survive. And please, don't bring anyone else. Just you will suffice. He then shared his real-time location with He Wuhua. Under normal circumstances, with Wang Li's 6th level strength, he would likely have fared well even at that height. However, the issue was that he had been struck by Lin Yuming prior to taking flight, leaving him utterly drained and unable to utilize his spiritual energy. Upon grasping the situation, He Wuhua hurriedly called upon all his comrades, "Let us go witness old Wang's embarrassment." "Oh no. Let's go rescue him." All present, due to unforeseen circumstances, training is hereby dismissed. We shall reconvene in the afternoon. The students in the training ground erupted in cheers, diving into gossip. Is there anyone in the know who can explain what just happened? Yes, indeed. I saw an instructor fly out. Does anyone know the details? At that moment, Wang Fuguwei approached Yu, saying, "Old Yi, you wouldn't believe it. Instructor Wang was sent flying by Lin Yuming with a single rising dragon punch." "Is it truly that absurd?" Yu exclaimed, taken aback that it is indeed a bit outrageous. Perhaps Instructor Wang was caught off guard by using only 1st level strength. At that moment, Wang Li was nearing the ground, thinking, why hasn't he arrived yet? He could hardly believe that his demise would come in such a manner. How utterly humiliating. I have failed my parents, just as he was but a centimeter from the ground. His descent was halted. Lin Yuming had arrived. My apologies, Instructor Wang. I inadvertently lost control of my strength. I assure you it won't happen again. Lin Yuming said sincerely. "No, you are my instructor. This is the first time in my career that a student has sent me flying. I can hardly accept such a title. I am truly sorry. As compensation, allow me to assist you in breaking through to the 7th level." After speaking, Lin Yuming unleashed a surge of energy towards Wang Li. With a powerful roar, he felt his aura intensify, shattering the chains of his 7th level confinement. Am I truly at the 7th level now? Wang Li's face was a mask of disbelief, quickly giving way to elation as he bowed deeply to Lin Yuming, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior. I am eternally grateful." At that moment, Wang Li regarded Lin Yuming as an unparalleled powerhouse who played with the world. Just then, He Wuhua and the others arrived, expecting to witness a spectacle, only to find Wang Li had broken through to the 7th level. What luck, old Wang! What kind of fortune did you stumble upon to achieve such an advancement? He Wuhua gazed at Wang Li with envy, nearly driven mad with jealousy. "Mind your words, comrade. You should now refer to me as Master Wang." Wang Li jested with a smile. "You all carry on. I must take my leave. I shall no longer attend classes." "I trust you have no objections?" Lin Yuming interjected suddenly. No. Esteemed senior, you jest. With my abilities, how could I dare to instruct you?" Wang Li hastily nodded, fearful of offending this enigmatic figure. By the way, aside from myself, there are no hidden powerhouses in Class 1, so feel free to train without concern, Lin Yuming added before departing. Once her figure vanished, Wang Li straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and attempted to project authority, proclaiming, "You lot, why was your rescue so delayed? Had it not been for the assistance of my esteemed senior, I would surely have perished. Look at you, So proud of yourself. It was merely a breakthrough to the 7th level. He Wuhua and the others cast disdainful glances at him, chiming in unison. Old Wang, who exactly was that esteemed senior? The crowd inquired curiously. I'm not sure. All I know is they are a hidden powerhouse. I can't fathom why they would mingle among the students. Perhaps it is the peculiar whims of the strong, playing the fool to catch the wise. One day, I too shall give it a try. Let us go. I have broken through today, so let us celebrate. Dinner is on me. In that case, we shall feast extravagantly at your expense. They proceeded to a self-service barbecue restaurant, and true to form, Old Wang remained frugal despite his recent breakthrough. As the afternoon approached, Wang Li observed the disheveled line before him, searching for Lin Yuming's presence, only to feel relieved upon realizing she was absent. Yet, a hint of embarrassment lingered. After all, he had been sent flying in front of the entire class, losing his authority. How could he teach his students after such a humiliation? Thus, he resolved to find a scapegoat. Classmates, a small incident occurred this morning during my bout with Lin Yuming. I was careless and failed to evade. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge me now? Those who manage to defeat me shall be exempt from training. The same rules apply. If you can withstand 5 minutes under my hand, I shall reward you with 100,000. What if I manage to defeat you? A discordant voice rang out from the crowd. Upon hearing this, Wang Li felt a surge of delight rather than anger. He was relieved that someone had stepped forward, fearing no one would dare. Who spoke? Step forward. At that moment, Li Meng swaggered forward. Hands in his pockets, his gait reminiscent of a streetwise rogue. Instructor, I was asking, should I manage to defeat you, would there be an additional reward? Wang Li, for reasons unknown, felt an urge to strike him. But suppressing his anger, he replied, what reward do you seek? Upon my return to Meng village, perhaps you could hire me as a bodyguard for a few days. Ha ha, very well, let us commence without delay. Wang Li was eager to engage him. In an instant, Li Meng and Wang Li entered a state of combat, their forms intertwining as fists and palms clashed in a flurry. Li Meng utilized his great ability. Phantom leg, with his leg muscles bulging, unleashing a torrent of power. Each kick resonated with the force of thunder, as if it could tear through the very air itself. Wang Li, agile and sprightly, first sidestepped Li Meng's powerful straight punch, then followed up with an elbow strike aimed at Li Meng's ribs. For the first minute, they exchanged blows evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. The kid has some skill. It's no wonder he's so arrogant. But this is where it ends. What followed was a one-sided thrashing as Wang Li began to take the fight seriously. His gaze sharpened, and his strikes became increasingly fierce. With a swift glide, Wang Li maneuvered to Li Meng's side, his left leg sweeping toward Li Meng's lower body. Li Meng reacted swiftly, leaping to evade, but Wang Li immediately countered with an uppercut that connected solidly with Li Meng amid the gaze of the crowd. Li Meng awkwardly rose to his feet, silently vowing, Wang Li, you shall await your reckoning. I will surely settle this score. The exhilaration surged within him. Had Wang Li displayed even a modicum of courtesy, he might not have reacted so vehemently, but his arrogance was simply intolerable, reminiscent of a villainous character. Li Meng mused inwardly. Is there anyone else wishing to challenge? He called out, with no one stepping forward. The training commenced. After witnessing Li Meng's outburst, everyone diligently focused on their exercises. The scene shifted to Yu. He Wu Hua, his expression grave, addressed the assembly. This afternoon, we shall learn a B-grade combat technique, Tiger Roar Fist. This technique wields immense power. Mastering it is categorized into 4 stages. Entry-level, adept, proficient, and perfected. In the entry-level, one can initially harness the might of the Tiger Roar Fist, augmenting their attack power by approximately 20%, thus gaining a slight advantage in combat. At the adept level, the technique becomes more fluid and natural, with an increase in speed and a power enhancement of around 50%, accompanied by a subtle fist wind that broadens the range and effectiveness of the strikes. In the proficient stage, one can seamlessly integrate the technique with their personal combat style, doubling its potency and enabling them to discern their opponent's vulnerabilities at critical moments to deliver a decisive blow. The perfected stage is even more formidable, allowing the technique to emit a roaring sound akin to that of a tiger, instilling fear in adversaries and significantly diminishing their strength temporarily, while simultaneously enhancing one's own power and speed, yielding extraordinary capabilities beyond the norm. He Wu Hua proceeded to demonstrate the Tiger Roar fist, each motion exuding vigor and accompanied by a gusting wind, as if the very essence of a tiger was present. The audience watched with rapt attention, Yu particularly fixated, anxious not to miss a single detail. Upon completing the demonstration, He Wu Hua instructed everyone to practice independently. Yu took a deep breath, recalling the movements he had just observed, and slowly executed his first punch. Though his movements appeared somewhat stiff, his gaze radiated determination and perseverance. He Wu Hua, patrolling the area, noticed Yu's form and furrowed his brow slightly. Approaching him to advise, Yu, ensure you engage your waist to channel your entire body's strength while striking. With that, he grasped Yu's arm, guiding him through the correct motions. Grateful, Yu followed his guidance and attempted again. After several adjustments, his movements gradually began to take shape. Unbeknownst to them, an afternoon had slipped by, and it was time to bid farewell. He Wu Hua distributed copies of the Tiger Roar Fist to everyone, instructing, practice diligently at home. Our training will generally follow this pattern. Physical conditioning in the morning and combat techniques in the afternoon. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will assist in correcting your form. Now, you are all dismissed. Wang Fuguwei, Xiao Huahua, and Yu exchanged greetings before departing. As Yu picked up his phone, he noticed a message from Lin Yuming. Come to the flipping garden to find me. Upon arriving at the flipping garden, he spotted Lin Yuming engaged in a game of chess with an elderly gentleman clad in a white tank top, wielding a fan, his head square-shaped. Yu approached slowly, observing the elderly man intensely focused on the chessboard, while Lin Yuming appeared calm and collected, gently fanning herself with Grandpanyo's fan. Lin Yuming glanced up at him, giving a slight nod, before returning her attention to the game. The old man squinted at Yu and cheerfully remarked, "Young man, you've arrived just in time. Let us see who will emerge victorious in this match." Yu stood by, watching intently as the tension mounted. At a critical juncture, Grandpanyo made an erroneous move, allowing Lin Yuming to seize the opportunity and secure her victory. Grandpanyo, one must not rush in chess, Lin Yuming chuckled. Grandpanyo, somewhat disgruntled, replied, "Young lady, let us have another round." Lin Yuming waved her hand dismissively, "Let us call it a day. It's time for you to head home for dinner. Tutu is waiting at your doorstep." Hearing this, Grandpanyo conceded and leisurely made his exit. Once he departed, Lin Yuming signaled Yu, "Shall we have a game? There's a reward for winning." The two swiftly set up the chessboard and commenced their match. Lin Yuming initiated with an aggressive opening move, while Yu responded normally. Initially, Yu managed to keep pace, but as the game progressed, Lin Yuming's strategy became increasingly intricate. She cunningly laid traps, and Yu, caught off guard, fell into one. After several turns, impatience began to gnaw at Yu, prompting him to take a risk by advancing his rook boldly into enemy territory. Lin Yuming seized the moment. Employing a clever maneuver to capture Yu's rook, Yu frowned, reassessing the situation. Lin Yuming, however, grew increasingly formidable, her pieces advancing like a well-trained army, pressing the attack. Employing a dual rook check strategy, she compelled Yu to labor defensively. Beads of sweat formed on Yu's brow as he racked his brain for a solution. Yet, Lin Yuming offered no respite. A rook advanced to deliver a checkmate, leaving Yu in dire straits. "Alas, I concede this match. Lin Yuming, you truly are formidable," Yu lamented, shaking his head in resignation. "Now, let us speak seriously. For a while, you must focus on self-training. Tonight's session is temporarily suspended." Yu, surprised, inquired, "Why?" "I must attend to certain matters that may require some time. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Yu offered his meager support. "You are still too weak to be of help," Lin Yuming replied with a hint of disappointment. "During this period, dedicate yourself to the cultivation methods I provided. Overcome any difficulties you encounter on your own," she instructed. Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. "By the way, here, take this." Lin Yuming handed him a bracelet, insisting, "You must wear it at all times. Even while bathing or sleeping, do not inquire about its purpose. You will understand in due time. I hope that when I return, you will have advanced to the second tier. I must take my leave now." After Lin Yuming departed, Yu stood in place, murmuring to himself, "Am I truly that weak? Indeed, at this moment, I am exceedingly weak." He resolved to return swiftly to his training. Back at his residence, he hastily consumed a light meal, took a quick shower, and resumed his practice of the battle sky-shattering star technique. Chapter 24. Xiao Huahua's opportunity. Upon returning home, Xiao Huahua found his father had prepared a meal, awaiting his arrival. "How was your day at school, my child? Did you enjoy yourself?" Xiao Fu inquired kindly. "Father, I am sorry. I have chosen the path of martial arts. I know you wished for me to pursue academia. But I cannot resign myself to being an ordinary person and disappointing your expectations," Xiao Huahua confessed, his gaze downcast, unable to meet his father's eyes. Sighing, Xiao Fu placed a hand on his son's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "My child, I do not hold any resentment towards you. Everyone has their own path to tread. As long as you do not regret your choice, I shall support you." Xiao Huahua lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Father, I will strive to become powerful and not let you down. Now wash your hands and let us eat." The father and son enjoyed a pleasant meal together. After dining, Xiao Fu produced a jade pendant, saying, "My child, this was left to you by your mother. It will assist you in your cultivation. As you embark on the path of a warrior, there is little I can do as your father. My capabilities are limited. Everything will depend on your own efforts. Father, please do not speak so. In my heart, you will always be the greatest. Furthermore, could you tell me why mother left us? I can only reveal that her departure was forced. Only when you reach the pinnacle of strength shall we be reunited." Xiao Fu replied, "I understand. Father, I will undoubtedly become a peak powerhouse." With that, Xiao Huahua retreated to his room to commence his cultivation. At that moment, Xiao Fu sighed softly, "Yuner, our child has ultimately chosen the path of a warrior. Perhaps this is the design of fate. Since destiny has led us this far, it is time for me to depart." In his room, Xiao Huahua sat on his bed, anguish etched upon his features. He had been training diligently for 2 full hours, yet his strength had not significantly increased. He knew this was due to his inadequate talent, resulting in a painfully slow absorption of the world's energy. After such extensive effort, he had only managed to improve by a mere 1%, utilizing only the common techniques disseminated by the state. This meager progress left him agitated. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of frustration surged within Xiao Huahua. He refused to believe that fate had him ensnared, unable to transcend his current limitations. He yearned for greater strength and higher prowess. However, reality seemed relentlessly cruel, persistently undermining his confidence. Just as despair began to envelop him, he felt a faint glow emanating from the jade pendant hanging around his neck. Surprised, he looked down to see the pendant shimmering with an extraordinary light. As if conveying some message, as he gazed at the radiant pendant, astonishment and confusion filled his heart. Suddenly, a mysterious and ancient voice resonated within his mind. "Young one, I am Yao Hui. I see potential in you and wish to take you as my disciple. But you must pass my trial first." A jolt of realization coursed through Xiao Huahua, and he respectfully replied, "Elder, I shall exert every effort." And no sooner had he spoken than the scenery before him transformed abruptly, and he found himself in a mist-laden forest. The voice of Yao Hui echoed again. "Within this forest lie 3 spiritual orbs. Find them before sunset to pass the first trial." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Huahua stepped resolutely into the forest. He searched the forest for quite some time, yet found not a single orb. Just then, a spark of inspiration struck him. He climbed a tree and noticed a bird's nest in the distance. He hurried towards it, and indeed, within the nest, he discovered the first spirit orb. Fortune favored him. As he quickly located the first one, encouraged, Xiao Huahua began his quest for the second. However, whether due to a depletion of luck, he searched for a long while without success. As seconds ticked away and the sun began its descent, he grew increasingly anxious. Just at that moment, he stumbled upon a hidden cave. Upon entering, he finally found the second spirit orb nestled in a corner. Only one more to go. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Huahua quickened his pace. At last, in the final moments before sunset, he discovered the last spirit orb at the base of an ancient tree. A flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself back where he started, hearing the voice of Yao Hui. "Well done, you have passed the luck test of the first stage. Ahead lie even more arduous trials." Hearing that greater challenges awaited him, Xiao Huahua's eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve rather than retreat. Yao Hui's voice continued. "The second stage tests your wisdom. Ahead lies an ancient labyrinth, fraught with various traps and mechanisms. You must find the correct exit." Without hesitation, Xiao Huahua entered the labyrinth. The atmosphere within was dim and foreboding. with eerie lights flickering along the walls. He meticulously observed his surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked at each fork in the path. He paused to think calmly, analyzing potential routes. After one misstep, he triggered a trap, and a barrage of arrows rained down upon him. With agile rolls, he evaded the onslaught, reminding himself to exercise greater caution. After navigating several obstacles, Xiao Huahua, through his intellect, finally found the labyrinth's exit. "Excellent," Yao Hui proclaimed. "The next stage tests your courage. At the summit of this peak resides a ferocious beast that you must vanquish." Xiao Huahua gazed at the towering mountain without a hint of hesitation and began his ascent. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the beast lunged at him, claws bared. Gripping his weapon tightly, Xiao Huahua engaged in a fierce battle. Despite the creature's formidable strength, he fought fearlessly, charging relentlessly. Ultimately, through his indomitable spirit, the beast fell at his feet. The final stage tests your perseverance. You must endure the biting cold within this ice cavern for 3 days and 3 nights. Without a moment's pause, Xiao Huahua stepped into the frigid cave. The bone-chilling cold enveloped him instantaneously. He clenched his teeth and bore the torment silently. As time passed, his body grew increasingly numb, yet his will remained steadfast. After 3 long days and nights, Xiao Huahua emerged from the ice cavern, utterly exhausted, yet his eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Yao Hui's voice resonated. "Congratulations, you have passed all tests. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Huahua knelt and expressed his gratitude. "I bow to you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Yao Hui nodded approvingly, stating, "Disciple, I will first impart to you a cultivation technique. You must practice diligently and without sloth." With that, a stream of spiritual light entered Xiao Huahua's mind. He felt the immense and profound essence of the technique and quickly calmed his thoughts to absorb it fully. Once he had grasped the technique, he leaped joyfully into the air. Chapter 25. The Grand Martial Arts Competition of the County. The 9 Suns Burning Heaven record is an extraordinary SSS-level technique, embodying boundless mysteries and immense power. To cultivate this technique, one must draw the pure yang energy from the heavens above into their body, gathering it in the dantian to transform into the 9 suns' true fire. This fire is incredibly intense, capable of incinerating all malevolent entities and purifying the cultivator's meridians and soul, allowing them to achieve a state of purity. Furthermore, as the 9 yang energy circulates within, it significantly enhances the cultivator's spiritual energy reserves and recovery speed, ensuring sustained combat effectiveness without depletion. Upon reaching a minor success, one can unleash the 9 suns' true fire, which manifests as a dazzling golden flame that distorts the very fabric of space, instantly reducing foes to ashes. When cultivated to a major success, one can comprehend the burning heaven 9 suns array, summoning 9 colossal sun-like apparitions to form an unparalleled killing formation, trapping enemies within and sealing their fate. No matter how powerful they may be, moreover, mastering the 9 suns burning heaven record to its fullest extent allows one to harness the yang fire of heaven and earth, creating a domain of fire. Within this realm, the cultivator reigns supreme, amplifying the might of the 9 suns' true fire, ensnaring enemies in an endless sea of flames from which escape is nearly impossible. Additionally, this technique possesses formidable healing capabilities. The 9 suns' true fire can mend the cultivator's injuries, maintaining optimal condition during battles for prolonged engagements. In summary, the 9 suns burning heaven record is a top-tier technique that integrates offense and defense, while also providing healing and self-enhancement. Successfully mastering it guarantees dominance in one's realm, rendering one invincible. It is akin to a young calf boasting, truly remarkable. Without delay, Xiao Huahua commenced his training. The following day, eager to share his joyous news with his father, he instead found a letter and a card left on the table. "My son, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. From now on, you must train diligently on your own. Do not seek me out. The path of the strong is often solitary. When you become a peak powerhouse, we shall meet again. The password for the card is your birthday. Farewell." After reading the letter, Xiao Huahua displayed little reaction. He quietly proceeded to school and requested to practice independently. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Yi Yu and Su Ku, embarking on his path of cultivation. Clearly, Xiao Huahua had found his own opportunities, and I could not fall behind. Thus, You began a routine of physical training in the mornings, combat skills in the afternoons, and meditation in the evenings. As the days drew closer to the college entrance examination, a significant event approached. The Grand Martial Arts Competition of the County. In the training ground, various instructors stood before their respective classes. Their expressions serious. Instructor Wongley addressed Class 1 with utmost gravity. As the elite class of Tomato County First High School, we will select some of you to represent the school in battle. Many will come to observe, including students from other classes. This is a prime opportunity to showcase your prowess. Perform well, and you'll gain priority in choosing partners. He paused for effect before continuing. Moreover, while other schools' instructors are from the same camp, they are on different teams. In previous years, we have always secured first place. I expect this year to be no different. However, if we fail to achieve that upon your return, I will train you mercilessly. Do you understand? The students chorused in unison, "We understand." The response echoed throughout the training ground. Class 1 echoed their agreement. The other classes were informed, "You will merely be spectators this time. Observe the competition closely. Learn the techniques and strategies, as you may have opportunities to compete in the future. However, such chances may be rare unless Class 1 is left without anyone to participate, as historically, your school has claimed first place. And I anticipate no surprises this year." Yet, amidst the crowd, Yu felt an ominous premonition upon hearing He Wuhua's proclamation. He thought to himself, according to the narrative's pattern, such declarations often precede unexpected events. Just then, the loudspeaker blared. "All students, please assemble immediately on the playground." The announcement resonated throughout the campus. Consequently, everyone made their way to the playground, eager for the upcoming thrilling competition. The playground of Chao County First High School. Principal Zhu stood at the podium, addressing the students. "Greetings, everyone. Today marks our annual Grand Martial Arts Competition in Tomato County. I shall not indulge in idle chatter. I wish you all a triumphant return." Soon, buses began arriving, transporting all members of the martial arts class to the Chao County Arena. This venue, the largest in Tomato County, can accommodate 40,000 spectators. Rumor has it that the county's wealthiest individual, Wang Moyu, once played here against the Hengda team, suffering a resounding defeat of 0-9. Through the bus window, Yu beheld the arena swarming with people. Following the crowd into the venue, he found his class's designated seating. After settling in, he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, the host's resounding voice pierced the air. "Now, let us welcome all competitors. First, please welcome the Tomato First High School representative team." Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the audience, the representatives of Tomato First High School emerged from the passage, greeted by a wave of cheers and applause. The host's vibrant voice echoed in the background. Now entering the arena is the Jiangnan First High School representative team. They are determined and agile, embodying the principle of perseverance and the belief in unity and resilience. We hope they showcase their skills and charm on the field, achieving remarkable results. Listening to this introduction, Yu felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the very script from my previous life's elementary school sports day? While pondering this, a deafening cheer erupted, and he looked up to see a team clad in green sportswear taking the stage. Next up is the Lush Water Middle School representative team. The host passionately introduced, they are a spirited and tenacious team. Forward they march, guided by their motto. Let us eagerly anticipate their outstanding performance. As various teams took to the stage one after another, the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly fervent. Why, you could sense the excitement and anticipation shining in his classmates' eyes. And he too found himself irresistibly swept up by this vibrant ambience. Soon, with the host announcing the official commencement of the competition, the large screen began to randomly match the teams. After a few moments, the draw results were revealed. Tomato number 1 Middle School versus Tomato number 5 Middle School. Tomato number 2 Middle School versus Tomato number 3 Middle School. Tomato number 6 Middle School versus Tomato No. 4 Middle School. Tomato number 7 Middle School versus Tomato number 8 Middle School. Chapter 26. Li Meng takes the stage. The host stood upon the stage, articulating the rules of the competition. The tournament would employ a knockout format based on a draw, ultimately determining the champions and runners-up. Each match consisted of a total of 6 rounds, 5 one-on-one duels, and 1 5-on-5 team battle. A victory in a duel awarded 1 point, while a win in the team battle granted 2 points. Thus, the team with the highest score would advance to the next round. Under such a system, luck played a significant role. For instance, Both Tomato Number 1 Middle School and Tomato Number 8 Middle School were formidable contenders for the championship. However, should they encounter each other in the first round, undoubtedly one school would face elimination. It was precisely this uncertainty that added to the intrigue of the competition. With the referee's whistle, the matches commenced. The first contest featured Number 1 against Number 5. As a traditional powerhouse, Number 1 exhibited remarkable strength, while Number 5 consistently finished at the bottom. Thus, the outcome was predictable, with Number 1 triumphing effortlessly with a score of 4-1, successfully advancing to the semi-finals. Next was the fierce battle between Number 2 and Number 3, where both teams were evenly matched, exchanging blows without yielding. After an intense struggle, Number 2 narrowly defeated Number 3 with a score of 4-3, advancing narrowly. Following that was the showdown between Number 6 and Number 4, with Number 6 emerging victorious. However, the result of the fourth match left everyone astounded. Number 8 defeated Number 7 with a staggering score of 4-0. And remarkably, both the captain and vice-captain of Number 8 did not even participate. This outcome raised questions regarding the true strength of Number 8. After the matches concluded, the students from Number 1 gathered with solemn expressions to discuss tactics. Captain Wang Fugui furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears that Number 8's strength this year is somewhat beyond expectations." Vice-Captain Suku nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, Number 7 is not weak." Yet they were completely shut out. "It seems our quest for the championship will not be an easy feat." At that moment, Li Meng, with unyielding bravado, declared, "What are you afraid of?" "With me, Li Meng, here, the championship is as good as ours." "Stop boasting. Are you even aware of your own abilities? You prance around acting tough, yet you first need to defeat me." Wang Fugui interrupted impatiently. Li Meng's face turned beet red, resembling a liver, and he retorted, "Do you think you're so impressive? Without an SSS-level talent awakening, what are you even?" "Enough of this bickering," Suku interjected. "This is not the time for infighting. We must devise a strategy to contend with No. 8's formidable strength. I have an idea," chimed in Zhuang Cheng from Class 1. "If we substitute our weaker players for their strongest, we can have our best take down their second strongest, and so forth. We could easily secure a 4-1 victory over them." Upon finishing, Zhuang Cheng mused, "I truly am a genius. Who would have thought of such a strategy? Back in elementary school, only one person could match my intellect, Tsongming. We were dubbed the twin stars of Tomato Elementary. How did you make it to high school?" Li Meng mocked, "Isn't this just the tale of Tianji's horse racing? Furthermore, how can you predict their lineup?" Zhuang Cheng replied, "Oh, I didn't realize that my idea had already been preempted by someone named Tianji. Such is the unfortunate timing of my brilliance. Just shut up if you go out. Please don't mention that you know me." "I truly wonder how you possess an S-level talent," Li Meng taunted again. Zhuang Cheng's talent was SS-level intelligence, yet it seemed to have little impact on his current performance. Observing his teammates' demeanor, Wang Fugui realized they were unreliable and thought it might be better to focus on enhancing their own strength through nourishment. In a barbecue restaurant, Yi Yu and Wang Fugui were enjoying their meal. "Old Yi, Number 8's strength this year is quite formidable. What do you think?" Yi Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "Personally, I believe this pasta should be mixed with 42-grade concrete, as the length of this screw can significantly affect the torque of the excavator, you know? When you hammer it in, it instantaneously generates a substantial amount of high-energy protein, commonly referred to as UFOs, which can severely impact economic development and even cause certain nuclear pollution in the Pacific and the Chargers. Although trigonometric functions confirm the surface tension of water, the lactic acid bacteria from spoiled eggs can induce the contraction of cardiovascular systems, leading to an increase in Earth's temperature due to thermal expansion and contraction, simultaneously affecting the absorption at Lagrange points, spurring the hyperevolution of Xi-Yang-Yang. You see, according to the Pythagorean theorem, you can easily deduce that the artificially raised Higashi Tojo can capture wild trigonometric functions, thus regardless of whether Qin Shi Huang's cross-section possesses radioactivity or if Trump's nth power contains sediment. It does not matter. This Walmart converges with this wire king in Antarctica. Wang Fugui responded, "Old Yi, what on earth are you talking about? Have you been possessed?" Yi laughed heartily, "Just teasing you. Rest assured, I'll step in when necessary." "All right, then it's on you." Wang Fugui chose not to discourage Yi Yu, believing he was merely joking, especially given Yi Yu's talent. Without extraordinary fortune, his strength would surely improve only gradually. Let us keep eating. Here's your favorite kidney. After their meal, the two returned home to train on the second day of the competition, The much-anticipated duel between the two strongest contenders, number 1 versus number 2, was about to begin. "Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome," the host exclaimed excitedly. As his words echoed, a wave of cheers and applause erupted from the audience. "Let us welcome the competitors to the stage," the host continued. From number 1 emerged a slender boy named Li Meng, while from number 2 stepped forth a petite girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, clad in a pink dress. Her hair tied in 2 adorable pigtails, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Her name was Ling Inger. "Wow, a little lowly," the audience gasped in awe at the sight of Ling Inger, curious and eager to see if she could triumph over her formidable opponent. "Competitors, please get ready," the referee announced. Upon seeing his opponent was a little girl, Li Meng mockingly raised his middle finger towards No. 2, scoffing, "Is there no one else in your school? Sending a primary school student up is truly laughable." He then turned his derision towards Ling Inger, taunting, "Little sister, have you grown up yet? Your name suits you well. Hurry home and drink some milk. If I were you, I'd just surrender. Or else you might end up going home to find your mommy. Ha ha ha. Are you some kind of innate mocking saint? Do you enjoy ridiculing others so much? Also, has anyone ever told you that your appearance is quite punchable? You look like a street punk. Just wait until I don't beat you to a pulp." The referee interjected. "Leave the task of beating him to you. Unless he is half dead. I want to blow the whistle. I'm already itching to get started," he said, mistakenly saying he was thirsty instead of eager. "So, I declare the match to begin. You foolish bird of a referee, what is your name? I'll file a complaint against you." Li Meng continued his mockery of the referee. Seizing the initiative, Ling Inger launched her attack. Chapter 27. Li Meng falls suddenly. Ling Inger darted forward, appearing before Li Meng in an instant, and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Li Meng, taken aback by her astonishing speed, was caught off guard and felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Just as he attempted to retaliate, Ling Inger landed a punch squarely on his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Li Meng staggered back under the onslaught of Ling Inger's strikes. Astonished internally, how can this little girl be so formidable? The audience watched in stunned silence. They had initially perceived Ling Inger as merely an adorable little girl, yet her agility and prowess were astounding, eliciting continuous cheers. "Well done. I've always found that yellow-haired brat unsightly, especially with his silly shoes and tiny silver chains. He doesn't look like a good person at all. If I were allowed to compete, I would surely give him a good thrashing," a spectator shouted. Hearing this, Li Meng momentarily forgot about Ling Inger, turning to exchange insults with the spectator. At this point, all the students from number 1 were covering their faces, with some quietly removing their school uniforms. Wang Li's face displayed embarrassment as he thought to himself that he would train Li Meng to death upon returning. "It was utterly humiliating, you fool. This is fashion. You don't know anything. If you want to fight me, how about we have a one-on-one after the match? I'm not targeting you. I'm merely stating that everyone else here is garbage, except for those stronger than me." Li Meng was not naive. He knew there were some important figures present, thus he added a caveat. As the audience heard Li Meng's words, they were infuriated and ready to rush the stage. Just then, a powerful figure from the organizing committee snorted coldly, silencing the entire crowd. "No unrelated personnel are permitted on stage during the match," he declared, effectively quelling the angry audience. Then the formidable warrior added, "Of course, what transpires after the match is of no concern to the organizers." Upon hearing this, the audience on stage gradually fell silent, although some had already discreetly sought out burlap sacks. At that moment, Ling Inger delivered a swift kick to Li Meng's backside, causing him to crash to the ground in a most undignified manner. Once he regained his footing, he began to curse, "Damn it, the youth today lack any sense of martial ethics. I shall take this seriously." With that, he unleashed his great ability, Phantom Leg, while Ling Inger showed no signs of fear and skillfully sidestepped his attack. She advanced, launching a fierce barrage of punches aimed directly at Li Meng's vital points. Li Meng attempted to block and dodge, yet his Phantom Leg was indeed an A-grade ability, powerful and formidable. Suddenly, he seized an opportunity and delivered a fierce kick that struck Ling Inger's shoulder. She let out a muffled groan and was knocked to the ground. However, instead of retreating, a fiercer determination ignited in her eyes. She activated her great ability, Devil Muscles, and in an instant, she transformed from a petite girl into a towering figure of 2 meters and 2 centimeters. reminiscent of Neza from the animated series. This sudden metamorphosis left the audience in awe, exclaiming, "What on earth? The little girl has turned into the Hulk." Ling Inger flexed her muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds, and began to stride toward Li Meng, each step resonating with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Meng felt the weight of her transformation and swallowed hard, thinking, "How on earth am I supposed to fight this?" What had begun as a warm-up was now taking a serious turn. "Prepare yourself," Ling Inger shouted, charging at Li Meng like a cannonball. Li Meng activated his phantom leg and sprinted away, with Ling Inger hot on his heels. The scene was surreal, a 2-meter-tall woman chasing after a small, wiry young man with yellow hair. Frustrated by her inability to catch him, Ling Inger yelled, "Stop running, then you stop chasing," Li Meng retorted. "If you don't run, I won't chase. I'll land one punch, and if you can withstand it, I'll concede." Ling Inger, already growing impatient from the chase, responded, "I trust you as far as I can throw you. Besides, with my petite frame, there's no way I could endure a single punch from your 20 years of training." With a sudden burst of energy, Ling Inger seized the moment and struck the ground with tremendous force, sending shockwaves toward Li Meng. Seizing the opening, she propelled herself forward, landing a rapid punch to Li Meng's abdomen, launching him across the stage. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he hastily called out, "I concede." But Ling Inger offered him no respite, grabbing hold of his feet and swinging him about, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. With all his remaining strength, Li Meng managed to utter, "I surrender," yet the referee seemed oblivious, digging into his ears and blowing his whistle, glancing around in confusion. At this point, Li Meng lost consciousness, whether from anger or the blows he had received remained unclear. Observing that Li Meng had succumbed, Ling Inger struck him a few more times, inadvertently waking him up again. Seeing him conscious, she resumed her assault. Li Meng, realizing he had awakened only to be Wu Fan, swung his colossal fist, imbued with formidable strength, towards Wang Fuguwei. The force of his punch howled through the air, compressing it into a sharp, piercing sound, as if the fist could shatter a mountain peak. Yet, Wang Fuguwei remained unfazed. At the moment Wu Fan's fist was about to descend, he instantaneously activated his devouring talent. With a powerful suction emanating from him, the surrounding air appeared to warp as Wu Fan's fist approached Wang Fuguwei. Its strength was incessantly consumed. A subtle vortex manifested around Wang Fuguwei, continuously drawing in Wu Fan's power. The airflow around the competition stage was also affected. Rushing towards Wang Fuguwei, Wu Fan was taken aback but did not retreat. He exerted himself once more, attempting to break free from Wang Fuguwei's pull. However, Wang Fuguwei's devouring talent proved overwhelmingly potent, as Wu Fan's strength was relentlessly siphoned into Wang Fuguwei's being. Wu Fan felt as though his fist were ensnared in an unfathomable abyss. Unable to extricate itself, his arm began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seizing the moment, Wang Fuguwei suddenly waved his hand, unleashing all the consumed power. A formidable shockwave surged towards Wu Fan, akin to a ferocious beast propelled by an unstoppable force. The shockwave tore through the competition stage, uprooting tiles and sending debris flying, creating a terrifying scene. The audience gasped in awe, astonished by this overwhelming display of power. Wu Fan hastily raised his arms to defend, yet before such might, he was forced to stagger backward. His feet carved deep grooves into the stage with each retreat, causing it to tremble. Pain surged through Wu Fan's arms. He felt as though his bones might shatter. Unwilling to concede defeat, he summoned the strength of the Titan, readying for a final strike. His body swelled once more, muscles bulging. But Wang Fuguwei would not grant him this opportunity. He activated his devouring talent again, consuming heaven and earth. This time, he amplified the suction to its utmost limit. Everything around, including debris from the stage, was drawn into the vortex, even the very air itself. Wu Fan felt his strength dissipating rapidly, his body growing increasingly feeble. His complexion paled, sweat cascading like rain. Ultimately, Wu Fan collapsed helplessly onto the competition stage. Chapter 29. The Clash of Fire and Water. Now, let us invite both sides to present their second combatants. On one side, we see Team 1 dispatching their vice-captain, Su Ku, while Team 8 sends forth their captain, Qin Shan. Goodness, Yet another pinnacle showdown, upon witnessing the opposing captain's emergence. Team 1's expressions darkened. Suku facing the enemy captain was undoubtedly an unfavorable outcome. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Suku darted forward like a gust of wind, her speed eliciting gasps from the audience. However, Qin Shan remained stationary, eyes half closed, seemingly attuned to the surrounding currents. Just as Suku neared, Qin Shan suddenly opened his eyes, deftly sidestepping her attack. Suku was taken aback, astonished by Qin Shan's swift reflexes. Yet she did not falter. She immediately adjusted her stance and launched another assault. This time, she unleashed her full might, the wind of her fists howling with fierce momentum. Qin Shan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Rather than retreating, he advanced to meet Suku's fists head-on. Their fists collided, producing a deep, resonant sound. Suku sensed an immense force surging towards her, involuntarily taking several steps back. Realizing she was outmatched in strength, Suku resorted to her S-class talent, Ice Goddess. Empowered by the Ice Goddess, her every movement exuded a chill. With a graceful wave of her hand, she summoned a flurry of snowflakes, enveloping her opponent in a silvery realm. Each snowflake contained tremendous power, seemingly capable of piercing through all barriers. Qin Shan, too, activated his S-class talent, Immovable King, standing resolutely as a mountain, radiating an aura of authority. His form appeared unassailable, rendering any assault against him trivial. As the icy breath approached, Qin Shan remained unfazed, channeling the power of his talent, the ethereal image of the immovable king manifesting behind him, bestowing upon him boundless strength and protection. Suku, agile and graceful, danced amidst the swirling snowflakes, the air growing frigid. She twirled her hands, launching ice spikes like arrows toward Qin Shan. His gaze sharpened. The power of the immovable king erupted, forming an indomitable shield around him. The ice spikes struck the shield, producing a crisp sound as they shattered. Suku frowned slightly, exhaling sharply as she unleashed the full force of her Ice Goddess talent, summoning a colossal blizzard that surged toward Qin Shan. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He sank slightly, hands pressed together, the image of the immovable king solidifying further. He stood unwavering amidst the tempest, impervious to the howling winds and ravaging snow. After a tense standoff, Qin Shan abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful roar as a surge of might erupted from within him, dispersing the blizzard in an instant. Suku was pushed back by the force of the recoil, gritting her teeth as she gathered her strength for another assault. Qin Shan, undaunted, readied himself to meet Suku's next offensive. The battle intensified to a fever pitch. Ultimately, Qin Shan leveraged his physical advantage to claim victory in this round. Congratulations to Team 2 for securing the win in this second individual match. Leveling the score to 1-1. I'm sorry, Captain, Suku apologized, her head bowed as she returned to her seat. It's all right. I don't blame you. You did your best, Wang Fuguwei replied, though inwardly he was already lamenting the situation. Who should we send up next? He glanced at Zhuang Chong, fanning himself on the left, and Li Meng, bandaged up on the right, and couldn't help but chuckle. He certainly couldn't rely on these two. Wu Ming, you're up next. Just do your best and don't feel too pressured. I've got this. Wu Ming responded confidently. 5 minutes later, Wu Ming lay exhausted on the stage. I'm done. Let it be over quickly. Congratulations to Team 8 for winning the third individual match, bringing the score to 1-2. Lu Yuan, you're up next, Wang Fuguwei announced, sending forth the team's second S-class talent. Both contestants, please prepare. The match begins on the raucous competition stage. Lu Yuan faced Chen Hao, the atmosphere thick with tension as if the very air were about to solidify. Lu Yuan, endowed with the S-class talent of the Wrath of the Flame God, emanated an intense heat. Red flames danced in his palms, poised to unleash astonishing power at any moment. The ground beneath him bore scorch marks from the searing temperature. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, possessing the S-class talent of the Ocean God, appeared as the embodiment of the sea, steadfast and profound. Wisps of water vapor surrounded him, imparting a refreshing sensation. Goodness, a clash of water and fire. Since time immemorial, fire and water have been irreconcilable. Let us witness whether water extinguishes fire or fire evaporates water. This is troublesome. Under equal talents, fire is inferior to water. Wang Li foresaw the impending mockery he would face. The battle was at the brink of eruption. Lu Yuan struck first, sweeping his palm to unleash a torrent of flames towards Qian Hao. The flames roared like a rampaging dragon, exuding a destructive force. As they surged forward, the air warped from the heat, crackling ominously. The fiery torrent raced towards Qian Hao in an instant. However, Qian Hao remained unperturbed, swiftly conjuring a massive wall of water with a flourish of his hands. The shimmering water wall, akin to countless crystal-clear droplets, emerged to meet the flames. The fire collided with the water wall, producing a sizzling sound as steam billowed forth, enveloping the arena in a veil of mist. Despite the flames' intense heat causing the water wall to evaporate, Qian Hao continuously infused it with the power of water, maintaining its fortitude. Qian Hao then counterattacked, thrusting his hands forward as a colossal water vortex surged towards Lu Yuan. The swirling water vortex, imbued with tremendous force, stirred the air into a whirlwind. Lu Yuan swiftly sidestepped, clasping his hands together, and unleashed an even more ferocious fireball towards the water vortex. The collision of the fireball and water vortex erupted with immense force, causing the entire competition stage to tremble. The flames writhed within the water vortex, striving to break free, yet the water vortex's might was formidable, persistently suppressing the flames. Sensing the tide, Lu Yuan resolved to intensify his assault. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the full fury of the wrath of the flame god, torrents of flames erupting from his being, coalescing into a gigantic firestorm in the air. The storm roared, flames twisting like serpents. While the ground beneath him blackened, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred Qian Hao, too, would not be outdone. He summoned the full power of the ocean god, raising his hands high as dark clouds gathered ominously above. And torrential rain fell in an instant. The rain merged with his power, transforming into a colossal tsunami-like wave surging forth. The wave towered several meters high, crashing towards the firestorm with the force of a tidal wave. The firestorm and water wave collided at the center of the stage, producing a deafening explosion. Flames and steam intertwined, creating a dazzling spectacle as they struggled against one another, each refusing to yield. Chapter 30. EU takes action. The two remain locked in a stalemate for a duration. At this moment, Qian Hao spoke up. You are quite formidable, but regrettably, I am even stronger. It is time to conclude this. With that, he bellowed, the sea god descends. In an instant, a figure emerged from the surging waves, wielding a trident forged from condensed water, which he hurled with great force towards Lu Yuan. Caught off guard, Lu Yuan was unable to evade and was ultimately knocked off the competition stage. Having fallen from the platform, Lu Yuan lost his qualification for this match. Victory to Team 8, with the referee's declaration. The host exclaimed, "My goodness! Team 8 has claimed yet another single combat victory. Could it be that they are staging a comeback this year?" As the fourth match was set to begin, the host urged both sides to prepare. Zhuang Chang steps up, and he is out. The host continued. It appears that Team 8 is indeed a dark horse this year. As the score has now reached 1-3, this is already a match point, placing the pressure squarely on Team 1. Will they withstand the pressure and turn the tide, or will Team 8 secure a decisive 4-1 victory? Let us wait and see. Is there anyone willing to step up for the fifth match? Wang Fugui inquired of his team. However, every member kept their heads down, unwilling to speak, fearful of being singled out by Wang Fugui. For this match was critical. A loss would mean elimination, potentially placing them in the spotlight of blame. With the pressure of a match point weighing heavily, noticing the delay from Team 1, the host called out, "Team 1, please send out a contestant promptly." Yet still, no one responded. Observing this, Yu quietly left his seat in the audience. Seeing that Team 1 had yet to send anyone out, Duze from Team 8 shouted, "What's going on? Are we still going to fight?" Just then, Yu appeared on the competition stage. "Who are you? I haven't seen you in the contestant area," Duze questioned, puzzled. "The main players are exhausted. I am a substitute," Yu replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the heck? Are you really going to fight?" Some individuals secretly sighed in relief, thinking, the scapegoat has arrived. "Is there really no one else from Team 1? Just a substitute?" Duze remarked, though internally he felt relieved. After all, a substitute player would likely be easier to handle than a main player, unless this substitute turned out to be a hidden powerhouse. But such a thing is unlikely to happen to me. I cannot agree. While Cristiano Ronaldo is indeed strong, my faith lies with the Lakers. Over the past 2 years, Ding Junhui has shown remarkable improvement in both the single and double bars, so I believe in this World Cup. In conclusion, it is not difficult to surmise that the key factor in this match will hinge on whether Yao Ming can accurately hit the tin ring in the final curve to go for it. Andy Lau. Yu continued to reply in a disordered manner. What are you babbling about? Du Zhe was somewhat perplexed by this line of dialogue. The referee, equally confused, declared, "The match begins on stage." The atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. Yi Yu and Du Zhe stood like two statues, their gazes locking, as if electric currents surged between them. A slight smile played on Yi Yu's lips. He darted forward, appearing before Du Zhe in an instant. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtling towards Du Zhe's face. Taken aback, Du Zhe quickly crossed his arms in defense. With a resounding thud, Du Zhe was pushed back several steps, shock flickering in his eyes. What incredible speed! He marveled inwardly. The audience erupted in gasps, initially believing Yi Yu to be an ordinary substitute, only to discover his formidable prowess. Why Yu offered Du Zhe no respite, advancing with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Delivering relentless kicks, Du Zhe struggled to keep up, gradually falling behind. Who on earth is this guy? He thought, growing increasingly anxious. At that moment, Yu seized an opening and sent Du Zhe crashing to the ground with a kick. Rather than pressing the advantage, Yu reflected, is this what the bronze tier feels like? Back when I was constantly beaten in peak matches, I doubted my life die in this situation. All Yu could think was, easy. Du Zhe gritted his teeth and rose with great difficulty. Taking a deep breath, he charged at Yu once more, attempting a sneak attack. However, Yu easily dodged and landed a beautiful side kick to Du Zhe's abdomen. Doubling over in pain, sweat dripped down Du Zhe's brow. At this moment, Yu remarked, "No, my friend. Where are your abilities? You keep rushing in for hand-to-hand combat, yet you can't even win that. Do you think you're a cultivator from a domestic fantasy drama? If you have powers, use them. Otherwise, you may soon find you have no chance left," Du Zhe slowly replied. "Your strength clearly indicates you are not an ordinary person. You must be Team 1's secret weapon. Initially, I hesitated to use my powers because you were just a substitute, but now you deserve my full strength." Hearing Du Zhe's lengthy explanation, Yu chuckled. This is as amusing as a grandmother climbing into bed. It's quite entertaining. I am indeed not from Team 1. I am from Team 10. And if you can't win, just admit it without making excuses, you fool. Du Zhe, enraged, unleashed his S-level ability. "Come forth, Blood Shadow Blade," he declared, as a weapon emanating a mysterious aura appeared in his grasp. The blade, over 3 feet long, was slender yet exuded a menacing glint, appearing to be forged from solidified blood. The blade bore faint, enigmatic patterns, ancient runes or perhaps flowing veins of blood. Yu smiled slightly. "Now this is more like it, but your lines were rather silly, akin to a primary school student. Do you think you are in the world of Pokemon?" Unable to contain himself, Du Zhe charged forward. Wielding the blade and executing a series of shadow thrusts, Yu remained vigilant, dodging several meters away before employing his starburst break. Seeing this, Du Zhe hastily raised the Blood Shadow Blade to block. But he clearly underestimated the power of starburst break. The clash between starburst break and Blood Shadow Blade erupted into a thunderous sound, sending Du Zhe and his blade flying several meters away. Barely avoiding the edge of the stage as he struggled to stand, gasping for breath. "Pick up your blade," Yu urged. "Are you crazy?" Du Zhe retorted, speechless. "Since you're not going to pick it up, then you might as well step down," Yu declared, preparing to strike in response. Du Zhe leapt off the competition stage, shouting, "You can't hit me. Just you wait for the team match. You'll regret it." At that moment, the referee blew the whistle and announced, "The match is over. The victor is Team 1. Old Yi, you're amazing," Wang Fuguwei exclaimed excitedly in the arena. Apart from Team 8, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. The sound rising like waves, seemingly ready to overturn the entire sports hall. Yu felt the atmosphere and thought to himself, is this the sensation of turning the tide, the focus of countless eyes? I must admit, it feels quite exhilarating. No wonder some protagonists relish making their grand entrance to save the day. That breathtaking feeling is indeed intoxicating. Yu smiled and waved to the audience before returning to his seat. His classmates from Team 8 gathered around him, their faces beaming with excitement and curiosity. One classmate asked, "Yifan, How did you become so impressive? Did you secretly cheat? Please, tell us how you did it. Another classmate eagerly chimed in, yeah, teach us. Share your secrets to quickly enhancing your strength, and I'll treat you to some local snacks. Facing the enthusiastic inquiries, Yu smiled faintly and said, it's merely luck. This is the result of my persistence and hard work. There are no secrets, just practice diligently. However, his classmates did not seem to fully grasp his words, exchanging puzzled glances. Clearly, they were dissatisfied with his answer. Believing Yu must possess unique training methods or techniques he was reluctant to reveal. Yet, sensing Yu's demeanor, they refrained from pressing further, as everyone has their own secrets and privacy. That moment. Wang Fuguwei approached Yu, admiration shining in his eyes. Old Yi, you truly are a hidden gem. After this battle, you've made quite a name for yourself. Why, you responded with a calm smile. What does fame matter? It's merely a fleeting moment of glory. Wang Fuguwei, however, disagreed. That's not the case. In the future at school, everyone will look up to you. You might even attract a number of admirers. Yu shook his head helplessly. I'm not handsome, and this isn't a drama. We're about to enter the team match. What are you doing here? I thought you might want to join me on the field. Wang Fuguwei replied. Isn't one of you enough? You can easily take on 5 opponents by yourself, Yu countered. You think too highly of me. My powers have limitations. I can only use my ability. Swallowing heaven and earth, twice at most. After that, I'll be exhausted. If they take turns wearing me down, I won't stand a chance. Besides, aside from Suku and Lu Yuan, the rest of the team lacks strength. And Lu Yuan is countered by Qian Hao from the opposing team. It would be precarious for me and Suku to take on 4 opponents. If they have combination techniques, it could end badly. Indeed, even a Demon King S-level player would struggle against 5 S-level opponents simultaneously. After all, it's like trying to defeat a master with a barrage of random shots. Alright then, but just to be safe, I need to find one more person to compete. Remembering the buff Wang had provided earlier, Yu understood that this team battle would not be simple. He took out his phone and sent a message. Chao County Arena. Match in progress, hurry. Somewhere in the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Huahua said, Teacher, I need to return for a while to compete in a match. Yao Hui stroked his beard and said, very well, having cultivated for so many days. It is indeed time to put the results of my training to the test in a real battle, in the arena. Li Meng was advocating for himself as a candidate for the team battle. But when Wang Fuguwei noticed his bandaged hand, he realized that the lad harbored no good intentions and was likely aiming to secure some merit. You might as well forget it. I have my own arrangements for the selection of combatants. Wang Fuguwei replied dismissively, Captain, please do not jest. Apart from me, who else among us can shoulder this heavy responsibility? I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. He will be here shortly, Wang Fuguwei said calmly. At that moment, Xiao Huahua entered the arena, and when Suku spotted Xiao Huahua, he hurried over, exclaiming, What brings you here? Haha, you'll find out soon enough. Yu interjected as he walked over. You're here? Yes, I have arrived. Now that everyone is present, let us take the stage. Just then, Li Meng jumped out. It can't be that the last candidate is him, can it? Indeed. Do you have any objections? Why should I? I refuse to accept this. What qualifications does someone with a level talent have to take the stage? I demand a duel. If I win, I shall have no further objections. This moment, Xiao Huahua stepped forward. Let us begin quickly. In consideration of your injured hand, I shall use but one of mine. Seeing the former underdog display such audacity infuriated Li Meng. Very well, since you dare to be so arrogant before me, I shall ensure you regret it shortly. In the lounge, the two stood facing each other. Li Meng activated Phantom Step and dashed towards Xiao Huahua, swiftly appearing behind him to deliver a heavy kick. Just as he thought he had seen Xiao Huahua collapse to the ground, Xiao Huahua spun around and accurately seized his leg, delivering an elbow strike while shouting something about 9th level collapse. Sending Li Meng flying, Li Meng was left utterly defeated by that elbow strike. Do you still have any objections? Xiao Huahua said as he stood over Li Meng, looking down at him. You wait. Once I recover from my injuries, I will not let you off easily, Li Meng growled, struggling to rise before departing the scene. Not bad. You have grown significantly stronger in these days apart. It seems you have found your own fortune. Yu praised. Suku chimed in with a smile. Xiao Huahua is truly impressive. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliments, Xiao Huahua scratched his head and replied, It was just luck. Meanwhile, The participants on the competition stage were ready. On one side stood Yi Yu, Wang Fugui, Xiao Huahua, Su Ku, and Lu Yuan. On the other side were Qin Tian, Wu Fan, Chen Hao, Du Zhe, and Chun Wan. Please prepare yourselves, the referee announced, and with a signal, the highly anticipated team battle commenced. Chun Hao from the opposing team immediately unleashed his powers to control the battlefield, sending a massive wave of water crashing towards Yi Yu and his team, attempting to disrupt their formation. In response, Su Ku acted swiftly, conjuring an icy whirlwind that froze the incoming wave entirely. "Well done," Wang Li exclaimed, admiring the display. Lu Yuan, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a wave of fire towards Qin Tian and his comrades, resulting in the thawing of the frozen water. The audience erupted in laughter. "Is this a comedy act?" Wang Li shook his head. "Alas, I forgot to teach them how to work together. They have no coordination at all." "What are you doing?" Su Ku exclaimed in exasperation. "You just ruined our environmental advantage. Don't you know how much easier it is for me to control the battlefield in icy conditions?" "Ah, my apologies. I hadn't considered that," Lu Yuan responded sheepishly, scratching his head. Chapter 32. The Great Melee. You focus on their support, the female one. See if you can find an opportunity to eliminate her. Yi Yu instructed. "Got it. I'll make sure to take her out," Lu Yuan replied confidently. At that moment, Du Zhe began launching his knives, repeatedly shouting "Blood Shadow Knife," causing 3 blades to drop to the ground, which Qin Tian and Wu Fan each picked up, leaving one for himself. Why Yu stood dumbfounded. No way. It can be done like this? This was quite different from the novels he had read. One could actually summon knives. Today was truly an eye-opener. "This is troublesome," Wang Fugui remarked upon witnessing the scene. Chun Wan's ability, 5-leaf clover, provided enhancements to speed, defense, strength, energy, and mental fortitude. At this moment, she layered several buffs onto Hao Fan, Du Zhe, and Qin Tian. The 3 of them then charged towards Su Ku, clearly intending to eliminate him first. However, Yi Yu and his companions would not allow their plans to succeed. They rushed forward, each taking on one opponent. Noticing that the 3 adversaries were preoccupied, Lu Yuan made a beeline for Chen Wan. Just as he was about to reach her, a figure blocked his path. It was none other than Chen Hao. "It's you again. I underestimated you in our earlier duel, but this time, I will take you down." How laughable. A defeated foe dares to speak so boldly. They both clashed fiercely. Lu Yuan and Chen Hao fought fiercely, neither yielding an inch. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, with Chen Wan's support, Wu Fan, Du Zhe, and Qin Tian surged forward, making their battle with Yi Yu and his team increasingly intense. Wu Fan, wielding his Titan Giant talent and the Blood Shadow Knife, charged through, making it exceedingly difficult for Yi Yu. Although Yi Yu had cultivated the star fragmentation technique, allowing him to withstand the blows from the Blood Shadow Knife, the pain was still very real, and each strike carried immense force, leaving him dizzy. Damn it, even basic attacks come with crowd control. Wang Fugui was also struggling, opting not to use his talent skills to preserve them for a surprise attack. But facing the strongest opponent on the opposing side was proving challenging. Without his physical prowess, he would have long since faltered. Xiao Huahua, on the other hand, was gaining the upper hand against Du Zhe, wielding an enormous ruler and striking at Du Zhe with reckless abandon, forcing him to retreat continuously. Seeing this, Su Ku decided to assist Wang Fugui, though he did not manage to gain any significant advantage, merely alleviating some of Wang Fugui's burden. At this moment, Lu Yuan, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, grew anxious. When one is anxious, mistakes are easily made. He kicked towards Chen Hao, who sidestepped and retaliated with a punch. Lu Yuan leaped back to avoid the blow, but Chen Hao immediately followed up with a kick, which Lu Yuan could not evade, landing squarely on his chest and causing him to stagger backward. Chen Hao pressed the attack, giving Lu Yuan no chance to catch his breath. He unleashed a wave, followed by the wrath of the sea god, executing a fluid combination that left Lu Yuan unable to respond, ultimately sending him off the stage in the same manner. "Lu Yuan is out," the referee called out loudly. "Oh my. One middle school has lost a member first. The situation is now quite unfavorable for them. Can they withstand the pressure and secure victory in this team battle? Stay tuned for more after the advertisements. Now it's time for Black Myth, Wukong. This is China's first independently developed AAA game. Based on Chinese mythology, set to release on August 20, 2024, The game immerses players in a perilous and adventurous journey through the journey to the West, where players assume the role of a fated individual seeking the truth behind ancient legends. Here are the details about Black Myth, Wukong. 1. Game background and mechanics. The story takes inspiration from the classic novel Journey to the West, as players embark on a treacherous and adventurous path. The game combines exhilarating action with deep role-playing elements, where every battle tests strategy and reflexes. 2. Game mechanics. Developed using the Unreal Engine 5, the game boasts top-tier visual effects, creating a fantastical Eastern world. It features rich gameplay, including adventure, role-playing, and action combat, allowing players to freely engage in battle and exploration, combining diverse attack styles for an immersive experience. 3. Game pricing. The simplified Chinese PC Standard Edition is priced at 268 yuan, while the Digital Deluxe Edition is priced at 328 yuan. 4. Development background. The development team has undergone multiple transformations and challenges, transitioning from PC to mobile and finally to a standalone game. Ultimately settling on the Black Myth, Wukong project, they garnered significant attention through high-quality trailers and live demonstrations, successfully securing the resources and talent needed to complete this game. If you wish to delve deeper into the details of Black Myth, Wukong, make sure to download Steam. Just remember, do not mistakenly download Steam Guard. I made that error the first time and ended up purchasing games from there. Please buy within your means. If you purchase the legitimate version, the Great Sage will be pleased, as you have supported him. If you use a cheat engine, the Great Sage will also be delighted, as that is a skill inherent to him. If you do not buy the game, the Great Sage will be content, knowing you have other important matters to attend to. If you play a pirated version, the Great Sage will not hold it against you, for everyone has their own tribulations. However, if you play a pirated version and then criticize legitimate players, the Great Sage will be quite angered, for you resemble the six-eared macaque, inciting his disdain. Conversely, if you purchase the legitimate version and then stand on a moral high ground to scold others, the Great Sage will also be angered, as you remind him of the hypocritical officials in heaven. If you purchased a pirated version from Steam, the Monkey King would be elated, for he has not seen his second disciple in quite some time. The audience, upon hearing this, erupted in applause, with many exclaiming, "I shall buy one for my 6-year-old son. I shall buy one for my 6-year-old daughter. I will ask my mother for money to acquire the game Black Myth, Wukong, and fulfill my dream of being the Monkey King. I will ask my girlfriend to arrange for me the first game of autumn." The spectators buzzed with excitement. The host interjected, "All right, the advertising time is over. We may face reprimand if we linger any longer. Let us proceed to observe the situation in the team battle. Please watch the VCR." Chapter 33. The Arrival of the Evil Cult. The battle on stage was intense, while advertisements blared just as fervently below. Even you felt tempted to buy one, knowing that in his previous life, such a game did not exist. However, the foremost task at hand was to secure victory in this team battle, and they were clearly at a disadvantage, necessitating a strategy to break the stalemate. Yu scanned the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon Du Zhe, sparking an idea within him. He suddenly shouted. Starburst Break. Wu Fan, engaged in combat with him, was well acquainted with this move and recognized its formidable power. He dared not underestimate it and quickly concentrated all his strength, raising his blood-drinking blade in defense. Seeing his opponent fall into his trap, Yu seized the opportunity to rush towards Du Zhe, swiftly teaming up with Xiao Huohua to defeat him. The crowd cheered, "Well done, Wu Fan." Regaining his senses, realized he had been deceived and roared in anger, "Yu, how dare you trick me?" He then unleashed his ultimate attack, charging fiercely at Yu. Yu hurriedly prepared to defend himself. However, halfway through his charge, Wu Fan abruptly changed direction and lunged at Suku. Qin Shan reacted swiftly, fully committing to assist Wu Fan in eliminating Suku from the match. Suku, saved by the referee, wore a bewildered expression and couldn't help but complain. "Oh dear, Yu played you. Why are you coming at me? I'm not even a threat. Goodness." The situation on the field was truly ever-changing. Just as Du Zhe was eliminated, Suka met the same fate in a similar manner. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yu furrowed his brow, rapidly devising his next strategy. Wu Fan's unexpected move had plunged them into a more challenging predicament. Clearly, their opponents were not fools. This was troublesome. Xiao Huohua approached Yu and whispered, "What should we do now? They have disrupted our rhythm." With a resolute gaze, Yu replied, "Do not panic. We still have a chance. Their recent joint effort to eliminate Suka must have drained a significant amount of energy. We shall seize this opportunity to take them down one by one at this moment. Chunwan unleashed a buff, directly boosting Wu Fan and Qin Shan. This is troublesome. We must first eliminate the healer, or we stand no chance, Yu said gravely. Xiao Huohua then whispered, I have a powerful move, but it requires time to charge. Can you help me buy some time? Yu nodded and called out loudly. Old Wang, be ready to unleash your ultimate move at any moment. Focus fire on their support. Hearing this, all 8 members gathered around Qin Wa and At that moment. Qin Shan declared, let us end this swiftly. He formed a battle formation, and suddenly, a massive figure emerged, controlled by all 4 members from the 8th team. What on earth is this? Yi was taken aback. How could they conjure such a visage? Although it wasn't enormous, it was a miniature version of one. This was absurd. Yi's confusion about this high martial world deepened. If they could summon blades, then this was utterly perplexing. Meanwhile, the blade shadow from the opposing team aimed at the charging Xiao Huohua. Wang Fugui, sensing the critical moment, activated his ultimate move, Devour Heaven and Earth, a tremendous force consuming the energy of the blade shadow. However, since it was the combined energy of 4 individuals, it exceeded the limits of what Devour Heaven and Earth could absorb. And the weakened blade shadow continued its advance. Seeing this, Wang Fugui shouted, Old Yi, the rest is up to you, and charged towards the blade shadow, bracing himself with sheer physical strength. The blade shadow struck Wang Fugui heavily, rendering him incapable of further combat. Oh no, another one down for Team 1. Is this year destined for Team 8 to claim the championship? Could Team 1 turn the tide? After this delay, Xiao Huohua finished charging and proclaimed, Go, Flame Blossom! A flower composed of flames drifted towards Team 8. In response, Yu swiftly unleashed Starburst Break, colliding with the Flame Blossom against the protective shield erected by Team 8. A tremendous explosion ensued, shaking the shield to its core before it shattered, sending the members scattering. The force of the explosion propelled both Yu and Xiao Huohua away. The referee contained the arena, preventing residual shockwaves from reaching the audience. In the wake of the explosion, all present on stage fell to the ground. Who emerged victorious? The audience was left in suspense. After a considerable pause, 5 individuals slowly rose. Yu, Xiao Huohua, Qin Shan, Wu Fan, and Qian Hao. Chunwan had lost her combat capability. If they could survive this explosion, it was dire. Would they truly fall in the novice village, struggling through a county-level competition like this? Was this truly the narrative of a triumphant tale? Yu, what shall we do now? Xiao Huohua inquired, having little energy left. The earlier Flame Blossom had nearly depleted Xiao Huohua's strength, and without the potency of his technique, he would have collapsed. It's simple. I will achieve enlightenment, Yu declared. Throughout this battle, he had been jolted multiple times, and he felt he was on the verge of comprehending the 3rd layer of the star-shattering technique. Buy me a little time. I too shall unleash my ultimate move. Yu spoke solemnly, and immediately began to meditate. Observing this, Xiao Huohua enhanced his large ruler with a layer of flame and raised it high. Once the enchantment was complete, he executed a 360-degree spin, unleashing a wave of fiery sword energy towards Team 8. Chen Hao, seeing this, activated Water Veil, and the fiery sword energy collided with it, generating a dense mist. At this moment, Yu achieved his enlightenment, successfully grasping the shock force. Taking advantage of the lingering mist, he dashed towards Qin Shan and the others, unleashing the Tiger Roar Fist, producing a resounding impact across the arena. Momentarily stunning the 3 opponents, Yu then forcefully stomped with his right foot, executing star-shattering shock, a tremendous force sweeping towards Qin Shan and the others. This seamless combination caught them off guard. And ultimately, they were knocked off the arena. Heavens! Team 1 has achieved a miraculous comeback. Let us congratulate Team 1 on securing this year's championship. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Yu and Xiao Huohua exchanged high-fives in celebration. This victory not only bestowed them with honor but also facilitated significant growth. However, just as they reveled in their joy, a mysterious voice echoed in Yu's ear. Congratulations, young man. Your performance has captured my attention. Startled, Yu glanced around, unable to locate the source of the voice. No need to search. I shall not allow you to see me, the mysterious voice resounded again. Who are you? Yu inquired, wary that I am a messenger from the evil cult, tasked with seeking out individuals of potential. The strength you demonstrated in the competition revealed your worth to me. The enigmatic figure spoke slowly. Chapter 34. Being pursued by Elbu? The mysterious figure in a black robe seemed to sense something. Leaving behind a remark, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, but I will return to seek you out. With that, he hurriedly departed. Why, you felt a sense of foreboding. The name Evil Cult was synonymous with villainy in this high martial world. How had he drawn the attention of such a nefarious organization? What a predicament! Alas, I shall not dwell on this matter now. I must focus on the aftermath of our championship victory. Yu took a deep breath to steady his emotions. At that moment, a media representative rushed forward with a camera and microphone, nearly thrusting the latter into Yu's face. Seeing such fervor, Yu declared loudly, I understand your eagerness, but please, form an orderly queue. One question at a time, 50 per inquiry. Payment can be made via Alipay or WeChat. Upon hearing that a fee was required, the crowd's enthusiasm waned significantly, yet some still paid the fee. Once the payment was received, Yu grinned and said, feel free to ask any questions. I shall answer without reservation. The first question posed was, I have heard that you entered the match as a substitute. Is that true? Absolutely true. Not even Ding Zhan could compare. Who is Ding Zhan? The reporter inquired, puzzled. That will cost extra, Yu replied with a smile. Let us skip that. He must be an insignificant figure, not worth my 50. The second question followed. I have heard you are the MVP of the team. Is that true? I cannot agree. While Cristiano Ronaldo is formidable, my utmost faith lies with the Lakers, for Ding Junhui has demonstrated significant progress in both single and double events over the past 2 years. I believe this World Cup will hinge on whether Yao Ming can hit the 10 ring accurately on the final bin. Go, Andy Lau. Yu had activated his read and reply randomly mode. What are you saying? I don't understand, he exclaimed. Ha, in truth, I dare not claim the title of MVP. Each individual contributed remarkably, and this championship was won through our collective efforts. How humble of you. The third question. How do you feel now that you have claimed the championship? At this moment, Yu suddenly became serious. I wish to thank the nation, the people, and our school. Thank you all. My remarks conclude here. Now, I must assist a friend in overcoming destiny. Should anyone be inclined to lend me a helping hand, kindly send me 328. Once I shatter destiny, I shall impart to you unparalleled knowledge. It is merely a game of black myth. Wukong, yet it is spoken of in such grandiloquent terms. A voice of discord arises from the crowd. You know nothing. This is not merely a game. Video games are esteemed alongside painting, music, literature, and film as the ninth art, capable of fulfilling the spiritual needs of individuals. A remarkable game is akin to a blockbuster film, attracting a vast consumer base both domestically and internationally, leading to a surge in merchandise sales, thereby enhancing the market value of creators, publishers, and equipment suppliers, stimulating a virtuous cycle in the economy. The acceptance of this game, infused with elements of Chinese culture, signifies our nation's success in cultural export. Therefore, cease to regard this as merely a game. When it becomes a benchmark for the domestic gaming industry, it will undoubtedly spark a wave of quality improvement in gaming, fostering continuous economic input and cultural output. In the era of information economy, the gaming industry shall emerge as a crucial economic pillar. I may not comprehend it fully, but I am profoundly impressed. The onlookers exclaim. Once matters here conclude, Yu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Hua make their way to an internet CAF, embarking on the path of destiny. 2 hours later, the trio gazes thoughtfully at the large-headed blue monster before them. Nearby, a child laughs heartily. You guys are truly pathetic. I've already defeated the Tiger Vanguard. Your dad is coming to catch you. Upon hearing this, the child quickly hides beneath the computer desk. Seeing this, Yu bursts into laughter. At this moment, the child realizes, you dare to trick me, push me too far, and I'll even dare to take down my own dad. Is that so formidable? Come here. Yu seizes the child, delivering a flurry of playful smacks. The child yelps in protest, yet stubbornly retorts, you're finished. Have the courage to reveal your name. Still defiant, Yu continues the playful assault until the child's behind is swollen and he finally pleads for mercy. After releasing the child, he quietly retreats to a safe distance, threatening, just you wait, and then scurries away. My name is Li Meng. If you're not convinced, come at me, Yu shouts. That child is easy to deal with. It's just this game that it is not merely a precious ornament. The jade itself embodies an abundance of spiritual energy. Prolonged work can nourish the bearer's body, enhance the speed of their internal cultivation, accelerate the flow of a martial artist's breath, and assist in breaking through the bottlenecks of martial realms. Furthermore, it is said that during a confrontation, the jade rui can amplify the power of the wearer's techniques, making them considerably more formidable. Additionally, this jade rui possesses the ability to calm the mind and center one's thoughts, enabling martial artists to swiftly enter a state of focus during their training, free from external distractions. Its effects on enhancing concentration and training efficiency are remarkable, making it a coveted treasure for many martial artists. The starting bid is set at 1 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Let the bidding commence. Yi was taken aback. Was the very first item for auction so impressive? At that moment, Wang Fuguwei explained, "Do not be deceived by its grandeur. It is only somewhat useful for martial artists. And beyond the second rank, it becomes largely ineffective." "And what of the amplification effect?" Yu inquired. "Pay attention to the phrasing. She stated it is said to be so. But who is the source of that claim? It is undoubtedly the auction house's assertion. If one were to purchase it only to find it ineffective, they would simply say it was a rumor, admitting their ignorance. Clearly a case of misleading promotion. All right, this ploy is indeed quite intricate, akin to the job postings of my previous life, which promised excellent benefits, enticing individuals to apply, only to reveal a different reality upon arrival. For instance, a salary range of 3,000 to 5,000. Yet in truth, one would only receive 3,000. Some unscrupulous agencies and factories would even extract several hundred from you at the outset, then place you in a position so dismal that even Ultraman would be triggered to react, leading you to flee after a brief stint. They profit effortlessly from your plight. Sigh, why can't there be a little more sincerity among people? Chapter 36. The auction as Yi's thoughts spiraled. The Jade Rui soared to a price of 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million thrice. Congratulations to guest number 64 for acquiring this item. Goodness, a Jade Rui for 5 million. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? Yi recalled that his previous monthly salary was 3,000. Even if he abstained from all expenses, he would need to toil for over a century to afford it, from birth to the grave. He would never be able to purchase this Jade Rui in his past life. There was a certain influencer, whose name eludes him, who evaded taxes amounting to over 10 billion. Netizens remarked that even if he had begun working as a monkey, he could never amass enough wealth to afford it. The disparity between the impoverished and the wealthy is staggering. He wondered why such circumstances exist. Are some individuals manipulating the living standards of the populace? Yi Yu was uncertain. The next item was introduced by the host. Behold, an ancient treasured sword, purportedly the weapon of a certain general, possessing immense collectible value. The starting bid is 8 million. Yi Yu's eyes widened. This seemingly ordinary sword commanded a staggering 8 million. The bidding intensified, escalating rapidly. 10 million. A deep voice resonated, silencing the crowd instantly. Yu turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit raising his paddle. 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million thrice. Sold, the host exclaimed excitedly. Let us congratulate this gentleman on acquiring the second item. The third item was introduced. Spirit Ascension Grass, known to elevate a martial artist's talent level. It can unconditionally raise talents below level C by 1 tier. The starting bid is 5 million per stock, with 3 stocks available. Upon hearing the effects of the Spirit Ascension Grass, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. I must have it. Beside him, Xiao Huahua was equally thrilled. His E-level talent hindered his ability to absorb spiritual energy efficiently, preventing him from breaking through to the first rank. However, he faced a dilemma. He had no funds. Brother Huahua, Li Shua gently offered, I will gift you a stock. Xiao Huahua merely murmured a quiet thank you, though he cherished the sentiment deeply. Old Wang, also procure a stock for me. I will treat you to a feast afterward. Yi Yu eagerly declared. Soon, Wang Fuguwei and Li Shua each secured a stock of Spirit Ascension Grass for 6 million. How come there was so little competition? 6 million was sufficient? Yi Yu pondered. It's quite simple. Really. Although the Spirit Ascension Grass appears impressive, its efficacy only applies to talents below level seed. Generally, those with such low talents do not even attend the auction, and those who do can hardly afford it. Typically, children from affluent families possess talents of at least level C or higher. Upon hearing Wang Fuguwei's explanation, Yu experienced an epiphany and gave him a thumbs up. You make a valid point. The next item was a formidable piece of armor known as the Spirit Guardian Armor, boasting a majestic design that perfectly conformed to the wearer's physique, ensuring agility while providing comprehensive protection. As the audience gazed upon the armor, its mysterious dark golden hue and the faintly visible ancient runes emanated a powerful aura of spiritual energy. The host continued, "It possesses 3 functions. Physical defense. The Spirit Guardian Armor significantly mitigates damage from physical attacks. Whether struck by sharp blades or heavy blunt instruments, the armor disperses and absorbs a substantial portion of the impact, reducing harm to the wearer. Spiritual shield. When subjected to spiritual attacks, the armor activates a spiritual shield, capable of repelling various attributes of such attacks, reflecting a portion of the damage while absorbing the remainder, converting it into the wearer's energy reserves. Self-repair. During combat, if the armor sustains damage, it automatically initiates its self-repair function, utilizing surrounding spiritual energy and its unique material characteristics to gradually mend its damaged areas, restoring optimal condition. After the host's introduction, the crowd was electrified by the impressive armor. The starting bid was set at 50 million, with increments of no less than 10 million. The bidding commenced. The offers surged, quickly surpassing 100 million. Yu and his companions could only watch in awe. 150 million. A crisp voice commanded everyone's attention. Yu turned to see a young woman dressed in an elegant white gown. 160 million. Came a low voice from another corner. 200 million. The woman countered fiercely. Ultimately, she secured the Spirit Guardian Armor for the exorbitant sum of 200 million. After the auction concluded, Yu and his companions exited the venue. "Who was that woman? Such wealth?" Xiao Huahua inquired. Intrigued, "I do not recognize her, but anyone capable of bidding such a sum must belong to a prominent family." Yu speculated, "I envy her. How I wish I had such riches," Xiao Huahua lamented. Yao Hui suddenly interjected, "Is that amount truly considered substantial? Once one ascends to higher ranks, transactions are conducted with spirit stones, rumored to originate from another universe. Your apprentice truly lacks worldly experience. How embarrassing. Well, esteemed master who has seen the world, perhaps you could lend me 100 or 80 billion to broaden my horizons." Xiao Huahua retorted, "I am currently in a spiritual state. How could I possibly provide you with money? One must earn their own keep." The master replied, "It's merely an excuse for your inability to part with funds." Xiao Huahua thought to himself. An hour later, the auction began to wind down. During this time, Wang Fugue and Li Xue also acquired a piece of armor. After the event concluded, Yu and his companions made their way to the backstage to collect their purchases. "I truly owe you for this, old Wang." Yu expressed his gratitude. "It was a trivial matter. Do not forget our meal of national banquet snacks." Wang Fugue laughed. After obtaining the Spirit Ascension Grass, Yu departed the auction venue, determined to find a safe location to consume it and enhance his talent. After searching, he finally arrived home. Inside his room, Yu carefully extracted the Spirit Ascension Grass and consumed it. Feeling a surge of powerful energy coursing through his being, he closed his eyes, fully absorbing this newfound energy. After a time, Yu opened his eyes, sensing the changes within him. He realized his body had become lighter and his strength had increased. Is this the effect of the Spirit Ascension Grass? Truly remarkable. Yu marveled internally. Chapter 37. Remarkable indeed. His martial artist talent had genuinely ascended by 1 level. He had anticipated a more significant boost. Perhaps 2 or 3 levels. Reality proved him mistaken. No wonder it was acquired for merely a few million. However, even the tiniest morsel holds value. He would make do with it. Yu then commenced his training in the star-shattering technique. After a session of cultivation, he indeed found that the efficiency of absorbing stellar energy had improved. After a night of rigorous training, Yu finally broke through to the first rank of martial artists. Feeling the surging power within, a smile crept across his lips. He stepped outside, inhaled deeply, and then unleashed a powerful punch. An unseen force struck a distant roadside post, resulting in a loud crack as several packages of Wang snow cakes burst open. Is this the power of a first-rank martial artist? Yu marveled in astonishment. Yet, what were those packages of snow cakes? Had he struck a shoddy construction? How absurd. Now that he had broken through to the first rank, his ability levels had not significantly progressed. However, his supernatural abilities did not greatly contribute to his combat strength, so he could afford to delay that aspect. He aimed to reach the second rank of martial artist sooner. Yi Yu still recalled Lin Yuming's words before she departed. He wondered how she was faring now. After a prolonged absence, Yi Yu found herself unexpectedly missing her. Immediately, she slapped herself twice, chastising her thoughts. How foolish of me to miss her. When she returns, she will undoubtedly test my abilities, and I will likely face her wrath under the pretext of this evaluation. This simply wouldn't do. She resolved to intensify her training, striving to surpass her before her return. Come on, Yi Yu, you can do it, she encouraged herself. Upon her routine arrival at the training ground, her classmates from Class 8 surrounded her, chattering eagerly. Why, Yi Yu? How did you manage to win that battle yesterday? I saw you stomp your foot, and they all went flying. Are you hiding some extraordinary skills? One exclaimed. Indeed. I thought you were about to lose, but your final combo secured you the championship. You're incredible. How did you end up in Class 10? You're clearly a hidden talent, another chimed in. From now on, I'll be your loyal follower, Zhang San boldly declared. Come now, it's not as exaggerated as you all make it out to be. Yi Yu chuckled, brushing off their compliments. I merely stumbled upon their weaknesses, and my strength played a part, that's all. She preferred to remain humble, aware that excessive attention could lead to unwanted scrutiny. Regardless, you're now our hero in Class 8. One boy proclaimed. Exactly. Our class can finally hold its head high in the grade, a girl agreed. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yi Yu scratched her head. Please, don't flatter me so. It was a team effort. Yi Yu, you are quite modest. A booming voice interjected. Why you looked up to see Wang Li striding toward her. Hey, are you interested in joining Class 1? Training with me would surely be more promising than with He Huahua. This elicited a disgruntled reaction from He Wuhua. You scoundrel, don't overstep. How dare you poach students from my class? Wang Li, sensing an opportunity, chuckled. How about a friendly competition? If you win, I'll leave immediately. But if I win, it simply proves my superiority, including my teaching skills. Shut your mouth, He Wuhua retorted angrily. You only say that because you know I can't defeat you right now. You're such a rascal. He then attempted to expose Wang Li's weaknesses. Remember when one of our instructors was knocked out by a student from our class? I won't mention names, heh. Wang Li's face flushed at this remark, but he couldn't disclose the truth. So he muttered, I was just being careless. I didn't dodge, bah. If you're not strong enough, just admit it. Why make excuses? Aren't you embarrassed? As the verbal sparring continued, Wang Li decided to get straight to the point. Yi Yu, you choose. Will you join him or me? Yi Yu was at a loss for words. He simply wished to keep a low profile, but his abilities would not allow it. This felt akin to a custody battle between parents. I appreciate your interest, Instructor Wang, but I plan to stick with my original class for training. Why? Wang Li pressed, clearly dissatisfied. Because everyone here is talented, and the atmosphere is delightful. I truly enjoy it here. Yi Yu replied earnestly. Moreover, I've trained here for quite a while and developed a bond with everyone. Additionally, Instructor He's training methods suit me perfectly. Ha, did you hear that? He chose not to join you. So you have no more arguments? He Wuhua laughed heartily. Fine, it's clear I can't change your decision, Wang Li conceded. Feeling a bit dejected, he resolved to focus on training Li Meng instead. After Wang Li left, He Wuhua patted Yi Yu on the shoulder, saying with pride, You've shown some integrity, kid. My efforts in teaching you were not in vain. Wang Li is just trying to recruit you to secure his victory in the upcoming tournament. The hopes of Class 10 rest on you. Why, Yi Yu nodded. I'll do my best, and the training commenced. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Lin Yuming entered a farmhouse, calling out, Dad, I'm back. Aren't you going to come out and greet me? I can't believe I'm your daughter. A man emerged from within, chuckling. I was busy training and didn't notice. I'll pay more attention next time. Lin Yuming rolled her eyes. Please, with your strength, you could have sensed my arrival the moment I stepped into this universe. You just couldn't be bothered to come out. The man laughed. I long to ascend to the reader's realm as soon as possible, so I can negotiate with the author. I've told you. I intend to lead everyone in this universe beyond the confines of this narrative. While this place resembles Earth, it's still a fictional Earth, so what's the rush? Ah, come on. Lin Yuming pouted. You're being unreasonable. Noticing his daughter's persistence, the man quickly changed the subject. Which novel have you been playing in recently? I visited one called In the High Martial Realm. The school beauty is actually the ruler of the universe. It's still ongoing, with only a few chapters written. However, I am the main character, and the male lead is someone I'm nurturing, hoping he can assist you in the future, Lin Yuming said proudly. Ha. My daughter has ambition. The man said, stroking his imaginary beard. Is there any reward for that? Of course, but first, I need to block the author. The man slowly looked up at the sky. It's time to write the main storyline. And by the way, your writing skills are atrocious. What do you mean by that, man? You know my name, Lin Yuming protested. You should take some time to improve your writing. With that, the universe was momentarily obscured. The side story could not be written now. It was time to return to the main plot. Chapter 38. Testing the narrative returned to Yu. After a day of rigorous training, Yu arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts School. Intending to assess her physical data, upon entering, a charming young lady greeted her. Welcome to the Extreme Martial Arts School. How may I assist you today? I would like to test my physical data. Yu replied, certainly, please present your identification, and I will guide you through the registration process, the young lady said with a smile. Wait, I need my ID just to test my physical data? Yu asked. Puzzled out, of course. It appears this is your first visit to a martial arts school, she explained. After Yu nodded in affirmation, she continued, it's standard protocol for first-time visitors to undergo identity verification. If you don't have your ID, providing a number will suffice. All right, I'll go fetch it, Yu sighed. How come I wasn't taught this in school? Now I have to make an extra trip. Once home, Yu rummaged around until she finally found her ID. Upon returning to the Extreme Martial Arts School, she was greeted by the same young lady. Welcome back. Let us proceed with the registration, she said, leading Yu to the registration desk. After entering Yu's information into the system, she announced, registration complete. Now, let me take you to the testing area. The young lady guided Yu through a corridor into a spacious room filled with various advanced testing equipment. A line of people was already waiting. When it was her turn, Yu walked straight to the physical data testing area, where sophisticated machines gleamed with technological brilliance. The first test was for strength. Yu positioned herself before the punching power machine, inhaled deeply, and focused her energy. With a powerful swing of her right fist, a resounding bang echoed as the machine's readings skyrocketed, ultimately settling at an astonishing figure, 1,500 kilograms. The onlookers gasped in awe. Knowing that a novice martial artist typically achieves only around 1,000 kilograms to be deemed competent. Next was the speed test. Yu approached a specialized track line with sensors capable of accurately measuring a runner's speed. Assuming her starting position, she took off like an arrow when the test began, her figure blurring with incredible speed, leaving only a gust of wind in her wake. The results soon revealed her speed reached an impressive 30 meters per second, far exceeding the qualification standard. Lastly came the reaction time test. Yu entered a simulated combat room, where rubber bullets would be randomly fired, and her task was to evade as many as possible within a set time. Fully focused, every fiber of her being was on high alert. As the rubber bullets were unleashed, Yu deftly dodged left and right, narrowly escaping being hit. Ultimately, her reaction time was rated as average. After the test concluded, Yu reviewed her physical data, revealing a slight frown. I need to practice more. My reactions are a bit sluggish. Don't think you've reached the first rank at such a young age. Would you be interested in joining the Extreme Martial Arts School? The young lady offered enthusiastically. Taken aback, Yu felt a surge of joy. She hadn't expected her performance to attract the school's attention. What are the benefits of joining the Extreme Martial Arts School? She inquired. The young lady smiled and explained, by joining, you'll receive professional training guidance, ample resource support, and opportunities to participate in various high-stakes missions and competitions. Additionally, the school offers generous benefits and protections for its members. Yu pondered deeply. Joining the Extreme Martial Arts School was indeed a tempting opportunity, one that could accelerate her growth and enhance her abilities. However, he felt a twinge of hesitation, as he was not yet well acquainted with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. May I take some time to consider? Yu inquired. Of course, the young lady replied, handing Yu a business card. This is my contact information. Should you have any questions or decide to join the academy, feel free to reach out at any time. Yu accepted the card and nodded, saying, all right, thank you. Upon leaving the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Yu's heart was filled with turmoil. He was uncertain whether he should join the academy. He resolved to return home and ponder his decision carefully. Once at home, he began researching the prospect of joining martial arts academies online. There were numerous academies in the world. Besides the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, there were the Psychic Martial Arts Academy, Thunder Martial Arts Academy, Flame Martial Arts Academy, Feng Shui Martial Arts Academy, and Earth and Wood Martial Arts Academy. Among others, Yu navigated to a forum and found a thread discussing which academy was the best to join. He quickly discovered various insights, such as the fact that academies associated with elemental powers typically required individuals to possess related abilities for entry. In contrast, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy primarily attracted those who specialized in martial arts. One particular post detailing the benefits of joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy captivated him, providing more elaborate information than what the young lady had previously mentioned. Firstly, in terms of professional training guidance, our academy boasts experienced and seasoned martial artists serving as mentors. They will tailor a personalized training regimen based on your unique characteristics and potential. Whether focusing on strength training, speed enhancement, or skill refinement, you will progress in the most scientifically efficient manner. Secondly, the resource support is unparalleled. We offer advanced training facilities, ranging from high-tech simulated combat environments to specialized fitness equipment. Additionally, the Academy will periodically provide rare potions and supplements to aid in your recovery post-training and enhance your physical condition. Moreover, upon joining the Academy, you will have the opportunity to participate in various high-stakes missions and competitions. These missions not only offer substantial rewards, but also allow you to accumulate practical experience. Competitions serve as a platform to showcase your abilities, with exceptional performers receiving generous bonuses and accolades, and even attracting the attention and recruitment of more formidable powers. Furthermore, the Academy provides its members with generous benefits and safeguards. In terms of living expenses, you will receive a stipend, alleviating any worries about mundane matters, allowing you to dedicate yourself entirely to training and self-improvement. In terms of safety, the Academy offers a robust support system. Should you encounter danger while executing missions or in other circumstances, the Academy will provide comprehensive assistance to ensure your safety. Yu's eyes glistened with emotion. With such benefits, what more could one ask for? Chapter 39. Joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yu was deeply moved, understanding that this was a rare opportunity. He decided to seize the moment and join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He promptly dialed the young lady's number to express his intention to enroll. The young lady joyfully responded, "Welcome aboard, Yu. I will arrange for someone to assist you with the enrollment process. You can come now to complete the paperwork or wait until you have time. By the way, will this affect my university studies? I mean, if I join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, will I be unable to attend university?" The young lady chuckled on the other end of the line, assuring him, "Not at all. Rest assured, attending university and joining the academy are not mutually exclusive. Many individuals join martial arts academies during their university years, sometimes training and undertaking missions at the university, and other times at the academy. Isn't that contradictory? After all, both have mentors, and the academy provides targeted guidance, as stated in the benefits. Haha, targeted guidance requires payment. Those who haven't joined the academy cannot access this channel, so it counts as a benefit of sorts. Yu realized it was not as straightforward as it seemed. Such benefits could not be obtained without cost. The young lady continued, "While you are in university, you won't have to pay, but obtaining targeted guidance will be quite challenging since universities are state-supported. The academy, on the other hand, is a private entity. Many individuals serve as mentors at both the university and the academy, effectively holding dual roles." Hearing this, Yu found it somewhat familiar. It reminded him of the dual identity of university professors in his previous life, who held a teaching position at the university while also maintaining another identity outside, perhaps as a company executive or an official in the government. He recalled a netizen mentioning how their university professor said, "If you don't pay attention to my lectures, it's a pity. I charge tens of thousands for a class outside." Another netizen remarked that university professors might encounter the highest echelon of individuals in their lifetime. "What price must I pay?" Yu wondered, skeptical that there could be a free lunch. "Well, as a member of the academy, you will be required to complete one task each month, which will be matched to your skill level. However, given that you are currently in your final year of high school, you are exempt from task completion for the time being." Yu found this acceptable. "All right, I will come over now to complete the paperwork." "Great. Will you be able to give me a 5-star review afterward?" the young lady sweetly asked. "Haha, rest assured, I will certainly arrange that." Yu did not expect there to be a 5-star review involved. "I won't keep you any longer," he concluded. Hanging up the phone, Yu set off for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon arriving, he waited for a short while until a stern-looking man with sharp eyes approached him. The man introduced himself. "Hello, I am Lin Feng, responsible for your enrollment process. Please follow me. Yu promptly stood and followed Lin Feng. They entered a spacious and well-lit office, where Lin Feng produced a stack of documents and began to thoroughly explain the rules and regulations of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, training schedules, and various benefits. Yu listened attentively, nodding occasionally to indicate his understanding. After completing the paperwork, Lin Feng took Yu on a tour of the Academy's various areas. Upon concluding the tour, Lin Feng handed Yu a badge inscribed with the emblem of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. This is your student badge. Wearing it allows you to enter and exit the Academy freely. You may choose not to wear it, as your information is already registered in our system. With facial recognition systems at each entrance in the future, you can come to the Academy for training at your convenience. But remember to abide by the rules. With that, Lin Feng departed. Okay, I have officially integrated into the realm of advanced martial arts, Yu reflected. Upon returning home, Yu took out his phone and downloaded the Extreme Martial Arts Academy app. After entering his identification number, he successfully logged in. The content within the app felt like a gateway to a new world, featuring numerous functions, information and news, providing various updates, announcements, and news about the martial artist world. Keeping users informed about the Academy's latest activities, task arrangements, event information, such as notifications for the opening of the 9th Relic Trial and martial artist assessments. Course learning, possibly offering online courses to help martial artist students learn combat techniques and training methods, akin to attending lectures from instructors in a large teaching hall within the Academy. Merchandise trading, functioning like a dedicated store for martial artists, where they can purchase various items related to training and combat, such as weapons, gear, manuals, and potions. Social interaction, allowing martial artists to communicate and interact, potentially featuring forums and community sections for sharing experiences, exchanging insights, and collaborating in teams in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Small groups of advanced students could form, gathering in training halls to share insights and motivate one another. Task posting and acceptance, posting various tasks related to battling ferocious beasts, exploring relics, and protecting individuals or items, allowing martial artists to select tasks based on their abilities and interests. Completing tasks would yield corresponding rewards and contribution points, enhancing their status and privileges within the Academy. Yu eagerly perused the various functional modules within the app and noticed a task center that caught his attention. Upon clicking it, he discovered numerous tasks of varying difficulty levels, along with corresponding reward descriptions. Yu mused that since he needed to complete a task each month, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the specifics. He meticulously read through the descriptions of several tasks, noting that some involved assisting the police in apprehending criminals, while others focused on safeguarding important individuals or items. It seemed that becoming a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy not only allowed one to enhance their capabilities, but also contributed to society. Suddenly, a notification pinged. 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his Alipay account. The subsidy had arrived. Yu felt a rush of excitement. Coming from an ordinary family and still attending school, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had provided a subsidy with an additional 5,000 yuan each month. While not a substantial amount, it would sufficiently cover his basic needs. After receiving the funds, Yu transferred 4,000 yuan to each of his parents. Upon receiving the money, Yu's parents rushed to his room. "Son, where did you get this money? You haven't done anything illegal, have you?" His mother inquired anxiously. "Of course not. Mom, I've joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. And this is the money from the Academy. Oh son, you've become a martial artist?" "Yes, I have already stepped into the realm of first-tier martial artists." "That's wonderful. Our ancestors must be smiling down on us," his mother exclaimed. "You should keep this money for yourself. Your father and I are fine, and you will need to spend a lot on your training. It's nothing, just a small amount. You too should keep it. I will earn a lot more in the future and buy you a bigger house." Yu's parents gazed at their confident son with pride. His father patted Yu on the shoulder and said, "Son, since you have this determination, we are proud of you. The path of cultivation is arduous. If you ever feel weary, remember that home will always be your safe haven." Yu solemnly nodded. "Dad, I understand. I will strive even harder in my cultivation." Chapter 40. Are there two evil god cults? After his parents departed, Yu felt as though he had forgotten something of great significance. What could it be? As he pondered, it dawned on him. It was concerning the evil god cult. He had previously been targeted by members of the evil god cult. Thus far, they had yet to approach him, without delay. Yu began searching online, and to his astonishment, he discovered the existence of not one, but two evil god cults in this world. He perused the introduction of the first evil god cult. Legend has it that the cult originated from an ancient and mysterious forbidden land. The dawn of chaos, a malevolent and formidable power descended upon the world, enticing those whose hearts were filled with desire and ambition. Gradually forming the evil god cult. The cult's followers donned black robes embroidered with twisted red runes, resembling demons crawling forth from the depths of hell. Their faces were concealed beneath hoods, revealing only their eyes, which gleamed with fervor and madness. The evil deity worshipped by the cult possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. In their quest for the deity's favor, the followers resorted to any means necessary. They scoured the land for individuals with special constitutions, offering them as sacrifices to the evil god. Blood-soaked rituals frequently unfolded upon the cult's secret altars. The evil god cult's influence permeated every corner of the globe, clandestinely manipulating the political landscapes of various nations, instigating wars solely to gather more offerings and expand the evil god's dominion. Indeed, this was a purely anti-human organization. Evaluation complete. The other evil god cult was even more intriguing, as it specifically targeted the anti-human cult, assassinating their geniuses while rescuing their own. Their doctrine was simple. I shall do as I please. They believed in nothing but themselves, rejecting the heavens and the earth. Each individual was a rebel against the natural order. It was said to be established by the first generation of leaders. This was certainly captivating. Yu continued to delve deeper into the subject. Then he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. This evil god cult was reputed to be the most powerful force in the world. Any opposing faction had to bow before them. Even nations were not exempt. It was rumored that their leader possessed unparalleled strength. No wonder they were so arrogant. During treasure hunts in secret realms, members of the evil god cult would often challenge entire groups single-handedly. Their identities were shrouded in mystery. They could be the seemingly ordinary vegetable vendor on the street, the elderly fisherman by the river, or the old man playing chess in the park. They could even be your own bunkmate. This evil god cult was genuinely fascinating, filled with talented individuals who spoke eloquently. It made you contemplate joining them. However, he was uncertain whether the individual who had targeted him belonged to the former or latter cult. If it were the former, it could pose a dilemma. Suddenly, a message popped up in the class group. Dear students, tomorrow we will embark on a month-long survival expedition to Tiger Head Mountain. Please ensure you bring the necessary gear. Oh, a new plot was unfolding, and it was a survival-themed quest. Yu felt elated. The type of quest he relished most was precisely this. With that thought, Yu set off to Fat Donglai to purchase supplies. Fried chicken, potato chips, hamburgers, happy fatty drinks, and even ingredients for hot pot were all on the list, culminating in the purchase of 2 folding beds. Now, he could only await the dawn. He began his training, and the night passed in silence. The following day, the playground was filled with students, each burdened with various bags, their faces alight with excitement. Yu too carried a backpack to avoid standing out, for not everyone had access to a spatial ring. However, the principal's next announcement plunged everyone's spirits into despair. Food is prohibited. Students with spatial rings should check the contents. Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted as if struck by lightning. I've already bought my food, and you tell me this now? Yu's face turned pale. Damn it. I know it's hard to accept, but this is a wilderness survival exercise. If you bring food, it's no longer wilderness survival. It's merely camping. On the mountain, you must fend for yourselves when it comes to food and water. As martial artists, if you cannot manage this, perhaps it's best you return home to farm. Immediately, instructors from each class began checking the students' gear. Wang Fuguei and Shuka's spatial rings were discovered from afar, and the sound of Wang Fuguei's anguished cries echoed. No, my pig trotters, duck necks, duck wings, chicken feet. Soon it was Yu's turn. This was the end for him. Just as he prepared to face his fate, he was unexpectedly cleared. What was happening? Was the device malfunctioning? Yu felt a surge of joy within, feigning nonchalance. Once all checks were completed, several buses transported them directly to Tiger Head Mountain. Remember to keep your distress signals secure. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, press the button, and after that, we shall not intervene. At this moment, all the students gathered, discussing how to survive the month ahead. I've heard there are many tigers in Tiger Head Mountain. Will we be devoured by them? A timid girl uttered from the crowd. A burly boy stepped forward. Don't worry, I have ample experience dealing with tigers. Even before I began my cultivation, I had already single-handedly taken down many. Is that really so? How did you manage that? Someone asked in admiration. Quite simple. When the tiger lunged at me, I executed a sliding tackle, and its innards were all torn apart. After hearing this, you could only think, what kind of talent is this? Blowing smoke without a second thought, at that moment, a student named Zhuang Chong began to analyze everyone. Our most pressing crisis is the food shortage. Assuming each person requires 2 pounds of meat per meal, 3 meals a day, and we have 1,000 individuals, we need a total of 1,800,000 pounds of meat to survive for 30 days. In other words, we face a deficit of 1,800,000 pounds of food. As for water, it's simpler. Students with water manipulation abilities can provide us with drinking water, while those with fire abilities can assist in boiling it. At this juncture, a student named Shui Sheng spoke up. Allow me to share my thoughts. I hail from a hunting background, and now is the prime season for hunting in Tiger Head Mountain. In previous years, during this time, I could single-handedly secure 1,000 pounds of game in just half a month. If all 1,000 of us organize to hunt in the mountains, we can certainly procure 2 million pounds of meat in a month. Resolving our food crisis. Excellent, Shui Sheng. You've addressed a major issue. I support your proposal. Wonderful. This way, we can close the gap of over 1 million pounds of food. Applause erupted as the students cheered. Then another student, who called himself Yi, stood up, claiming expertise in wilderness survival, asserting that following him would suffice. Observing this scene, Yi frowned and quietly retreated behind the crowd, thinking, there's no hope, better to go solo. He promptly messaged Wang Fuguwei, follow me. The two of them then separated from the main group, embarking on their own journey. Chapter 41. The uninvited guest. Old Yi, why are we breaking away from the main group? It'll be hard to find water later. Calm down, let me tell you a story. This morning, I witnessed something on the bus. A beggar's wallet was stolen by a fool. A blind man saw it. A mute shouted. A deaf man was startled. A hunchback stepped up, and a lame man kicked out. A wanted criminal tried to take him to the police station, but a scarred man said, for my sake, let it go. What do you think of this? That story is utterly ridiculous. Wang Fuguwei replied, don't you think the things they said were equally absurd? Claiming they could hunt 2 million pounds of game in a month, what do they think? That the wild creatures will respawn as if in a game, and they couldn't even calculate correctly. It's clearly 180,000 pounds. Who taught them math? Indeed, when I think about it, you make a valid point. I don't know why, but I was inexplicably drawn into that atmosphere earlier. It felt as if some mysterious force was influencing my thoughts. How peculiar. A dimming aura of intellect. You discerned the underlying truth. No wonder. Who was the protagonist? A hin? You shrugged. Certainly not me. Let us find some shelter. Thus, the two began their ascent in search of refuge. As they chatted, Yu suddenly spotted a cave not far ahead. He pointed in that direction, signaling for Wang Fuguwei to investigate. Upon entering the cave, they found it spacious enough to accommodate many individuals. Yu surveyed the interior and discovered strange engravings on the cave walls. Reminiscent of some ancient script, these markings appear to be part of a formation. Perhaps this cave once served as the dwelling of a certain cultivator, Yu speculated. Then let us rest here. Who knows, we might even uncover some treasures, Wang Fuguwei exclaimed excitedly. Consequently, the two decided to spend the night in the cave. They tidied up a bit and then pulled out a table. Old Yi, where did you pull that out from? Wang Fuguwei inquired, reaching into Yiyu's pocket. Where are you touching? Don't be inappropriate. Yiyu retreated hastily as Wang Fuguwei chuckled. Oh, just a bit excited, my hand slipped. Yiyu then produced a small gas canister, a dual pot, and a variety of hot pot ingredients, and together with Wang Fuguwei, they began to enjoy a delicious hot pot meal. How come your spatial ring wasn't discovered? I am not quite sure. Perhaps I'm just lucky. Let me see your spatial ring. Yu handed his ring to Wang Fuguwei, who examined it closely. Strange, I've seen countless rings, yet I can't discern the grade of yours. This suggests one possibility. Your spatial ring does not belong to this world. How did you acquire it? Yu contemplated whether or not to reveal the truth to Wang Fuguwei, ultimately deciding against it. He then spoke. I found this at the antique market for 50 cents. I'll give you $5 if you can help me find another one. Wang Fuguwei clearly harbored doubts regarding Yiyu's statement. Yet as a good brother, he refrained from pressing further. He replied, "If you don't wish to share, I won't pry. Brothers are connected at heart. If you can't sense my feelings, my words are of no consequence. Let me share a secret with you. I can perform the 72 transformations. Is that true? Are you referring to the same 72 transformations as Sun Wukong?" Yu inquired, half convinced that of course it's true. "Would I deceive you? Do you wish to learn?" Wang Fuguwei exclaimed eagerly. "Absolutely. Teach me." Yu responded with excitement. "Hold on, first let me recount its origin. Legend has it that Sun Wukong never revealed his master was Bodhi Patriarch. After successfully obtaining the scriptures, he attended the Pan Tao banquet hosted by the Queen Mother of the West, where he encountered Bodhi Patriarch, who, with tears in his eyes, chose not to acknowledge him. At the southern heaven gate, after kneeling to bid farewell to Bodhi Patriarch, he was spotted by Zhu Beiji, who, intoxicated from the banquet, attempted to seek out Chang'e but was turned away. Zhu Beiji, in turn, disclosed the secret to Chang'e. Since she was involved with the Jade Emperor, he learned of the significant losses Sun Wukong had inflicted upon the celestial soldiers and the chaos he had caused in heaven. The Jade Emperor, already displeased, summoned all the celestial lords who had suffered at Wukong's hands to apply pressure on Bodhi Patriarch. Ultimately, Bodhi Patriarch was compelled to relinquish his celestial position, yet the Jade Emperor remained relentless. In the end, Bodhi Patriarch abandoned his cultivation, descending to the mortal realm as an ordinary old man. Upon learning this, Wukong was set to wreak havoc in heaven, but was persuaded by Tang Sang to refrain from doing so. Having lost his former temperament after obtaining the scriptures, Wukong renounced his celestial position and self-abased his cultivation, descending as a monkey to search for Bodhi Patriarch. An old man who once performed tricks with a monkey told me this story in my childhood. Claiming to be Bodhi Patriarch himself, I even spent 30 cents to buy the incantation for the 72 transformations from him. Upon hearing this, Yu understood. "You're making a fool of me. Haha, weren't you the one who started it? Fine, let's not dwell on that. Let's begin our training." Just as they were about to start, a group of unexpected guests barged in. "Wow, there's a cave here," a surprised female voice exclaimed, followed by a boisterous voice. "Haha, looks like we have found a place to stay for the night." It turned out that their previous classmates had found them. Yu's expression darkened. Truthfully, he did not want them here, as it would bring about numerous inconveniences and expose the existence of his spatial ring. "How did you find this place?" Yu asked, maintaining a stern demeanor. "Hey, don't be so cold. We're all classmates. It's only natural to look out for one another," a boy replied with a smile. "Exactly. This cave isn't your home. Why shouldn't we come?" Another girl chimed in. Yu shook his head helplessly, aware that reasoning with them was futile, and resolved to wait until nightfall to slip away. At that moment, a girl named Xiao Xiannu suddenly shouted, "Everyone, look at this! I found wild hot pot. You two explain this. What is going on?" "Explain what?" "You said it was wild." "We already had it before coming here," Wang Fuguwei retorted without hesitation. "I was just making a casual remark." "Why get so worked up?" Xiao Xiannu replied, feeling wronged at this point. A boy named Fei Yongyang stepped forward. "Exactly, why are you yelling?" Yu and Wang Fuguwei ignored them and retreated to a secluded corner. The group lit a fire in the cave and sat together chatting, while Yu and Wang Fuguwei remained quietly in their corner, refraining from participating in the conversation. By the way, have you heard? There's a formidable beast at Tiger Head Mountain. Many people have suffered at its hands, one boy suddenly remarked. "Really? We should be cautious." The others expressed their concerns. "What's there to fear? Yu is here." "He's a master," a girl said, glancing at Yu. Yu felt a wave of exasperation. He certainly did not wish to be regarded as a free bodyguard. He decided to sneak away with Wang Fuguwei, distancing themselves from the trouble. Chapter 42. Discovered. When midnight arrived, seeing that everyone was engrossed in their training, Yu took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Fuguwei. He then slipped out under the moonlight, with Wang Fuguwei closely following. Just as they departed, someone opened their eyes and scanned the surroundings before trailing after them. Soon, another figure followed suit. "Let us find a place to stay. It's inconvenient with all these people around." Indeed, especially with that Xiao Xiannu demanding explanations. I almost wanted to knock her out. Her tone really makes her think she is someone special. Why should we explain anything to her? If it weren't for the crowd? I'd have shown her. Unfortunately, wherever you go, there are versions of T0. Yu and Wang Fuguei continued their ascent, eventually discovering another cave half an hour later. Haha, it seems heaven is still favoring us, they declared as they entered. Yu and Wang Fuguei stepped into the cave. A damp atmosphere mixed with an ominous presence enveloped them. They cautiously advanced, when suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the darkness, and a pair of glowing eyes appeared before them. Their hearts raced, and they halted in their tracks. In the dim light, they beheld a colossal upright tiger. Its fur gleamed, muscles rippling with power, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It opened its massive maw, revealing sharp teeth, the heat of its breath sending chills down their spines. Yu and Wang Fuguei exchanged glances. Let us take it down, the tiger, sensing their hostility, roared and lunged at them. Yu reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the tiger's attack. The tiger missed and turned to pounce again. Undaunted, Yu seized the moment, grabbing the tiger's foreleg with both hands in an attempt to thwart its assault. The tiger's immense strength forced Yu to stumble backward, yet he maintained his grip. Wang Fuguei seized the opportunity to circle behind the tiger, leaping up to clasp its neck, striving to restrain it. The tiger thrashed violently, desperate to break free, its tail whipping dangerously close to Wang Fuguei. Yu, seizing the moment, pushed the tiger hard, causing it to lose its balance. The tiger crashed to the ground but quickly regained its footing. Now angrier than before, charging at them once more, Yu and Wang Fuguei dodged its attacks while searching for a chance to counter. In a split second, as the tiger lunged again, Yu nimbly evaded, swiftly circling to the tiger's side, delivering a powerful strike to its flank. The tiger howled in pain, turning to face Yu. Wang Fuguei took advantage of the distraction to leap onto the tiger's back, clinging tightly to its fur. The tiger bucked and rolled, attempting to dislodge Wang Fuguei, but he held on firmly. Meanwhile, Yu continued his relentless assault, diverting the tiger's attention. After a fierce struggle, the tiger, realizing it was outmatched, turned and fled towards the cave's entrance. Yu and Wang Fuguei successfully drove the tiger out. Breathing heavily, Wang Fuguei remarked, "That tiger is quite difficult to handle without any special abilities. Indeed, it seems this is no ordinary tiger. It's nearing the first-tier beast level. Do you think that tiger will return with reinforcements? If it brings a pack of tigers, we'll be in trouble." "I can't say for sure," Yu replied cautiously. "There's an old saying in Dragon Country, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Let us hope that holds true." Yu then produced 2 bottles of happy fatty water, tossing one to Wang Fuguei to replenish their energy. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was clearly observed by Li Meng at the cave entrance. TSK, what a clever maneuver," Li Meng remarked as he stepped inside. With a grin, Li Meng approached Yu and Wang Fuguei. "You two are quite skilled, managing to drive away such a formidable tiger." Yu and Wang Fuguei eyed him warily. "What are you doing here? Don't be so tense. I just happened to pass by and saw you battling the tiger. So I came to take a look," Li Meng explained. "If there's nothing else, you should leave. We need to start our training." Yu urged him to depart. "Don't rush. First, give me something to eat," Li Meng said with a mischievous grin. "What nonsense are you talking about? We have no food to offer," Yu replied calmly. "Stop pretending. I saw everything just now. Do you really think everyone is a fool, Wild Hot Pot? Only someone as dim-witted as Shuangchang would believe you. Hand it over, or I can't guarantee what might happen. You wouldn't want your classmates to discover your spatial ring, would you? He. At this moment, the expressions of Yu and Wang Fuguei darkened significantly. Yu contemplated whether to eliminate Li Meng, and after a moment's thought, a fierce determination surged within him. "You have sealed your fate." He prepared to strike. As vines of green energy entwined, Yu activated his special ability. Wang Fuguei, noticing his intent, also unleashed his power. To their surprise, Li Meng was already prepared, deftly evading their attacks with a swift move. Ha, I was anticipating this. Did you really think my name, which includes Meng, means I'm a fool? Surviving out here relies on wits. I've captured this encounter on my phone. I will report it to the school and the Special Abilities Bureau. Just wait. Oh no, we've been careless. Yu and Wang Fuguei's faces turned grim, realizing they had fallen into a trap. "Ice Sky, Snow Dance." A voice suddenly called out behind Li Meng. Li Meng had not anticipated that there would be someone behind him. Caught off guard, he found himself frozen. Unable to move, Yu, upon spotting him, was astonished to see that it was Suku. Suku, what are you doing here? Yu exclaimed in surprise. I happened to pass by and noticed this fellow acting suspiciously. So I came to investigate, Suku explained. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. Wang Fuguwei expressed his gratitude. Let us not waste time on that. We need to dispose of him immediately. Yu asserted as he stepped forward. Wait, we can't just kill him like that. Suku promptly intervened. Why not? He intended to report us. Yu questioned, perplexed. If we eliminate him directly, it's highly likely that we will be found out, and that would create more trouble for us. Then what should we do? Wang Fuguwei asked anxiously. It's quite simple. There are many tigers on Tiger Head Mountain, as well as other wild beasts. It wouldn't be unusual for a lone person to be devoured by a tiger. Would it? Don't you agree? Upon hearing Suku's suggestion, Yu and Wang Fuguwei exchanged knowing smiles, understanding her intent. That's indeed a clever plan. Let us take him to Tiger Head Mountain and leave him to fend for himself. Yu declared, and together with Wang Fuguwei, they lifted Li Meng to seek out the tigers. Wang Fuguwei first utilized the technique of swallowing the heavens to absorb Li Meng's energy, after which Yu bound him with green silver grass. Upon finding a tiger, they tossed him over. The sleeping tiger, upon noticing Li Meng, perked up with excitement. It was a welcome addition to its meal. In an instant, it pounced, snapping Li Meng's neck before he could even utter a cry, leading to his untimely demise. Only after ensuring Li Meng was completely dead did Yu depart from the scene. The first rule of the Tang sect: once the decision to strike is made, one must eliminate all traces. We owe this to Suku. Otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament, Wang Fuguwei remarked with a sense of relief. At this moment, Yu began to ponder. While he justified his actions in killing Li Meng as a necessity to avoid future complications, he questioned why Wang Fuguwei and Suku had also joined him in this grim task. After all, they were classmates, and such direct violence was not commendable behavior. In keeping with his habit of asking questions when in doubt, Yu directly inquired, I am a bit curious. Why did you both choose to partake in this act of violence alongside me? That scoundrel, Li Meng, has always relied on his father, Li Yutian, the village chief, to bully others, whether it be men or women, and he even traffics in contraband. I have long wished to eliminate him. If I hadn't acted, he would have been long gone, Suku responded passionately. Now that we have finally caught him, how could we let this opportunity slip away? Exactly, Suku chimed in. This scoundrel has long deserved his fate, and he has also persistently bullied my brother Xiaohuahua. For that alone, he deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Astonished by Li Meng's notorious reputation, Yu felt a sense of guilt dissipate. Realizing that his actions could indeed be seen as a public service, merit one, he thought gleefully. Allow me to treat you to some milk tea, he said, producing a cup of coconut milk tea from Mishuai City to toss to Suku. Wow, your spatial ring hasn't been discovered, Suku exclaimed. Haha, low-key, low-key. After chatting for a while, the trio resumed their training. As Yu continued his practice, he noticed a significant increase in the efficiency of absorbing star power compared to usual. What could be the reason for this? He pondered. Could it be due to our location in the mountains? Yu recalled how many Taoist temples were situated on mountains in his past life, such as Wudong Mountain, Amei Mountain, and Laojun Mountain. Most practitioners prefer the mountains, as the spiritual energy there might indeed surpass that found in urban environments, which are filled with vehicles emitting exhaust fumes that one must inhale daily. The following day, Yu cleared his throat and spoke. Although I have purchased plenty of food in my spatial ring, sufficient for the 3 of us to last a month, upon careful consideration, I believe it unnecessary, as it would not serve to hone our skills. It would not contribute to our growth. Henceforth, we shall forage for food in the mountains. If we are hungry, we can eat grasshoppers. If we are thirsty, we shall drink dew. Unless we are on the brink of starvation, we will refrain from utilizing the resources in the spatial ring. What do you all think? I'll just watch? Wang Fuguwei jested. Suku timidly suggested, let us skip the grasshoppers. I was merely making an example. We will certainly hunt demon beasts and consume their meat. I agree. I concur. Very well, it's settled then. Let us go hunt demon beasts. The trio ventured deeper into the forest, encountering numerous low-level demon beasts along the way. After easily dispatching a few, Yu realized that the meat of these beasts was of poor quality and lacked value. It seems we must venture further to find better prey, Yu remarked. Wang Fuguei and Suku nodded in agreement, following Yu onward. As they continued, they heard a deep, resonant growl. Yu signaled for caution as they stealthily approached the source of the sound. Before them lay a massive wild boar, vigilant as it rested upon a large rock. This wild boar was evidently more formidable than any demon beast they had encountered thus far. Yu. Wang Fuguei and Suku carefully approached the giant wild boar. After a moment of observation, Yu exchanged glances with Wang Fuguei and Suku, and the trio silently spread out, preparing to launch a coordinated attack on the wild boar. Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him as he swung the green-silver grass, sending it spiraling toward the boar. However, the wild boar reacted with remarkable agility, its bristles standing on end. With a deafening roar that seemed to penetrate the very soul, the wild boar evaded the green-silver grass with astonishing speed, leaving Yu momentarily stunned. Is it truly that fast? Yu exclaimed in surprise. Wang Fuguei, witnessing this, swiftly charged from the side, hoping to suppress the wild boar with sheer brute force. Yet, the wild boar was no ordinary creature. It quickly turned, using its immensely strong body to ram into Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei felt an overwhelming force crashing toward him, and before he could react further, he was sent stumbling backward, falling to the ground. He barely managed to roll away to avoid the wild boar's deadly stomp. Meanwhile, Suku, from a distance, was fully focused on casting her spells. With graceful movements of her hands and incantations on her lips, ice spikes flew from her fingertips, shooting like meteors at the wild boar. Each ice spike contained formidable energy, enough to injure an ordinary demon beast, but this wild boar was no ordinary foe. After enduring several ice spikes, it charged towards Suke. Yu employed the green-silver grass once more, successfully ensnaring the wild boar this time, but it soon broke free. However, this delay allowed Suku to reposition herself. The trio then engaged in a fierce battle with the wild boar. Though powerful, the boar began to show signs of fatigue under their relentless assault, shallow wounds appearing on its body as blood seeped out. Just when they thought they were on the verge of successfully hunting the wild boar, it suddenly unleashed a surge of strength, breaking free from their encirclement and bolting deep into the forest. Yu and the others watched as the wild boar fled, hastily giving chase. Second senior brother. Dante, run! Yu shouted. Hearing his call, the wild boar sprinted even faster, quickly disappearing from sight. Darn it, it activated its speed boost. Wang Fuguei sighed in exasperation. That's just too fast. Suku interjected. It's only natural. If it didn't escape, it would pay with its life, while we only face the prospect of going hungry if we fail to catch it. That makes sense. Wang Fuguei praised. Your words remind me of a tale I've heard before. Yu suddenly chimed in. Isn't it the story of a dog chasing a rabbit? I read it in Aesop's fables when I was a child. Oh, I remember now, Yu exclaimed, suddenly realizing just how beautiful the forest was into which the second senior brother had fled. Upon hearing this, both Yu and Wang Fuguei turned to gaze at the scene. The forest, bathed in sunlight, appeared both mysterious and vibrant. Towering trees shot up from the ground, their thick trunks requiring several people to encircle. With lush branches and leaves intertwining like gigantic green umbrellas, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor, which was blanketed in a thick layer of fallen leaves and humus, yielding a soft and springy feel underfoot. Occasionally, tender green shoots peeked through the gaps in the foliage, a testament to the relentless cycle of life. Ancient vines wound their way up the tree trunks, resembling great green pythons. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping melodiously. As if performing a natural symphony point, one could even hear the rustling of small creatures navigating through the underbrush, a constant reminder of the vibrancy of life all around. A gentle stream meandered through the forest, its crystal-clear waters revealing colorful pebbles and small fish swimming joyfully beneath the surface. Various exotic flowers and herbs grew along the stream's edge, filling the air with delightful fragrances. In the distance, mist enveloped the mountain peaks, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the landscape. As a gentle breeze swept through, the leaves rustled softly, bringing the fresh scent of the deep forest. Indeed, it is beautiful. But our immediate concern is to address our hunger. With that, Yu and his companions continued deeper into the woods. Suddenly, Suku's keen eyes spotted a cluster of plants emanating a peculiar glow. These plants boasted slender, translucent leaves, their edges shimmering with a faint blue light, as if mysterious energy coursed through them. The center of the plants bloomed several delicate flowers, their petals displaying a dreamlike purple hue, and their cores exuding a subtle fragrance. Yu observed carefully and exclaimed with delight. This might be Lingyun grass, which is said to possess healing properties and enhance spiritual energy. Wang Fugui also became excited, remarking, "How fortunate we are. If we can find more such herbs, it would provide us with an added assurance in future battles." They continued onward and discovered several clusters of Lingji mushrooms nestled beneath a damp stone wall. The mushrooms exhibited vibrant colors and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Yu deduced that these Lingji were of considerable age and great value. During their exploration, they also encountered some uniquely shaped plants. Although their specific uses were unknown, their distinctive appearances suggested they might possess special benefits. The trio meticulously collected the herbs they had found. After gathering a substantial amount of herbs, Yu lamented the absence of edible demon beasts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He was the man who commanded the green silver grass, which flourished abundantly on Tiger Head Mountain. Could it assist in locating more resources? He recalled that a certain individual had done something similar. Concentrating his mind, Yu attempted to establish a connection with the nearby green silver grass. Moments later, he sensed a faint response, as if some of the grass had taken note of his call. Following the direction of the sensation, they arrived at a ravine, where Yu discovered an injured fawn. Its leg was hurt, rendering it unable to walk. Behind the fawn, a magic pattern leopard was stealthily approaching. Seemingly intent on making it its meal, Yu could not allow this to happen. With a swift action, he and his companions drove the leopard away. Seeing the pitiful state of the fawn, Yu resolved to use the Lingyun grass to treat its wounds. He crushed the grass and applied it to the fawn's injury. Miraculously, the wound began to heal at an observable rate. The fawn glanced gratefully at Yu, who smiled at the sight, only to abruptly snap its neck. "Forgive me, Yao Mei. We are truly famished. Moreover, had we not saved you, you would have perished anyway, enduring even more suffering before your end. Consider this a release from your pain. Go in peace. May there be no magic pattern leopards in heaven." Yu had never tasted venison in his past life, and he was determined to savor it today. With their task accomplished, Yu and Wang Fugui returned to their residence and began roasting Yaomedaro deer. "How could we eat such a lovely fawn?" Lishu lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Please take your time eating." Witnessing Yu and Wang Fugui devour their meal with reckless abandon, Lishu disregarded her image and joined in, exclaiming, "Delicious. Nothing compares to a meal prepared with technology and skill." Prior to their journey, Yu had purchased an array of seasoning bottles, even acquiring Xinjiang-style lamb skewers. He did not believe that purely natural roasted meat could be exceptionally delectable. Even the finest ingredients often required a modest sprinkle of salt. After satisfying their appetites, they began to strategize for the following day. "Today, we did not capture that wild boar, indicating that we still have much to improve upon." After some deliberation, Yu decided to call for reinforcements. He promptly took out his phone and dialed Xiaohuahua, summoning him to Tiger Head Mountain. Hearing the call, Xiaohuahua, who was in the Beast Mountain range, quickly rode over. By evening, he arrived, and the four of them began discussing their plans. The next day, they would venture into the mountains to find their second senior brother. Guided by the green silver grass, they arrived at a location frequented by wild boars, patiently waiting. After a while, a deep growl echoed through the air, causing everyone to tense up. Suddenly, a massive wild boar burst forth from the underbrush, its eyes glowing red and tusks sharp, exuding an intimidating presence. It was a first-tier demon beast. The wild boar king. The four quickly scattered, seeking cover. Yu was the first to act, launching a green-silver bind that ensnared the wild boar king's body. Lishu supported with ice spikes, while Wang Fugui struck the boar's flank with powerful punches. The wild boar king, possessing remarkable defensive capabilities, withstood their onslaught with minimal damage. However, their actions undoubtedly enraged the beast. With a furious roar, it raised its bristles and broke free from the green silver's restraint. Charging directly at Yu, he leaped into a tree, narrowly avoiding the deadly charge. Meanwhile, Xiaohuahua calmly observed the wild boar king and noted its sluggish movements despite its ferocity. Inspired, he shouted to Yu, "Master Yi, avoid attacking its front. Aim for its legs to incapacitate it." The group immediately understood and unleashed their skills, targeting the wild boar's legs. The boar bellowed in anger, continuously charging at them, but through their coordinated efforts, its legs began to sustain injuries, hampering its mobility. Ultimately, the wild boar king collapsed from exhaustion. Chapter 45. Is someone trying to get a free ride? The group breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the fallen wild boar king. Yu jumped down from the tree, his eyes brimming with excitement. A first-tier demon beast is no easy foe, but our teamwork proved effective. Li Shu nodded, wiping the sweat from her brow. Indeed, had it not been for Xiao Huahua's timely discovery of its weak point, we might have faced greater difficulty. Wang Fuguei waved his fist, grinning. Haha, our teamwork is indeed formidable. Yu gave Xiao Huahua a thumbs up, acknowledging his prowess. You truly are someone who has emerged from the Beast Mountain range. Your ability to identify weaknesses is commendable. We all have much to learn from you. Xiao Huahua scratched his head, feeling bashful from the praise. It was just luck. But everyone, do not let your guard down. There may be other dangers lurking in this forest. Upon hearing this, Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he spoke, rustling sounds emerged from nearby. The group immediately tensed up, and a horde of wild boars charged from the bushes, evidently drawn by the wild boar king's roar. Yu furrowed his brows. This is troublesome. While these wild boars may not be strong individually, their numbers are overwhelming. Li Shu suggested, we cannot confront them head-on. We need a strategy to divert them. Wang Fuguei scanned the surroundings and suddenly his eyes lit up. There's a valley over there. We can lure the wild boars into it and use the terrain to our advantage to escape. Xiao Huahua nodded in agreement. Good idea. Let's do it. The four sprang into action. Yu once again used the green silver bind to trap a few smaller wild boars and led them toward the valley. Li Shu followed closely behind, unleashing ice spikes to slow the advancing horde. Wang Fuguei and Xiao Huahua took the lead, ensuring they did not stray off course. After a challenging pursuit, they successfully led the wild boars into the valley, utilizing its narrow confines to evade their pursuers. Returning to the site of the wild boar king's carcass, they were about to take their prize when an unexpected group of individuals emerged. Yu squinted and realized it was a group of classmates from other classes, including the familiar faces of Xiao Xinjia and Fei Yangyang. Leading the group was Zhao Chong, who brazenly declared, "You can't monopolize the wild boar king. We are all classmates, and everyone deserves a share." Yu frowned and replied, "We hunted this down with great effort. It's rather inappropriate for you to swoop in and claim it now." Li Shu added indignantly, "Exactly. We worked hard to bring down this wild boar king. How can you just take it?" Wang Fuguei brandished his fist. "Humph. You won't find it easy to snatch our spoils," Xiao Huahua calmly interjected. "We are all classmates, and there's no need to let a wild boar create discord among us. However, this is indeed our hard-earned prize, and we cannot simply hand it over." Zhao Chong persisted, "The demon beasts in this mountain are not your family's property. Whoever has the ability to acquire it is entitled to claim it. Besides, do you have any proof that you killed this wild boar? I could just as easily claim we did." "Exactly," Xiao Xinjia chimed in. "Even if you did, what harm would it be to share a portion with us? After all, you four can't possibly finish it all." Yu burst into laughter, suddenly closing the distance to Zhao Chong, delivering precise strikes to both sides of his face. Wang Fuguei swiftly moved in front of Xiao Xinjia, landing a couple of sharp slaps. Their lightning-fast actions left the others stunned. Yu calmly stated, "Does anyone else have objections? Speak up. I'm quite fond of rational discussions. However, if some are unreasonable, I'm not above employing a little force." Seeing their classmate struck, Fei Yangyang shouted, "You've gone too far. We all classmates. Is this necessary? And hitting a girl shows a lack of chivalry. My apologies, that was my fault." Wang Fuguei sincerely apologized. Fei Yangyang was taken aback, knowing Wang Fuguei's strength and only daring to voice his complaints. Not actually confronting him, he hadn't expected an apology. Just as he was about to suggest being more mindful next time, Wang Fuguei interjected, "I completely forgot about you. My bad." He then delivered 2 more slaps to Fei Yangyang. "You've bullied us for too long. I've endured this for long enough." Zhao Chong seethed. "Stop holding back, let us go." Yu stretched his limbs. "There's no point in enduring any longer. Let us go." With that, Zhao Chong and his group departed. "What a bore," Wang Fuguei scoffed. "I thought we might actually get to fight. They've seen enough matches to know they can't compete with us." We are the F4 of Chaosian number 1 high school. Haha, true. Let us head back and roast the boar. Yu and his companions returned to their original spot, expertly lighting a bonfire and beginning to roast the wild boar king. Before long, the aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air. Wow, it smells incredible. Xiaohua couldn't help but swallow hard. Don't rush. We'll be able to eat soon, Yu replied with a smile. At that moment, Yu's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from the principal. Hello, principal. Yu answered the call. Why Yu? Have you encountered any students from other classes in the mountains? The principal inquired. Yes, we did, and there was a minor conflict, Yu replied honestly. What? Such a thing happened. Did anyone get hurt? The principal asked with concern. We're fine, principal. Please don't worry, Yu reassured him. That's good to hear. But in the future, you must handle such situations calmly and not act impulsively. The school does not wish to see conflicts among students, the principal said earnestly. Understood, principal, Yu nodded in response. After hanging up, Yu glanced at the others and shook his head helplessly. That group went to lodge a complaint. It's ridiculous. Such childish behavior. Ignore them. Let's continue eating and drinking. They don't have the moral high ground anyway. After being beaten, Zhao Chong and his group returned to the cave, starting to complain to the main group. You must stand up for us. My team and I worked hard to hunt a wild boar. But it was taken by Yi Yu, Wang Fuguwei, and Xiao Huahua. We fought desperately to make sure everyone could enjoy roasted pork, but they were too strong. We couldn't hold onto the meat. Wailing, the little fairy also began to cry, wiping her eyes, though they were dry. This is outrageous. Many brainless self-proclaimed champions of justice jumped out. They have gone too far. Can't believe we are all classmates. Is there anyone willing to join us in teaching them a lesson? I, Zhao Chong, must uphold justice today and cannot allow this evil to prevail. Chapter 46. Yu fights Wang Fuguwei. I feel Yu is not that kind of person. Zhang San spoke up at that moment. Yes, I think so too. Others began to chime in with their support for Yu. Zhuangchang, what do you think? Zhao Chong turned to Zhuangchang, hoping he would say something favorable for himself. After pondering for a moment, Zhuangchang activated his ability, wisdom, and a conclusion formed in his mind. Without knowing the full scope of the situation, I shall refrain from making judgments. If Yi Yu were present, he would surely commend Zhuangchang for finally saying something sensible. Seeing that the situation was not going as he had hoped, Zhao Chong grew increasingly frustrated. Fine, just wait. Once I get that wild boar back, you want to have anything to eat? Zhuangchang watched as Zhao Chong stormed away, shaking his head slightly. He knew Zhao Chong was being driven by emotion and would likely exacerbate the situation. Zhao Chong, along with his supporters, rushed towards Yi Yu and the others. Meanwhile, Yi Yu was happily eating, completely oblivious to the impending trouble. Zhao Chong and his group appeared aggressively, and before Yi Yu could even ask what was wrong, Zhao Chong shouted, "Hand over the wild boar." Suka's expression darkened. Zhao Chong, don't be unreasonable. That wild boar was hunted by us through hard work. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Chong was unwilling to listen, signaling those behind him to charge forward. Why waste words on them? If the children do not behave, they are probably just pretending not to want to go to school. A good beating will suffice. Yi responded by stamping his foot, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that swept towards Zhao Chong and his group. They attempted to resist but were overpowered and sent flying. Yi Yu then approached Zhao Chong, placing a foot on his chest. Dio, you think just bringing more people means you can contend with me? Do you have the strength to challenge Yi Yu? At that moment, those lying on the ground, claiming to be champions of justice, realizing they were outmatched, resorted to verbal attacks. Why Yi Yu? You rely on your strength to brazenly snatch others' belongings. Your actions are no different from those of a thief. And you will face retribution? Zhao Chong added, though I may have lost today, evil will ultimately be suppressed by justice. Let us see how long you can be arrogant. Why Yu chuckled, thinking it was as amusing as an old lady climbing into bed to tell a joke. Then he delivered 2 resounding slaps. Come on, man. You can fool others, but don't fool yourself. Don't label me as a villain. I spit on that now. I'm giving you a chance to reveal the truth. Otherwise, I'll send you back to square one. I don't believe you dare kill me, Zhao Chong retorted. Well, you can certainly try. I'm curious to see whether your life is tougher or your words are. Yi Yu increased the pressure of his foot. Zhao Chong instantly felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. I give up. I'll talk. I'm sorry, everyone. I was blinded. This whole thing was orchestrated by me. The wild boar has nothing to do with me. I just stirred up trouble for the sake of face. Those champions of justice, upon hearing this, felt a wave of self-reproach wash over them. Zhao Chong, I can't believe you exploited our trust. We believed in you. Despicable and shameless. All of you, get lost. I don't have the time to watch you all bite each other. You bunch of brainless fools. You ordered them away. Hearing this, Zhao Chong and his group crawled away in defeat. Old Yi, I didn't expect your strength to have increased so much. Impressive. It seems you have many secrets. Just luck, Yu smiled, as he had no intention of revealing anything about Lin Yuming to them. Xiao Huahua, hearing Yu's words, felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. Suddenly, Yao Hui spoke up, Disciple. Your friend is quite extraordinary. His cultivation method must also be of SSS rank. It seems he has a powerful mentor guiding him. That's great. I'm happy for Brother Yi to have his own opportunities. Why don't we have a duel? Yu proposed suddenly. Wang Fuguwei pondered and nodded. All right, but let us establish beforehand that friendship comes first, competition second, and neither side will use abilities. We shall rely solely on physical prowess and combat skills. A fine suggestion. They then moved to an open area, standing firmly with determination and confidence in their eyes. Yu slightly stretched his muscles and said with a smile, Old Wang, today I'll let you witness my skills. Wang Fuguwei, not to be outdone, replied, Old Yi, be careful. I'm not a pushover either. With that, both figures moved simultaneously, darting toward each other like arrows. Yu initiated the attack with a straight punch that cut through the air toward Wang Fuguwei. Wang Fuguwei sidestepped nimbly, skillfully evading the blow, and retaliated with a palm strike. Yu reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block. Bang! A dull thud echoed as they both staggered back a few steps. Yu silently praised Wang Fuguwei's impressive strength, while Wang Fuguwei was astonished by Yu's quick reflexes. Without a moment's pause, they charged at each other again, engaging in a more intense close-quarters combat. Amidst the flurry of punches and kicks, their combat techniques were displayed in all their glory. Yu's moves were agile and varied, sometimes fierce, sometimes cunning. Wang Fuguwei was steady and sure, each strike brimming with power. Their battle captivated Xiao Huahua and Su Ku, both cheering for their thrilling duel. As time passed, both fighters began to tire, yet neither showed any sign of retreating. Yu's gaze sharpened as he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He suddenly altered his approach, employing a peculiar footwork to maneuver behind Wang Fuguwei, swiftly striking at his back. Wang Fuguwei sensed the danger, hastily turning to defend, but was still a moment too late. Smack! Yu's palm lightly tapped Wang Fuguwei's shoulder. Wang Fuguwei paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Old Yi, impressive skills. I concede. Yu chuckled in return. Old Wang, I appreciate it. The disparity in our physical capabilities isn't vast. But your combat skills are somewhat lacking compared to mine. However, I have been training my combat techniques every day leading up to the awakening day. Reflecting on that period brought a complex mix of emotions for Yu. Especially since his combat skills had been honed by Lin Yuming. Sigh, I wonder when Lin Yuming will return. Yu thought to himself, insisting he did not miss her. He merely wished to spar with her again. Feeling that he had made some progress these days, Yu continued, however, if you employ your abilities, then the outcome becomes uncertain. Chapter 47. Accepting a mission. Haha, I slacked off before the awakening day. And I didn't expect you to start training early. How cunning of you. Haha, the early bird catches the worm. Enough talk, let's start training. The four of them began their training. Yu intended to focus on training his abilities today. He discovered that the green silver grass was somewhat useful. It was quite adept at finding things. Moreover, he looked forward to the day when his green silver grass would evolve into green silver emperor. Just imagine wielding a green silver overlord spear. What a delight! With that thought, Yu took out the Chaos Ability Sutra and began to peruse it. He had not brought it out before. It had been gathering dust in the corner since his abilities were too weak, and he held little hope for it. After finishing the Chaos Ability Sutra, Yu marveled at yet another extraordinary technique, truly worthy of being classified as an SSS level skill. After practicing this technique, all abilities would be converted into Chaos abilities, and Chaos abilities could transform into various elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, and so forth in the future. His green-silver entanglement could wield electricity, fire, and ice. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. At that moment, Yu felt confident enough to declare, "There are no useless abilities, only incompetent warriors." His power had already been granted, so he could say whatever he pleased. Such an impressive martial art must be practiced without delay. Just as Yu was about to begin his training, he suddenly recalled a matter of greater importance, updating his novel Duki continent on the tomato platform. He hurriedly navigated to the comments section, where he lavished praise upon the platform. www.mdjchud.com Mauto Novel Network wishes all the staff at Tomato Platform eternal youth, constant smiles, health and longevity, good fortune and auspiciousness, success in all endeavors, smooth sailing, peace and joy, continuous good luck, happiness and wellness, and the fulfillment of all wishes. May there be a century of harmony, a bond of eternal togetherness, the harmony of Qin and Se, mutual support in times of hardship, soaring together like twin birds, the harmonious calling of phoenixes, a perfect match destined by heaven, a blooming flower and a full moon, and a partnership where husband and wife follow each other. May your future be as bright as brocade, soaring like a rock, a splendid future ahead, striving for excellence and achieving great things, with success arriving as swiftly as a galloping horse, flourishing continuously and rising steadily. May you ascend to great heights, walk the path of prosperity, gain promotions and titles, achieve success in your career, bask in the sun's zenith, and see your fortunes flourish. Wishing you a prosperous year of the dragon. With the auspicious pairing of dragon and phoenix, traversing the world with good fortune, smooth sailing, peace and joy, continuous good luck, happiness and wellness, and all your desires coming true. Please grant us a little more. Having completed all these, Yu finally felt at ease to begin his cultivation. The days spent on the mountain passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was time to bid farewell. During this period, Yu had reached the pinnacle of the first stage of martial arts, and his abilities had also advanced to the first stage. Along the way, Yu and his companions encountered a significant crisis. The tiger they had previously driven away returned with a horde of demonic beasts. Had it not been for the four of them breaking through in the heat of battle, Xiao Huohuo would have unleashed the celestial-level skill ghost possession. As the final day came to a close, the school sent a bus to pick them up. One student lamented tearfully, "This life is unbearable. I can't sleep well, and there are no showers." Another chimed in, "I have it worst. I was with a classmate named Yi, and I ended up starving for 3 days." The student looked gaunt and declared, "I must feast heartily when I return. What do you know of suffering? I was with a classmate called Bei Yi, and once he was so hungry that he looked at me with a glint in his eyes, as if he were going to devour me. It was terrifying. I shall never return." Upon their return to school, Principal Zhu announced, "Students, I have an important message. Due to the escalating conflict at the front, all your instructors have been deployed to the front line, resulting in the early conclusion of this military training, and the inter-class competition has also been cancelled." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in cheers. However, do not be too hasty in your joy. Although the military training has concluded, there are still a few days left until the college entrance examination. We must continue to work hard and not slack off, Principal Zhu reminded them. Wow, I can't believe the college entrance examination is nearly upon us. The students' anxiety began to resurface. I won't say more. For the remainder of these days, you may choose to train at school or practice independently. With that, Principal Zhu departed. Old Yi, are you coming to school? Wang Fuguwei inquired. I won't be attending. At this stage, it makes no difference, Yi replied. Haha, great minds think alike. Then we'll meet again at the college entrance examination. I'm off to indulge in some delicious food. Eating to grow stronger suits me better. The days spent on the mountain were simply insufficient for my appetite. Training is too tedious. Food is far superior. All right, see you at the college entrance exam. And let's both aim for Qingbei. Absolutely, I'm off. After Wang Fuguwei left, Yu began to contemplate his next course of action. After much thought, he ultimately decided to undertake a task at the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Although as a student he was not obligated to, he felt compelled to fulfill his responsibilities. IT was akin to a gift. I may not accept it, but one must still present it, after all. The Extreme Martial Arts Institute had aided him greatly. Firstly, it was a way to repay their kindness, and secondly, it might trigger some hidden plot during the task. Yu promptly opened the Extreme Martial Arts Institute app and browsed the task hall. Among the tasks available were high-difficulty monster extermination missions, routine supply escort missions, and some mysterious exploration tasks. Yu frowned slightly, pondering which task to select. Ultimately, he chose a D-level protection task. The task involved safeguarding a technology company from hostile forces. Conveniently, this company was located in Chaosian, saving Yu from traveling far. Following the address provided in the task, Yu arrived at a place called Chaosian Technology Company Limited. Upon entering, he immediately noticed several individuals gathered around a woman engaged in conversation. The woman, dressed in a flowing white gown, resembled a pure and elegant white lotus blooming amidst the mundane world. She stood there quietly, the gentle breeze causing her gown to sway slightly, exuding an otherworldly grace. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, lustrous and dark, shimmering softly in the sunlight. Her exquisite features were complemented by eyes resembling clear, tranquil waters, deep and serene, drawing one into their depths. Her posture was upright and graceful, radiating an air of nobility with every movement. The white fabric of her gown glowed subtly under the light, making her appear like a fairy stepped out of a painting. It was her. Upon recognizing the woman's face, Yu was momentarily taken aback. This woman was the same one who had appeared at the auction, the one who had purchased the Lingyu heavenly armor. Chapter 48. Yu won? Yu approached the woman and introduced himself. Hello, I am Yu from the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, here to undertake a protection task. The woman regarded Yu's youthful visage with a hint of surprise in her eyes before smiling and responding. Hello, I am Bai Bingxue, the president of this company. It is a pleasure to have you here. However, this task may not be straightforward. We have received a threatening letter. Bai Bingxue explained the situation to Yu. It turned out that Chaosian Technology Company Limited had recently developed a cutting-edge technology that had incited envy and fear among competitors. They demanded to invest, seeking to share in Bai Bingxue's innovation. Naturally, Bai Bingxue could not consent. The hard work of so many employees could not simply be relinquished. Upon her refusal, they became furious and hired a group of mercenaries to attempt to steal the technology. After explaining, Bai Bingxue added, "Now that everyone is here, I entrust the next steps to you. Please rest here for now. I will notify you immediately if anything arises, and there will be generous rewards once the task is completed." Haha, President Bai, rest assured. With us around, whoever dares to come will meet their demise. Afterward, may I invite the president to my home for a meal? Yu interjected with a chuckle, unable to contain himself. Upon hearing this, Bai Bingxue's expression soured slightly, yet she refrained from outright refusing, knowing she would need their assistance later. Coldly, she replied, "We'll see about that," before turning to leave. Once Bai Bingxue departed, one of the henchmen spoke up. "Boss, this woman is too ungrateful. She is just an ordinary person. It's her honor to be noticed by you, yet she dares to show you face. If it weren't for the task still pending, I would show her the might of a martial artist. Wow, you're hilarious." Yu laughed. "Sorry, everyone, I've undergone rigorous training. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh unless I can't help it." Henchmen attempted to charge at Yu to teach him a lesson, but their boss stopped him. "Kid, where are you from, being so arrogant? Are you deaf or foolish? I just told you. I'm from the Extreme Martial Arts Institute," Yu replied unapologetically. Seeing Yu daring to speak back, the boss's expression darkened, glaring at Yu as he warned, "Young man, being overly arrogant is not good." Yu chuckled. "If a young person isn't arrogant, what else can we call them? Just you wait." The boss, sensing Yu's arrogance, speculated that he must have some backing. Moreover, with the task yet to be completed, he did not wish to create unnecessary trouble. If a conflict erupted before the task began, it could tarnish the reputation of their Blood Wolf mercenary group. Thus, both parties remained silent until nightfall. Suddenly, Bai Bingxue's voice rang out, "Everyone, please come to the entrance of the company." When everyone arrived, Bai Bingxue was already waiting there. "Everyone, I have received news that they are about to arrive. I hope you can keep the battlefield outside the company and prevent them from entering. I thank you all in advance." With that, Bai Bingxue entered the company. Why you couldn't help but reflect. Is this what a commercial war looks like? How is it akin to street thugs arranging a brawl? Or perhaps high-end commercial battles often employ the simplest methods to fight? I don't understand. Just as Yu was musing, 10 masked individuals approached, clearly not harboring good intentions. At this moment, the boss spoke up. "Based on my years of experience, these individuals must be the mercenaries. Brothers, follow me." With that, they charged forward, engaging in battle with the group. 9 individuals paired off against one mercenary, leaving one extra. Noticing Yu standing still, The extra mercenary thought, I'll pick on the soft fruit. Kid, you're it. He charged towards Yu. Seeing this, Yu smirked slightly, thinking, just what I needed, a chance to test my skills. In a flash, he darted towards the masked man, and a fierce battle ensued. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Bai Bingxue, watching from within the company, anxiously observed the unfolding fight through the window. Youngster, how dare you meddle in this matter with your meager strength as a mere second-tier warrior? It is akin to searching for filth with a lantern in the restroom. The average prowess of this group of mercenaries exceeds that of second-tier warriors, their leader having attained the pinnacle of second-tier mastery. Were it not for the presence of third-tier individuals in the city, who would attract the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau, he would have undoubtedly broken through to the third tier. The mercenary battling against Yu possesses mid-second tier strength. Yu feigns great difficulty in their confrontation. Yet despite the two-level advantage, he feels quite at ease in dealing with him. It seems the mercenary's techniques are lacking, and his physical prowess pales in comparison to Yu's. However, he is acutely aware of the principle that the first to stand out becomes the target. So he chooses to bide his time while the situation remains relatively stable. After all, this is the foremost survival principle across all realms, endurance. Yu continues to navigate the chaos, occasionally revealing flaws that mislead the mercenary into believing he is on the verge of defeat. In truth, he is quietly surveying the battlefield, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Gradually, as time passes, the atmosphere on the battlefield grows increasingly tense. Others begin to show signs of fatigue against their respective opponents, falling into a disadvantageous position. The entire scene descends into peril, and Yu inwardly laments the unfortunate circumstances, recognizing the inadequacy of his companions. From their previous demeanor, it was clear they lacked true strength. And now they are indeed dragging him down. A series of anguished cries arise, as several defenders have already fallen. Witnessing this, Yu understands that he can no longer afford to be passive. As his opponent launches another attack, Yu effortlessly evades, delivering a kick to the mercenary's chest. The masked man grunts and stumbles back. Is this all you can do? Yu taunts. Enraged, the masked man unleashes all his might in an attempt to tackle Yu. Yet, Yu merely sidesteps gracefully, seizing the mercenary's arm and flinging him far away. The masked man crashes heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. I could take on 10 of you, Yu proclaims loudly. The surrounding mercenaries are taken aback by this display. They did not anticipate that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such formidable strength. All together now, the leading mercenary shouts. In an instant, 9 of them converge upon Yu. Chapter 49. The Guardians make their retreat. What the hell? They really are coming. The middle-aged man lacks martial ethics, bullying a young man like me. Faced with 9 mercenaries of higher rank, Yu dares not be overconfident. He swiftly launches a tiger roar fist, successfully sending one mercenary flying and briefly controlling the others. He then leaps to the side of the defenders, ready to draw their fire. He is not foolish. Being surrounded by them would certainly lead to defeat. This is not a movie or a novel. They will not attack one by one, allowing him to take them down sequentially. 8 assailants come at him from various angles, aiming to strike. Even if he uses his arms and legs, he would still sustain 4 hits. Fortunately, his maneuver proves effective, successfully diverting some of the fire towards the defenders. The skirmish resumes, and Yu faces 4 adversaries. The difficulty escalating sharply. Though his body quivers, it is not from fear, but rather excitement. In this moment, his combat spirit soars, eager to test his own strength. His eyes burn with determination as he confronts the 4 with fierce intensity. Yu, undaunted, moves with the swiftness of a leopard on the hunt. Fists fly and legs strike with force. The 4 are no ordinary foes, showcasing their unique skills in an attempt to overwhelm Yu. The battle intensifies, becoming a fierce clash where neither side yields. Yu grows ever more courageous, his fighting spirit ablaze, as if he possesses the strength to take on 1,000 foes. Yet, as the fight drags on, he gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. The relentless assaults from the 4 overwhelm him, and his stamina begins to dwindle. His movements lose their previous vigor, and his breathing becomes labored. The mercenaries notice Yu's change and seize the opportunity to intensify their attacks. Sigh, must I resort to my abilities? Yu exhales heavily. The 4 hear his intent to unleash his powers and immediately become alert. Green silver vines surge forth, rapidly ensnaring the Ford. I thought it was some mighty ability. Turns out it's just green silver grass. The four, upon realizing Yi Yu's powers are merely ordinary green silver grass, lose their initial caution, reminiscent of their dismissive attitude towards certain newly awakened individuals. They swing their blades at the approaching vines, but upon contact, a crisp sound echoes, and the blades are flung away. What? The crowd gasps in astonishment. The green silver grass continues to extend, swiftly binding the four tightly. Boss, help me! This kid is something else. Seeing this, the leader of the infiltrators activates his B-class ability, transforming into a werewolf. He quickly grows to a towering height of over 2 meters. With a claw raised, he swipes at the green silver grass. The vines are instantly torn apart. Yu had hoped to test the hardness of his vines against the leader, but the results fell short of his expectations. Noticing the situation, Yu electrifies the green silver grass, ensnaring the other three, causing their bodies to convulse. Before long, they lie on the ground, unconscious. Seizing this opportunity, the infiltrator's leader lunges toward Yu with a claw swipe. Yu cannot evade in time, and he is sent flying several meters, spitting blood during the flight. The defenders begin to contemplate retreat. Boss, what should we do? At this rate, we might lose our lives. The leader's expression darkens, for he had previously proclaimed that anyone who intervenes would meet their demise, and now he finds himself facing defeat. Moreover, if they flee now, their Blood Wolf Legion will struggle to maintain their standing in the market. Seeing the leader hesitating, a subordinate urges, Boss, don't hesitate. Indecision leads to defeat, and soon we won't be able to escape. After a moment's contemplation, the leader resolves to retreat. After all, preserving his life is paramount. Withdraw. With this command, the others make their escape. Yu, witnessing this, begins to curse vehemently. It is evident just how profane Yi Yu's tirade is. Young man, you've got some nerve. Even after taking my claw, you dare to curse. You might as well run away. There's no need to risk your life for a mere task. I'll be damned if I run. What? You think you've already won? Sigh. What kind of life can you afford on a few thousand a month? Brothers, charge. The remaining 5 mercenaries rush towards Yu. Yu wipes the blood from his lips, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. Clenching his fists, green silver grass erupts once more from his palms. Growing wildly, with astonishing speed, he weaves a green barrier before him while directing the grass to attack his foes. Get back! The 5 are thrown into disarray, and Yu seizes the opportunity to strike at the weakest among them. Starlight break. A flash of starlight sweeps past, and that individual is swiftly removed from the battlefield. However, the other 4 retaliate simultaneously, and once again, Yu is sent flying. Crap, am I really going to meet my end here? I haven't even left the novice village yet. What a disgrace to the predecessors who crossed over. Stop! A clear voice rings out. It is by Bingshua. I'll give you what you want, but you must not kill him. Fine, as long as you obediently hand over the technology, we won't kill him. Just wait a moment. With that, Bai Bingshua approaches Yu, helping him to his feet. Are you alright? I'm fine, Yu insists. Trying to appear strong. You should leave. I apologize for putting you in this predicament. After speaking, Bai Bingshua turns to the leader of the infiltrators. Let us go. I'll lead you to retrieve it. You 3 stay here and keep an eye on this kid. Don't let him pull any tricks. Rest assured, boss. In his current state, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. All right, I'll be off then. Yu examines the items in his hands. He realizes that Bai Bingshua had stealthily slipped something to him. To his surprise, it is a spatial ring. Upon probing inside with his mind, he discovers the Spirit Guardian armor. In a flash, he dons it with remarkable speed. The remaining subordinates are taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Yu immediately engages them in battle once more. Clad in the Spirit Guardian armor, Yu feels empowered, easily fending off the enemy's attacks and launching counterstrikes. He darts about like a specter among his foes. The green silver grass in his hands moves like a venomous serpent. Effortlessly ensnaring their weapons, one mercenary attempts to stab Yu with a short sword, but he sidesteps and delivers a kick to the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Another swings a large blade at him. But Yu raises a hand, using the green silver grass to seize the weapon, then swiftly counterattacks, sending that mercenary flying several dozen steps back. The last remaining adversary, witnessing this, is gripped by fear and attempts to flee. Yu cannot let him escape. He swiftly pursues and topples him to the ground. After dispatching his foes, Yu races into the company building. Chapter 50. Breakthrough. Yu rushes into the company, frantically searching for Bai Bingxue. Soon, he spots her, held tightly by the infiltrator leader, who clutches a document in his hand. "Why haven't you left yet?" Bai Bingxue exclaims in distress upon seeing Yu. "I cannot simply depart while the mission is incomplete. Moreover, you remain in danger, and I cannot abandon you." Yu replies with unwavering resolve. "Hey, I'm still here. You two dare to flirt in front of me? Do you not regard me as a person?" The infiltrator leader bellows. "You are quite deranged," Yu exclaimed furiously. "Young man, having made it this far, it seems my subordinates have all been dispatched by you. Yet, you absolutely should not have returned, especially not with the foolish notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. What a delusion! Prepare to meet your end." With that, the leader of the infiltrators charged at Yu, delivering a powerful punch. Yu, unwilling to turn the battleground into the company and fearing for Bai Bingxue's safety, braced himself for the blow, resulting in him being hurled from the 5th floor. In a hurry, Yu enveloped himself in the green silver grass, forming a protective sphere that mitigated the damage he sustained. Seeing this, the leader of the infiltrators leapt from the 5th floor, aiming another punch at Yu. This blow shattered the green silver grass's protection and struck Yu squarely, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it!" The leader instinctively wiped his own face. Seizing the opportunity, Yu swiftly counterattacked, unleashing a dazzling starburst. This radiant strike shot forth like a meteor, directly impacting the body of the infiltrator's leader. He was immediately sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. However, by all reasonable standards, such a scenario should have resulted in severe injury. Yet, adhering to the cinematic principle of smoke without harm, the leader of the infiltrators emerged relatively unscathed. With a cold smirk, he taunted, "Do you truly believe that donning protective gear will enable you to contend with me? In this world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. How will you compensate for the vast disparity in our velocities?" At that moment, Yu struggled to rise from the ground, his heart still ablaze with fighting spirit. "Do you think your victory is assured? Even when death is imminent, you dare to remain defiant." The leader mocked at Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute and unwavering as he stared at the infiltrator's leader. "I do not believe I will meet my demise here today. And I have never felt so invigorated. It is as if I am witnessing a rebirth. From now on, I, Yu, shall fear nothing." Green silver domain. Yu declared quietly. In an instant, green light surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the surrounding space and creating a unique domain. Don't master a domain at such a low tier. This boy cannot be spared. Yu's figure flickered and he instantly appeared before the leader of the infiltrators. His fists moving like the wind, imbued with a fierce aura and unparalleled might, he employed a strategy of trading injury for injury. Each time he struck the infiltrator's leader, he absorbed 2 of his counterattacks. This seemingly reckless approach only intensified Yu's momentum. "Is this your strength? Pathetically weak." Yu shouted loudly, his voice brimming with provocation. His onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, as if he aimed to completely obliterate his adversary. A flicker of astonishment crossed the leader's eyes. He had not anticipated Yu would unleash such power despite his injuries. Nevertheless, as a seasoned mercenary, the leader quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his stance, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Shadow Impact. The leader roared, his body radiating a dense black energy. This dark aura swirled around him like a whirlwind, forming a formidable shockwave that surged toward Yu. Channeling all of his strength, he executed his signature move, Starburst. With his roar, a brilliant star shot forth from his hand, directly colliding with the black shockwave. The 2 forces met in the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The leader of the infiltrators staggered back several steps, while Yu was sent hurtling away. "Damn it, thrown back again." At that moment, Yu felt the barrier of his realm loosen, and he broke through to the 2nd tier of martial artists. Ha! There is always a way out, a breakthrough in battle, the hallmark of a protagonist. How can one contend with such luck? Just then, the distant sound of police sirens echoed. It turned out Bai Bingxue had called the authorities the instant the infiltrator's leader leapt down. Upon hearing the sirens, the leader panicked. Who the hell called the police? If you can't play, then don't. Grabbing a few of his closest subordinates, he attempted to flee, but Yi Yu would not allow them to escape, resolutely entangling himself with them. Discovering Yi Yu had broken through to the second tier, the leader was both astonished and furious. Yi Yu's current strength now allowed him to confront the leader head-on, especially since he was still holding him back. As time dragged on, police began to surround them. Realizing his escape was impossible, the leader had come to terms with his fate. He silently lit a cigarette and took a puff. I never expected that after dominating the mercenary world for so many years, I would fall to a mere boy like you. Fine. Since you refuse to let me live, then none of you shall survive. With a fierce shout, he gathered all his energy and directly attacked the realm barrier. With a resounding bang, he broke through to the third tier. Kid, do not think you are the only one capable of breaking through in a crisis. Yi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? An unnamed villain can pull such a stunt? In no time, the leader of the infiltrators dispatched all surrounding police officers. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yu's heart sank. It seemed they were truly finished. Just as the leader was about to deliver the final blow, Bai Bingxue stepped forward once more. I told you, if you kill him, you won't complete your mission. The real information is in my mind. What I provided you was merely a FAO. What are you doing here? You can't escape now. You might have been able to save one of you. Since you haven't given up on me, how can I abandon you? Bai Bingxue proclaimed resolutely. The leader of the infiltrators burst into laughter. It is merely a task. I don't care to see it through. I won't be alive for long anyway. Before I die, I won't allow you to have it easy. So you wish to flirt in front of me, do you? If you enjoy flirting, then here's the deal. Only one of you can live. To survive, you must declare, let him die, and I shall live. The first to say it wins, and the clock starts now. Both remained silent. Observing this, the leader grew increasingly irritated. I will give you another 30 seconds. If you do not speak, you shall all perish. At that moment, Yi Yu finally spoke up. What the hell? Say it. If you have the guts, kill me first. I will slap that insolent mouth of yours. Since you insist on being the first to die, then I will kill her first. The man declared, and with a surge of energy, he aimed to strike at Bai Bingxue. Taken aback by the sudden attack, Bai Bingxue momentarily froze. In a critical moment, Yu lunged forward, tightly embracing Bai Bingxue, and using his back to shield her from the lethal blow. Enduring this strike only exacerbated Yi Yu's already significant injuries. He felt a decade's worth of blood rise in his throat, but this time, he restrained himself from spitting it out, swallowing it down instead. The taste is tolerable, Yu remarked. I apologize for dragging you into this. Bai Bingxue said, her voice laced with regret. It's no trouble. One cannot blame others for their lack of skill. I alone am responsible for disrupting your mission. Any consequences should fall on me. Not on an innocent woman. Yi Yu struggled to maintain his stance. If you wish for him to live, I will ensure her death. The leader of the infiltrators attacked once more, unleashing another wave of energy. Once again, Yi Yu shielded Bai Bingxue, and in a critical moment, a protective barrier surged forth, absorbing the impact of the blow. Sensing the dire situation, the leader realized that if he delayed further, the special operations team would arrive. Should he fail to eliminate Yi Yu due to excessive chatter, he would become the epitome of a foolish villain. He could not afford such a blunder, and thus he unleashed his strongest attack. Shadow impact. This time, he must perish. He fixed his gaze on the shadowy projectile aimed at Yi Yu. At that moment, Yi Yu's mind was in turmoil. Why am I not running? Now I'm truly in danger. Though he was inherently cowardly, he found himself acting out of character. Perhaps it was his commitment to keeping promises. For the sake of completing the mission, he resolved to accept his fate. So be it. If I must die, then I shall. It was a pity he would not see Lin Yumei again. Bai Yu held Bai Bingxue tightly, prepared to endure one last injury for her sake. Bai Bingxue struggled desperately. She too wished to absorb a blow for Yi Yu, but lacked the strength. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a brilliant light emanated from the bracelet on Yi Yu's wrist, forming a protective shield that enveloped them both. What the hell? Their SA shield? The leader of the infiltrators' composure shattered. But that wasn't the end. The bracelet emitted another beam of light, hurtling directly toward the leader of the infiltrators. The speed was so astonishing that he had no time to defend himself and was instantly defeated. I refuse to accept this, he exclaimed before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Yu could no longer hold on and fainted in by Bingshue's embrace. At that moment, the special operations team finally arrived. Bai Bingxue explained the situation and instructed them to review the surveillance footage before taking Yu to the martial artist hospital. When Yu awoke again, he was greeted by a pristine white ceiling and the sharp scent of antiseptic. He attempted to move his body and discovered that aside from a slight pain in his back, he was otherwise unscathed. You're finally awake. A voice filled with delight came from Bai Bingxue beside him. Why you turned to look at her? I'm fine. What about you? I'm all right, thanks to your rescue. Bai Bingxue replied gratefully. Just then, a healer entered to assess Yu's condition. You're fine now. You can be discharged. However, you must exercise caution in the future and avoid such reckless behavior. Understood, Yu nodded. After completing the discharge procedures with Bai Bingxue, they stepped out of the hospital. Thank you once again. Had it not been for you, I may not have survived, Bai Bingxue expressed sincerely, and no need for thanks. It was my duty. By the way, what are your plans now? Yu inquired. I must return to the company to address some technical matters. There have been too many issues lately, Bai Bingxue remarked. Very well, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Yu responded. After the two exchanged contact information, Yu returned home. He lay on his bed, reflecting on the events that transpired during this mission. Fortunately, the bracelet gifted to me by Lin Yuming proved invaluable. Otherwise, I would have truly been in dire straits. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial. After all, fortune favors the bold. Not only did I advance to the second tier, but I also made the acquaintance of a wealthy lady, and most importantly, I acquired the Lingyu heavenly armor. Indeed, Bai Bingxue had bestowed the Lingyu armor upon Yu. Ding. Yu picked up his phone to see a notification. Your bank account ending in 0044 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Please check your balance. Alongside this was a message from Bai Bingxue. I just transferred a small sum to you. Although it is not much, it is a token of my appreciation. Once I am finished with my current obligations, I shall treat you to a meal. Yu was utterly bewildered by the sudden influx of wealth. He barely glanced at the message, replying with a simple okay. Then immediately delving into his bank balance, repeatedly checking the staggering figure. 100 million, a lifetime's worth of spending. At that moment, Yu felt as if he were soaring. The corners of his mouth curled up more than ever. More difficult to suppress than an AK-47. He had never seen so much money in his life. Ha 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 ha. Smack, with a sharp sound, Yu gave himself a resounding slap, admonishing himself to remain calm. It's merely 100 million. He reminded himself, to a magnate, this is but a minor goal. After silently convincing himself, he went to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, finally managing to regain his composure. Yu began to earnestly analyze the shortcomings he had exhibited during the recent battle. He realized that his abilities in the realm of supernatural powers were relatively weak. Without the enhancement of the Chaotic Ability Sutra, swiftly defeating a mid-level second-tier warrior would have been nearly impossible. However, when confronted with an adversary of a significantly higher tier, such capabilities might prove less effective. Furthermore, Yu recognized his deficiencies in combat techniques. After all, his experiences in life and death struggles had been far too few, requiring substantial practice in this area. Additionally, he found that his martial skills were rather limited. Besides the Tiger Roar Fist, the Starlight Break was merely a skill intrinsic to his martial arts, consuming a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Thus, he needed to learn several offensive martial techniques. Moreover, Yu became aware of his sluggish speed, which placed him at a disadvantage in both combat and evasion. To rectify this, he planned to acquire a body technique to enhance his speed, enabling him to respond more agilely in various situations when necessary. It mattered not if he could not win. He must at least be able to flee. Lastly, Yu concluded that his equipment was woefully inadequate. Although he had obtained a piece of armor, he still required a weapon to bolster his offensive capabilities. Presently, he had contemplated these matters, though he had yet to arrive at a final decision. Which enhancement should he prioritize? After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to elevate his supernatural power level first. Thus, he opened the Extreme Martial Arts app, navigated to the task hall, located his next assignment, and clicked Submit. He then began searching for items that could facilitate the evolution of his supernatural powers. Chapter 52. Shopping. Yu then commenced his search for items capable of enhancing his supernatural abilities. After an extensive search, he successfully identified suitable items. Spiritual energy grass, which could unconditionally elevate one's supernatural ability below sea level by a tier. Oh my. This is quite similar to the effects of spirit ascending grass. Without hesitation, Yu purchased 2 stalks, spending 10 million. Following this, he turned his attention to S-level offensive martial techniques. Point 1. Flame Dragon Strike. This martial technique is renowned for its ferocity and might. When executed, the warrior's entire strength converges in their fists, as if a roaring flame dragon coils around them. Upon striking, the air is instantaneously torn asunder, and a torrent of fiery power erupts forth, akin to a ferocious fire dragon charging at the enemy. Its immense power can effortlessly shatter boulders and leave deep imprints on solid metal. If it strikes an opponent, it not only inflicts severe physical damage, but also inflicts a burning effect that continuously erodes the enemy's body, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Point 2. Phantom Sword Dance. This is a sword-based martial technique. The warrior moves with an ethereal grace, swiftly wielding their sword to create countless illusory sword shadows. These shadows overlap, rendering it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. During an attack, the sword shadows strike from various angles, leaving the enemy defenseless. Each sword shadow contains formidable sword energy, capable of easily penetrating the enemy's defenses. This technique is not only extraordinarily swift, but also boasts a wide attack range, making it highly effective in group battles. Point 3. Thunderstorm Palm. When this martial technique is executed, the warrior's palm gathers a tempestuous thunderous energy. Upon striking, it creates a thunderstorm, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity that instantaneously ionizes the surrounding air. Producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, the thunderstorm rapidly expands, enveloping enemies within its vicinity. Those struck will suffer intense electric shocks, causing paralysis and sluggish movements. Simultaneously, the thunderous energy disrupts the internal structures of the enemy's body, inflicting severe internal injuries. Excellent, excellent. Let's take a look at the prices. Oh dear, upon inspection, they are all rather exorbitant. Just a minor goal. I cannot afford them. Perhaps I should search for body techniques instead. Point 1. Wind Shadow Flash. When executed, the warrior moves with the lightness of the wind, swift as lightning and elusive. Each movement seems to meld seamlessly with the wind, leaving behind a series of blurred afterimages. This body technique allows the warrior to change direction instantaneously, effortlessly evading enemy attacks. Whether charging in a straight line or maneuvering in curves, it achieves unparalleled agility in combat. The warrior can use Wind Shadow Flash to swiftly close in on the enemy, launching surprise attacks or escape the battlefield in dire situations. Point 2. Phantom Spirit Glide. Phantom Spirit Glide is a body technique imbued with an air of mystery. When executed, the warrior's body appears to transform into an ethereal shadow, effortlessly traversing various obstacles. This technique not only allows for incredible speed, but also confounds the enemy. The warrior can vanish from the enemy's line of sight in an instant, reappearing from an unexpected angle to deliver a devastating blow. Phantom Spirit Glide also enables the warrior to navigate complex terrains with ease, gliding through forests, valleys, and diverse environments. Point 3. Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash is renowned for its unparalleled speed. When executed, the warrior's body is enveloped in a brilliant flash of lightning, allowing them to instantaneously move to a designated location. This body technique can traverse great distances in the blink of an eye, leaving enemies unable to react. Lightning Flash can also be utilized in combat for rapid pursuit of foes or to evade danger. However, due to its high energy consumption, it requires careful consideration from the user. Point 4. Spirit Butterfly Dance. The movements of Spirit Butterfly Dance are as graceful as a butterfly fluttering among flowers. When executed, the warrior's body flows with a lightness that seems weightless. This body technique not only boasts rapid speed, but also exceptional agility. The warrior can perform various complex maneuvers in midair, such as spins and flips, to evade enemy attacks. Spirit Butterfly Dance also allows the warrior to maintain an elegant posture during combat, imposing psychological pressure on adversaries. Quite commendable, though the fourth option seems a bit abstract. Performing complex maneuvers in midair, Newton's coffin wouldn't suffice to contain it. However, considering this is a high-level martial world, such wonders are to be expected. Why do the prices still resemble those of a minor goal? Is this the standard pricing for S-level items? Yi was incredulous. He could not believe he could not find a single affordable S-level item today. Thus, he shifted his focus to weapons. Point 1. Windbreaker War Halberd. The Windbreaker War Halberd is a polearm crafted from a special alloy, exuding an icy brilliance. Its blade is extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. The top of the halberd is adorned with a mysterious gem that releases formidable power during combat, enhancing the wielder's offensive capabilities. The Windbreaker War Halberd is ideal for strength-oriented warriors, enabling them to sweep through foes on the battlefield, instilling immense dread in their enemies. Point 2. Spirit Flame Bow. The Spirit Flame Bow is a ranged weapon crafted from rare spiritual wood, rich in elasticity and imbued with potent spiritual energy. The bowstring is made from special beast tendons, durable and resilient. When the wielder draws the Spirit Flame Bow, a blazing arrow of spiritual flame coalesces. The Spirit Flame arrow possesses immense power, exploding upon impact and unleashing a torrent of fiery energy, inflicting severe harm on adversaries. The Spirit Flame Bow is suited for warriors skilled in long-range attacks, capable of delivering lethal strikes from afar. Point 3. Phantom Twin Swords. The Phantom Twin Swords consist of two razor-sharp short swords, as light as paper yet remarkably resilient. The blades are inscribed with mysterious runes, capable of unleashing phantom energy during combat. When the wielder brandishes the Phantom Twin Swords, they leave behind a flurry of illusory sword shadows, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake. The Phantom Twin Swords are ideal for agile warriors, allowing for rapid attacks in close combat, overwhelming enemies with swiftness. Point 4. Starry Staff. The Starry Staff is a magical weapon forged from mysterious star metal, shimmering with radiant starlight. The top of the staff is adorned with a massive crystal orb containing powerful stellar energy. The wielder can unleash various formidable magical attacks through the Starry Staff, such as Starfall and Starlight Shield. The Starry Staff is suitable for those who primarily pursue supernatural abilities, allowing for tremendous power in battle. What on earth are these recommendations? Aside from the first halberd, which is somewhat acceptable, you found little appeal in the others. Compared to the halberd, he preferred gauntlets. The visceral sensation of each punch was immensely satisfying. Moreover, the martial arts he practiced were particularly well suited for gauntlet usage. Why? You cast a glance at the price, and with a knowing look, realized it was beyond his means, still just a modest goal. Chapter 53. Is someone undergoing tribulation? This is troublesome. I can't even afford a single S-grade item. Yet, you currently had no desire for an A-grade one. After much contemplation, he resolved to borrow some additional funds from Bai Bingxue. He picked up his phone and sent her a message, asking if she could lend him another 10 million. An hour passed without a reply. Oh no, could she possibly think I'm trying to swindle her? Just as Yi's anxiety peaked, a notification chimed. He picked up his phone to see. Your bank account ending in 0044 has received 110,000,000 yuan. Please check. Along with this was a message from Bai Bingxue. Is this sufficient? It's all I can offer for now. If it's not enough, I'll borrow more. That's more than enough. Yi quickly replied, thank you. I will repay you as soon as possible. As he gazed at the substantial funds that had just arrived, his heart swelled with gratitude. You need not worry about repayment. Focus on your cultivation. I'll handle the financial matters. Message me when you have time. I'll treat you to some delicious Sha County snacks. Yi replied, sure. Bai Bingxue responded, haha, just kidding. I'll definitely treat you to a grand feast. Yes, I know. After their conversation concluded, Yi resumed his search for gauntlets. The Thunder Gauntlets, resplendent in a deep blue hue, boasted a surface adorned with lightning-like patterns, occasionally flickering with faint arcs of electricity. Crafted from an exceptionally rare thunder attribute, or they were not only immensely sturdy but could also resonate with the user's strength. When donned, the gauntlets imbued the user with a formidable electrical power. Upon striking with them, the electric force would erupt instantaneously, unleashing a powerful shockwave. This force not only delivered a potent physical attack but could also temporarily paralyze foes, hindering their movements. The Thunder Gauntlets possessed unique abilities. Users could focus their minds to ignite the thunder energy within, unleashing the wrath of thunder. This skill would create an electric domain around the user, inflicting continuous electrical damage on enemies within its range while severely restricting their movements. Simultaneously, the user's speed and strength would experience a significant boost, granting them a decisive advantage in battle. Wow, this is incredible. I must acquire this. Upon checking the price, Yu felt daunted, 3 modest goals. What the hell? Everyone else is S grade. Why is this one 3 times as expensive? Just because it has an extra character? Well, it certainly seemed far superior to the previous items. It must be a premium among S-grade products. With only 200 million at his disposal, how should he proceed? After much consideration, Yu decided to purchase 2 martial arts manuals, the Thunderstorm Palm and the Thunder Flash. Don't ask why he chose these 2. If you must know, they're just cool. In his past life, the novels Yu enjoyed most were those involving thunder and lightning techniques, like Palm Lightning, Yin 5 Thunder, Yang 5 Thunder, and 3000 Thunder movements. The battles would be electrifying, dazzlingly cool. Just imagine, in the heat of battle, you unleash a thunderclap, bringing down a celestial hammer of purple gold, with purple lightning and true fire raining down from the heavens. Sorry. Wrong scene. A single thunderous roar would be unbelievably cool. After completing his purchases, Yu sighed, realizing the truth. Wealth in literature, power in martial arts. Just like that, his freshly acquired 200 million vanished. He needed to earn more money, so he logged into the Tomato Writer Assistant and began typing away. Perhaps due to the recent school semester starting, his novel's traffic had significantly decreased, and all he could think was, "Come back, my student readers." 2 hours later, the goods arrived. Presenting his purchase record, Yu successfully claimed his treasure chest. The first thing he did was consume 2 spirit energy herbs, successfully raising his extraordinary abilities to C grade. The effects remained average, no explosive growth. However, he was now endowed with dual C grade talents. Feeling the changes within him, Yu sensed he had become formidable. If he encountered the leader of the infiltrators again, he felt confident in facing him. Yu continued to unpack, contemplating which manual to practice first. Whichever the little rooster points to, he would choose. It landed on the Thunderstorm Palm. Then I shall first learn the Thunder Flash. After all, my life is more important. Yu opened the manual for Thunder Flash and began to read attentively. The cultivation method described was quite unique, requiring the user to harness thunder power during a storm, guiding it into their body. He decided to wait for the next thunderstorm to trek to the mountaintop outside the city to practice. He checked the weather forecast on his phone, and fortuitously, a thunderstorm was predicted for the following day. That night, the sky was thick with clouds, crackling with thunder. It was as if a powerful being were undergoing tribulation. Without hesitation, Yu set off toward the mountaintop. Upon reaching, he found an open space and sat cross-legged. As bolts of lightning streaked across the night sky, he began to guide the electric power into his body as instructed by the manual. Initially, the searing pain from the electric current entering his body was nearly unbearable, but he persevered with unwavering determination. As time passed, he gradually adapted to the agony and became increasingly adept at channeling the thunder power. 2 hours later, he successfully comprehended the Thunder Flash to a minor level of mastery. My comprehension seems quite good, Yu thought, feeling quite pleased with himself, and he began to experiment. Focusing intently, he activated the Thunder Flash technique. His body gradually shimmered with a faint electric glow, merging seamlessly with the thunder and lightning of the world around him. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning streaked through the night sky, aimed directly at Yu. His heart raced, and he instinctively tried to evade it. However, at that moment, he discovered his body had become remarkably agile. He sidestepped the lightning with astonishing speed and, in the same motion, struck out with his palm, unleashing a fine thread of electricity that a flicker of surprise crossed Yu's eyes. This speed is impressive. Another bolt of lightning surged toward him, and Yu once again activated Thunder Flash to dodge. What is happening? Is it targeting me? As if responding to Yu's thoughts, the lightning seemed to have acquired a GPS, intent on striking him. Fine, then I'll play with you today. He continued to weave through the flashes of lightning, evading strike after strike. Over time, he occasionally got hit by 1 or 2 bolts, but his agility improved with each attempt. As dawn approached, the rain ceased, and the sky gradually cleared. Yu stood quietly atop the mountain, feeling the abundant thunder power within him, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Not bad, not bad. In just one night, I advanced my agility to a major level. My efforts were not in vain. Time to head home for a meal. Yu hummed a little tune as he departed. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, observing him with interest. This kid is quite intriguing. Chapter 54. A chance encounter upon returning home. Yu found his parents absent, so he ordered a popular chicken pot favored by college students. After 2 hours of cultivation, and noticing the takeaway hadn't arrived, his hunger grew unbearable, prompting him to call and check on the order. As soon as the line connected, he heard the delivery person's impatient voice, "Why are you hurrying? Am I not on my way to deliver it?" "No, I haven't even complained yet," Yu retorted. "You called to hurry me, didn't you? What kind of attitude is that? How long has it been overdue? Do you want me to file a complaint?" Yu felt infuriated. "File a complaint? You clearly don't understand my status among the delivery riders. Let me tell you, neither the customer service nor the customers dare to supervise me. I've been doing this for years, and I complete one order after another. If I don't feel like delivering, I simply want tea. Do you hear any complaints from customers? Yes, but very few. Unless they don't want the food. Are you that impressive? Do you think you're invincible? Just wait for the complaint to come." "Oh, you want to complain? Check your phone." After hanging up, you checked the delivery status and saw, "The rider is attacking your order." "What the hell?" You found himself laughing in frustration. After reporting the incident, he ventured outside in search of food. At that moment, Bai Bingxue sent him a message. "Are you free for lunch today? I'd like to treat you." Simultaneously, Wang Fuguwei also messaged him. "Old Yi, come out. I'm treating you to a feast." Faced with these two messages, Yu found himself in a dilemma, whom to choose. After pondering for a moment, he decided to message Wang Fuguwei first. "I have something to attend to this noon. You go ahead and eat." Then he responded to Bai Bingxue, "Of course, I'm free. I'll treat you." "All right, I'll come pick you up. Send me your address." After sending the address, Yu quietly waited in place. During this time, he checked the weather forecast, searching for the next thunderstorm. While the thunder flash was excellent, it required drawing lightning into the body, and thunderstorms did not occur every day. Moreover, if he had not cultivated the battle sky-shattering stars technique and the chaos extraordinary ability scripture, he might not have succeeded at all. The battle sky-shattering stars technique provided him with immense physical strength, while the chaos extraordinary ability scripture reduced the voltage of the electricity, allowing him to withstand the lightning infusion. Most people attempting this would be electrocuted. After all, the voltage of lightning is no joke. Typically ranging from 100,000 to 100 million volts, and the current between 10,000 to 200,000 amperes, the energy is approximately 5 billion joules, equivalent to the energy produced by 145 liters of gasoline. Even Ultraman might be electrocuted. This technique is usually pursued only by lightning ability users, as they inherently possess electricity. Oh gosh. Yu suddenly realized he too could generate electricity because he cultivated the chaos extraordinary ability scripture. What was I thinking? Thus, one might say that I could cultivate a multitude of martial techniques with varying attributes. How remarkable it would be for my Jing. At this moment, Yu truly comprehended the immense power of the chaos ability scripture. Fortuitously, he had chosen this particular cultivation method, for those who harness the essence of chaos are indeed formidable. However, this only deepened his curiosity regarding Lin Yuming's identity. Who exactly is Lin Yuming, that she could so casually impart such a cultivation technique? Could it be that she is truly the sovereign of the universe, and that the realm in which I currently reside is one she has fashioned? Yu recalled that in the first chapter, Lin Yuming had mentioned this to him, but at the time, he had thought she was jesting and had merely responded in kind. With this thought, Yu suddenly called out, Lin Yuming, are you there?" It is said that remarkable individuals can sense their names being called. Yet, there was no response. Very well, Yu found himself perplexed by the situation on Earth. At that moment, Lin Yuming, who was out shopping with a mysterious man, sensed someone calling her name and was about to investigate when the mysterious man spoke up. "No need to look. It's Yu. I have a pretty good idea of your identity." "Oh? Then there's no need to worry. Let us continue shopping. Hee. When do you plan to return?" The mysterious man suddenly interjected. "Why the rush? The examination timeline over there hasn't even begun yet." "What? Am I being chased away?" Lin Yuming pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "How could I dare? I'm merely concerned about delaying the narrative over there. I see you are more worried about me interrupting your cultivation. All right, let us proceed, for if we talk any longer, you shall begin to complain again. Even as the sovereign of the universe, she still delights in shopping. Hee, is that not what you taught me? You said that regardless of the level of cultivation attained, one must maintain their emotions and desires. Such cultivation is meaningful and enjoyable. Very well. What I say. As the scene shifts back to Yu, Time passed by the second, and finally, the sound of an approaching automobile engine reached his ears. Instantly, his gaze was drawn to a white sedan gradually drawing near. The car came to a steady halt, and Bai Bingxue leaned out of the window with a radiant smile, her countenance blossoming like a flower in spring. She waved at Yu, signaling him to enter the vehicle. Yu hurriedly approached, opened the door, and took a seat in the passenger seat. A delicate fragrance filled the air, uplifting his spirits. Bai Bingxue started the car. She engaged in light-hearted conversation with Yu, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Before long, Bai Bingxue drove to the entrance of the Chao County Grand Hotel, and the two entered together. Just as they walked in, Wang Fugue happened to arrive as well. Goodness, is that old Yi? Let me capture some evidence, he said, snapping a photo with his phone before striding forward to pat Yu on the shoulder. Instinctively, Yu turned around, and upon seeing Wang Fugue's face, he was taken aback. Goodness, old Yi, I wondered why you weren't joining me for a meal. Turns out you have a beautiful date. How unfaithful. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Yu replied with a serious expression. Aren't you Yu? Wang Fugue asked, puzzled. You have the wrong person. I am Yi. Wang Fugue looked at him, momentarily uncertain if he had indeed made a mistake. You must have misidentified me. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. With that, Yu and Bai Bingxue walked directly into a private room. Wang Fugue stood there, still in a daze, pondering whether he had truly misidentified Yu. If only Wang Fugue could see the barely suppressed smirk on Yu's face, he would realize he had been tricked. Inside the private room. Phew, that was close. I almost broke character, Yu thought to himself. He had chosen a private room specifically to avoid any absurd narratives. He simply wished to enjoy his meal in peace, without disturbances. Encountering Wang Fugue was entirely unexpected, but thankfully, his acting skills had allowed him to evade the situation. Is he your friend? Bai Bingxue inquired. Yes, but no need to mind him. Let us focus on our meal in order. Chapter 55. Underground Fighting Arena. Bai Bingxue smiled as she pushed the menu towards Yu and softly said, You choose. See if there's anything you like. Feeling slightly bashful, Yu took the menu and perused it carefully, selecting a few signature dishes. Before long, the dishes were brought to their table. Yu politely gestured for Bai Bingxue to begin, and she graciously accepted, sampling a dish. Delicious, Bai Bingxue exclaimed with delight. After finishing their meal, Yu called the waiter to settle the bill. Hello, sir, that will be $79.79. Would you like to pay via WeChat or Alipay? I'll use my bank card, Yu replied, handing it to the waiter. I apologize, sir, but your card has insufficient funds. Yu suddenly remembered that he had exhausted the 200 million, and he had transferred 8,000 to his parents from the funds given by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, leaving him with just a few hundred in his pocket after his previous shopping spree. Noticing Yu's embarrassment, Bai Bingxue gently said, Let me handle it. Once the waiter left, Yu awkwardly scratched his head. I am so sorry for making you cover the expenses again. I used all the money you gave me for cultivation. No worries, feel free to cultivate. I will take care of your resources in the future. Consider it an investment, she reassured him. Yu did not refuse. Resources were indeed necessary for cultivation, and he could not be stubborn about that. All right, thank you. I promise you will become the next Hebadong. Who is Hebadong? Bai Bingxue inquired curiously. He is an angel investor from the Duki continent, a man who has read the script. Bai Bingxue responded, somewhat understanding yet still puzzled. Let us go. I'll drive you home. As they exited the private room, Wang Fugue, who had been waiting, immediately called Yu on WeChat. Ring, ring, ring. Oh no. I was careless and forgot to silence my phone. You, pretending not to know me, huh? Have a girlfriend and forgotten your brother? We redone. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Fugue rushed over. Realizing the situation was exposed, Yu dropped the act and feigned a sorrowful expression. Brothers, if you can't feel that in your heart, no words will suffice. This lady here is actually my benefactor, Bai Bingxue. Hello, Bai Bingxue greeted politely. Hi. Wang Fugue replied. Wow, old Yi, you've managed to meet such a beautiful wealthy lady. How did you meet? It's a long story. So I'll keep it brief, or rather, it is a long story. Oh, you're teasing me, huh? Haha. Don't envy me. I earned this with my life. I have other matters to attend to. We'll chat another time. With that, Yu and Bai Bingxue turned and left, leaving Wang Fugue standing there alone. No words left. Wang Fugue scoffed. Inside the car. Take me to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Yu instructed. Sure, if you have any training needs, feel free to speak up, MHM. Yu replied without elaborating. Upon entering the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Yu rented the cheapest training room and began practicing the Thunderstorm Palm. 3 hours later, he emerged, having exhausted his funds. He had barely managed to reach a minor accomplishment. The efficiency was significantly lower than during his previous training on the mountain. He was unsure why. I need to find a way to make some money. I've already faced embarrassment twice due to lack of funds. Sigh, a man with money is a hero, while a man without money is merely a man. What would the protagonist in a novel do at this juncture? Yu searched for ways to earn money on Doubao and ultimately found a suitable method. Underground fighting. Not only could he earn money, but he could also enhance his combat skills. Two benefits in one. However, a problem arose. Yu did not know where to find an underground fighting arena. Thus, he called Wang Fuguwei on WeChat. However, the call was immediately disconnected. Following that, he received a lengthy voice message lasting 60 seconds. Curious, Yu clicked to listen. Why Yu? Aside from his name, the rest were merely praises directed at him. Afterward, Wang Fuguwei called back. Speak. What is up? I wanted to borrow some money. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguwei showered him with friendly inquiries. After the pleasantries, he asked, how much do you need? Money is one thing. I mainly want to ask if you know where I can find an underground fighting arena. Yu replied. Are you looking to fight or to place bets? A child would make a choice. I want both. Are you out of your mind? It's incredibly dangerous there. If you're short on cash, I can lend you some, Wang Fuguwei said excitedly. Yu was touched by Wang Fuguwei's enthusiastic tone. Don't worry. I know my limits. Wang Fuguwei fell silent for a moment before sighing. I knew I couldn't dissuade you. But since you've made up your mind, I won't let you wander about blindly. There's an abandoned factory in the west of the city. They hold underground fighting events there at night. But I must warn you, the place is a den of vice. All sorts of people gather there, so you must be cautious. Thanks. Wait, let us go together tonight. It's safer that way. All right, see you tonight. MHM, see you tonight. As night fell, Yu and Wang Fuguwei arrived at the abandoned factory in the west of the city. From a distance, they could hear the cacophony emanating from within. I thought the underground fighting arena would be underground. Yu quipped. As they entered, a wave of heat mixed with the sense of sweat, blood, and smoke hit them. The sight before Yu made him squint slightly. In the dim light, a makeshift boxing ring stood in the center, surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd. Their faces were filled with excitement and greed as they loudly cheered for their favored fighters. In the ring, two burly fighters were engaged in a fierce battle, their fists raining down upon each other with dull thuds. Each strike reverberated with immense power, sending adrenaline coursing through the spectators' veins. Yu stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, his gaze calm as he observed the scene. At that moment, a burly staff member noticed Yu and Wang Fuguwei. He approached them, sizing them up and speaking in a gruff voice. Are you two here to fight or to place bets? Yu casually replied, I'd like to try both. The staff member chuckled, a hint of barely perceptible disdain flickering in his eyes. He gestured towards a table in the corner, instructing, go register over there first. Yu and Wang Fuguwei approached the table and filled out some basic information. Subsequently, the staff member introduced them to the competition rules and prize structure. The rules were straightforward. There were no referees. The match would only conclude when one party fell or conceded. As for the prizes, they were determined by the difficulty of the match and the strength of the opponent. Winning an ordinary match could yield a handsome reward, and consecutive victories would see the prize double. However, he cautioned, remember, there are no rules here, only life and death. Once you step onto the ring, you must fight with all your might. Good luck with that. The staff member departed. Yu noticed the disdain in the staff member's demeanor but chose not to comment further. He could tolerate such subtle condescension, as it only set the stage for an eventual retort. It was the overtly contemptuous individuals, those who felt the need to belittle him further, that truly soured his mood. Just as Yu prepared to register, a young man stepped ahead of him, confidently declaring, I want to challenge the madman. The staff member erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Kid, you must be out of your mind. You dare challenge the madman? That's akin to seeking death. The young man smirked, just register me. Will you? Not happening, the staff member replied impatiently. Why not? Kid, are you new here? Do you even understand the rules? You need to achieve 10 consecutive victories before you can challenge the madman. Very well, arrange for me 10 matches then. Fine, if you're looking for trouble, I won't stop you. Write down your alias. After the young man pinned his alias, he headed to the waiting area. At that moment, you stepped forward. Arrange a few matches for me as well. The staff member, seeing another youthful face, thought to himself that yet another fool was stepping into the fray, and simply said, just write down your alias. Why you took the pen and inscribed the characters Ren Wong. Before glancing at the young man's alias, Long Wong. Goodness, could he be the protagonist from the Long Wong novel? Yu mused, recalling the young man's earlier smirk. Looks like there's money to be made. Heh. He then sought out Wong Fuguwei to regroup. The staff member reviewed the contest list and chuckled, noting one Long Wong and one Ren Wong. This is hilarious. Young folks really enjoy these kinds of aliases. Huh? Old Wong, lend me 5 million and put it all on Long Wong to win. That is the guy. You pointed at Long Wong. You should also bet on his victory. I guarantee a profit. As a brother, don't ask questions. All right, Wong Fuguwei replied without further inquiry. At this moment, the host announced, next up, we have the newcomer Long Wong facing off against the already 3-time champion, Pai Daxing. What sparks will fly in this clash? Let us wait and see. Betting is now open. Please check the VCR for the odds. The large screen displayed the odds. Long Wong winning at 5-1 and Pai Daxing winning at 1-5. As the audience heard the host's words, they began to place their bets. The casino was filled with chatter as people exchanged opinions about the match. Most favored the 3-time champion, Pai Daxing, believing in his formidable strength and momentum. Only a few dared to gamble on the newcomer Long Wong, hoping for a miraculous upset. Despite some doubts, Wong Fuguwei, trusting his brother, boldly wagered 10 million on Long Wong, anxiously watching the arena while silently praying for his victory. As the betting time concluded, the host command signaled the official start of the match. Long Wong and Pai Daxing slowly ascended to the ring, the latter's eyes brimming with determination. Pai Daxing, with his imposing physique and well-defined muscles, exuded a powerful presence, while Long Wong appeared nonchalant, hands in his pockets, strolling as if embarking on a leisurely walk rather than a fierce battle. Observing Long Wong's demeanor, Pai Daxing felt a surge of indignation, sensing he was being underestimated. Fury ignited within him as he vowed to make the arrogant Long Wong pay dearly. Clenching his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously, he declared, "You will regret your arrogance." Long Wong, lifting his gaze slightly, responded with casual indifference, "Oh, I look forward to it." Pai Daxing's eyes widened in rage as he charged at Long Wong like an enraged lion. Swinging his powerful arms, fists slicing through the air with thunderous force aimed at Long Wong. Yet, Long Wong remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping as Pai Daxing's punch narrowly missed him, sending him off balance. Long Wong smirked, a hint of mockery in his expression, which only fueled Pai Daxing's rage further. He turned once more, launching another fierce assault at Long Wong, who calmly raised a hand to deflect the attack. Rendering it ineffective, Pai Daxing grew increasingly agitated, relentlessly throwing punches and kicks, his techniques diverse and relentless. However, Long Wong danced like a feather in the wind, gracefully evading each strike with impeccable timing. The audience watched in astonishment. They had anticipated a fierce battle but were taken aback by Long Wong's ease in countering Pai Daxing's frenzied onslaught. Meanwhile, Pai Daxing was panting heavily, his stamina waning, whereas Long Wong remained composed. With a smirk, Long Wong quipped, "This is dull. I won't play with you anymore." In an instant, his expression hardened, and like a flash of lightning, he vanished, reappearing behind Pai Daxing. Before Pai Daxing could react, Long Wong delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee, causing him to collapse. Following this, Long Wong unleashed a rapid punch, striking Pai Daxing squarely in the back. The massive figure of Pai Daxing crashed to the ground. Unable to rise, a silence enveloped the arena, soon followed by a cacophony of curses. "Pai Daxing, you little darling. You made me lose so much money. Get up and fight." Someone yelled in dismay. "How is this possible? Pai Daxing actually lost." Another lamented, "Damn it, I've lost everything." A third voice echoed in anger. The arena erupted into chaos, emotions running high as the crowd nearly spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Long Wong stood unfazed in the center of the ring, hands in pockets, seemingly deaf to the surrounding uproar. Yu and Wong Fuguwei exchanged triumphant smiles, with Yu silently congratulating himself on his astute judgment. Fraud. There must be foul play in this match. A voice cried from the crowd, igniting a wave of agreement. Yes, there must be foul play. People echoed, the clamor rising deafeningly. We demand a thorough investigation. Give us justice. Another voice rang out, met with a chorus of support from the crowd. Some individuals began to hurl objects into the ring. Bottles, papers, chaos ensued as security struggled to quell the unrest. Just as the situation reached its boiling point, in the midst of the turmoil, a powerful figure leaped onto the stage. Towering and commanding, clad in black, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, he landed firmly in the center of the arena, his overwhelming presence instantly dampening the surrounding noise, silence. He bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. An invisible force radiating outward. The crowd, taken aback by this sudden authority, involuntarily ceased their actions and stopped their curses. There is no foul play in this match, the powerful figure declared with unwavering conviction. A loss is a loss. Do not cause a scene here. Long Wang's prowess is evident, and Pai Daxing's defeat is not unjust. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze radiating authority. If anyone dares to cause further disturbances, do not blame me for being unkind. The audience exchanged glances. Though resentment lingered in their hearts, the weight of the figure's authority silenced any rebellious thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, security swiftly escorted the most agitated individuals from the arena. Gradually, order was restored. The powerful figure observed the calming scene, nodded slightly, then leaped away, disappearing from sight. The host stepped onto the stage, clearing his throat. As you all saw, the match was fair, just, and transparent, with no foul play involved. Now, let us proceed to the second match, featuring Long Wang against SpongeBob SquarePants. The contestant SpongeBob SquarePants was said to surpass Pai Daxing in strength, boasting an impressive 4 consecutive victories. Rumor had it that the two were good friends. What the outcome of this match would be remained to be seen. Betting is now open. The crowd eagerly began to place their bets, and Wang Fuguwei continued to wager on Long Wang. As the betting period concluded, the host's command initiated the match. Long Wang retained his casual demeanor, hands in pockets. I hear you're a close friend of Pai Daxing. If you wish to avenge him, you'd best give it your all. I have no desire to battle a weakling, SpongeBob SquarePants remarked. Long Wang chuckled, the last person who said that is currently lying on the ground. You won't be any different. SpongeBob, without uttering another word, launched into a flurry of flamboyant attacks, only to have them effortlessly countered by the Dragon King with a single hand. With such meager prowess, how could you possibly avenge Patrick? Show me some real strength. Upon hearing the Dragon King's taunt, SpongeBob was consumed by fury. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the mighty sailor punch, his fists raining down upon the Dragon King like a tempest of hail. Yet, the Dragon King remained unperturbed, deftly blocking each blow while occasionally returning the favor. SpongeBob's onslaught grew ever more ferocious, yet he could not inflict any substantial damage on the Dragon King. At that moment, SpongeBob suddenly halted, gasping for breath. The Dragon King, observing this, chuckled. What's the matter? Tired? Your punches are as soft as cotton candy. Determined to hold nothing back, SpongeBob retrieved a magical bubble from his pocket and blew with all his might, causing the bubble to swell rapidly as it soared towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King, glancing at the approaching bubble, scoffed dismissively, thinking it merely a trivial trick. However, upon contact, the bubble erupted with tremendous force, sending the Dragon King staggering backwards. Surprised, he regarded SpongeBob, astonished at the bubble's unexpected potency. Interesting, but hardly impressive. My word, SpongeBob has begun to employ his bubble mastery, the host remarked from the sidelines. Seeing that a single bubble failed to vanquish him, SpongeBob escalated his efforts, summoning the super invincible bubble. A colossal bubble drifted towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King, still nonchalant, leapt gracefully, attempting to claw at the bubble. Just as he believed he could puncture it, he found himself ensnared within. SpongeBob rejoiced. You've stepped into my super invincible bubble. You have no chance now. Surrender, or you shall perish as the oxygen dwindles. Do not even think about breaking free from within. This bubble is impenetrable, far beyond your capabilities. Oh dear. The Dragon King is trapped within SpongeBob's grand scheme. It appears victory is within SpongeBob's grasp. Cheers erupted from the crowd in support of SpongeBob. Patrick was beside himself with excitement. Inside the bubble, the Dragon King, observing the crowd's fervor, smirked, sensing the moment to display his bravado. With a sudden surge, he shattered the bubble, landing elegantly back on the stage. What? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience, and SpongeBob felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. Seizing the opportunity while the Dragon King posed for effect, SpongeBob swiftly lunged forward, delivering a kick. The Dragon King dodged. Tumbling spectacularly, the crowd erupted in laughter. You couldn't suppress his mirth. The Dragon King truly relished in showing off. Fuming, the Dragon King rose, wiping the dirt from his mouth. His gaze turned steely and menacing. "You lack honor," he growled. Before the words had fully left his lips, he darted towards SpongeBob like a bolt of lightning. SpongeBob barely had time to react before the Dragon King's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. He doubled over in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. He felt as though his insides had been shattered by that brutal blow. "I concede," he gasped. "The consequences of interrupting my moment of grandeur." The Dragon King replied coldly. The audience was left in shock, unable to fathom that the furious Dragon King had dispatched SpongeBob in a single strike. Congratulations to the Dragon King for yet another triumph. Those who had placed their bets on him cheered, chanting his name. Yet, the Dragon King maintained a stoic expression. Despite the cheers, he could not shake the embarrassment of his earlier blunder. During his previous display, he had never been attacked by an opponent and could not fathom why it had failed him this time. In the subsequent matches, he revealed his true strength, swiftly achieving 9 consecutive victories. Meanwhile, Yi Yu and Wong Fugue each pocketed $200 million. However, Yi Yu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding whether he could carry this fortune away, recalling his past experiences from novels that warned of potential pitfalls once the Dragon King defeated the madman. There would inevitably be someone to take control, leading to the Dragon King flaunting his prowess. Should he win against the strongest contender, he would depart with a fortune. Should he lose, formidable figures would likely come to his aid, allowing him to escape with his winnings. Yet, those without connections could fall victim to treachery. Yi Yu contemplated whether he should make a hasty exit. Chapter 58. Yi Yu takes the stage caught in thought. Yi Yu deliberated whether to flee immediately. He had no powerful ally to back him, and capture would leave him destitute. With this in mind, he approached Wong Fugue, lowering his voice. "Old Wong, we've been friends for years, and this venture into the underground boxing arena has yielded quite the fortune. I can't shake this feeling of unease. Do you know of any formidable individuals in your circle? If so, please summon them to lend us some support. I fear a potential betrayal could leave us in dire straits. Rest assured, I'll share a secret with you. I recently accomplished something significant that has stirred quite a commotion. The high school in our county is abuzz with it. The details are a bit hazy now, but the impact was substantial. It's not trivial, but perhaps not as monumental as some believe. The specifics escape me, but the underlying reason is heartwarming, I must say. It did make quite the splash. In any case, you understand my position. The situation is as it stands, and while you may not comprehend fully, suffice it to say that those in the know will grasp it. As for my identity, there's no need to speculate. Those familiar with such matters will understand without further explanation. What nonsense are you babbling about? Wong Fugue laughed. Just kidding, don't worry. I have no powerful allies. With that, Wong Fugue took his leave, leaving Yi Yu bewildered in place. After a moment of realization, Yi Yu too made a hasty exit. Following their respective splits of the spoils, they returned home. Once back, Yi Yu washed up and settled on his bed to count his earnings, a staggering $195 million for the night. How regrettable that he missed Dragon King's thrilling match. Just $150 million more. And he could purchase the Thunder Fist gauntlets. Tomorrow, he would venture once more. As he pondered his evening training regimen, he noted his martial prowess had reached the 2nd tier while his supernatural abilities remained at the mid-1st tier. He aimed to break through to the 2nd tier before the upcoming exams. With this resolve, Yu commenced his training, delving into his chaotic abilities, and the night passed in silence. The following evening, Yi Yu and Wong Fugue returned to the underground boxing arena, this time donning masks. Upon entering, they overheard a multitude discussing recent events. Did you hear? Last night, a newcomer dubbed the Dragon King achieved 10 consecutive victories and even defeated the madman. What? Defeated the madman? This newcomer is extraordinary, exclaimed a stunned onlooker. Indeed, I was present. The atmosphere was electrifying. The madman unleashed his ultimate technique, a force that could rend the very fabric of reality, yet the Dragon King evaded it effortlessly. Recounted a man in a black jacket, animatedly reenacting the scene. I've heard the Dragon King's fighting style is quite unique. Unlike any conventional martial arts, it seems he learned from some enigmatic source. Mused an elderly gentleman stroking his chin. Hemph, perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Defeating the madman once does not guarantee future success, a young man grumbled defiantly. Don't be bitter. 10 consecutive victories cannot be solely attributed to chance. The Dragon King is destined to carve out a name for himself in the fighting arena, a bystander retorted. Destined? He has already been blacklisted from the arena. Another interjected. Why's that? Asked a perplexed voice from the crowd. Because the Dragon King's 10 victories led to substantial losses for the arena, as someone had bet heavily on him, winning billions. Is that true? Did the arena not retaliate? Unclear. They couldn't locate the bettor. So they shifted their focus onto the Dragon King. But why? Contestants are prohibited from betting, leading some to suspect collusion. And what happened next? The Dragon King insisted he was innocent, but the arena refused to believe him, leading to a confrontation until a powerful figure intervened and took the Dragon King away. Alas, I wish I had been there. It must have been quite the spectacle. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu and Wang Fuguei exchanged amused glances. Realizing the Dragon King had unwittingly taken the blame for their fortune, they were relieved they had fled the previous day. Otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences. Yi Yu approached the registration desk, casually writing Destiny as his code name. Exercising caution, he registered for only one match. Backstage, a dark-skinned individual approached the supervisor, Ms. Lee, stating, I just saw a newcomer register. Hand him over to me, in return. I can introduce you to some remarkable women from the Dragon Kingdom. The women of the Dragon Kingdom are exceptionally warm and hospitable. I often find myself approached on the streets, bombarded with requests for my contact information, as they eagerly vie for the chance to be my girlfriend. I am quite overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a surge of irritation. He yearned to declare that the women I encountered were nothing but simple-minded individuals, unworthy of being called citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. They merely happened to be born there. A true woman of the Dragon Kingdom would never deign to notice someone like you. And as for the suggestion of introducing me to one, do you truly believe I would be interested in someone like you? Yet, he merely uttered polite affirmations, for after years of navigating this society, the art of duplicity had become second nature. Alas! I hope this newcomer can deal with him swiftly. Soon, it was Yi Yu's turn to take the stage. Upon discovering that his opponent was that individual, he frowned. For reasons unknown, he harbored a strong aversion toward him. With the host's command, the match commenced. That individual immediately began to mock him. Kid, if you wish to avoid being beaten to a pulp, you should kneel and offer a few respectful bows. Perhaps I might be in a good mood and go easy on you. Yi Yu casually cleared his ears and responded nonchalantly, do you want some watermelon? At this statement, that individual erupted in fury and charged at him. Seizing the moment, Yi Yu unleashed a stellar break, sending that individual hurtling away. Excellent! Witnessing the beating, the audience erupted in applause. Observing the scene, Yi Yu mused, it seems the majority do not favor that individual. That's splendid. This way, I need not fear accusations of racial discrimination. Chapter 59. Lin Yuming returns. Yi Yu despised two types of people, those who espoused racial discrimination and that individual. At that moment, Johnson was seething with rage. Right from the start, he had been sent flying by a newcomer, bringing shame upon himself on an international stage. Very well, yellow-skinned monkey, you have successfully provoked me. Once I defeat you, I shall take great care of your girlfriend. The moment Yi Yu heard this, a murderous intent surged within him. This individual had sealed his fate. Just then, Johnson activated his special ability, transforming into a massive gorilla, and bellowed as he charged at Yi Yu, intent on delivering a series of gorilla punches. Faced with the sudden upheaval, Yi Yu's mind raced, contemplating a strategy to cope with the predicament. In this critical moment, he finally devised a clever solution. With his left hand, he summoned the power of the earth element, while his right hand harnessed the force of the wood element. Before him, a protective grove materialized, which Yi Yu aptly named Earthwood Engineering. The emergence of this engineering marvel swiftly shielded him from the raging sandstorm. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi Yu reminisced about how, in the past, he had penned a solution to combat sandstorms on a geography exam, never imagining it would one day prove useful. Indeed, the value of extensive reading was evident. Who knows when one might traverse realms and apply such knowledge? Applause erupted from Lin Yumei, who acknowledged his swift ingenuity. Try this, she exclaimed, casually unleashing a blizzard tornado that barreled towards Yu. That's simple enough, Yu thought with a flicker of delight. His internal energy surged, and a colossal wave of flames erupted in the air. The fiery torrent surged towards the blizzard tornado with great momentum, and Yu confidently believed this inferno would obliterate the tempest. However, just as the flames were about to collide with the blizzard tornado, a dramatic turn of events occurred. The flames were unexpectedly drawn into the vortex, vanishing without a trace. Are you foolish? When have you seen fire extinguish a tornado? Lin Yumei couldn't help but mock. Realization struck Yu like a bolt of lightning. He had made a fundamental error. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he silently berated himself. Oh no, I was careless. I forgot that this blizzard tornado not only contains ice and snow but also a whirlwind. Thus, he had no choice but to endure the impending blow. He was violently lifted, spinning through the air while enduring the relentless assault of frigid snowflakes and biting gusts. Dizziness enveloped him, and he felt excruciating pain, as if his very body had turned to ice at last. When the blizzard tornado subsided, Yu crashed heavily to the ground. Stop! Let me catch my breath, he shouted in desperation. Stop? The enemy won't grant you a moment's respite, Lin Yumei retorted, launching yet another offensive. A massive wave surged towards Yu like an impenetrable wall, and before he could rise, he was swept away, scattered like leaves in a storm. Yet, Lin Yumei's barrage did not end there. Chanting, she invoked thunderous yuksha. Instantly, bolts of lightning descended upon the water's surface like silver serpents. S is well known. Water conducts electricity, and Yu found himself adrift in a tempest of lightning, his body convulsing uncontrollably as he was electrocuted. Seemingly losing command over his own limbs, each bolt felt like a merciless blade, ruthlessly slicing through his skin and muscles, leaving him in agony. After 2.5 minutes, Yu once more lay on the ground. How am I supposed to fight like this? Lin Yumei, must you subject me to such brutal treatment upon our first meeting? Am I even human? You're insane. Lin Yumei shot him a glance of disdain. Well, as compensation for beating you, I've decided to grant you an external aid. You shall become a psychic. Upon hearing this, Yu sprang to his feet, retracting his previous words. You fight well from now on. Feel free to do as you wish. I shall not utter a word. Stop being flippant. Hurry and adjust your state. The process of becoming a psychic can be quite painful, Lin Yumei admonished. Hearing this, Yu dared not be careless and quickly prepared himself. Once he was ready, the awakening began. Lin Yumei unleashed a stream of energy that flowed into Yu's body. In an instant, he felt a powerful force surge through him like a tidal wave, as if countless steel needles were piercing every inch of his being. His muscles and bones bore the weight of immense pressure and excruciating pain. His complexion turned pale, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Oh my, this is unbearable. Yet, he gritted his teeth, bolstered by his unwavering determination and thirst for power. As the energy intensified, his body began to tremble, muscles involuntarily twitching, while his very soul felt as though it were being torn by an unseen hand. This torment transcended mere physical suffering, delving deep into the realm of his psyche, nearly rendering him unconscious. However, Yu understood that surrendering meant abandoning his aspirations for martial excellence, so he fought valiantly against the inhumane ordeal. Expending every ounce of strength to withstand the torment, at last, the energy began to recede, and Yu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, for he had successfully awakened his psychic abilities. Well done, well done. You did not disappoint me. Lin Yumei breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Yu's success. Thank you. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Despite Lin Yumei's frequent beatings, the benefits he received were unparalleled. As for his past life, Yu had cast it aside, leaving it far behind. If you truly wish to thank me, then call me master for my ears to hear, Lin Yumei quipped suddenly. Chapter 61. Awaiting opportunity. Yu was taken aback by Lin Yumei's unexpected remark, feeling somewhat bewildered. Are you serious? You seem rather reluctant, she observed. Then forget it. I, Lin Yumei, do not believe in forcing others. She waved her hand dismissively. Yu chuckled awkwardly. Hee, Lin Yumei continued. There are many ways to enhance your psychic abilities. The current mainstream methods include meditation for energy gathering, practical training, and refining one's mindset. As for the rest, you will have to explore it at your own pace. Now, I will impart to you a technique known as 9-9 tempering of the spirit. From now on, simply follow this to cultivate your psychic energy. That will be all for today. Tomorrow we shall train in the virtual world. Prepare well, she concluded before vanishing without a trace. Yu shook his head and exited the training room. Just as he was about to leave the training hall, a voice called out to him. Sir, you haven't paid yet. Oh, my apologies. I forgot. Yu replied sheepishly, exasperated that Lin Yumei had not mentioned the payment. After exiting the training hall, he contemplated and promptly transferred 5 million to Lin Yumei, accompanied by a message, a token of appreciation, not a formality. Watching the unrecallable chat page, he shook his head and returned home to cultivate his psychic abilities. Upon arriving home, Yu began practicing the psychic techniques imparted by Lin Yumei. He calmed his mind and entered a meditative state, feeling the flow of psychic energy. As time passed, he gradually mastered the method of 9-9 tempering of the spirit, and his psychic abilities continued to strengthen. The following morning, Yu slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He could distinctly sense that his mental state was markedly different from before. Eager to test the fruits of his training, his gaze swept across the room, finally landing on a pen resting on the desk. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he concentrated, releasing his psychic energy like fine threads. That energy extended toward the pen on the desk like invisible tendrils. Initially, the pen merely wobbled slightly, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. Yu remained patient, focusing intently on adjusting the strength and direction of his psychic energy. With persistent effort, the pen began to float gently into the air. An elation surged within him, but he knew this was only the beginning. He attempted to command the pen to rotate in mid-air. At first, the rotation was awkward and unstable, but after several attempts, the pen danced gracefully in the air as if guided by an unseen hand. Next, he increased the challenge, endeavoring to use his psychic energy to write on a notebook with the pen. With utmost concentration, he directed the pen's tip to touch the notebook, and it clumsily scrawled a few characters. Tomato, give me some. Though the characters were far from elegant, they filled Yu with immense excitement. He realized he had preliminarily mastered the technique of controlling objects with his psychic energy. Yu continued his practice, adjusting the strength and direction of his psychic energy as the pen performed a variety of movements in the air, spinning, jumping, gliding. As his training deepened, the pen became increasingly nimble under his control, while his psychic abilities were further refined and enhanced. Splendid. At this rate, I too shall one day soar through the skies on a sword. Yu mused contentedly. Every citizen of the Great Xia Harbor dreams of flying on a sword, and Yu was no exception. He then rose to stretch his limbs, deciding to venture out and further test his psychic training results. He arrived at a dense thicket and concentrated, attempting to perceive his surroundings with his psychic energy. With his eyes gently closed, his energy spread like fine threads. Before long, he spotted birds frolicking among the branches. Their cheerful chirps echoed directly in his mind. He also sensed a hare concealed in the underbrush, its faint breaths and racing heartbeat falling within his psychic awareness. While Yu reveled in the exploration of his newfound abilities, a sudden noise erupted from deep within the thicket, startling him. He swiftly withdrew his psychic energy and cautiously directed his gaze toward the source of the commotion. A shadow darted from the woods, a wild hare. Agitated by the influence of psychic energy, with a flicker of thought, Yu swiftly concentrated, gathering his psychic energy into an invisible force that surged towards the wild hare. The wild hare sensed its body being invaded by a mysterious force and began to struggle desperately. In its frantic attempts, it lost control and tragically collided with a tree stump, meeting its demise. Yu was taken aback to encounter a real-life version of the fable guarding a tree stump for a hare. What a calamity! With a heavy heart, Yu proceeded to roast the hare. As he cooked, he murmured, "Xiao Wu, I'm truly sorry. I did not intend for this to happen." Tears of sorrow streamed down his cheeks, and he silently hoped that some entity would not trouble him. Just as Yu was about to indulge in his meal, the rabbit suddenly vanished before his eyes. What the hell? How could such a large hare simply disappear? Who did this? Which scoundrel is lurking about, sneaky and secretive, hiding like a coward? Come out and face me. Suddenly, a raspy laugh echoed from a nearby tree. Yu looked up sharply to see a figure descending gracefully. It was an old man, his hair a disheveled mess as if it had not been tended to for years, clad in tattered clothing covered in dust, presenting an exceedingly unkempt appearance. Yu furrowed his brow, warily sizing up the old man, and asked, "Old man, did you steal my hair?" The old man chuckled dismissively. "It's merely a hair. Is it worth such a fuss?" Yu's eyes blazed with anger. "That was my hard-earned meal." "You thieving old fool, compensate me." The old man squinted slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes, and Yu felt a jolt in his heart. This old man was certainly no ordinary person. "Enough of this," the old man said. "I have no intention of taking advantage of a younger generation. Consider this hair a welcoming gift between us fated individuals. In return, I shall bestow upon you a set of martial techniques." Yu's interest piqued. This seemingly disheveled old man might very well be a concealed powerhouse. The old man waved his hand gently, and Yu felt a soft yet immensely powerful energy envelop him, followed by the old man's fingertip lightly tapping his forehead. Instantly, a wealth of information flooded Yu's mind. An SS-level martial technique, indestructible golden body seal. The old man observed Yu's astonishment and laughed heartily. "Young one, this technique should sufficiently compensate for your lost hair. No? Train diligently and do not squander this opportunity." With that, the old man's figure flickered and vanished without a trace, leaving Yu rooted in place. Still reeling from the shock of acquiring the technique. Goodness, is this what it feels like to be the protagonist? Just taking a stroll led to such fortune. It's exhilarating. Yu joyfully flipped over twice. And if you were to ask why he was so jubilant, I could only say, if you went out to buy 2 buns and then had an old man devour them, only to be compensated with a card containing 5 million. Would you not be ecstatic? After receiving the technique, Yu did not immediately begin his training. Instead, he caught another hare to roast. He wished to see if he might stumble upon another stroke of luck. Unfortunately, this time, no one came to deliver fortune, and Yu had no choice but to consume it himself. Delicious. Indeed, if he were to encounter such opportunities again, it would be quite an absurdity. After finishing the hare, Yu made his way to the training room to study Indestructible Golden Body Seal. Indestructible Golden Body Seal. With each layer cultivated, one can manifest a layer of indestructible golden body on the surface, which possesses exceptional defensive capabilities, able to withstand the majority of physical and some energy attacks. Moreover, the golden body has a counterattack effect. The stronger the enemy's attack, the greater the damage reflected back, dissuading attackers from striking carelessly. Seeing that there was a counterattack effect, Yu was elated. The star fragmentation technique he trained in also had a counterattack feature at the 4th layer, making it equivalent to purchasing 2 pieces of counter armor, along with considerable damage mitigation. For those weaker than him, relying solely on counterattacks could lead to their demise. He had become a formidable force akin to Cheng Yao Jin with his reborn body in the awakening battle, invincible. Yu then examined the training requirements. Oh dear, this seems quite difficult. The cultivation requirements for Indestructible Golden Body Seal include the following points. 1. Special constitution. The practitioner must possess a unique physique, such as an indestructible body or a pure young body, as such physiques are more compatible with the powers of the Indestructible Golden Body Seal, thus lowering the difficulty and risk of cultivation. 2. Abundant inner strength. A robust foundation of spiritual energy is crucial for cultivation. The inner energy serves as the source for condensing the golden body. Without substantial inner strength, it is challenging to manifest a solid and powerful golden body. 3. Resilient will. The cultivation process involves enduring dual physical and mental anguish and trials, including the intense pain of inner strength surging through meridians and the monotony and solitude of prolonged training, requiring an unwavering will to persevere. 4. Comprehension of techniques. A profound understanding of the techniques related to the golden body seal is essential. Grasping the intricate principles and skills regarding energy circulation and golden body condensation. This is not merely achievable through arduous practice but also necessitates a degree of insight. Looking at these requirements, Yu felt a headache coming on. Why do star fragmentation technique and chaos ability scripture not have such stringent prerequisites? I do not possess a special constitution. Does that mean I cannot cultivate it? This is quite vexing. Such a situation cannot be allowed to persist. Yu pondered for a moment and then called Lin Yumeng. Hello, Lin Yumeng. I just acquired an SS-level defensive martial technique, but it requires a special constitution to cultivate. Do you have any methods to alter my physique? You fool, Lin Yuming exclaimed, followed by, did you not cultivate the star fragmentation technique? This technique has already begun altering your constitution, and now you are transitioning towards a stellar battle body. Yi was taken aback that I apologize. I did not realize that this technique could change my constitution. Have you become muddled? The process of cultivation itself is about transforming the body. The stronger the technique, the greater the transformation. This is common knowledge even elementary students understand, and you have wasted your time reading novels. Hearing Lin Yuming's reprimand over the phone, Yu dared not retort, merely weakly responding, could you not be a bit gentler? Ha! Lin Yuming scoffed before hanging up. Why Yu felt that he was in for another round of scolding. With this thought, he promptly began to cultivate indestructible golden body seal, determined to endure longer in future battles. Soon, the evening arrived, and the night unfurled like a vast velvet curtain, gently descending upon the stage of time. The clamor of the day gradually faded, as the world was tenderly embraced by the night. Dots of stars twinkled like scattered jewels across the sky, shimmering with mysterious light, as if whispering the secrets of the universe. The moonlight cascaded like water, quietly draping the earth in a silvery veil, as if the spirits of the night were weaving a tranquil spell. At this moment, Yu had yet to master the first layer of indestructible golden body seal. This was not as he had imagined. Why was it so difficult? Yu initially thought he could condense the first layer of the golden body in a day, but it seemed he had overestimated himself. He picked up his phone to check the time. It was that hour again, and he was due for a beating. There was also a message from Lin Yuming. Enter the virtual world. All right, he had to make a trip to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, as there was no virtual pod at his home. With a resigned sigh, Yu tucked his phone into his pocket and headed towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Upon arriving, he greeted the staff and made his way to an available virtual pod. Once inside, Yu took a deep breath, donned the connection device, and felt a slight dizziness as his consciousness entered the virtual world. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself standing in the midst of a vast, boundless grassland. The tender green grass swayed gently in the breeze, resembling waves of green. He looked up to see a sapphire blue sky adorned with a few immaculate clouds. Sunlight pouring down unobstructed, draping the entire grassland in a golden glow. Not far off, a glistening stream babbled by, the water splashing against the stones, sending up bursts of white foam. Curiosity piqued, Yu approached, crouched down, and dipped his hand into the stream. The refreshing sensation felt as real as it could be. Suddenly, Lin Yuming appeared behind him and kicked him into the water. Yu emerged from the water, wiping his face clean, and glared angrily at Lin Yuming. What was that for? Guess. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yu said, somewhat irritated. Apologies, but it was just too tempting to resist, Lin Yuming replied, her expression sincere, causing Yu to calm down. Little did he expect Lin Yuming to add, but I will do it again next time. It may be a bit unethical, but it's quite fun. Isn't it? Just a test of your reflexes, Yu. Then Lin Yuming said, if one day your strength surpasses mine, you can do the same to me. I assure you. I won't complain at all. What do you think? Something felt amiss. Yu furrowed his brow. Although Lin Yuming said it casually, if he were to reveal any thoughts of revenge, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. With that in mind, Yu earnestly stated, I could never bring myself to do that to you. Really? Lin Yuming inquired, leaning closer and staring intently into Yu's eyes. He was enveloped by a faint fragrance, and those teasing eyes were mere inches away. Yu's gaze remained steadfast. Absolutely, I'm sincere. I wouldn't even joke about it. After hearing this, Lin Yuming stepped back to a normal distance, crossing her arms. Consider yourself fortunate. As a reward, I shall share with you a new technique I've devised. Another windfall, haha. Yu was delighted. Enough chit-chat. Let us commence the battle. Suddenly, Yu received a message. Lin Yuming has issued a duel challenge to you. Will you accept? Yes. The battle begins. The scene shifts, and the two find themselves in the heart of the city. Yu strikes first with Starburst, followed by a flash of lightning, and then unleashes Thunderstorm Palm, executing 3 skills in quick succession. In an instant, Lin Yuming finds herself caught in a dilemma, facing Starburst while the Thunderstorm Palm looms behind her. However, for reasons unknown, Lin Yuming appears to be frozen in place, seemingly oblivious. Just as the moment passes, the two attacks collide with her body. Just when Yu believes he has the upper hand, his palm passes through Lin Yuming's form, colliding instead with the opposing starburst. The impact of their clash sends Yu flying. What on earth? Is this an illusion? You guessed it, but no rewards for you. Lin Yuming chuckles mischievously, clearly enjoying the moment. Yu quickly regains his footing and charges at Lin Yuming once more, executing Tiger Roar Fist, intending to immobilize her before launching a flurry of combos. He then follows up with Starquake, entwining her in verdant silver. Although he does not expect this combination to defeat her, he hopes to at least create some disturbance. The corners of Lin Yuming's mouth lift slightly as she uses spatial shift, instantly appearing behind Yu. Watch out, I'm right behind you. Just as Yu realizes the danger, his perspective flips upside down with the ground above and the sky below. It turns out Lin Yuming has a firm grip on Yu's leg, lifting him upside down. What follows is reminiscent of the Hulk smashing Loki. After the onslaught, Yu lies on the ground, overwhelmed by humiliation and frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Lin Yuming, noticing his state, places a foot on his chest and declares, Starquake, Yu, defeated. Lin Yuming, victorious, as darkness engulfs him. Yu feels as though his consciousness has been drawn into an endless vortex. The cold grip of death overwhelms him like a tidal wave. The experience, so vivid at 99, causes his heart to feel as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Pain coursing through him like 1,000 needles. His body convulses uncontrollably, each nerve screaming in agony. He longs to breathe deeply, but the air feels impossibly thin, each labored breath accompanied by a tearing pain in his chest. In that virtual realm, Lin Yuming's lethal strike now feels all too real. Guden, just freed from the icy grip of despair, he now found himself ensnared in the searing torment of heat. This jarring juxtaposition of ice and fire sent Yu's condition plummeting, leaving him on the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread. At that moment, Lin Yuming spoke, her voice imbued with confidence and indifference. You will never be able to defeat Lin Yuming. Your demise is imminent. With that, she once again stepped upon the golden symbol, invoking the golden cleansing. Instantly, a radiant beam of golden light descended from above, and Yu's eyes gradually dimmed, his consciousness beginning to blur. Life, in that fleeting moment, flickered like a candle in the wind, his hands weakly falling to the ground. Under the embrace of that blinding light, Yu breathed his last. Yu has fallen. Lin Yuming triumphs. In the realm of reality, I am utterly defeated. I have been treated as a boss. Yu lamented. At that moment, Lin Yuming arrived at Yu's side, grinning as she looked at him. How did you find my moves? Did you learn anything? You think I haven't seen the armored warriors? It's clearly the Emperor Knight's technique against the Shadow Beast. Yu retorted, exasperated. Little did he expect that the once cheerful Lin Yuming would suddenly morph into a fierce figure. Grasping Yu by the collar, I ask you, did you learn or not? Would Yu yield to such intimidation? Hastily, he bobbed his head like a chicken pecking at grain. I learned. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lin Yuming burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Why does your face change like that of the Monkey King? So rapidly? Yu quipped, it's just amusing, she replied, tidying up Yu's collar. Yu picked up his phone to search for armored warriors, but found nothing. Suddenly, he understood something. Lin Yuming, you also traversed from Earth, didn't you? Why did you want to kill me back then? Lin Yuming replied leisurely, pretty much to ask for why I wanted to kill you. How could you traverse if you didn't die? Why can't I just wear your body? It has to be a soul transfer. Of course not. Each universe has its own rules. Beings not of this universe cannot enter. Why? Let me give you a simple example. If characters from Honor of Kings appeared in Peace Elite, would you find that reasonable? Alright, that does seem a bit unreasonable. Such a situation indicates someone is cheating, and the system of Peace Elite would eliminate or expel the intruder. Therefore, if you were to wear a body, you couldn't come to this universe. A soul transfer is unaffected, just like you can play both Honor of Kings and Peace Elite. Understand? Yu nodded. Wait, does that mean I can't return to Earth? There are always exceptions that if you possess unbeatable hacking skills, you could even spawn a tank in CS. If Steam tries to ban your account, you could hack it back. Understand? Indeed, if I were powerful enough. The rules of the universe could not constrain me. Chapter 65. The unconventional response. By the way, Lin Yuming, how did you come to know all this? Because I'm clever. Lin Yuming proudly lifted her little head. I don't believe you are all-knowing. If you can answer one question, I'll consider you impressive. Go ahead. I'm curious, Lin Yuming replied. Why you began? I personally believe that this spaghetti should be mixed with concrete. No. 42. Because the length of this screw will easily affect the torque of the excavator, you know? When you hammer it in, it will instantly produce a large amount of high-energy protein, commonly referred to as UFOs, which would severely impact economic development and even cause some nuclear contamination to the entire Pacific Ocean and chargers. What does this statement express about the author's intentions? Lin Yuming thought to herself. I don't believe you can answer this nonsensical statement, since even he doesn't know the answer. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuming slowly articulated her thoughts. I believe that the phrase about mixing spaghetti with concrete expresses the author's resentment towards societal injustices. Mixing spaghetti with concrete would render it exceedingly unpalatable, and spaghetti and concrete are not even of the same caliber. Concrete is more precious and useful, implying a higher social class, while spaghetti is merely for consumption, often wasted, suggesting a lower social class. Their combination suggests the wounds inflicted by injustice and the contradictions between productivity and production relations. Simultaneously, the word mix can also be interpreted as add, homophonous with, and since 4 plus 2 equals 6, which equals 2 times 3, both binary and ternary systems contain vast amounts of information, hinting at the extensive information contained within this passage. Of course, the implied content of this passage is multifaceted, encompassing contradictions between productivity and production relations, the feudal society's preference for males, and various societal injustices. Ultimately, the author urges us to strive for the great liberation of humanity and the awakening of thought. For the length of this screw can easily influence the torque of the excavator. The screw, when compared to the immense torque of the excavator, seems insignificant. But why does the author say this? This also hints at the notion that the screw represents the proletariat, while the torque of the excavator symbolizes the vitality and development of society. Here, the author expresses the belief that the proletariat is a crucial component of society, capable of directly influencing social development, conveying the author's steadfast respect for the proletariat and sympathy for their oppression, along with a derision towards their exploiters. You know, when you hammer it in, it will instantly produce a large amount of high-energy protein. Protein is essential for human survival. Human strength and vitality stem from protein, while the act of hammering down symbolizes the oppression by exploiters. With oppression comes the production of high-energy protein, using metonymy to signify the intense uprising of the oppressed, echoing the earlier oppression of the proletariat by the upper class. Resistance is the inevitable outcome of oppression. Commonly known as UFOs, unidentified flying objects, the author adds the term flying objects for metaphorical reasons, intending to convey only the notion of the unknown, indicating the author's belief in the limitless power of the people. Without definitive numbers, IT will severely impact economic development. Once the proletariat begins to resist, the existing economic relationships within the old production relationships will be affected in the short term, leading to economic decline. However, once new production relationships are established, the economy will flourish. IT may even cause some nuclear contamination to the entire Pacific Ocean and chargers. The Pacific Ocean symbolizes the world's populace, while chargers represent supportive forces, and nuclear contamination refers to the traitors among the proletariat who succumb to capital. This illustrates that, despite the proletariat's growing power, they will continue to fail in their resistance due to betrayal, reflecting the author's concerns for the future. After hearing this, Yu silently gave Lin Yuming a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive, outstanding in every regard. Hearing this, Lin Yuming smiled. You two have quite the knack for banter. Today's lesson ends here. Take some time to digest our battle today. Class dismissed. Oh no, I misspoke. Wait, Yu called out to Lin Yuming. What is it? Lin Yuming paused. Let me treat you to a feast. How about it? Afterward, I can buy you some nice clothes and accessories. Don't you girls enjoy such things? From the past to now? I've never seen you change your clothes. It's always the same black casual outfit. Black shirt, black pants, black slippers. Can you not afford clothes? Just to be clear, I'm not mocking you. If you can't afford them. I have money. Why you spoke earnestly. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuming, one hand on her belly and the other pointing at Yu, laughed until she bent over. Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my credit? Yu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Lin Yuming's reaction. After a brief laugh, Lin Yuming returned to her usual demeanor. First of all, didn't you just transfer me 5 million? How could I be broke? Secondly, I am not an ordinary girl. If we're categorizing, I would be at the level of an empress. needing no beautiful clothes to adorn myself, for they cannot enhance my presence. Even the stars in the heavens would pale in comparison before me. You understand? As she spoke, Lin Yuming's tone remained calm, as if recounting an utterly mundane matter. Impressive confidence. I'm impressed. You gave her a thumbs up. Don't fall for me. It won't end well. All right, I was just saying it casually. I wouldn't fall for you. Though you are beautiful, powerful, and have taught me many things, I still won't like you. At most I might feel a bit fond, but that's something every normal person would feel, right? Yu rambled on, seemingly in a bid to convince himself that's good. If you ever truly fall for me, just tell me, and I'll give you a good beating, so you won't like me anymore. Lin Yuming patted Yu's shoulder. Keep it up, and train hard with that. She vanished from sight. After Lin Yuming left, Yu finally let out a sigh of relief, yet a tinge of disappointment crept in. He began to question himself. Am I really that inadequate? Although Yu's feelings for Lin Yuming had yet to reach the level of affection. Chapter 66. The Tower of Beasts. Yu then took out his phone to examine his appearance. All right, I do look quite ordinary, just like many readers. Why is it that other protagonists in these narratives are all strikingly handsome while I am so plain? Yu shook his head, exclaiming, Really, Yu? Your utmost priority now is to enhance your strength. Everything else can wait. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he decided to indulge in a hearty meal of pig's trotter rice, for he was absolutely famished. Upon arriving at the pig's trotter rice shop, Yu treated himself to 5 sumptuous portions of the luxurious 4-combination dish, accompanied by a ladle of braising sauce and a few spoonfuls of chili paste, which were utterly delectable. After satisfying his hunger, Yu returned home to continue his cultivation of mental energy, and the night passed without incident. The following day, Yu and Lin Yuming found themselves at the Beast Tower in the virtual realm. The towers appeared ancient and solemn, their structures shimmering with an enigmatic radiance. A considerable number of onlookers had gathered around the Beast Tower, forming small circles and engaging in lively discussions. It was rumored that Wang Tang from the royal family of the imperial capital, who possessed the potential of a great emperor, had already ascended to the 9th level of the 2nd tower. Wang Tang is truly formidable. The difficulty of the Beast Tower is evident to all. Yet he managed to reach the 9th level of the 2nd tower so quickly, remarked an elderly man in awe, stroking his beard. Indeed, that is Wang Tang, a natural prodigy. Perhaps the Beast Tower is not a significant challenge for him, added a young man, his eyes filled with envy and admiration. At that moment, a stir arose among the crowd of onlookers. A young man clad in a purple-gold robe approached. His name was Su Ling, said to hail from the mysterious purple-gold Taoist temple. Su Ling's eyes sparkled like stars, and he emanated an innate aura of nobility. It was said that he possessed an extraordinary affinity for spiritual energy, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace. Glancing at the Beast Tower, a confident smile graced his lips as he stepped inside the tower. Simultaneously, a woman with a long sword appeared in the crowd's view. Her name was Chu Yao, a prodigy in swordsmanship. Her long hair was casually tied up, and her gaze was sharp as a sword, exuding a cold and powerful presence. With remarkable mastery of the sword, she once cleaved a mountain peak with a single strike. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she silently made her way toward the Beast Tower and swiftly entered. The light of the Beast Tower continued to flicker, and with each entrance of a talented individual, the crowd's curiosity regarding the tower's interior grew. The Beast Tower served as a high tower where martial artists could challenge and hone their skills, simulating various formidable beasts within. There were a total of 9 towers, each consisting of 9 levels, corresponding to the 1st to 9th ranks, with increasing difficulty as one ascended. What is that tower for? Yu inquired, pointing to the central tower. It loomed 10 times taller than the surrounding beast towers, radiating light as intense as the sun. That is the Warrior Tower, which contains projections of various ancestors of the human race. Comprising a total of 100 levels. It is said that no one has ever conquered all 100 levels. To date, the highest record stands at 89 levels, achieved by the strongest being in Blue Star, the leader of the evil god sect. Legend has it that those who surpass the 100th level can gather the 7 Dragon Balls and fulfill a wish. Lin Yuming jested. Is that true? Yu asked, somewhat skeptical. Ha ha ha, of course, it's a joke, Lin Yuming replied with a laugh. Yu shot her a look of disbelief. Now you go and challenge the 1st level of the tower, Lin Yuming commanded. At your service, my empress, Yu teased, prompting Lin Yuming to smile subtly, revealing a familiar expression. Sensing the situation was turning awkward, Yu swiftly slipped into the beast tower. Upon entering the beast tower, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. He found himself amidst a foreboding jungle, with distant, low growls of beasts echoing through the AI are dead. Yu soon realized that his martial prowess had been suppressed to the peak of the first rank. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to engage in battle with bare hands, understanding that even though the beasts here were all of the first rank, he could not afford to be complacent. As he ventured forth, a beast, the size of a bull and covered in sharp spines, suddenly lunged out from the underbrush. Yu's gaze sharpened as he deftly sidestepped, evading the beast's attack, infuriated by its missed strike. The spiny creature lunged at Yu once more. Remaining calm, Yu observed the beast's movements, and as it pounced again, he surged forward, seizing the sharp horn atop the beast's head with both hands. The creature thrashed violently, attempting to throw Yu off, but he gritted his teeth and pushed against the ground with his legs, holding firm against the beast's struggle. Then, harnessing his immense strength, Yu twisted sharply, and with a resounding crack, the beast's horns snapped under his grip. The creature let out a pained howl, yet its feral nature compelled it to fight on, thrashing its claws even more wildly. Yu nimbly darted between the beast's attacks, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to its eye. The beast staggered back from the blow, and Yu pressed the attack, not granting it a moment's respite. He leaped into the air, delivering a swift kick to the beast's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground. With the beast incapacitated, Yu finally exhaled in relief. However, before he could celebrate, more beasts surged forth from the surroundings. Having caught wind of his presence, all rushing toward him, Yu's gaze hardened as he fearlessly charged into the fray. After a fierce battle, he ultimately vanquished all the beasts. Once he completed the first level, the environment shifted dramatically, and blinding sunlight poured down upon him, revealing an endless expanse of desert. Hot winds whipped up sand particles, forcing Yu to squint as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed the ground nearby beginning to tremble subtly. Initially, the movement was slight, as if some mysterious force was stirring beneath the sand. Suddenly, a massive mutated scorpion erupted from the ground, its size comparable to 10 cubic meters. Its hard shell glimmered ominously in the sunlight, and its enormous pincers snapped ominously, producing a chilling sound. The tail arched high, with a stinger glowing with an eerie blue light, seemingly laden with venom. This mutated scorpion emerged like a demon from the abyss of sand, fixating its gaze on Yu, as if warning the unwelcome intruder. Yu pondered, could this giant scorpion be edible? I've heard that scorpion meat is quite nutritious, rich in protein, though I've never tried it in my past life. The main concern was the venom, but now that I find myself in a virtual world, toxicity is of little consequence. If I perish, I can simply restart. Chapter 67. Battle with the three-headed demonic flood dragon. Yu focused intently on the enormous mutated scorpion before him, contemplating how he might consume it. Without warning, the mutated scorpion initiated its assault, launching itself forward with powerful hind legs, its massive pincers snapping down towards Yu like iron shears. Reacting swiftly, Yu rolled aside, narrowly escaping the pincer's clutches. Younger beast, how unscrupulous! He thought as the sand erupted in splashes from the scorpion's assault, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Before Yu could regain his footing, the scorpion's stinger, glowing with a ghostly blue light, shot towards him like lightning. Yu leaped into the air, the stinger grazing the soles of his shoes. Wow, this is rather fierce, he mused, seizing the moment to charge forward, delivering a powerful punch to the scorpion's head. Yet, the scorpion's shell was incredibly tough. His strike only caused it to sway slightly. Enraged, the scorpion lashed out with its pincers while repeatedly swinging its tail, attempting to strike Yu with its stinger once more. Yu deftly navigated through the scorpion's onslaught, noting that its underbelly appeared relatively soft. Feigning an attack on the scorpion's head, he waited until it lifted its pincers to defend before suddenly diving beneath its abdomen and, with all his might, thrusting upward. The scorpion lost its balance from the unexpected blow, tumbling onto the sand. How dull, I'm done playing, Yu declared, activating his green-silver bind to tightly ensnare the scorpion. He then unleashed a tremendous flame, roasting the scorpion to perfection. Off with its head and tail. Let's feast, he exclaimed, savoring the meal. Delicious. This virtual world feels quite real. Previously, you had assumed that defeating the beasts would turn them into mere data. But it appeared otherwise. Just as EU was relishing his feast, the sand around him began to stir ominously again, and a multitude of mutated scorpions emerged. Another fierce battle ensued, and thus, EU continued his relentless onslaught until he swiftly reached the 9th level. Upon stepping into the 9th level, EU found nothing at first, so he began to explore aimlessly. Eventually, he spotted a shimmering door-like silhouette in the distance. That must be the exit, he thought. Just then, he sensed an aura that sent chills down his spine. The ground trembled violently, and a beast the size of a small mountain slowly materialized. It was a 3-headed demonic flood dragon, its body enveloped in black scales. Each head displaying a ferocious countenance, with blood-red eyes that seemed capable of piercing the soul point. One head could spew forth raging flames, resembling a fiery serpent that could incinerate all in its path. Another head could unleash frigid ice shards, freezing everything it touched, while the last head could emit toxic green venom, corroding the ground into blackened pits. As the 3-headed demonic flood dragon writhed, the air around it became turbulent, and its colossal tail swept through the air, generating a howling wind. In a way, if it's this large at the 1st rank, what on earth would the 9th rank look like? Upon witnessing the formidable form of the 3-headed demon serpent, EU could not suppress his derision. Suddenly, one of the heads spoke. Did you think we desired to grow so large? We are simply unable to help it. Indeed, chimed in another head. Our immense size demands an extraordinary amount of energy. Each day, we are either foraging for food or traversing the path to find it. It is utterly exhausting. Woe is us, the final head added. Moreover, this grand stature renders us clumsy in battle, leading to greater harm inflicted upon us. Apart from intimidating adversaries during skirmishes, our size offers little advantage. In unison, the 3 heads lamented. Were it not for the lack of options, we too would wish to be human. That makes sense. EU nodded in agreement. Suddenly he exclaimed, Wait, what? You can talk. He was utterly astonished. Is it possible that there are still those who believe ferocious beasts cannot speak? How quaint. The other 2 heads echoed. Exactly, you little bumpkin. EU was taken aback, realizing he had been mocked by a beast. The 3-headed demon serpent continued. Do you think we are akin to those lowly cattle and horses? We possess the royal bloodline of serpents. With that, all 3 heads proudly lifted their chins. Those cattle and horses are merely our sustenance, much like chives. After one harvest, we feast upon the next. Impressive. Yi was once again astounded by their words. He had not anticipated that in the realm of ferocious beasts, cattle and horses would hold such a status. The vile capitalist beasts, Yi pondered. Wait, why did I say also? Are there other worlds like this? He was uncertain and dared not inquire further. Can I pass through? Yi asked politely. Of course not. We are the guardians of this gate, and to pass, one must pay the toll. Very well, if the path is barred, I shall force my way through. Yi swiftly launched into action. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the 3-headed demon serpent, forgoing weapons and channeling all his strength into his right fist. His fist shimmered with a faint glow, unleashing a fierce wind as it struck the fiery head at the center. Sensing danger, the central head unleashed a torrent of flames, akin to a tidal wave. Surging towards Yi, unfazed, he countered with his left palm, generating an invisible force that deflected the flames, the searing heat causing his hair to curl slightly. Observing that the flames had failed to harm Yi, the left head, which exhaled ice, immediately launched its own assault. Countless shards of ice shot towards Yi like arrows. He deftly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself into the air, skillfully evading the icy onslaught. Some shards grazed his clothing, sending a chilling draft in their wake. Adjusting his stance mid-air, Yi then dove downward, delivering a powerful blow to the eye of the 3-headed demon serpent. In response, the right head spat a large volume of venom, filling the air with a pungent odor. Yi quickly sidestepped, as the venom splattered onto the ground, sizzling ominously. Upon landing, he sprang forward again, charging towards the demon serpent. Refusing to relent, the 3 heads simultaneously launched their attacks, intertwining flames, ice, and venom into a deadly net. Yu maneuvered through this perilous assault, sustaining several burns from the flames and gashes from the ice shards. This approach is disadvantageous. It is better to strike a single target than to harm all 10 fingers, he resolved. Thus, Yu focused his assault on one head, his fists flying with increasing velocity, each strike leaving deep impressions upon the demon serpent's skull. Ouch, that hurts. It's excruciating. One head cried out. Shut up, you're embarrassing us, the 3 musketeers, another retorted. How dare you call me a dog, if I don't teach you a lesson today? I'll take your surname, they continued, devolving into a brawl amongst themselves. Stop. You must cease this fighting. I beseech you, do not continue, implored the remaining head, attempting to mediate. Seizing the opportunity during their infighting, Yu activated his lightning flash and slipped through the gate. Thus, Yu successfully breached the first ferocious beast tower. Upon entering the light portal, one head remarked in beast language, Brother, has that little fellow left? The elder head glanced about, ensuring Yu was nowhere in sight before replying. He has gone. We needn't pretend anymore. The other 2 heads relaxed at this revelation. This little one possesses some strength. I sense he hasn't unleashed his full power. If we continue, we may suffer, one head acknowledged. Indeed, indeed. The others concurred. It's always the third who is wise. Whenever we encounter someone we cannot defeat, we resort to this tactic, and it has never failed. They laughed together. At this moment, Yu found himself in an unknown expanse. Just as he was at a loss, a mechanical voice resonated. Congratulations, young adventurer. Since this is your first successful passage through the ferocious beast tower, you may choose 3 items from the following selections. 1. Martial Arts Manual, an ancient tome containing unparalleled martial techniques to enhance your prowess. 2. Strength Pill, a peculiar pill radiating a strange glow, said to transform one's physique and augment physical abilities. 3. Ability Stone, a stone imbued with potent energy, capable of awakening a second power within an individual, randomly assigned. 4. Spatial Ring, a dainty ring containing boundless space for item storage. 5. Spirit Pet Egg, an unassuming egg harboring a rare spirit pet, which will become your loyal companion once hatched. 6. Ancient Treasure Map, a partially complete map leading to a legendary treasure, brimming with unknown adventures and opportunities. There is also a short sword named Starshine Blade. Its blade appears forged from brilliant starlight, shimmering mysteriously in the dark. Its unique material is incredibly resilient and capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. Moreover, it can autonomously absorb surrounding spiritual energy, unleashing fierce starry sword strikes in battle, wielding extraordinary power. Lastly, there is a set of light armor known as Phantom Armor. This armor is as thin as a cicada's wing yet impervious, melding seamlessly with the skin, allowing for unhindered agility. When danger arises, one can activate the Phantom effect, creating multiple illusory images, making it difficult for enemies to discern the true self, thus providing an excellent opportunity for escape or attack. Something strange seems to have mixed in. Yu mused, grappling with his indecision over which item to select. He quickly ruled out the spatial ring, as he already possessed one. The treasure map was also dismissed due to its incomplete nature. Who could say if it could ever be pieced together? The strength pill was disqualified, as the mere mention of it raised doubts about its reliability. If it turned out to be akin to the dubious wares sold by Lu Ziqiao, he would surely regret it. For the Spirit Pet Egg and the Starshine Blade, Yu felt indifferent. The mysterious website offered no enhancement to his strength and was therefore swiftly disregarded. I choose the Martial Arts Manual, Ability Stone, and Phantom Armor. Very well, young adventurer, your rewards will be automatically delivered upon your return to the real world. Wait, won't you need to collect my address for delivery? Yu inquired. Greetings, young adventurer. Our tower master possesses vast powers and can deliver directly to your hands. All right then. Would you like to continue guarding the second tower? The mechanical voice inquired once more. No, please send me out of the tower. Yu decided to take a moment to recuperate before tackling the second tower. How was the difficulty of the first tower? Lin Yumming inquired upon his return. It was manageable. Only the 9th level posed some challenge with 11 three-headed demon serpents. Had they not turned on each other later, I might not have succeeded so easily. Very well, take a moment to rest. And we shall tackle the second tower together. You're coming too? Yu was surprised to learn that Lin Yumming intended to join. Is that a problem? She arched an eyebrow. No, of course not. Yu dared not object. At that moment, several previously entered prodigies were teleported back, appearing bloodied and wounded. Notably, Wang Tong was missing an arm, his breath shallow, clearly gravely injured. The sight of their condition led the onlookers to realize that the second tower was far more daunting than they had anticipated. Even they had succumbed to failure, Yu could not help but comment on the apparent disparity between their formidable introduction and their current sorry state, particularly regarding Wang Tong, who had seemed to possess an emperor's presence but now bore the brunt of defeat. I had expected them to triumph effortlessly. How could they have fallen into such disarray in such a short time? As he spoke, he did not lower his voice, and thus his words reached the ears of the surrounding fans of the prodigies, who leapt to their defense. What do you know? The tower is fraught with danger. Their courage to step inside already far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. One fan exclaimed, flushed with indignation, "Indeed, my brother Wang Ting possesses the bearing of an emperor." You cannot slander him. This was merely an unfortunate turn of events, and who can guarantee they will never face failure? Their strength and depth are evident. This is merely a minor setback. Another fan echoed in agreement, his voice tinged with a hint of indignation. Yu understood that arguing with them was futile. Thus, he chose not to engage in a dispute, but silently pulled Lin Yuming away from the scene. Did you just get roasted? Will you hold back your voice next time? Lin Yuming chuckled. Yu replied with a few chuckles, but said nothing more. Chapter 69. 1 against 20. All right, let us prepare to enter the second tower. Lin Yuming declared, striding towards the second tower. Yu hurried to follow, and the two entered the tower together. As they walked, Yu engaged Lin Yuming in conversation. By the way, Lin Yuming, how does your strength compare to those few outstanding individuals we just encountered? Are you joking? Are you not aware of my prowess? You feel it every day when I best you, Lin Yuming retorted. How am I to know your true strength? Yu scratched his head. Did I not mention before that I am the ruler of the universe? That's just boasting. The last time I called your true name, you did not appear, and I was nearly defeated by a minor boss in the novice village. That was due to your own incompetence. Besides, did I not provide you with a protective talisman? Everything was under control. Fine, you're impressive, but let's put that aside for now. Could you grant me another protective talisman? Yu revealed his true intent, wishing to secure one for Bai Bingxue as well, given that she was his primary benefactor. Once I exit, I shall provide it, she said as they entered the second tower. Upon entering the second tower, Yu immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. He inwardly lamented that this tower was surely no ordinary challenge. Lin Yuming, however, appeared unfazed. Observing Yu's anxious demeanor, she chuckled. No need to worry. I am here. Yu nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Lin Yuming forward. When they reached the center of the tower, two colossal demon apes suddenly appeared, lunging at them with claws bared. Yu was startled and quickly dodged. Lin Yuming, however, showed no fear. She swiftly darted forward. With her fists, no larger than an orange, she sent the two demon apes retreating in disarray within moments. Yu watched in admiration, since they were two. The number of ferocious beasts they faced doubled. In short order, Lin Yuming had pummeled the two demon apes to their demise. Even when they entered a berserk state, it was futile. Lin Yuming, you're amazing. 666. Yu cheered from behind. Ha, basic skills. Just as the two demon apes fell, 20 more emerged, encircling them. Yu began to grasp the basic pattern of the ferocious beast tower. If one were to attempt it alone, the first beast would be released as a test, and after defeating it, a new wave of 10 would appear. That moment, Lin Yuming leaped high into the air, causing Yu to assume she would unleash a powerful attack. To his surprise, she remained suspended in midair, leisurely retrieving a beach chair, a cup of soda, and a packet of chips, all while donning a pair of sunglasses, reclining as if to watch a show. Seeing this, Yu shouted, Lin Yuming, you really are something else. Now he understood why she had chosen to join him. It was to increase his difficulty. I just helped you handle a wave. Now it's your turn to help me. Go for it. Lin Yuming winked at Yu. Yu was about to offer another retort, but the demon apes were not going to wait. The 20 demon apes, thumping their chests, charged at Yu. If Lin Yuming is going to toy with me, then let us fight. A surge of battle spirit emanated from Yu. Faced with the current situation, he had already devised a plan. Starlight Quake? Yu stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the nearest 20 demon apes flying. Vines of silver. Yu prepared to ensnare them with the green silver grass, intending to release an electric current to easily subdue them. However, Lin Yuming would not allow Yu such ease. With a flick of her mind, she sealed off Yu's powers. Thus, the green silver grass hanging in midair wilted. Isn't this my power? Yi was taken aback. Was it you, Lin Yuming? He shouted at her, who was still lounging in the air. Lin Yuming merely lifted her sunglasses slightly, peered at Yu, and then returned to her relaxed position. Unbelievable, you're infuriating. Yu was speechless. Stripped of his powers, Yu had no choice but to rely on his martial prowess to battle the demon apes. Though it was challenging, he remained undaunted. Why do you activated lightning, flash to evade the encirclement of the demon apes? With only the strength of a second-tier martial artist, facing 40-peak second-tier beasts proved disadvantageous. He could only engage in guerrilla tactics, continuously using his agility to entangle them. Nonetheless, the sheer number of demon apes overwhelmed him, and Yu soon began to feel fatigue. As time passed, he bore numerous wounds but persevered. The demon apes sensed his exhaustion and employed a strategy of attrition, sending 2 at a time to engage Yu, while the remaining 18 rested back-to-back to prevent surprise attacks. These demon apes even have tactics. How am I supposed to fight? Yu's fighting spirit began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, the 20 demon apes, sensing his decline, exchanged glances and nodded in unison, entering a berserk state as they charged at Yu. Yu fought valiantly, but ultimately, he was outnumbered. After being struck by one of the demon apes, he fell to the ground, gazing at the encroaching demon apes. He realized he had no chance of victory, yet he refused to surrender, choosing instead to fight with all he had. Once more, Yu invoked Starlight Quake, but the demon apes had learned from their previous encounter and retreated as he unleashed his skill. In the end, overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the demon apes, Yu was brutally defeated. Was there a twist? No twist. What could reverse this? It's not a movie. Stripped of his powers, facing 20 intelligent beasts 3 levels above him, it was impossible to defeat them in a pure melee. The demon apes were already formidable among ferocious beasts. Although Yu had cultivated the Starlight Quake technique, his level remained a limitation. It was akin to expecting someone to defeat 20 trained silverback gorillas with bare hands. It simply couldn't be done. Not to mention silverbacks, even 10 adult Labradors would pose an insurmountable challenge. Of course, in a real-world scenario, Yu could flee, but this was a virtual world meant for training. Yu finally understood why those outstanding individuals had suffered so greatly. This second tower was indeed a formidable challenge, exponentially more difficult than the first. Had they truly outgrown the novice protection zone? Upon his demise, Yu returned to the real world. Chapter 70. The day before the exam, Yu once again experienced the sensation of death, a truly unpleasant ordeal, and this time, he had been brutally beaten to death. Filled with indignation, he re-entered the virtual world. In his previous life, he had perished at the hands of a horde of gorillas. Now, reborn, he was determined to reclaim all that was rightfully his. However, this time, Yu planned to venture in alone to avoid Lin Yuming's interference. He stealthily approached the ferocious beast tower, surveying the surroundings. Excellent, he found no sign of Lin Yuming. Just then, as he prepared to slip inside, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Instinctively, Yu turned around to find a stunningly beautiful face smiling back at him. Yu, where are you headed? Lin Yuming grinned. Darn it, have I been discovered? I was just about to look for you. Yu replied with feigned seriousness. Oh, is that so? Well, no need to search. I'm right here. Let us go in together. Please, don't. It's impossible to win. Even the peak version of Yuan could manage at most 10. If there are 20, even Yuan would get slapped twice before he could leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming pondered for a moment. Indeed, 20 was an overwhelming challenge. Then let us fight 10, she proposed. If Yuan can handle 10, surely you can too. A man should never admit defeat. Yu confidently pat his chest. Good. It's reassuring to have your confidence, Lin Yuming smiled gently. By the way, why didn't you just exit when you were about to be defeated? What do you mean? Yu asked, puzzled. Did you not know that if you cannot conquer the ferocious beast tower, you can simply exit? Wait, I genuinely didn't know that, but I can't admit it for the sake of pride. Of course, I knew. In my dictionary, The word surrender does not exist. I merely wanted to fight until the end, Yu stubbornly insisted. All right then, let us proceed, Lin Yuming said, and the two re-entered the ferocious beast tower. As before, Lin Yuming lounged in the air, watching the spectacle while Yu faced 10 opponents. If you were to ask where the other 10 went, I could only say they were dealt with by Lin Yuming. 10 minutes later, Yu gasped, I can't go on. Lin Yuming, save me. Who was it that said men should never admit defeat? Lin Yuming remained reclining, showing no signs of action. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been stubborn. Please save me. I don't wish to be beaten to death again. Can't save you. You need to find a way to save yourself. You have two options, either defeat them or be defeated. Noted, Lin Yuming. 10 minutes later, Yu was again beaten to death by a flurry of punches. In the days that followed, Yu practiced in the evenings and battled gorillas during the day. Although victory still eludes him, he has garnered much in the process. He successfully condensed a layer of indestructible golden body seal and has comprehended the 4th level of the celestial shattering star technique. Known as the Guardian of the Stars, perhaps in an effort to lessen his own suffering in battle, Yu swiftly grasped several defensive skills. Concurrently, his combat techniques have soared to new heights, engaging in life-and-death struggles each day. Moreover, his extraordinary abilities have advanced to the 2nd tier, though they remain ineffective against the gorillas. While his mental prowess has reached the 1st tier, time swiftly approached the eve of the college entrance examination. On this day, Lin Yuming did not urge Yu to train. Instead, Yu ventured to the Beast Tower, where he mercilessly subdued the 10 demon apes. Utilizing green silvergrass, he bound them all. And with a mocking flourish, he ridiculed their lack of martial ethics. The demon apes responded with frantic howls, seemingly attempting to convey something, yet Yu, unfamiliar with the language of beasts, could not comprehend. After dispatching the demon apes, Yu exited the virtual realm, intending to take a well-deserved break from his rigorous training. He picked up his phone to message by Bingxue, inquiring if she was free to join him for a meal, along with a gift. All right, let us meet at the Chaoxian Grand Hotel at noon, came her prompt reply. Arriving early at the hotel, Yu reserved a private room and awaited by Bingxue's arrival. Before long, she appeared as promised, adorned in a white dress, her long hair cascading gracefully, exuding beauty. As they settled down and ordered a selection of dishes, Yu initiated conversation. You haven't encountered any incidents akin to before, have you? Bai Bingxue gently shook her head. No, I am now collaborating with the state, and individuals from the Special Abnormality Bureau are providing protection. Could you share what your company specializes in, if it's not too troublesome? Yu's curiosity piqued that it's nothing much. Really, we primarily research battle armor and gene serums, currently enabling ordinary individuals to attain 1st to 2nd tier strength. Is it truly that remarkable? Yu felt an inkling that this technology might wield profound implications. Oh, by the way, he said, retrieving a prepared talisman and presenting it to Bai Bingxue. This is a protective bracelet for you. Bai Bingxue waved her hand. You should keep it for yourself. It might afford you another chance at survival. Absolutely not. You must wear it today. It's specially prepared for you, he insisted, taking her hand and fastening it onto her wrist. Seeing his determination, she ceased her resistance and smiled. Thank you. Haha, who are we to each other? Just remember to never take it off, no matter the circumstances. Bai Bingxue nodded. After their meal, she drove Yu home. As they parted, Bai Bingxue gently embraced him, wishing him luck for the exams. Before Yu could react, she turned and left, leaving him with a glimpse of her reddened cheeks and earlobes. Watching her retreating figure, a smile crept onto Yu's face. At that moment, a call from Wang Fuguwei interrupted his thoughts. Hey, old Yi, come out and have some fun. Xiao Huahua is here too. Sure, send me the location, Yu replied, quickly arriving at the designated spot. Wang Fuguwei excitedly announced, I heard there's an establishment in Chaoxian called the Unconventional Massage Parlor. Let's check it out. Oh, Yu said, his gaze sharpening. That name is intriguing. We must document this experience. I'll scout it for my friends first. In his previous life as a diligent worker, he had never visited such a place. Today, he was determined to see what it was all about. Xiao Huahua questioned, if it's deemed unconventional, why go? For the sake of our fellow tomato enthusiasts, you see. Xiao Huahua nodded, albeit with a confused expression. Before long, they arrived at the Unconventional Massage Parlor, and upon entering, they were greeted by an array of fair-skinned, beautiful women. Wang Fuguwei approached the front desk to inquire about the prices. Hello. Our rates are categorized as 98, 198, and 298. Which one would you prefer? Let us start with the 98 and see how it goes, you suggested. The trio was led into a spacious massage room. After changing into massage attire, they each settled onto a bed. Shortly, 3 lovely massage therapists entered, bowing slightly. Greetings, esteemed guests. We are your massage therapists. I am Xiaomei. This is Jenny, and that is the blonde. Why, you couldn't help but jest. What peculiar names. Please do not mind such trivial details, Xiaomei replied softly, beginning to massage Qin Yu. An hour later, the session concluded. Not bad at all. Your technique is superb, leaving me quite relaxed. Wang Fuguwei praised. By the way, why is this place called the unconventional massage parlor? The massage therapist replied mysteriously. You'll understand once you opt for the 298 service. Wang Fuguwei turned to Yu and Xiao Huohua. Shall we arrange for it? Absolutely, they responded in unison. The 3 therapists then exited. Old Yi, what do you reckon the quality of the 298 service will be? Not sure. I just hope it doesn't refer to their weight, Yu mused. Recalling a comedic skit from his past life, though he was uncertain if such a concept existed in this world. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, just as they were comfortably reclining on the massage beds, the floor began to tremble slightly. Huh? Old Yi, do you feel the ground shaking? Could it be an earthquake? Wang Fuguwei queried, perplexed. Xiao Huohua interjected, unlikely. There hasn't been an earthquake in Chaoxian for many years. Then it must be that tanks are entering? Yu surmised. Suddenly, 3 colossal figures resembling fearsome beasts entered the room. Their broad shoulders and robust physiques sent tremors through the floor with each step they took. Wang Fuguwei exclaimed in alarm. No, no. We don't want any more. You can leave now. However, his words were abruptly cut off by the imposing figures. Stop wasting breath. We've waited all day for this. You're not escaping this session with that. They lunged forward. Ensnared in green silver, the 3 towering figures were instantly bound. Yu shook his head in exasperation. He had intended to approach them as an ordinary person, yet was met with such coercion. Enough of this charade. I am a martial artist. I will not allow you to impose upon me for mere entertainment. With that declaration, he swiftly retaliated, sending them sprawling. Will you dare to enforce such tactics again? Forgive us, esteemed martial artist, they pleaded, desperate for mercy. Let us depart, Yu said, turning away without a backward glance at the unfortunate trio. He felt no obligation to pay for the services rendered, considering his actions a form of restraint. Had it been another martial artist, they might have reduced the establishment to rubble. Old Wang, your terrible idea almost cost us dearly, Yu complained as he walked away. Exactly, Xiao Huohua chimed in. Is it my fault? You all seemed to enjoy yourselves, didn't you? Now you want to blame me for it. Wang Fuguwei protested indignantly, feeling wronged. All right, perhaps you have a point. Now, let us each return home and prepare for tomorrow's exam. Yu concluded, and the 3 parted ways. On his way home, Yu pondered the necessity of addressing such a predatory establishment, and thus called the police. Hello, officer. I wish to report a fraudulent establishment. Had I not been a martial artist, I would have fallen victim to their schemes. Upon learning it involved martial artists, the police acted swiftly, shutting down the unscrupulous parlor, which granted Yu peace of mind. Merit gained. Once home, he began researching the format of the upcoming college entrance examination. In this world, the examination took place within a virtual realm, where each participant entered a unique wilderness zone, with final scores determined by their success in defeating ferocious beasts, rather than by innate talent. For those with supportive abilities, classifications were made accordingly. There was no scenario where a multitude entered the same wilderness zone. Furthermore, participants could not view their rankings throughout the examination. This bore a resemblance to the college entrance examinations of his previous life, ensuring fairness. Yu recalled Principal Zhu mentioning that the examination did not consider innate talent, but rather combat prowess. And indeed, this was the case. He had perused numerous martial arts novels, finding their examination formats utterly ludicrous, where entire classes or schools entered the same wilderness zone, thus undermining fairness. Cooperation could not be curtailed, and should they encounter a player with an unfair advantage, the rest would be rendered irrelevant, purely serving to showcase the protagonist's prowess. Additionally, there were always significant figures in attendance, rendering the backdrop absurdly unrealistic. With a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Yu commenced his training. The following day, He bid farewell to his parents. "I'm off. Do your best, son. Don't feel overly pressured," they encouraged. Upon arriving at the school playground, he spotted many familiar faces, including Lin Yumeng. "Old Yi, over here." Wang Fuguwei waved. Why you approached, greeting them, Lin Yumeng. "What brings you here?" "Just came to join the fun." "How could I miss out on such an exciting event?" Lin Yumeng replied coolly that I thought with your prowess, you'd be directly recruited. You know why some individuals are exempt yet still choose to take the exam? To avoid regrets? No, it's simply for the enjoyment. Exams are a significant milestone in life. Everyone takes them seriously. If you approach it as a mere game, you'll understand the experience once you partake. Without further ado, it would be rather impolite to remain submerged. Returning to the matter at hand, one may wonder why we are gathered on the playground. The reason is that all candidates must be uniformly ushered into the virtual realm for assessment, a precautionary measure to prevent any illicit introduction of excessive weaponry into the examination arena. Furthermore, each individual's evaluation is meticulously monitored in real time by designated personnel, thereby maximizing the integrity of the examination process. Before us stands a colossal apparatus, evidently designed to facilitate the entry of all participants into the virtual world. As the examination hour approached, the invigilator spoke solemnly, announcing, "The examination period has commenced. Please prepare yourselves." No sooner had the words left their lips than the machine emitted a blinding beam of light, and thus, all individuals were transported into the desolate expanse of the virtual wilderness. Why you felt an abrupt darkness envelop him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Regaining his composure, he began to assess his surroundings. The forest was imbued with a palpable sense of danger, with distant roars of beasts echoing ominously. At that moment, a system notification resonated. The high-stakes examination has officially begun. Best of luck to all candidates. Chapter 72. Cheating. As the system announcement reverberated, Yu swiftly navigated through the forest, in pursuit of the ferocious beasts, Tiwaz and Tilong, before he spotted his first adversary, a creature standing at a height of 1.5 meters, cloaked in white fur. Resembling a humanoid figure, its eyes gleamed with an eerie red light, and its sharp claws glistened ominously in the sunlight. Upon seeing this beast, Yu recalled a tale of a man, merely in his 20s, who had once reached the pinnacle of a continent, only to face a life-threatening crisis when confronting this very creature. This beast was none other than the 10-year wind baboon. Could this possibly be the starry forest? Yu pondered silently. What does it matter? Let us deal with it first. The beast appeared to sense Yu's gaze, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding foliage to tremble. With a powerful leap, it charged towards Yu, a gust of foul wind trailing behind. Yu's movements were agile, as he sidestepped the beast's assault with the grace of a phantom. Quickly forming hand seals, Yu summoned a surge of spiritual energy that coursed through him like a tidal wave. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a blade of energy that sliced towards the wind baboon. Reacting with remarkable speed, the baboon raised its furry arm to block the attack, only to have its limb severed by the luminous blade. This enraged the creature, which howled in fury, its white fur bristling as a white mist began to envelop its body. Then, with a resounding crack, the baboon's head exploded, a testament to Yu's prowess. One minor adversary thought it could play such a significant role. Yu wiped his hands and commenced his search for the next target. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Lin Yumei contemplated whether to conceal some of her abilities. After much deliberation, she resolved not to hide her strength. After all, she was the master of the universe. With a swift motion of her hand, all the ferocious beasts in the forest converged before her. The beasts appeared bewildered, as if questioning her intentions. Clearing her throat, Lin Yumei declared, "You are now surrounded. Lay down your weapons, and perhaps you will preserve your lives." However, she spoke not in the beast's tongue, and they, failing to comprehend, charged at her with a cacophony of roars. Lin Yumei shrugged, exclaiming, "I've given you your chance. If you squander it, do not blame me with that." She leapt into the fray in no time. Lin Yumei cut through the beasts like a tiger among sheep, blood splattering and cries echoing. The ferocious creatures were rendered powerless before her. Dispatched with ease, soon, the heavens rained beasts, and within 2.5 minutes, they piled into a mountain. Lin Yumei dusted off her hands, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've fought so delightfully." Now, You must depart. She snapped her fingers, and the beasts disintegrated into ash. The invigilators, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in disbelief, and one hastily reported through the intercom, "Supervisor, we have a cheater." The monitoring supervisor soon arrived at the control room, bewildered by the account presented. "This power level is beyond the norm, isn't it?" he questioned. "How could it exceed expectations? I've maintained this level for years. Perhaps you should reflect on your own efforts in training and improvement." Suddenly, Lin Yume's voice echoed through the control room, startling both the invigilator and the supervisor. "How did you get out?" they exclaimed. "Due to the unique circumstances of the examination, candidates can only exit the virtual realm upon death or when the time expires. I am the cheater, and I am here for a legitimate examination, so a standard evaluation will suffice," she declared before vanishing from sight. "What should we do now, Supervisor?" the bewildered invigilator queried. "Simply proceed with the regular evaluation." "Did you not witness the entire process? Was there any cheating?" The invigilator shook his head, indicating there was none. "Then that settles it. You focus on monitoring the other candidates. I must report this to higher authorities," the supervisor concluded before exiting the control room. After layers of reporting, the final verdict was a standard evaluation. The supervisor sighed in relief upon receiving the news. It seemed this year's top candidate would undoubtedly be this girl. Even the elite from the imperial capital would be overshadowed. "I suppose I am witnessing history," he mused, for no one had ever achieved a perfect score within 3 minutes. While perfect scores had been attained before, none had accomplished it in such a brief span, as locating the beast required time. Many could achieve full marks in mathematics, yet none could complete the exam in 3 minutes with complete accuracy. Lin Yume's entire endeavor, from contemplation to combat, transpired in merely 3 minutes, truly extraordinary. In a separate examination area, a young man clad in exquisite garments stood with an air of nobility. His attire, of exceptional quality, bore intricate embroidery that shimmered as he moved, hinting at his extraordinary lineage. Calm and composed, he faced a second-tier beast without a trace of panic. His eyes radiated an innate confidence and pride, a slight smirk adorning his lips as he regarded the challenge ahead. In a sudden motion, he dashed forward with the speed of a specter, closing the distance to the beast in an instant. His fists, seemingly imbued with tremendous strength, struck with a fierce wind accompanying each blow. Each punch landed precisely on the beast's vital points, and despite its fierce attempts to retaliate, it could not harm him in the slightest. In mere moments, the young man effortlessly defeated the second-tier beast. This individual was none other than Wang Tung, the heir of the Wang family from the imperial capital. He boasted, "This year's top candidate shall surely be me." In another corner of the examination area, a beautiful young woman, Chu Yao, resembled a radiant rose in full bloom, exuding an enchanting charm. Grasping a long sword that shimmered with a chilling light, the gemstones embedded in the hilt sparkled mysteriously under the faint glow. At that moment, she stood resolutely against a third-tier beast. The creature, massive and exuding a terrifying aura, roared thunderously, each growl akin to a clap of thunder. Yet, Chu Yao remained undaunted. With a fierce shout, she unsheathed her sword. In an instant, the blade surged with formidable energy, its shimmering arcs resembling silver ribbons or shooting stars, overwhelming the beast with relentless force. Despite its desperate resistance, the third-tier beast succumbed to her lethal strikes. Chapter 73. Titan Giant Ape. In another examination chamber stood a mysterious figure, cloaked in a dark robe that seemed woven from the deepest shadows of night, concealing his form save for a stern visage. His features were chiseled with precision, eyes deep and icy, as if harboring boundless secrets. Unfazed by the presence of a second-tier beast, he remained expressionless. Slowly, he raised his hand. Though his movements appeared languid, they possessed a peculiar rhythm. In the instant he unleashed his power, it seemed as though the very air was drawn into a vortex of formidable energy. With a gentle wave of his hand, he unleashed a force that surged forth like a raging tide, swiftly overwhelming the beast before it could react. The prodigies of the imperial capital exhibited astonishing prowess within the examination grounds, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, all vying for the prestigious title of top candidate. However, they were oblivious to the fact that this year's top honor was destined to elude them, for a singular force, Lin Yume, the resetter, had emerged. At this moment, Yu had traversed through countless adversaries and reached the core circle. Before him lay a vast lake, beside which squatted a Titan giant ape, scooping water with its hands for a drink. Yu instinctively surveyed his surroundings, searching for other beasts, such as Orochimaru or a colossal rabbit. Currently, he saw none. It appeared that this was indeed the mightiest boss within the assessment. Sensing the Titan giant ape's peak third-tier strength, Yu understood the gravity of the situation and promptly summoned his second ability. The Sun Hammer, a reward from his previous encounter in the Beast Tower. Yu activated the ability stone. He took a moment to wash his hands and played a song titled Good Luck. Although he unlocked a powerful ability, the template it came with filled him with trepidation, for it was none other than the God King template. The legendary martial arts manual he received was the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, which left Yu in a state of bemusement. In a world of martial arts, he would have been elated, as it was an extraordinary technique. However, in a high-level martial world, its utility was limited, especially since it required the manipulation of true chi, which he had yet to cultivate. Taking a deep breath, Yu gripped the Sun Hammer tightly and charged toward the Titan giant ape. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the Titan giant ape, aiming for a surprise attack. The Titan giant ape sensed Yu's approach and let out a furious roar. Rising to its feet and swinging its massive arms in an attempt to thwart Yu's assault. Undaunted, Yu raised the Sun Hammer and struck down fiercely at the Titan giant ape. A resounding crash echoed as the Sun Hammer collided with the ape's arm, emitting a blinding light. The Titan giant ape was forced back several steps, and Yu felt a tremendous backlash reverberate through his arm, causing it to tingle. Nevertheless, he did not falter. He immediately unleashed the Thunderstorm Palm, its gusts roaring with formidable might. Seeing this, the Titan giant ape roared once more, its body glowing with a golden light as it braced itself against Yu's attack. The battle ensued in a fierce exchange, each combatant striking and countering with relentless vigor. Yu understood that prolonging the fight would not serve him well. He needed to bring it to a swift conclusion. Focusing his energy, he channeled all his strength into the Sun Hammer. With a fierce shout, the hammer radiated a dazzling brilliance, imbued with cataclysmic power as it descended upon the Titan giant ape. The impact was staggering, sending the Titan giant ape hurtling backward until it crashed against the wall. With the Titan giant ape incapacitated, Yu exhaled in relief. The battle was finally over. Approaching the fallen creature, he prepared to ascertain whether it was truly dead. However, at that moment, the Titan giant ape's body began to transform, shrinking until it took on the form of a beautiful woman. Yu stared in astonishment, his mind swirling with confusion. The woman slowly opened her eyes and addressed Yu, saying, "Thank you for saving me. Could you share your circumstances with me?" Intrigued, Yu listened, for witnessing a Titan giant ape morph into a person was a spectacle he had never encountered before. The woman began to narrate, "Let me tell you a story. In a remote mountain village, there lies an ancient, long-abandoned mansion. It is said that this mansion harbors countless treasures, yet it is shrouded in a curse. All who enter its doors meet with misfortune." Young adventurer Shaoli was captivated by this tale. Ignoring the villagers' warnings, he resolutely decided to explore the mansion. Upon pushing open the heavy door, he was met with a musty odor. The interior was eerie, cloaked in cobwebs and dust. Cautiously, Shaoli ventured deeper into the mansion. Suddenly, he heard a faint weeping sound, seemingly emanating from a room. Anxiously, he approached the source and opened the door. The room was empty, but on the table lay an ancient diary. As Shaoli flipped through its pages, he discovered the story of the mansion's former owner. It revealed that the mansion belonged to a wealthy merchant who had brought back a mysterious artifact during a business trip. After that, strange occurrences plagued the mansion, culminating in the bizarre disappearance of the merchant and his family. While Shaoli was engrossed in the diary's revelations, the door to the room suddenly slammed shut. He attempted to open it, only to find it locked. At that moment, the weeping resumed, growing louder and clearer. Terrified, Shaoli searched for the source, only to see a strange shadow materializing on the wall. The shadow became clearer, revealing a ghastly visage. The ghost lunged at Shaoli, who, in panic, seized the diary and fled. In his frantic escape, he discovered a hidden passage and dashed through it, running desperately forward. After what felt like an eternity, he finally glimpsed a sliver of light. Following it, he emerged from the passage and turned back, finding the mansion still standing silently, as if nothing had transpired. Filled with dread and curiosity, Shaoli left the mountain village, pondering the secrets concealed within that mysterious mansion. What was the origin of that ghost? Determined to uncover the truth, he resolved to study the ancient diary further. Once home, Shaoli resumed reading the diary, flipping to the final page, which ominously warned, "Do not look at the back of the diary." Yet, defiant as he was, Shaoli felt compelled to peek, and just as he prepared to flip it over, the lights in the room flickered out. The window blew open with a gust of chilling wind, yet he remained undeterred. There, inscribed in bold letters, were 4 words. Chapter 74. Another old 6. I am old 6. Suddenly, the woman lunged at Yu, her form transforming back into that of the Titan giant ape. The fist the size of a cauldron hurtled toward Yu's abdomen. Caught off guard, Yu was sent flying as if he had been struck by a green giant in the midst of an enthralling tale. The Titan giant ape was relentless, seizing the moment to unleash a barrage of strikes upon Yu as he lay on the ground. Fortunately, the countless skirmishes with the ape had sharpened Yu's reflexes, and he quickly retaliated. He unleashed the thunderstorm palm, slowing the Titan giant ape's movements, then ensnared it with green-silver grass, securing it to a distant tree for distance. As Yu rose to his feet, the Titan giant ape broke free from its confines. "Not bad, kid," the Titan giant ape remarked. "Your reactions are quite swift, but your vigilance leaves much to be desired." Yu was taken aback by the creature's taunt. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered a plethora of bizarre events. Indeed, this realm resembled a colossal web of fantastical tales, filled with all manner of strange beings. The Titan giant ape pointed at Yu, laughing heartily. "Someone's broken their defenses, but who could it be?" "I want to tell." Yu felt that the Titan giant ape's intellect had taken on an unsettling degree of sophistication. "Guess what? Guess what?" "Indeed. I'm just a child. Why should I guess?" Yu fixed his gaze upon the Titan giant ape, resolved to engage without further delay. The time for confrontation had arrived. Whether human or ape, they would soon be distinguished. With a fierce shout, Yu tightened his grip on the sun hammer, its weight seemingly infused with infinite potential. The Titan giant ape, sensing Yu's fighting spirit, let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest. Lowering its massive frame, it resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. With a sudden surge, it launched itself toward Yu like a moving mountain, a tempestuous wind trailing in its wake. Unfazed, Yu summoned his strength, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow. As he neared the Titan giant ape, he leaped high, the sun hammer tracing a deadly arc through the air as it descended upon the ape's head. The Titan giant ape reacted swiftly, raising its colossal palm to absorb the blow. The impact produced a deafening crash, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing nearby trees to sway violently as leaves cascaded down. Yu felt an immense force push back against him, propelling him into the air. However, he executed a deft flip, landing gracefully on the ground. The Titan giant ape, momentarily dazed from the strike, shook its head and charged at Yu once more. Swinging its massive fists, each blow laden with terrifying power capable of rending the very air asunder, Yu agilely evaded the Titan giant ape's assault, his movements resembling those of a wraith as he danced between the punches. Seizing every opportunity, he swung the sun hammer at the Titan giant ape, but its defense was formidable, leaving only shallow imprints on its tough hide. Yu pondered to himself. Indeed, the Titan giant ape is formidable. I cannot afford to fight in this manner indefinitely. As he dodged the relentless attacks, he began to search for a weakness in the Titan giant ape's defenses. Suddenly, he noticed that during its strikes, the ape's abdomen would briefly expose itself. An idea sparked in Yu's mind, prompting him to take a calculated risk. He feigned a vulnerability, drawing the Titan giant ape into a frenzy of attacks. Just as the ape's fist was about to strike him, Yu deftly sidestepped, channeling all his strength into the sun hammer as he aimed for the Titan giant ape's exposed belly. The Titan giant ape was caught off guard. The sun hammer connected solidly with its abdomen. Roar! The Titan giant ape emitted a pained cry, staggering backwards several steps. However, it quickly regained its composure, and the fury in its eyes blazed brighter than before. "You have angered me, kid. Now I shall fight seriously." With a thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape transformed into its crimson lotus form. In this state, It seemed to shift from the sovereign of the forest into a demon from the depths of hell. Its once dark fur ignited into a blazing red hue, as if flames danced across its body, spreading like wildfire. Each strand of hair became as hard and straight as steel needles, glowing brilliantly, as if magma from the earth's core flowed across its surface. The crimson radiance stood out starkly against the darkness of the night, illuminating the surrounding space in a vivid scarlet hue, as if conjuring an independent realm of flames. Its form appeared to swell further, with muscular bulges resembling hardened hillocks, brimming with explosive power. The already formidable physique now exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. The patterns on its body underwent a transformation. Those once faintly discernible markings now became strikingly pronounced, revealing dark red veins that seemed to depict the surging power coursing beneath the surface of its skin. You watched as the Titan gorilla transitioned into its crimson lotus form. A tightness gripping his heart, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. He gripped the sun hammer with unwavering resolve, his muscles tensed and ready to confront the Titan gorilla's more ferocious onslaught. In an instant, the Titan gorilla's aura surged, enveloping it in a fiery glow reminiscent of a blazing inferno. He let out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the landscape, causing the surrounding trees to quiver under the force of its powerful sound waves. Then, like a cannonball shot from its barrel, the Titan gorilla lunged towards Yu with astonishing speed, disorienting to behold. Yu swiftly sidestepped, but the Titan gorilla's relentless strikes pursued him like a shadow, its colossal fists crashing down upon him. With only his agility and indomitable will to rely on, Yu evaded, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. In a moment of evasion, Yu seized the chance, swinging the sun hammer once more towards the Titan gorilla's arm. However, in its crimson lotus form, the Titan gorilla's defenses had drastically increased. The hammer struck its arm with a dull thud, inflicting minimal damage. The Titan gorilla merely shook off the impact, flinging Yu away with ease. He landed heavily on the ground, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips. "Have you not eaten today?" the Titan gorilla began to taunt him. Chapter 75. The hero struck down. Yu felt as though a massive mountain had collided with him, searing pain radiating throughout his body as he fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. The blood he coughed up blossomed into a shocking crimson flower on the ground. Yet, the agony did not break his spirit. Rather, it ignited a fiercer fighting resolve deep within him. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up with trembling arms, struggling to rise. The light in his eyes blazed like a fire, showing no sign of retreat. He fixed his gaze on the Titan gorilla, his heart set on one conviction: to fight to the bitter end. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu began to think clearly. At this moment, the Titan gorilla inexplicably refrained from delivering a finishing blow, granting Yu a fleeting opportunity. It became evident that brute strength alone would not suffice. Victory could only be achieved through elemental mastery. Have you figured out how to fight back yet? By the way, do you know why I haven't finished you off? Because in the face of absolute power, you can hardly cause a ripple, the Titan gorilla proclaimed confidently. Are you not aware that villains often perish due to their verbosity? Yu retorted, to his surprise. The Titan gorilla became enraged upon hearing this. Who the hell is the villain here? It was you who struck first, and yet you dare label me a villain? I spit on that. I see you as the true villain. When you hit me, you're the righteous one, and when I hit you, I'm the villain. Spit again. Is your surname Tang and your given name San? Wow, that seems a bit reasonable, Yu said, suddenly breaking into a cold sweat. Am I somehow turning into Tang San? And with the green silver grass and the sun hammer in hand, isn't that just a perfect Tang San template? This won't do. If I become Tang San, my life will be utterly ruined. With this thought, Yu bowed to the Titan gorilla. My apologies. I misspoke earlier. Thank you for your enlightenment. There is no distinction between us as heroes and villains. We merely stand on opposite sides. Now, let us engage in a proper battle. Ha ha ha, the Titan gorilla erupted into laughter. Kid, recognizing your mistakes and correcting them is a virtue. You are already stronger than many. Numerous individuals are aware of their faults yet remain obstinate, doomed to their own demise. In light of your perceptiveness, I shall reveal a secret to you later, but for now, I allow you to strike first. Yu did not hesitate. He closed his eyes to calm his mind and began to channel the power of the 5 elements. First, he swung his arms forcefully, unleashing the power of earth like a surging torrent. The ground trembled violently, and countless stones erupted as if alive, coalescing into impenetrable, resplendent golden earthen walls. These walls radiated an ancient and mysterious luminescence, as if crafted by the earth god itself, rushing towards the Titan gorilla with unstoppable momentum. The Titan gorilla let out a deafening roar, its fury echoing like thunder as it slammed its fists into the earthen walls. The collision produced a cataclysmic sound, and while the walls shattered, they successfully slowed the Titan gorilla's advance. Next, Yu swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the power of water as if the heavens themselves were pouring forth. Dark clouds gathered overhead, resembling a canvas stained with ink. A torrential downpour descended, the raindrops shimmering like precious gems, exuding an enigmatic glow. Under Yu's command, the rain transformed into countless sharp ice arrows, each emitting a bone-chilling coldness, seemingly capable of piercing anything. These arrows shot forth like meteors towards the Titan gorilla. The Titan gorilla's massive frame appeared somewhat clumsy in the downpour, struck by numerous ice arrows. Yet, due to its crimson lotus form, the arrows inflicted minimal damage. Although they certainly vexed it with a mighty roar, the Titan gorilla's crimson glow intensified, blindingly bright like a burning sun, dispersing the incoming water arrows with ease. Undeterred, Yu spread his arms wide, summoning the power of fire that ignited like a blazing sun. He concentrated the fire into a colossal fireball, radiating scorching light and terrifying heat. He hurled the fireball at the Titan gorilla, which absorbed the impact, its crimson glow only brightening further. "Kid, are you a fool? Don't you realize I can absorb fire elemental energy?" Observing this, Yu swiftly altered his strategy. He raised his hands, and the power of wood erupted like a gentle spring breeze. The surrounding trees seemed to come alive, their branches growing wildly and intertwining to form a massive green web. This web exuded vibrant life, each branch acting like animated tendrils, encroaching upon the Titan gorilla. "Don't you know that fire is weak against wood?" The Titan gorilla remarked as it activated its own skill, Burning Fist, heaven-shattering. A tremendous surge of fiery energy erupted from the Titan gorilla's fist. Yu, prepared for this, unleashed a blizzard tornado to counter it. Yet, it was evident that the Titan gorilla's strength outweighed his own. With lightning speed, Yu dodged into the Titan gorilla's blind spot, seizing the opportunity to strike again. He clasped his hands together, condensing the power of metal into numerous sharp blades that gleamed coldly. These metallic blades soared towards the Titan gorilla, grazing its body and leaving shallow wounds in their wake. It seemed that the power of the metal element was indeed stronger. Determined, Yu amassed even more metal blades, intending to wear down the Titan gorilla. However, the Titan gorilla would not allow him such a luxury. With a furious roar, its muscles swelled, and it activated the skill gravity control. Yu suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down on him, as if a mountain were atop him, rendering his movements sluggish. Gritting his teeth, Yu persisted, striving to summon his inner strength to resist. He understood that he could not afford to be trapped. He had to find a way to break the stalemate. In that moment, he noticed the Titan gorilla's weakness, its eyes. Focusing intently, he summoned all his might, directing a flurry of metal blades towards the Titan gorilla's eyes. Yet the agile Titan gorilla would not fall for such a trick. It seized the flying blades and hurled them back at Yu with astonishing speed and force, making it impossible for him to evade. Consequently, his right hand was severed. "Crap, I've become Yonggua," Yu lamented, sighing. He reflected on his struggles. "I haven't had a single favorable match since I arrived in this world. I wonder if it's because I'm too weak or my opponents are just too powerful," he thought, shaking his head in resignation. Meanwhile, far away in the Imperial examination grounds, Wang Tong was being tossed around like a mere chick by the Titan gorilla, already questioning the meaning of life. At the same time, Chu Yao had half-kneeled on the ground, clutching a broken sword to support herself. Her sword, of ordinary quality, had shattered into several pieces. Chapter 76. A century of unprecedented change. However, the mysterious figure in the black robe was engaged in a fierce battle with the Titan gorilla, exchanging blows with remarkable skill. "Kid, you possess considerable strength. You may very well be the second strongest among these examinees," the Titan gorilla remarked mid-fight. The black-robed man was taken aback, thinking, in this examination, there exists someone stronger than me. To think a reincarnated celestial emperor, would encounter someone of greater prowess. My talent and power are unparalleled. Even among the celestial realms, yet here in this mere blue star, there is someone more formidable. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he too was a reincarnated celestial emperor, and his perspective and mindset were far from ordinary. He speculated to himself, could it be that there are other reincarnated beings on this blue star? If so, this could be quite intriguing. With that thought, a confident smile crept onto his lips as he prepared for the next exchange. At that moment, the Titan gorilla launched another assault, but the black-robed man deftly sidestepped, his movements fluid as if he had anticipated the Titan gorilla's attack trajectory. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful spell. The figure clad in a black robe radiated a mysterious purple glow, instantly conjuring a formidable shield. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from his being, transforming into a dazzling beam of violet light that hurtled towards the Titan great ape with astonishing speed. The Titan great ape, perceiving the imminent threat, did not dare to underestimate it. It swiftly crossed its arms over its chest in an attempt to withstand the impending blow. However, upon the energy wave's collision with its arms, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a violent shockwave that sent the surrounding air spiraling. Despite the Titan great ape's utmost effort to resist, it was still propelled backwards several dozen meters, its feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the black-robed figure launched his offensive, vanishing like a wraith to reappear before the Titan great ape, poised to deliver another fierce strike. The Titan great ape shook its head in realization. It understood that without unleashing its true power, vanquishing this formidable adversary would be a daunting challenge. Thus, an even more intense battle commenced. Martial Fist of Mars. The black-robed man's gaze sharpened as he sensed the Titan great ape's surge of power, knowing this punch would be difficult to counter. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals as he chanted incantations. In an instant, a transparent shield materialized before him, adorned with flickering, arcane runes. With a resounding crash, the Titan great ape's fist struck the shield with immense force. Creating a cacophonous uproar, the shield quaked violently, but ultimately managed to withstand the impact. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of the black-robed man's mouth, yet determination flickered in his eyes as he dashed toward the Titan great ape. In his hand, he forged a violet celestial sword, its cutting aura aimed directly at the Titan great ape's chest. Sensing the potency of the attack, the Titan great ape discreetly ascended to the fourth tier of power. Coupled with a seamless series of gravity manipulation techniques, it succeeded in rendering the black-robed man devoid of combat strength. In truth, the Titan great ape possessed a soul attack technique at its disposal, yet deemed it unnecessary. You contemplated pressing on for another chance, but the Titan great ape halted him. Kid, stop dreaming about defeating me. It's impossible for you to win. Even if you unleash your full potential, I will still secretly ascend in PowerPoint 666. That's outrageous, old dang. Yi was at a loss for words. I'm not singling you out. Everyone is in the same boat. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion has foreseen that this generation is a grand contest. The candidate's strength this year surpasses that of previous years, both in quality and quantity. This presents both advantages and disadvantages for our Dragon Nation. Do you understand why? After a moment's thought, Yi replied. The advantage is that with more geniuses, the strength of the Dragon Nation increases. The disadvantage is that extraordinary circumstances often herald great crises, suggesting that the Dragon Nation may soon face grave peril. Ha ha ha, quite astute, young one. The Titan great ape chuckled. You smiled sheepishly, reflecting that novels often portrayed such sentiments. The Titan great ape continued, the Dragon Nation is currently amidst an unprecedented upheaval. Not only is there the threat of ferocious beasts, but foreign powers are also watching closely, and the most terrifying aspect is the internal discord. In past examinations, the strongest ferocious beasts were barely at the threshold of the third tier. Defeating them meant full marks, and rankings were determined chronologically. Consequently, many candidates this year are capable of achieving full marks, and I'm concerned about their arrogance, which is why I came to moderate their scores. I must ensure that they do not all achieve perfect scores, allowing them to realize their own inadequacies. Who exactly are you, and what power do you possess? You sense that the Titan great ape must have been human at some point. as such words would not be uttered otherwise. I am Qin Shan, the Titan Great Ape declared, transforming into a robust elder. Elder Qin Shan towered at nearly 2 meters, his muscular frame exuding vitality, his bronze skin glimmering with health. His face bore deep wrinkles, as if chiseled by a knife, yet his eyes sparkled with authority and confidence. Clad in a simple gray robe, he could not conceal his formidable aura. When he stood, he resembled an immovable mountain, instilling awe in those who beheld him. Impressive! A living transformation? Yu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. So, is there truly no one who has achieved full marks this time? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Elder Qin Shan's face. There is one. Who is it? Is she an exceptionally beautiful girl? Yu inquired, eager to confirm whether it was Lin Yumeng. Qin Shan nodded. Yes. Didn't you say that you wouldn't allow anyone to achieve full marks? Yu pressed on. Meanwhile, Qin Shan's mind raced, thinking, oh dear, if only I had kept quiet. Should I reveal that she defeated me in an instant? How could I bear to show my face again? Yet his expression remained stoic as he recounted. I fought her at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier for 300 rounds, yet could not best her. When I resorted to my 4th tier strength, she unexpectedly unleashed a secret technique and ascended to the 4th tier. As well, we battled for another 300 rounds. Yet I still could not prevail, as a senior. I had to maintain the dignity of my position and refrained from covertly enhancing my power. Thus, if she achieved full marks, so be it. Qin Shan insisted stubbornly. Oh, I see. Yu replied, somewhat skeptically. Observing Yu's expression, Qin Shan pondered, could it be that my fabricated tale has not deceived this young man? Meanwhile, Yu contemplated, didn't Lin Yumeng claim to be the master of the universe? Why would it be so challenging to defeat an old man? Could she have been boasting? Or is this elder lying? Clearly, one of them must be deceiving the other. Chapter 77. To Qinghai Island Yu sought to inquire further, but time was up, and he was promptly teleported away. As Yu departed, Qin Shan exhaled in relief. That kid is finally gone. Continuing this conversation might reveal too much. With the examination concluded, everyone reconvened on the playground. In that moment, sunlight bathed their faces, tinged with exhaustion yet brimming with relief. The arduous years of toil seemed to culminate in this instant. Yet a new journey awaited them just beyond the horizon. On the playground, some classmates jubilantly cheered, releasing pent-up pressures, while others stood in quiet contemplation, gazing at the familiar campus, filled with nostalgia. The college entrance examination serves as a rite of passage into youth, and this playground has borne witness to their struggles and growth, marking the conclusion of their youthful days. Soon, they would transition into university students, embarking on a new chapter of their lives. Although many among them might find themselves unable to secure respectable employment upon graduation, it did not diminish their significant roles. They supported a multitude of teachers, professors, landlords, street vendors, and scrupulous agents, and more. They could be deemed the rebirth parents of many. The Dragon Nation cannot thrive without its university graduates. Just as the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem. Old Yi, how did your encounter go? Did you manage to confront the Titan Great Ape? Yi replied, I did confront him, but I couldn't win. I couldn't win either. He's incredibly powerful, and on top of that, he's an old trickster. He transformed into a beautiful woman to tell me stories, only to launch a surprise attack. How utterly disgusting. Indeed, Xiao Huohua chimed in, evidently having fallen for the same trap. Hearing Wang Fuguwei and Xiao Huohua's remarks, Yu felt a sense of balance within himself. He was not alone in being caught off guard. Ah, so you all confronted the Titan Great Ape? I suppose I was the only one lagging behind, Shuka said, a hint of sadness in her voice. No worries, I believe you will accumulate strength over time. Xiao Huohua reassured her. By the way, should we take a little trip somewhere? After all, the exam results won't be out until June 23, Wang Fuguwei suggested suddenly. At that moment, the 4 members of the Chao County No. 1 high school group had gathered together. Shuka spoke first. How about we go to the seaside? I've heard the scenery of the ocean is breathtaking. Then let us head to Qinghai Island. We can enjoy the sea while also seeking out a village to experience pastoral life. I've heard the locals are very hospitable. Yu proposed. It's settled then. We reached a consensus. The 4 agreed. Lin Yumeng, who had been listening nearby, let out a quiet chuckle. Lin Yumeng, will you be joining us? Yu extended an invitation. You certainly know how to pick locations, Lin Yuming replied cryptically. What do you mean? Yu scratched his head in confusion. No worries, you'll understand when the time comes. You all go ahead. When the moment is right, I shall appear, Lin Yuming replied enigmatically. All right then, Yu said, not pressing further, and returned to make travel preparations. The next day, the four boarded a flight to Qinghai Island, eagerly anticipating the adventure and relaxation that awaited them. Upon landing, they wasted no time in renting a car to head to their destination, Qinghai Village. This village had been meticulously chosen from their travel guide, boasting numerous positive reviews. Perhaps due to the recent conclusion of the entrance exams, many people chose to travel, resulting in extraordinarily congested roads and slow-moving vehicles. Yu drove cautiously, striving to avoid collisions with other cars. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuming had appeared atop the car, sitting there quietly, simply for the thrill of it, however, just as he was leisurely driving along. A white Land Rover appeared, careening towards him in the opposite direction. Although Yu reacted swiftly, the heavy traffic made it impossible for him to evade in time. A deafening crash resounded as the two vehicles collided violently, unleashing an immense force. At that moment, Shuka expressed her concerns, questioning, whose responsibility is this? She admitted her lack of knowledge in this area. It's entirely her fault. She was driving against traffic. It must be her full responsibility. Yu clarified, haha, indeed. I was so flustered that I forgot even the most basic common sense, primarily out of fear that the person opposite might be unreasonable. That seems unlikely. She appears to be a female driver. So she should be reasonable, considering it is her fault. Just then, the female driver stormed over, her demeanor fierce, as if she were ready to devour someone. She quickly reached Yu's side and began furiously banging on the window. Sensing her aggressive approach, Yu prepared to step out of the car to confront her. At that moment, a bystander interjected. Miss, you were driving against traffic, so you should be fully responsible. It's better not to be so agitated. Surprisingly, the Land Rover driver became even more enraged upon hearing this, rushing to the bystander's passenger side, flinging open the door, and delivering 2 slaps to him with astonishing speed. So swift that Yu barely had time to react. Mainly because he hadn't anticipated such an outburst. Yu was taken aback by the woman's audacity. How could she strike someone when she was in the wrong? In response, he quickly used his mental powers to restrain the Land Rover driver and pulled her out of the vehicle. Yu glared at her, demanding, why did you? In a moment of public humiliation, the middle-aged man felt a profound displeasure, especially as he was now being threatened by an ordinary individual. How audacious for such lowly beings to presume they could trample upon him. With this thought, he signaled the 2 followers beside him, prompting them to switch off their recording device. In a swift motion, he delivered 2 slaps, expressing his disdain. What a disgrace! How dare you threaten me? I spit on you! Await my return. For the face of the woman driving the Range Rover was already swollen like that of a pig-ass, and this was with him holding back his strength. Had he exerted himself, her head would have surely burst. The officer, the brother-in-law, quickly interjected, Sir, please do not hold my dim-witted sister-in-law accountable. Her mind is not quite right. Just consider her words as mere nonsense. The brother-in-law felt utterly speechless. In such a situation, how could she still speak so arrogantly? It was evident she was used to being spoiled and had no awareness of the gravity of her circumstances. This could not continue. She would inevitably be the cause of his downfall, and he needed to devise a plan to distance himself from her. At that moment, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. A tall figure emerged ahead, exuding an overwhelming aura. He stood resolutely in the middle of the road, seemingly merging with his surroundings. The middle-aged man's heart raced with alarm as he hastily exited the car. His demeanor wary. Could you grant me some face? I have been instructed to take this person away. The newcomer spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Who are you to obstruct our enforcement? The middle-aged man retorted loudly. The stranger merely smiled faintly, offering no response. With a gentle wave of his arm, an invisible force propelled both the 2 police officers and the middle-aged man back several steps. A master. The middle-aged man's complexion changed drastically, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent once again. Could you grant me some face? I have been instructed to take this person away. The newcomer reiterated. He refrained from using force, for these were agents of the state. Resorting to violence would be unwise. If he could avoid confrontation, perhaps a resolution could still be reached. Are you certain you wish to oppose the Special Affairs Bureau? The middle-aged man, undeterred by the stranger's presence, stood firm. Given his own status, I dare not. However, these two are indeed related to me, so I implore you to extend a favor. The middle-aged man fell into deep contemplation. This day had truly been ill-fated. Encountering two whom he could not overpower, if he were to release them, what if that girl sought revenge? Yet, if he did not release them, this individual before him might resort to unexpected measures. What to do? He pondered anxiously. Ultimately, the middle-aged man resolved not to release them. He turned to the stranger, declaring, I cannot allow you to take them. If you possess the capability, go to the police station and retrieve them. My sole responsibility is escorting them. The rest is beyond my concern. In that moment, the middle-aged man devised a clever solution, demonstrating his experience as a minor leader. Years of navigating these waters had not been in vain. The stranger understood his intent and chose not to argue further. Just then, Lin Yuming appeared on the scene, exclaiming, How intriguing! How intriguing! The man felt a surge of trepidation, for he sensed no trace of Lin Yuming's aura. What did this signify? It indicated that her strength far surpassed his own. Miss, may I inquire about your business? Oh, nothing much. Merely here to end your life, Lin Yuming replied, wearing a playful smile. Surely you jest. I harbor no enmity towards you. Why would you wish to kill me? The man was now drenched in sweat. The two individuals in the car are those I took down. They will undoubtedly seek you out for retribution. Hence, I intend to eliminate you first, to spare you from coming after me later, Lin Yuming answered nonchalantly. You must be mistaken. I do not know those two, he responded, attempting to flee. Yet an invisible force rendered him immobile. So, are you suggesting I am mistaken? Lin Yuming gazed down at him imperiously. No, it is I who is mistaken. I truly do not know them. I was merely passing by, he explained in a flurry. Ah, well, I can no longer afford to play with you, Lin Yuming stated, producing the ominous black mist of the Emperor's banner and gently waving it, causing the souls of the three individuals to be drawn into it. Ah, yet another newcomer. Come, tell us what you did to end up here. After this sequence, Lin Yuming returned to her original position, as if nothing had occurred, leaving the Special Affairs Bureau trio in a state of stupefaction. What just happened? Is that it? Their leader inquired, perplexed. Let it be. Let us just consider today's events as if we never saw them, he resolved, already contemplating taking a leave after the day's work to rest a while. As the group grew weary of their activities, they made their way to a restaurant named the Seafood Bistro. After all, how could one visit Qinghai Island without indulging in seafood? Upon entering the establishment, the owner warmly welcomed them. Ah, you appear to be tourists, indeed. You nodded in affirmation. Are you students? The owner further inquired. If so, we offer special treatment. Yes, we just completed our college entrance examinations. The owner's eyes sparkled at this news, and he began to enthusiastically share. Our seafood bistro has a vast array of seafood, categorized and listed on the wall. Feel free to peruse at your leisure and call for me once you've made your selections. Thus, the group began to explore the offerings. 1. Fish, mackerel, flat-bodied and silvery gray, with light gray dorsal and pectoral fins adorned with tiny spots. Tuna, tender and delicious, high in protein and fat, rich in various vitamins and minerals. Salmon, featuring alternating orange and white stripes. This fish is delectable raw or cooked. Cod, delicate flesh, rich in nutrients and abundant in protein, vitamins, and minerals. 2. Shellfish, scallops, fan-shaped shells adorned with beautiful patterns. Their flesh is delicious, suitable for steaming or garlic vermicelli preparation. Oysters, also known as fresh oysters, they are tender and nutritious, ideal for raw consumption or grilling. Clams, numerous varieties exist, such as flour clams and softshell clams. They boast exquisite flavors, suitable for soups or stir-fries. 3. Shrimp and crab, prawns, long and flat-bodied, translucent. The meat is delicious and nutritious. Lobster, large in size with a hard shell and long antennae. Its meat is exquisite, perfect for steaming or braising. Crabs, numerous types, including hairy crabs and blue crabs. Their flesh is delightful, particularly the crab roe and fat. 4. Other seafood, jellyfish, umbrella-shaped and semi-transparent. Can be consumed cold. Sea cucumber, nutrient-rich with significant medicinal value, suitable for soups or porridge. Chapter 80. Shijizhuang Homestay. Excuse me, how much is this tuna per pound? Yu instinctively inquired about the price. To his surprise, the owner immediately fetched the tuna and began to prepare it for cooking. This tuna is 2,000 per pound, the owner stated while continuing his work. Observing this scene, Yu suspected he had encountered a price gouger. However, rather than fuming, he maintained his composure, having already devised a strategy. Once the group had made their selections, they proceeded to a private room to await their meal. Oldie, are you planning to dine and dash? What do you mean by dine and dash? I'm merely teaching the owner a lesson, letting him know not to exploit us simply because we are students, Yu replied, prompting laughter among his companions. After enjoying their feast, Yu called the owner over. That will be 98,888. Let us round it to a neat 100,000. The owner cheerfully announced. Yu rummaged through his pocket, producing a mere 25 cents. Placing it in the owner's hand, no need for change. The owner's expression soured as he glared at him. What is the meaning of this? Are you planning to dine and dash? Pretty much, Yu retorted. If that is how it's going to be, it puts me in a difficult position. The owner discreetly began calling for backup, feeling the tension rise. Difficult position? Then don't bother. Yu declared, flipping the table over. Fine, you lot better not run away, the owner threatened. Rest assured, we won tea. 2.5 minutes later, the hired muscle arrived, an assembly of first and second-tier martial artists. Upon their arrival, the owner began to shout, damn it, a bunch of kids just finished their exams, attempting to dine and dash on me. The men will have their legs broken, and the women will be dragged at that moment. The boss resorted to unscrupulous tactics, clinging to the thigh of a middle-aged man, exclaiming, you cannot leave. If you go, who will compensate for my losses? Let go? No. Get lost. The man delivered a swift kick, sending the boss sprawling, and then departed without a backward glance. The boss's face turned ashen, yet he could do nothing but accept his misfortune. Feel free to use any tricks you have. We will continue, if you have nothing left. We shall take our leave. The boss ultimately uttered this statement in resignation. Boring, I'm leaving. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Lin Yuming decided to stay behind. After they departed, Lin Yuming took out the ominous and smoky Emperor's banner. Originally, for the crime of overcharging you, death was unwarranted. At most, I would have severed your limbs. However, since you spoke words you should not have, you may now face death. With that, Lin Yuming struck down with her palm, and they were all obliterated into a mist of blood. Thus, the Emperor's banner became lively once more, welcoming them with a sense of urgency. What a splendid day it is to have 2 waves of visitors in a single day. Due to time constraints, Yu and the others planned to visit Shajiazhuang the next day, opting to stay in a hotel for the night. In their room, Xiao Huahua was conversing with Yao Hui. Teacher, can you discern Lin Yuming's strength? Her combat prowess seemed a bit excessive today. Yao Hui stroked his beard, his expression earnest. I cannot perceive it. What? I thought you had figured it out. Xiao Huahua scratched his head. This woman is peculiar, yet fortunately, she is not your enemy. Your priority now is to enhance your strength. Fine. Xiao Huahua said no more and began his training. The next day, the group boarded the high-speed train to Shajiazhuang. As Yu gazed out at the retreating landscape, he pondered the events that might unfold in Shajiazhuang, feeling an instinctive sense that this journey would not be simple. As a sound signaled their arrival. The train slowly pulled into Shijiazhuang Station. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a bus, with a middle-aged man as the driver, who cheerfully beckoned them aboard. Once on the bus, the driver introduced himself as a villager from Shajiazhuang, responsible for transporting tourists. The vehicle traveled onward, finally arriving in Shajiazhuang, where the scenery was picturesque, and the architecture exuded an air of timeless elegance, imparting a serene and harmonious ambience. The bus eventually reached a location named Huqiang Square, where they sought out a uniquely charming guest house. Boss, we would like 5 rooms. Yu approached the front desk and stated. The proprietor assessed the group of 3 men and 2 women, suggesting, how about 3 rooms? That would save you some money. Yu was momentarily puzzled. Logically, the more rooms they booked, the more profit the owner would make, yet he seemed to prefer fewer rooms and no need. We have the funds? Yu insisted on 5 rooms, despite not understanding the owner's reasoning. I'll pass. Lin Yuming interjected suddenly. Very well, then let's go with 4 rooms. The owner reluctantly agreed to their request. After completing the paperwork, Yu turned to Lin Yuming, asking, which room will you take? I have my own arrangements. I need to attend to some matters first. Oh, and remember what I said earlier. With that, Lin Yuming vanished from sight. Chapter 81. Return home. At this moment, Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering inwardly. What exactly did she mean? However, after some reflection, he resolved not to dwell on it any longer and proceeded to their rooms. Once inside, they were struck by a powerful sense of being watched, as if someone lurked in the shadows, observing them. Who could be the clandestine intruder? Yu began to search the premises, yet he could find no suspicious figures, leading him to question whether his instincts were merely unfounded. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could there be hidden cameras installed here? The notion sent a shiver down his spine. He promptly employed his mental energy to investigate every nook and cranny. After a diligent search, he finally discovered a concealed miniature camera within the air conditioning duct. Without hesitation, he crushed it, muttering a curse under his breath. What a stroke of bad luck! It was then that he realized why the proprietor's demeanor had soured upon hearing they intended to book 5 rooms. All of this was a trap set by the owner, waiting for them to fall into it. How sinister, to think he would lead them into a domestic zone. Yu rushed to the other rooms to warn his companions. And indeed, they too were in the midst of searching for cameras. After a thorough investigation, they uncovered a total of 8 cameras across the 4 rooms, with Yu recording the entire ordeal as evidence. What should we do? Call the police or handle it ourselves? Let's call the police first and see how it unfolds once they arrive. After Wang Fugue reported the incident, a sudden commotion erupted as dozens of individuals stormed into the rooms, encircling Yi Yu and his companions. What do you want? Yi Yu was the first to speak up. The surrounding group parted to reveal the boss, who approached leisurely. We merely wish to befriend you. As for the cameras, let's pretend this never happened. It would be beneficial for us all, and if I refuse? Yi Yu sought to gauge the owner's stance. Then I cannot guarantee your personal safety. The boss's tone was calm, yet anyone could detect the underlying threat. I advise you not to act recklessly. We have already called the police. Yi Yu attempted to leverage his identity as an ordinary person to navigate this crisis safely. Do you believe calling the police will be of any use? The boss retorted with a menacing glare. Just as Yi Yu and his companions were embroiled in a confrontation, the police arrived on the scene. Upon assessing the situation, they positioned themselves in front of Yi Yu, confronting the boss. Please explain the situation clearly, the officer demanded. Why you presented the cameras and the video footage. They installed cameras in the rooms without consent, invading guests' privacy. Furthermore, I suspect they are part of a larger operation that uploads guests' private information to a certain website. Explain yourself, the officer sternly directed at the boss. The boss stammered, the cameras were connected to my phone. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances. Realizing he had misspoken, the boss quickly corrected himself. I meant to say the router. They were connected to the router. The lead officer frowned, stating, regardless of the details, you will accompany us to the station for an investigation. I will report this video truthfully. Upon hearing that the footage would be reported, the boss panicked and attempted to block their exit. You can leave, but the video stays. What are you doing? The police protested. They were taken aback by the audacity of this group, questioning the existence of law and order. There are no cameras here. If anything untoward were to happen, I could not clarify, the boss threatened. Are you defying the police? The officer glared at him. I wouldn't dare. We only wish to keep the video. I will ask you one last time. Will you let us go? The officer issued an ultimatum. The boss fell silent, and the individuals blocking the door remained steadfast, indicating their resolve. At this point, Yu decided to stop hiding his abilities. Green silver bind. In an instant, all those present were securely tied up. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary individual, yet what I received in return was a threat of violence. Enough pretense. I am a martial artist, and I reveal my true identity. Yi Yu exclaimed, exasperated. Now, may I ask if we are free to leave? Yes, yes, yes. My apologies, esteemed martial artist. I was wrong. The boss, realizing he had encountered someone formidable, pleaded for mercy. Yi Yu, uninterested in further dialogue, turned and exited the scene. He handed the recorded video evidence to the police, confident they would address these criminals in accordance with the LAW.AT the train station. The 4 exchanged glances, pondering their next steps. Let's just head home. After all the trouble we've encountered, our spirits for enjoyment have been completely diminished. Thus, the 4 boarded the high-speed train, embarking on their journey home. On the train, silence enveloped them. Yu silently expressed gratitude for his abilities. Otherwise, today's events could have ended poorly. He gazed out the window, contemplating whether there were deeper conspiracies behind this incident. With a wry smile, Yu acknowledged that such matters were beyond his immediate concern. Trusting that the authorities would take action. As time slowly passed, the train arrived at Chaosian High-Speed Railway Station, and the four bid a brief farewell before parting ways. Did you have fun? Just as Yu walked alone, Lin Yuming's voice suddenly rang out. Spotting her, Yu seemed to recall something and inquired, Did you know that these events would transpire on our trip? Not exactly, but I can say you arrived a bit early. Lin Yuming pondered before responding. What do you mean? Are there events occurring on Earth? Yu asked curiously. There are indeed events on Earth, but this is not Earth. I'm uncertain whether this place will mirror Earth and its happenings. Though it appears that some aspects are similar, aren't you the ruler of the universe? How can you be unaware of such matters? Yu teased. This is not my universe. How would I know the specifics? Lin Yuming shrugged helplessly. Additionally, I had initially intended to bring you into my universe, but due to various reasons, I ultimately abandoned that idea, she added. After this exchange, Yu found himself at a loss for words. By the way, how were the events on Earth handled? Was there a favorable outcome? Yu inquired with curiosity. Lin Yuming seemed unsure how to respond, waving her hand dismissively. Just hurry back to your training. Yu felt a sudden dizziness, and shortly thereafter, he found himself at the extreme martial arts school. Astonished, he thought to himself, how can they rush someone away without even finishing their words? Chapter 82. The stirring of various parties. Simultaneously, Yu once again marveled at the utility of spatial abilities. When will I be able to master the power of space? He shook his head, realizing he still had much practice ahead of him, and commenced his daily training. Time swiftly passed to June 23 RD, the day the college entrance exam results were to be announced. At this point in writing, I found myself at a creative impasse. So I've decided to employ AI to showcase what it can produce. Yu rose early, his heart racing with trepidation as he opened his computer and logged onto the results website. His fingers gripped the mouse tightly, his gaze fixed on the screen, eagerly awaiting the appearance of his score. Finally, the page loaded, revealing the numbers before him. Yu's heart raced as he widened his eyes in disbelief at his results, which exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. He was nearly propelled into the air with excitement, his eyes shimmering with joy. After years of relentless effort, he had finally reaped the rewards of his labor. He had done it. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of pride and satisfaction enveloped him. Just then, his phone rang with congratulatory messages from his classmates, all thrilled at Yu's outstanding achievement, urging him to celebrate together. Upon reading this, one might wonder if this narrative is rather lackluster. I certainly feel that way. Now, back to the main text. Once again, it was June 23 RD, the day the college entrance exam results were to be announced. Darn it, I found myself at another creative block, but it would be impolite to rely on AI again. So I decided to share a set of cultivation methods instead. Please watch the VCR. 1. Chi Refinement, Incantation. www.mdjchu.com. Calm your mind like still water, empty all thoughts. Take a deep breath, exhale thrice, inhale briefly, and exhale long. Repeat this cycle, free of distractions, and pause after 3 breaths, returning to the original state. Adjust your focus, close your eyes, and enter within. Inhale deeply, introspect, letting the meridians flow, moving with the chi, circulating throughout the body, exhaling deeply. After 49 cycles, return to the original state. Adjust your focus, close your eyes, and place your hands on the dantian, guiding the chi within. Inhale deeply, raising your hands as you exhale, pausing momentarily before repeating. After one pause, maintain a figure resembling the bagua, alternating left and right. After 10 breaths, return to the dantian to www.uxest.org when the chi in the dantian is sufficient. Direct this energy through the 3 passes of the governing vessel, tailbone, central, jade pillow, into the Niwen palace, merging with the Ren vessel to emerge from the lower dantian. Thus, the cycle continues, and the meridians flow smoothly. At this point, the body is invigorated, the gaze sharp, the complexion rosy, with abundant chi and clarity of spirit, thus completing the foundation of cultivation. Returning to the main narrative, I shall refrain from filler. Once again, it was June 23 RD, the day the college entrance exam results were to be announced. The higher-ups of the Capital Education Bureau were in heated discussion over whether to publicly announce Lin Yuming's results. Given that Lin Yuming had achieved a perfect score, revealing this would undoubtedly attract the ire of various factions. Moreover, she hailed from a small county. Investigations revealed that Lin Yuming had lost both parents at a young age and lived off the inheritance left behind, indicating she had no substantial background, truly a grassroots origin. For someone from such humble beginnings to rise to national prominence, it was clear she held many secrets, attracting even more scrutiny. Public disclosure would, without a doubt, place Lin Yuming in the crosshairs of danger, increasing her risk of assassination. However, withholding the information would also seem unreasonable, as such results are typically made public. Amidst the escalating arguments, a figure clad in white entered the room. Everyone, there's no need for further debate. The higher-ups have given the order for the results to be publicly announced. As for the safety of this student, I shall take responsibility for her protection. This white-clad figure was none other than Li Taibai, a prominent leader of the younger generation in the Dragon Kingdom. At merely 28 years of age, he had reached the 9th tier of power, possessing an SS-grade talent and the extraordinary ability known as the Celestial Sword, earning him the title of Sword Immortal. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the room. Since Sword Immortal had spoken, it was only fitting to heed his counsel. With Li's Sword Immortal's protection, there was naturally no cause for concern. The high-ranking officials of the Education Bureau nodded in agreement, clearly placing their trust in Li Taibai. When the exam results were announced, Lin Yuming undoubtedly emerged as the top student in the nation. As this news spread, she instantly became the focus of countless eyes. Upon hearing this news, Wang Ting furiously smashed his phone. How is it possible? I'm not the top student. It's Lin Yuming. Please, let me not encounter you in the national college competition. Otherwise, I'll make sure you know who the true strongest contender is. Meanwhile, the immortal Emperor Su Chen remained calm upon hearing the news. Lin Yuming, a girl. Could she be the reincarnation of the fairy Qi Yao or the 9 heavens Xian knew? I must ascertain whether she is one of them. I hope to meet her someday. As her fame surged, it also attracted the covetous eyes of various factions. The headquarters of the evil god cult. The leader, clad in black robes, spoke to the crimson-clad figure seated at the head of the table. This girl is this year's top student. I am willing to lead a team to eliminate her, lest she grow into a threat. The red-clad figure raised an eyebrow before bursting into laughter. Just a little girl. She poses no threat. There's no need to rush into assassination. He waved his hand dismissively. However, she does pique my interest. Send someone to investigate and see if any other factions are backing her. If not, hee. The chilling laughter reverberated through the grand hall, sending shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Lin Yuming, was leisurely playing chess with an elderly gentleman in the park. At this moment, Yu was also checking his results, but the screen displayed a score of 0. What on earth? How can it be 0? Did I somehow make it into the province's top 10? He recalled that on Earth, if one ranked in the top 10 in the province, the score would either display as 0 or be unqueryable. Just as Yi was lost in thought, Wang Fuguwei called him. Old Yi? Hurry to the school. The admissions office has arrived. Hearing this, Yi rushed to the school and, upon arrival, spotted Xiao Huahua. However, he wasn't surprised. After all, Xiao Huahua was the one holding the protagonist's script. The admissions office personnel were conversing with Principal Zhu Zimo and his former homeroom teacher. Li Chuang.as Yu and the others approached to greet them. The principal remarked, "They've arrived. You may speak with them." Following the admissions staff, Yu and his companions were led to a meeting room. The representative from the Capital University spoke first. 3 students, come to our institution. We are the top university in the nation, and our strength is unparalleled. Joining us will undoubtedly be advantageous. I will secure S-grade treatment for you. Shut your mouth. The representative from Huaqing University suddenly interjected with a curse. We are the true first. You are merely the eternal second. Do not flatter yourselves, the representative from Huaqing University scoffed. You old fool. Who do you think you are to speak here? What level do you think you are at to compare with us from Capital University? Retorted the representative from Capital University. The two sides quickly devolved into a cacophony of insults, plunging the room into chaos. All right, enough arguing. What are you bickering about? Focus on the game. Suddenly, a voice cut through the clamor. It turned out to be the representative from Modi University, who was engrossed in a game of Happy Landlord. I am sorry, I forgot to mute the sound. Please continue. Seeing that everyone was now looking at him, the representative from Modu University smiled slightly. After this interruption, the quarrel subsided. The representative from Huaqing University continued. 3 students, if you join our school, we will offer you S-grade treatment. What do you think? Yi Yu and his companions exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, representatives from the other top 10 universities stepped forward to present their offers. The representative from Huaqing University, beaming, said, "Come to our Huaqing University, and you will receive an independent cultivation loft, equipped with powerful protective formations to ensure your training is undisturbed. We will provide you with a top-notch team of mentors who possess profound insights in martial arts and combat skills, offering you the most professional guidance. Simultaneously, the school will provide substantial scholarships, alleviating your concerns regarding the costs of cultivation resources. Furthermore, Huaqing University boasts a mysterious trial ground, accessible only to outstanding students, where you will have the opportunity to obtain rare treasures and inheritances." The representative from Chuanyu University followed suit. "We have prepared unique cultivation caverns for you at Chuanyu University, filled with the distinctive spiritual energy of the region, greatly aiding the cultivation of specific techniques. Our mentors are seasoned experts with practical experience, guiding you through thrilling adventure tasks, rapidly enhancing your strength through real combat. The school will also provide an abundance of delicious and specially effective spirit food to help restore your energy and elevate your realm. Additionally, Chuanyu University maintains close ties with local factions, ensuring you greater opportunities for development after graduation, granting you a vast stage to showcase your talents." The representative from Shandong University chimed in enthusiastically. "Choosing Shandong University means you will have spacious and comfortable cultivation courtyards, adorned with a variety of spiritual plants to create an ideal atmosphere for training. We are graced with a distinguished faculty comprising esteemed scholars and formidable warriors, who not only impart profound knowledge of martial arts, but also emphasize the cultivation of moral character. The institution regularly organizes academic exchange events, allowing you to engage with masters from various regions, thereby broadening your horizons. Furthermore, Shandong University provides you with access to a unique treasure trove of resources, housing an array of precious materials and artifacts for your selection and use." Suddenly, you posed a question to the representative of Shandong University. "Do you have a preference for admitting international students?" The representative, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" You clarified, "I mean African international students. Will there be any preferential treatment for them, such as additional scholarships or accompanying study support?" The representative shook his head, stating that any preferential treatment would be reserved for domestic students, and it would be inconceivable to extend such privileges to foreigners, unless one were a traitor. Relieved by this response, Yi's interest in Shandong University seemed to grow. However, the representative from Huaqing University, sensing this, interjected eagerly, "At Huaqing University, we offer you S-grade privileges, including exclusive access to top-tier training facilities equipped with the most advanced spiritual enhancement arrays, significantly boosting your training speed. You will also receive one-on-one mentoring from renowned masters in Longhua, who will tailor unique training plans to suit your individual characteristics. Additionally, the institution provides generous resource subsidies, offering a selection of rare elixirs and martial arts manuals at your disposal. Upon enrollment, you will be awarded a high-level divine weapon to enhance your combat capabilities." Not to be outdone, the representative from Yinjing University chimed in. "By choosing Yinjing University, you will enjoy luxurious independent dormitory quarters in a serene and elegant environment conducive to both training and relaxation. Our experienced mentors will provide individualized guidance, and we boast a vast collection of ancient and powerful martial arts texts in our extensive library. The university also organizes regular high-stakes practical training sessions to ensure your rapid growth in real combat scenarios. Furthermore, we will establish special resource channels to guarantee your training needs are thoroughly met." The representative from Modu University quickly added, "We at Modu University promise each of you a private training estate, nourished by spiritual springs that greatly benefit your cultivation. Our mentoring team consists of legendary martial masters whose experience and prowess are beyond question. The university will supply you with abundant rare materials to facilitate your breakthroughs. And we maintain close cooperation with major factions, ensuring ample opportunities for you to develop within elite circles upon graduation." Overwhelmed by this barrage of similar offers, Yi Yu and his companions felt dizzy. "Please hold on, I need to summon someone," Yi Yu said, intending to call Lin Yuming for her insights. He picked up his phone and dialed her number. Hello, Lin Yuming. Come to the school quickly. The admissions office representatives are here. And I'm unsure about my decision. I need your advice. And you should evaluate too, Lin Yuming replied with a brief, all right, before hanging up. Upon hearing Lin Yuming's name, the representatives displayed excitement, as their primary objective was to recruit her, a student of unparalleled potential in Longhua. Well aware of the intricacies surrounding this examination, after ending the call, Lin Yuming glanced at the representative before stating, Sir, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us make this quick. With that, she launched a full-scale offensive, and despite the representative's desperate resistance, he succumbed after 2.5 minutes. Alas, I'm getting old. Even the younger generation can outplay me, he sighed. We'll play again next time. Lin Yuming laughed, then, with a spatial leap, she appeared in the conference room. Her sudden arrival startled everyone present, and they quickly realized she possessed spatial abilities, akin to a rare giant panda. Lin Yuming, please join our team. We will offer you the best treatment. One representative pleaded, but Lin Yuming responded with an unexpected declaration. Chapter 84. An unexpected outcome. I have made my decision. I choose to attend Hanqing Institute of Engineering and Technology, Lin Yuming stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Hanqing Institute of Engineering and Technology? What kind of institution is this? It was unfamiliar to all present, igniting whispers of uncertainty. Could it be a low-key yet powerful school? Or perhaps a newly established institution yet to gain recognition? Some speculated it might be a formidable school operating discreetly, while others suspected it could be a lesser-known college. The lack of information left many questioning its legitimacy. At that moment, the astute among them began searching for information online, only to be astonished to discover that it was a private second-tier institution. Lin Yuming, you cannot be serious. With your talent, how could you settle for such a school? This is tantamount to ruining your future, a teacher urged anxiously. Others echoed this sentiment, expressing concern that Lin Yuming might be making an impulsive decision that would jeopardize her future. They all hoped she would reconsider and choose a more prestigious institution. However, Lin Yuming remained unfazed by their entreaties. With a slight smile and a glint of disdain in her eyes, she replied, if attending this school would make me indistinguishable from the rest, it would simply indicate my own lack of ability. With that, she turned her back on their reactions and walked away, leaving a group of bewildered individuals at a loss. I have made my choice. Further discussion is futile. After stating this, Lin Yuming departed, leaving behind a crowd of perplexed onlookers. What will we report back? How do we explain this? The representatives from Imperial Capital University and Hanqing University were particularly troubled, as both institutions were among the top in Longhua, consistently attracting the highest achievers each year. Now, with the top scorer opting out, they could only report the truth. At this moment, you felt equally speechless. Wait, I haven't even asked a question and she just leaves. Ding! Just then, Lin Yuming sent a message. Choose between Imperial Capital and Hanqing, or join me at Hanqing Institute of Engineering and Technology. Follow your heart. If you do not wish to come to this lesser-known university, I will not pressure you. Contemplating this message, Yu fell into deep thought. Which path to take? He sensed that this was a pivotal moment in his life, one that would significantly impact his future. Although Lin Yuming had not secured the offer, 3 promising candidates remained, and the representatives of various universities now gazed at Yu and his companions with anticipation. What have you decided, my fellow students? Wang Fuguwei inquired first. I choose Hanqing University. Hearing this, the representative from Hanqing University beamed with delight. Excellent choice. Congratulations on making the right decision. Xiao Huahua quickly followed suit. I choose Imperial Capital University. His choice was strategic. His mentor, Yao Hui, had connections there, potentially offering him future advantages. The representative from Imperial Capital University also smiled broadly. Great choice. Congratulations on making the right decision. Now, all eyes turn to Yu, the only one yet to finalize his choice. Old Yi, what are you still considering? Didn't we agree to attend Hanqing University together? Wang Fuguwei urged. At that moment, 2 small figures appeared beside Yu. One said, what are you thinking? Clearly, you should go to Hanqing Institute of Engineering and Technology. Without Lin Yuming, you wouldn't be where you are now. Following her will surely lead to a brighter future. The other small figure countered, what are you hesitating for? You should choose Hanqing University. The resources and education there far exceed what a lesser-known college can offer. If you attend Hanqing, your abilities will rapidly enhance, allowing you to surpass Lin Yuming before long. Haven't you always aspired to rise to prominence? If you go to a lesser-known college, your future will be bleak. Even a true dragon will become a caterpillar there. Having heard this, Yu made his decision. I will attend Hanqing Institute of Engineering and Technology. The first small figure's words resonated with him. Without Lin Yuming, he would not be who he was today. However, his choice was not solely for a better future. He never placed his destiny in others' hands. He firmly believed that his fate was in his own hands. Moreover, he did not see attending a lesser-known college as a death sentence for his future. When has a person's fate ever been determined by the prestige of a university? Thank you all for your consideration. My mind is set, and you may return. With this declaration, the representatives fell silent and departed to pursue other prospects. Old Yi, you've betrayed me. Wang Fugue lamented, saddened that he could not attend the same university as his good friend. I apologize, but I have no choice, Yi replied. Very well, I respect your decision. There's no point in lamenting what cannot be changed. Why Idagu, good luck. I believe that even if you don't attend one of the top 10 universities, you will not be lost among the crowd. Xiao Huahua encouraged Yu. Indeed, let's all strive for success and meet at the pinnacle of our futures. After concluding matters on their end, Yu sent a message to Lin Yuming. Upon receiving his message, Lin Yuming smiled knowingly and spatially transported herself to Yu's side. She patted his shoulder, proclaiming, Well done, young man. You have a promising future ahead. Stick with me, and I assure you will never go hungry. Before Yu could respond, Lin Yuming once again vanished in a flash. Yu gazed at the spot where Lin Yuming had vanished, shaking his head in resignation. That moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Simply wanting to exclaim, the power of spatial abilities is astounding. It was time for him to cultivate. He was acutely aware that the path ahead might be fraught with challenges, yet he brimmed with anticipation. After all, this was a journey he had chosen for himself, and he was determined to see it through, even if it meant crawling. Yu turned away, silently vowing to carve out a realm of his own at the Han City Institute of Engineering and Technology. He aimed to prove to everyone that even without being in a so-called prestigious institution, he could emerge as a formidable force. As news of Lin Yuming's choice of a second-tier private university spread, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The media clamored to report on this event, questioning whether it represented a decline in moral standards or a distortion of human nature. The source of the revelation remained unclear. Perhaps it was merely a rumor spread by the author. Meanwhile, representatives from Capital University and Huaqing University reported the situation to their higher-ups. Upon learning that the top scholar had forsaken their institution, the school leaders were both shocked and regretful. Thus, they resolved to personally approach Lin Yuming, hoping to sway her decision. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. At that moment, television reporters sought to interview Lin Yuming. They contacted the school and, through official channels, reached her former homeroom teacher, Li Chuang. However, Li Chuang did not immediately consent. Instead, he called Lin Yuming to seek her opinion. After a brief period of contemplation, Lin Yuming agreed. Once Li Chuang received her response, he relayed it to the television crew. Soon, the interview team arrived at Lin Yuming's location. The first question posed by the reporter was, Lin Yuming, is it true that you have chosen a private second-tier university? The second question followed. As the top scorer in the college entrance examination, why did you opt for a second-tier private institution instead of a prestigious university? Are you not concerned about jeopardizing your future? Lin Yuming answered confidently, first and foremost, my future cannot be dictated by any institution. Illustrate. For a true dragon, a school is merely a pond, thus it does not concern itself with the pond's size. Even a true dragon must bow before me. Today, I declare that I will sweep through everyone in this cohort, and other universities can only vie for second place. Her declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone stunned at Lin Yuming's audacity. The reporters exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by her bold statement. That moment, another reporter hastily inquired, Lin Yuming, don't you think your confidence is a bit excessive? Lin Yuming smiled slightly, I am invincible. You may do as you please. From this day forth, the Han City Institute of Engineering and Technology shall be recognized as the world's foremost institution, for I shall be there. With that, she vanished from sight. Following the interview, the video rapidly circulated online, sparking widespread attention and debate. The video spread like wildfire, shaking the world with Lin Yuming's words. Warriors from all corners engaged in fervent discussions on forums, some expressing admiration for her bold spirit, This young woman possesses the demeanor of a great general, daring to challenge tradition. Her future is promising, commented one warrior. However, many others expressed dissatisfaction and skepticism regarding her bravado. She's merely a top scorer. What significance does that hold in the grand scheme of things? Such arrogance will inevitably lead to her downfall. Choosing a private second-tier university will certainly leave her at a disadvantage in terms of resources and education. She is effectively sabotaging her own future. Simultaneously, news of the incident reached the realm of foreign martial artists, who were equally captivated by Lin Yuming's statements and joined the discussion. This girl from the Dragon Kingdom is utterly audacious. Does she truly believe she can conquer all? Remarked a British martial artist on the International High Martial Forum. Although Lin Yuming took the college entrance examination in the Dragon Kingdom, her nationality is actually from our country. Commented a netizen from the Stick country. You Stick people are so shameless, even resorting to stealing people. Retorted a netizen from the Ghost country, seizing the opportunity to insult. When did the lackeys of the United States gain the audacity to speak? Thus, netizens from both nations engaged in a heated exchange. Amidst this, a comment from Guangdong emerged. Beautiful Eastern girl, you are so lovely. I would like to befriend you. I am coming to find you. Upon viewing the video, Yu's expression darkened, sensing that Lin Yuming was digging a pit for him, especially considering they would soon compete together. Meanwhile, Li Taibai, en route to Chaoxian, received the news and burst into laughter after watching the video. Is it truly this amusing? I've never encountered someone more audacious than myself. How intriguing. Although Li Taibai was also a past top scorer, he had never been this boastful, and he eagerly anticipated their meeting. Li Taibai was dispatched to provide Lin Yuming with protective gear, and while he was tasked with safeguarding her, he couldn't possibly watch over her every moment, as he too needed to cultivate. At that moment, Lin Yuming, who was lounging at home reading a tomato novel, seemed to sense something and swiftly appeared on the rooftop, declaring, "Don't hide. I've seen you." It turned out that Li Taibai had arrived, and he was astonished that she had detected him. What remarkable prowess! No wonder she is so bold, he thought. He joined her on the rooftop and, upon seeing Lin Yuming for the first time, was taken aback by her beauty. However, he quickly regained his composure and asked, "How did you perceive my presence?" Curiously, he could not discern Lin Yuming's cultivation level, which puzzled him. Instead of answering his question, Lin Yuming got straight to the point. "What brings you here?" Feeling a bit awkward due to Lin Yuming's lack of response, Li Taibai patiently explained, "I am here as per the higher-ups' instructions to protect you. As this year's top scorer, you are likely to become a target for assassination. I, too, faced multiple assassination attempts in my past. Had it not been for protection, I might have perished long ago. That's your inadequacy," Lin Yuming unexpectedly retorted, leaving Li Taibai momentarily speechless. "Haha, I was just joking. While protection is essential, everyone has their vulnerable moments. I am grateful that the country has sent someone to safeguard me. However, I do not require it. At present, there is not a creature in this world capable of harming me, so you may return." In her humility, Lin Yuming limited her assertion to the world, refraining from mentioning the universe. Nevertheless, Li Taibai was skeptical of her claims, believing she was merely putting on a brave front. "Lin Yuming, I understand that you may have a strong character, but this concerns your life. It's best not to underestimate the situation." With that, Lin Yuming shook her head. "It seems that unless I give you a beating today, you won't believe me that I happen to be bored. So let's engage in a battle in the virtual world. If you lose, you can amuse yourself on your own." Li Taibai readily agreed, eager to witness Lin Yuming's true capabilities. "In the spirit of fairness," he stated, "I will suppress my level to match yours, so we can see who is stronger among equals. After all, I was once a top scorer too. How interesting, but not too much." Once the two entered the virtual world, the battle commenced. "What is your current level? I cannot discern it. Please inform me so I can adjust accordingly," Li Taibai inquired. Lin Yuming pondered whether to eliminate him instantly or toy with him instead. After a moment of reflection, she decided to play with him as a means of educating a junior. "Just suppress your level to the 3rd stage, Lin Yuming instructed. 3rd stage? Li Taibai was taken aback. At his peak during that time, he had only reached the upper 2nd stage, nowhere near the pinnacle. No wonder she is so arrogant. Her strength is indeed remarkable. Chapter 86. The duel. "You may strike first," Li Taibai, as the senior, naturally insisted on not initiating the attack. Lin Yuming chuckled, recalling how the last person who said that nearly met their demise at her hands. "Are you certain you want me to strike first?" she teased. That was due to his insufficient strength. Today, I will show you that even among geniuses, there can be a disparity. Confidently, Li Taibai declared, I will demonstrate my prowess. Lin Yuming smirked, thinking to herself, a beating will make him obedient. In an instant, she darted to Li Taibai's rear and unleashed a punch, her speed astonishing. Li Taibai's eyes widened in surprise as he was sent flying. Damn it, I was careless. I didn't dodge, he exclaimed, having not anticipated Lin Yuming's sudden ambush. He had expected a more straightforward confrontation. After this initial attack, Li Taibai shifted into a serious demeanor. Be careful, he warned, charging toward Lin Yuming, clearly intent on a physical bout. The two collided, generating a wave of energy. Li Taibai moved as swiftly as the wind, his punches fierce and forceful, each strike accompanied by a whistling sound. As if he could tear through the air, his fists descended upon Lin Yuming like a torrential downpour, powerful and relentless. Yet Lin Yuming remained unflustered. Her movements were graceful, akin to a butterfly dancing, as she deftly evaded Li Taibai's assaults. Each dodge was perfectly timed, narrowly escaping his heavy blows. Observing his attacks repeatedly miss their mark, Li Taibai couldn't help but feel astonished. Her combat skills were remarkably advanced. With a determined gaze, Li Taibai intensified his punches, increasing their speed and ferocity. Lin Yuming, recognizing the shift, swiftly distanced herself, appearing at a distance. What's wrong? Can't withstand my onslaught, she taunted playfully. In response, she quickly repositioned herself beside Li Taibai, raising her hand gracefully to deliver a seemingly gentle strike. Yet, this seemingly soft blow concealed immense power. Li Taibai sensed a looming threat from the side and swiftly sidestepped to evade it. However, the force of Lin Yuming's palm still grazed his body, inflicting a sharp, fiery pain. Yet, this pain did not dishearten Li Taibai. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had felt such pain. The last instance was a distant memory. The two combatants clashed once more. In the heat of battle, Lin Yuming displayed extraordinary prowess. Her techniques were fierce and unpredictable, gradually wearing Li Taibai down. Nevertheless, Li Taibai was no novice. He responded with calm determination, and the two engaged in a fierce stalemate. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! It's been ages since I fought with such exhilaration. Li Taibai laughed heartily. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely Lin Yuming's ruse, feigning an even match before delivering a crushing blow. The moment had come. If this continued, he sensed he would falter. Lin Yuming suddenly intensified her assault, her form darting like a wraith, leaving Li Taibai struggling to keep up. With a swift kick, she struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling into the air. Before he could land, Lin Yuming executed a heavy stomp on his back. Li Taibai plummeted rapidly, his head spinning, stars dancing before his eyes. What just happened? How did the situation turn so swiftly against me? He thought. Struggling to rise, Li Taibai found himself thwarted by Lin Yuming, who planted a foot upon his heart, declaring, "Shattered star." Li Taibai fell, vanquished. I refuse to accept this. Let us go again. Upon returning to reality, Li Taibai clamored for another round, for he had yet to unleash his full potential. I haven't wielded my celestial sword yet. Had I done so, victory would surely have been mine, he protested, feeling somewhat indignant. Very well, we shall continue until you concede, Lin Yuming replied, ready to indulge him once more. The two once again entered the virtual battlefield. This time, Li Taibai summoned his celestial sword. True to the title of Sword Immortal, upon grasping the blade, he seemed transformed. With the celestial sword in hand, his aura surged. Learning from their previous encounter, he unleashed his ultimate move. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. In an instant, the celestial sword illuminated with brilliance. Countless sword energies swirling around its blade, he swung the sword, sending a torrent of energy cascading toward Lin Yuming. With a mere flick of her wrist, she altered the spatial structure, redirecting the sword energies back toward Li Taibai. To prevent him from evading, Lin Yuming ensnared him within a spatial confinement. What? Is this how you play? Li Taibai exclaimed as he realized his own attack was now directed at him. He hastily sidestepped, only to collide with an invisible wall of air. What the? How can I not escape? Am I caught in a ghost wall? With no other choice, he braced himself and unleashed the 10,000 swords returned to the origin once more. the two forces clashing and neutralizing each other. The dual displays of power had drained half his spiritual energy. Without even engaging fully in combat, he had already lost half his reserves. Gasping for breath, he lamented inwardly, Lin Yuming is far too formidable. With just these two simple moves, she has diminished my state by half. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Yuming launched her next attack in a flash. She appeared behind him like a phantom, executing a fiery palm strike. Li Taibai sensed the imminent danger and attempted to pivot away, only to find himself immobilized, as if nailed to the spot. A surge of panic washed over him. He realized it was Lin Yuming's spatial confinement skill. With her palm poised to strike, he had no choice but to summon every ounce of strength to break free from the confinement. Just then, he felt a stirring of his spiritual energy, as if a powerful force was guiding it. Could this be the Celestial Sword's special ability? He pondered. Without time to dwell, he channeled his energy, following the guiding force, pouring it into the Celestial Sword. The sword erupted with dazzling light, shattering Lin Yuming's spatial confinement and propelling Li Taibai backwards several meters. Overjoyed, he gazed at the Celestial Sword in his grasp. A flicker of intrigue crossing his mind at it seemed this sword harbored secrets yet to be uncovered. Oh, you actually broke free, Lin Yuming remarked, slightly surprised, though she remained unfazed. How audacious! Li Taibai charged forward, sword in hand. Vines sprang forth as Lin Yuming waved her hand, the ground erupting with tendrils that sought to ensnare him. What? You possess wood-based abilities as well? Li Taibai exclaimed in astonishment, yet he did not pause in his assault. Unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, the vines were swiftly severed, prompting Lin Yuming to summon even more tendrils to ensnare him again. Seriously? More? Li Taibai sliced through the new onslaught of vines. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, Lin Yuming invoked her spatial power once more. She slowly raised her palm towards Li Taibai, then clenched her fist, unleashing spatial annihilation. In an instant, the space around Li Taibai shattered, and he was engulfed by a rift, torn apart by the chaotic spatial currents. What the hell? Is this the power of a third-tier ability? Li Taibai cursed. Are you cheating? Oh, please, how modest, Lin Yuming replied. You must possess more than third-tier strength. No one could unleash such force at that level. Don't concern yourself with my rank. Just know that even if you unleash your full power, you still cannot prevail against me. Really? Don't try to deceive me. I'm not naive, Li Taibai retorted, skepticism lacing his tone. Aren't you a sword practitioner? Let us duel with swords. This time, you best come at me with everything you've got. I will only strike once. If you can withstand it, I'll grant you an opportunity. Wait, just what are your true abilities? Li Taibai questioned, sensing something amiss. The narrative seemed off. Enough chit-chat. You'll find out soon enough. The pair once again entered the virtual battlefield. This time, they found themselves in a sprawling meadow. Lin Yuming surveyed her surroundings, nodding in approval. Noticing Lin Yuming's hands were empty, Li Taibai asked, "Where is your sword?" To his astonishment, Lin Yuming casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground. Exclaiming, "Here, are you mocking me?" Li Taibai replied, suppressing his irritation. "Are you really that foolish? Why would I seek to insult you?" Lin Yuming shot back. "You intend to battle me with a blade of grass? How is that not an insult?" Li Taibai questioned, bewildered. Lin Yuming shook her head. "Your perspective is too narrow. A speck of dust can fill the ocean, and a single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. Wow, what a profound statement," Li Taibai exclaimed, clearly taken aback. As a sword practitioner, it is common knowledge that anything can serve as a sword. How could he not know this? Have you been living under a rock? Li Taibai stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "Have you never read a novel?" Lin Yuming inquired. He shook his head. "My daily life consists solely of training and combat. Otherwise, my level wouldn't have risen so swiftly. Then I suggest you find time to read more that I can't. My mother forbids me from reading novels, claiming they dull the mind, especially one called tomato novels." Well, your mother has a point, but some novels can be beneficial. We should extract the essence and discard the dross and view it dialectically. Li Taibai bowed in gratitude. "I understand now. Thank you." Lin Yuming stroked her imaginary beard. "Ah, you are indeed teachable. Now, unleash your most powerful strike." At her command, Li Taibai channeled all his spiritual energy into his sword and charged at Lin Yuming. unleashing a blade of light that sought to cleave her in two. However, facing such a ferocious attack, Lin Yuming merely waved the humble blade of grass in her hand. What appeared to be an unremarkable gesture concealed boundless power as the blade of grass grew to a towering height, radiating immense light as it met Li Taibai's sword beam. The collision produced a deafening roar that shook the entire meadow. In the next moment, Li Taibai was left in utter disbelief as his towering sword beam shattered like glass. While the blade of grass remained unscathed, his eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief coursing through him as he gazed at Lin Yuming. "This is impossible," he muttered, finally realizing that the strength of the person before him was far beyond his own. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, he felt utterly ridiculous, like a jester in the final moments of his defeat. He beheld Lin Yuming's stunning visage and the blinding radiance surrounding her, an image forever etched in his mind. Impossible to erase, Li Taibai fell, defeated. In the real world, Lin Yuming approached him, noticing his dejected demeanor, and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Do not be disheartened. Talent merely requires a threshold to cross. As long as you don't compare yourself to me, you still possess great strength. You truly know how to offer comfort." Li Taibai replied with a wry smile. "Ha ha, did you begin your training in the womb? Achieving such power by 18 is no ordinary feat." Little did Li Taibai know, Lin Yuming had existed for billions of years. After all, attaining the strength of a cosmic sovereign required at least that much time. However, each universe operates under different rules, and the one Earth resides in is particularly unique. Yet, Lin Yuming had no intention of divulging such details. "Remember what you've said and what I've said." She then tossed a token to Li Taibai. "This is your protective charm. It's a one-time opportunity, so cherish it. Moreover, continue to train diligently. Perhaps one day you shall catch a glimpse of my retreating figure." With that, she vanished without a trace as Li Taibai clutched the token. His emotions were a whirlwind of complexity. He came to the realization that Lin Yuming's power far exceeded his imagination. He resolved to dedicate himself more fervently to his training, aspiring one day to become an existence akin to hers. As time passed, years rolled by. Li Taibai, through his innate talent and relentless effort, experienced a meteoric rise in strength. However, he could never forget that fateful encounter with Lin Yuming. Her stunning silhouette frequently resurfaced in his mind. One day, a mysterious force emerged in the martial world, instigating turmoil everywhere. Upon learning of this, Li Taibai decided to step forward in a fierce battle. He found himself facing a life-threatening crisis. In that critical moment, he recalled the token Lin Yuming had bestowed upon him and used it without hesitation. A flash of light ensued. The token turned to ashes, yet Li Taibai emerged unscathed. He understood that it was Lin Yuming's protection that had saved him. At that moment, his gratitude towards her deepened profoundly. Following this battle, Li Taibai's fame skyrocketed, marking him as a legendary figure in the martial realm. Yet, he was acutely aware that a vast chasm still separated him from Lin Yuming. He would continue to forge ahead, pursuing ever higher realms. Just like last time, it was still a pile of excrement. All right, now back to the main narrative. Li Taibai stood dazed in place, lingering for quite some time without departing, repeatedly exclaiming that genius merely grazed his threshold. The events of the day had dealt a significant blow to him. For years, he had been crowned as the genius among geniuses. Routinely defeating opponents of higher tiers was second nature to him, with no rivals among his peers, and even the older generation found few challengers. Little did he expect to encounter a monster today, seemingly younger than him, capable of effortlessly dispatching him. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. "If you were here," he would surely remark. "Hey brother, you've become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers encircling the monkey brother." Chapter 88. Buying a villa. In truth, Lin Yuming was not a genius. She merely lived longer than others. While others trained for a year, she trained for 100. While others trained for 100 years, she trained for 10,000, and so forth, until all the contemporary geniuses had perished. Yet she remained. As for why Lin Yuming could live so long, that pertains to another tale, which I shall not delve into now. Nevertheless, Li Taibai soon came to terms with this. He would remain steadfast in his own strength, as the gentle breeze stirs the mountains. Moreover, this journey was not without its rewards, for he had acquired a life-saving token. Gazing at the token in his hand, a slight smile crept upon Li Taibai's lips, only to be followed by a shake of his head. Alas, it was time to address the aftermath. He could not simply take without contributing, for he understood that Lin Yuming's life-saving charm was not freely given. At tea this time, Yu felt a slight headache, for with his academic performance, he could easily attend a better school. However, he was uncertain how to explain his choice to his parents. After much contemplation, Yu ultimately decided to resolve the matter with money. As he happened to have a considerable amount on hand, upon returning home, he approached his parents. "I have some good news to share with you. I performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination." His parents beamed with pride upon hearing this. "That's wonderful indeed," Yu's father said, suppressing his excitement. "Which university is it?" his mother inquired. "Hancheng University," Yu replied, his heart steady and his face unflinching. In truth, all universities in Hancheng could be collectively referred to as Hancheng University. Surely that was not too much to ask? "Let's go. Today we shall purchase a larger house, as I've just earned quite a bit of money." Yu had no intention of prolonging this topic. However, his mother remarked, "Why waste money unnecessarily? Wouldn't it be better to save that for your training?" Yu insisted, "I cannot heed your advice this time. My training is meant to provide you with a better life. We must buy this house today." Seeing the determination in Yu's eyes, she refrained from making any more discouraging remarks. Thus, Yu and his parents set off to purchase a villa. Arriving at the finest real estate center in the county, they entered the sales center. A saleswoman clad in black stockings approached them, inquiring, "Are you here to buy a house?" Yu nodded, affirming yes. "What type of layout are you considering?" "Allow me to show you the villa area," she said, her face lighting up with enthusiasm. "You all appear to be individuals of status and taste. I am confident our villas will meet your satisfaction." Yu nodded slightly. "Please show us the model rooms." "Certainly. This way, please." Upon entering the villa, the luxurious decor was breathtaking. The soaring hall, grand crystal chandelier, and exquisite murals all exuded an air of nobility. His parents were in awe, having never imagined they would one day reside in such a magnificent home. "This is simply stunning." "How much would this cost?" his mother exclaimed. "Mom, don't worry about the price. As long as you and Dad are happy, that's all that matters," Yu reassured her. "This is indeed impressive, but won't it be too expensive?" his father queried. "Dad, we have the means now. It's time to indulge ourselves." The saleswoman chimed in, "Our villas not only boast opulent decor but also come with comprehensive surrounding facilities. There are private gardens, swimming pools, and independent garages, along with a dedicated property management team to provide you with all-encompassing services." Seeing the joy on his parents' faces filled Yu with a sense of fulfillment. He inquired, "Mom and Dad, what do you think? Do you like it here?" "We do like it, but the price," his mother hesitated. "Mom, the price is not an issue. Let us choose this one." Hearing this, the saleswoman became even more enthusiastic in her presentation. They toured the garden and pool, and it seemed his parents were already envisioning their leisurely life there. "If you purchase now, we have some promotional activities and gifts available," the saleswoman offered, "and no need to consider those. We will buy it outright," Yu replied. "All right, sir, you are indeed generous. I will handle the paperwork immediately." In the end, without hesitation, Yu selected the largest and most luxurious villa, paying in full. During the transaction, the saleswoman discreetly slipped Yu a small note, the meaning of which remained unclear, perhaps a hint to seek her services again. After acquiring the villa, Yu took his parents to a car dealership. Having purchased a house, a car was also a necessity. The car buying process went smoothly, devoid of any disdain or mockery from the sales staff. After everything was completed, Yu transferred 5 million to each of his parents and then proceeded with his training. The headquarters of the evil god cult, the leader addressed his subordinates. "We have gathered information on Lin Yuming. She is an orphan with no notable background. Should we send someone to eliminate her?" The cloaked disciple spoke ominously. "Do refrain from such laughter. It is quite unsettling. Moreover, what do you plan to do to eliminate her?" the cult leader inquired. "Naturally, I would simply send a subordinate to assassinate her," the disciple responded, puzzled. The cult leader shook his head. "You imbecile. If we are to kill, it must be done with a thunderous strike, not by sending a mere lackey. Your approach is likely to only bolster her experience. Use your brain before taking action, will you? Your wisdom is unparalleled." "I shall personally take care of it," the disciple declared, albeit somewhat confused. The leader waved his hand. "Do not be so quick to resort to assassination. It is better to have one more friend than another enemy. First, bring her back. See if we can convert her into our cult Saint Cess. By the way, be mindful that the dragon country may send someone to protect her. Understood, the disciple replied before departing to capture her. Watching him leave, the cult leader shook his head. This generation of disciples is quite challenging to manage. Meanwhile, Yu was diligently practicing the indestructible golden body seal. Sitting cross-legged in the center of his room, he regulated his breathing and entered a state of meditation. Closing his eyes, he focused his spirit within, sensing the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians. Following the requirements of his technique, he gathered the spiritual energy in his palm, forming a golden seal. As time passed, the seal gradually became clearer, emitting a faint glow. Yu concentrated intently, pushing the seal to various parts of his body. With each push, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, his muscles quivering slightly. This sensation was both painful and pleasurable, akin to a rebirth, reshaping his physique. As time wore on, beads of sweat formed on Yu's forehead, yet he remained undeterred, wholly absorbed in his practice. Gradually, the indestructible golden body seal enveloped his entire being, and at that moment, Yu radiated a golden light, resembling the 18 bronze men of the Arhat. Chapter 89. Western Restaurant. Ah, splendid, at long last. I have condensed the second layer of the indestructible golden body seal, Yu exclaimed with delight. Therefore, he resolved to reward himself with a sumptuous meal, as a new Western restaurant had recently opened in Chaosian, and he intended to explore it. With eager anticipation, Yu arrived at the newly opened establishment. Upon pushing the door open, an elegant ambience greeted him. Soft lighting cascaded over the exquisite dining tables, while melodious music gently flowed through the air, creating a romantic and comfortable atmosphere. A server approached with warmth, smiling as she guided Yu to his seat. As Yu opened the menu, the array of delectable dishes momentarily left him indecisive. There were classic steak sets, featuring tender, juicy steak accompanied by various sides and delicious sauces. Exquisite pasta, harmoniously paired with a variety of flavorful sauces and perfectly al dente noodles. And creatively crafted salads, showcasing fresh vegetables and fruits dressed in unique vinaigrettes. Ultimately, Yu settled on a signature steak and a fruit salad. While awaiting his culinary delights, he admired the restaurant's decor. The artistic paintings adorning the walls and the arrangement of fresh flowers infused the space with a significant artistic ambience. Before long, the set meal arrived at the table. The steak emanated an enticing aroma, and Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to cut a piece, only to find it rather mediocre. However, the fruit salad was exceptionally fresh, with a delightful combination of fruits that was both refreshing and delicious. At that moment, the waiter suddenly inquired, "Sir, would you like to try our freshly airlifted caviar?" Caviar? Yu furrowed his brow, as he was not particularly knowledgeable about caviar. Observing his hesitation, the waiter quickly began to enthusiastically explain. "Sir, this caviar is a premium ingredient specially air-freighted from abroad, renowned for its exquisite taste and rich nutritional value. A true delicacy in the culinary world." Intrigued, Yu recalled having read about caviar in novels, which often described it as an exceedingly expensive delicacy. Is that true? Which plane? From which country was it airlifted? At what time? His barrage of questions left the waiter at a loss for words. "Sir, please don't put me in a difficult position. I'm just a waiter. How would I know?" "All right then, just bring me some," Yu said, not intending to tease him. "Certainly, sir." Shortly after, the waiter brought a scale. Upon seeing the scale, Yu's expression darkened instantly. "What does this mean, oh sir? Please don't misunderstand. We charge by weight." "Are you kidding? If the neighbor sees this, they'll think I can't afford it." Yu was quite irate. "I don't know. No, it's the same for everyone." The waiter said cautiously. "What do you mean it's the same for everyone? Is this little bit enough for anyone? Bring another can." "One for each person," Yu exclaimed loudly. The commotion drew the attention of foreign diners at the table nearby. The waiter hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll go fetch you another one right away." Yu pointed at the scale and insisted, "Take it away. Get rid of that scale." "What nonsense." "I'm so sorry," the waiter reiterated. Soon, he returned with a can of caviar, placing it carefully before Yu. Yu used a small spoon to scoop a little and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a fishy taste flooded his palate, and he spat it out, exclaiming, "What rubbish is this? Are you feeding me garbage?" Yu slammed the table in anger. How dare you try to deceive me with such a thing? The waiter, frightened, rushed over. Sir, I apologize. It seems this can of caviar may have a defect. I'll get you a replacement immediately. Why you glared at him? A replacement will be the same. You don't even have real caviar here. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached. Sir, I assure you, our caviar is genuine and imported from abroad. Nonsense, Yu retorted. I just tasted it, and it was simply dreadful. How can you still claim it's a premium ingredient? The manager forced a smile. Perhaps you are not accustomed to the taste of caviar. However, we can waive your bill or offer you a different dish. Forget it, Yu said, paying the bill and leaving immediately. As he stepped out of the restaurant, he remained furious. He resolved never to return to that establishment and began to question the validity of so-called premium ingredients. Could it be that those expensive foods are genuinely superior to ordinary fare? Or are they merely the result of people's vanity and pretense? As he pondered this question while walking, he unknowingly arrived at a pig trotter rice shop, where he was greeted by an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, he purchased a serving and took a bite, instantly feeling immense satisfaction. Now this is true gastronomy, Yu thought, compared to that ostentatious caviar. This simple and unpretentious pig trotter rice suits me far better. Indeed, a mountain pig cannot enjoy fine delicacies. After his meal, Yu entered the virtual world once more, arriving at the Beast Tower, ready to test his indestructible golden body seal. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a large crowd gathered, engaged in animated discussions. As he drew closer, he overheard them fervently discussing the exploits of some prodigies challenging the tower. Have you heard? That Wang Tang is simply extraordinary. Breezing through the levels, it is said he encountered exceedingly powerful beasts in the tower, yet managed to handle them with ease. His techniques are fierce, each move imbued with formidable power. Those beasts stand no chance against him. He has already reached the final layer of the second tower, one person exclaimed excitedly, his face glowing with admiration. Wang Tang is indeed impressive, but don't underestimate Chu Yao, another interjected. Chu Yao moves with grace, as if a celestial being descended. She adeptly counters the beast's attacks. Her agile form and exquisite techniques are truly awe-inspiring. Her performance in the Beast Tower has also been commendable. The crowd nodded in agreement, filled with admiration and envy towards these exceptional individuals. Wai Yu stood quietly to the side, listening intently, feeling that these people were NPCs. Hadn't Wang Ting and Chu Yao already challenged the tower before? Why were they still being discussed? Could they really be NPCs? Would memories reset? To validate this thought, Yu approached the person he found most disagreeable. Brother, come here. I have a secret to share. There are too many eyes here. Let us find a quieter spot. The individual, intrigued by the prospect of gossip, followed Yu without a second thought, as this was a virtual world where death merely meant a fresh start. Soon, they arrived at a secluded area. Go ahead, brother. What secret do you wish to share? The passerby asked eagerly. Seeing no one around, Yu decided to reveal his intentions, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning upon the passerby. The individual screamed, convulsing from the shock. Hey, what are you doing? Are you some kind of fool? You're the fool. Yu retorted, I thought you were an NPC, so I was just testing you. How could you test someone like that? I may not be an NPC, but you are definitely a dog. My apologies. Yu quickly apologized. How about this? Send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer you 100,000. If you put it that way, I'm wide awake now. Go ahead and test me a few more times, the passerby exclaimed, gripping Yu's hand excitedly. Let go, let go. What nonsense is this? Yu pulled away from the passerby. Send me your account number. After completing this exchange, Yu proceeded to challenge the Beast Tower. Upon arriving at the first level, he faced his old adversaries, 10 demon apes. Kekekek, die. The demon apes, hearing this eerie laughter and seeing Yu's ferocious expression, felt a sense of foreboding. Why Yu wasted no time. Swiftly dispatching them all in just 2.5 minutes, he pressed on through the levels and soon reached the final layer. As is well known, the last layer is the most challenging, and he recalled that Wang Tang had once had a hand broken here, suspecting that the guarding boss might wield a blade. Upon entering the 9th layer and after some searching, Yu successfully located the boss. It stood tall and formidable, towering over him. Its head bore golden stripes like mysterious runes, and its eyes sparkled with a fiery glow, as if capable of piercing through the world's illusions. Its sharp fangs were slightly exposed, emanating a chilling, murderous aura. Its robust body, with bronze skin glistening in the dim light, resembled a statue weathered by time. Draped over its broad shoulders was a cloak made of tough beast skin, fluttering in the wind with an ominous rustle. Its upper body was bare, revealing muscles as solid as rock, each seemingly brimming with boundless strength. A black belt cinched at its waist, adorned with peculiar gemstones that emitted a mysterious glow. It wore a black war skirt that billowed like a ghost in the night. Its stout legs stood firmly on the ground, capable of bearing immense weight. A massive battle knife rested upon its back, glimmering ominously, as if it could effortlessly cleave through steel. This creature looked formidable, and Yu pondered how best to engage it, noting its resemblance to the tiger vanguard. Having only faced the big-headed doll in the black myth, Wukong, he was not particularly familiar with the tiger vanguard's techniques. Another newcomer. I hope you can last a bit longer this time, the tiger vanguard said slowly. Sensing Yu's presence, it did not rush to attack, but instead took out a whetstone to sharpen its blade. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This was a principle the tiger vanguard had always adhered to. Moreover, Yu was no mere rabbit, and it was no lion. Seeing this, Yu began to adjust his state, as fighting through from the first to the last layer had taken a considerable toll on him. Soon, both sides were prepared, and the battle was about to commence. The tiger vanguard struck first, darting towards Yu like lightning. Its massive form stirred up a gale as it aimed to strike at Yu stepped back, evading the attack. Noticing it had missed, the tiger vanguard lunged forward again, swiping at Yu with its claws. The sharp claws sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Yu's eyes narrowed, quickly sidestepping the attack, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. Undeterred, Yu countered with a powerful punch, striking towards the tiger vanguard with a fierce wind. The tiger vanguard nimbly dodged and launched another assault. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged fiercely at Yu, simultaneously swinging its massive claws in an attempt to swat him away. Yu deftly rolled to evade the attack, quickly rising to his feet, and retaliated with a punch, colliding his fist against that of the tiger vanguard, producing a thunderous sound. The tiger vanguard's strength was formidable, leaving Yu's arm numb from the impact. Shaking his hand, Yu remarked, "This is quite interesting." Realizing his initial strike had failed, the tiger vanguard swiftly altered its strategy. It executed a backward somersault to create distance, fixing its gaze intently on Yu, poised to strike at any moment. Yu, equally focused, remained vigilant, ready to counter its assault. Suddenly, the tiger vanguard performed a mid-air 720-degree spin, launching a punch at Yu with such speed that he barely had time to react. Consequently, Yu crossed his arms in a defensive stance, bracing for the blow, which sent him sliding several meters back from the tremendous force. Steadying himself, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yu's eyes. He hadn't anticipated such a powerful move from the tiger vanguard. Impressive, indeed. "Now it's my turn to retaliate," he declared, unleashing the tiger roar fist, accompanied by a resounding roar. To his surprise, the tiger vanguard remained unaffected. "Kid, to use the tiger roar fist in front of me is akin to showing off your skills before a master. It puts me in a rather awkward position. Yu had not foreseen this. Allow me to show you the authentic tiger roar fist." With that, the tiger vanguard let out a furious roar directed at Yu. He felt an overwhelming sound wave assault him, akin to a raging tempest. His ears rang, and his body trembled involuntarily, accompanied by a foul stench. "Damn it, does it also possess magical attacks?" Seizing the opportunity, the tiger vanguard followed up with a left hook, sending Yu flying once more. As he rose, he quipped, "Have you not brushed your teeth in a century?" The tiger vanguard ignored him, instead assuming a combat stance, signaling for another round. Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stretched his limbs, resigned to yet another day of bloodshed. "Bring it on," he shouted, charging forward. The thunderstorm palm surged forth, unleashing a powerful tempest of lightning towards the tiger vanguard. In response, the tiger vanguard gripped the blade at its back and sliced forward, creating a bloody whirlwind that collided with the lightning storm. The two forces clashed violently, tearing the air asunder with a cacophony of sound. At the point of their intersection, light shone brilliantly, and energy radiated outward. It was only after the energy dissipated that the tumult finally ceased. Seeing that neither side had gained the upper hand, the Tiger Vanguard resolved to engage Yu in close combat once more. It adopted a posture reminiscent of a human boxer, taunting Yu with a flick of its hand, as if to provoke him. Yu, however, refrained from immediate retaliation, adhering to the principle of remaining still while the enemy was stationary, quietly awaiting the Tiger Vanguard's next move. Yet, the Tiger Vanguard seemed unwilling to grant Yu much time for contemplation. Observing Yu's reluctance to strike first, it launched a powerful kick, executing a graceful 360-degree spin in midair aimed directly at Yu's head. Reacting swiftly, Yu dodged the kick effortlessly. Undeterred, the Tiger Vanguard followed up with a series of punches, all of which Yu deftly blocked. Thus, the Tiger Vanguard opted to alter its tactics. It rolled to the left, creating distance from Yu, and after a brief moment, executed a ferocious charge towards him. However, Yu anticipated this maneuver, thwarting the attack. Realizing its strategy had failed, the Tiger Vanguard quickly turned, crouching low to the ground, transforming instantaneously into a solid stone. What's happening? Yu gazed in bewilderment at the scene before him, filled with confusion. He pondered. How did this creature turn into a statue amidst our battle? Just then, a deafening crash erupted behind him. How did it get behind me? Can it teleport? Yu was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the Tiger Vanguard's sudden appearance behind him. Before he could regain his composure, a powerful force struck him squarely in the back, sending him hurtling away. This blow caught him off guard, leaving him no time to react. The Tiger Vanguard wasted no time, launching a swift and fierce slash with its blade. A razor-sharp wave of energy surged towards Yu like a bolt of lightning. In the face of this unexpected assault, Yu hastily invoked the indestructible golden body seal to counter the menacing blade's energy. The clash between the blade's energy and the seal produced a cataclysmic sound, propelling Yu backwards several meters and carving deep grooves into the ground. Seeing its initial strike thwarted, the Tiger Vanguard's frustration grew, emitting a low growl that resonated with a wild energy. Its robust arms gripped the hilt of its weapon tightly as it charged forward once more. Its speed was blinding, akin to a flash of lightning streaking across the sky. And in an instant, it was upon Yu's eyes narrowed, silently marveling at the creature's velocity. Nevertheless, he remained composed, swiftly adjusting his stance and forming hand seals. As the seals shifted, the brilliance of the indestructible golden body seal intensified. Resembling a radiant sun suspended in the air, the Tiger Vanguard's blade struck the seal with a fierce gust, but this time, the blow did not easily breach Yu's defenses. The golden radiance of the seal became even more resplendent, forming an impenetrable barrier that repelled the Tiger Vanguard's assault. Seeing this, Yu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Seizing the moment, he retaliated with a powerful palm strike, exclaiming, "Starburst break!" A surge of energy erupted from his palm, transforming into a dazzling starburst that sped toward the Tiger Vanguard with astonishing velocity. The Tiger Vanguard, sensing imminent danger, raised its blade in an attempt to block the attack. The collision of the starburst and the blade produced a tremendous sound that rippled through the surrounding air. Although the Tiger Vanguard successfully defended against the strike, the sheer force of the impact forced it to stagger back several steps. Observing the Tiger Vanguard's disarray, Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The indestructible golden body seal proves quite effective, he thought, deciding it was time to depart now that his objective had been achieved. He waved farewell to the Tiger Vanguard, smiling as he said, "Goodbye, until next time." With that, he retreated. Upon exiting the tower, he found a crowd still gathered outside, but Yu chose not to engage further, returning instead to the realm of reality. Back in the real world, he began analyzing the battle he had just experienced. Recalling the Tiger Vanguard's formidable blade energy and rapid assault, he couldn't help but be impressed. The indestructible golden body seal had played a crucial role in the fight, its defensive capabilities exceeding his expectations. However, Yu was acutely aware that relying solely on this technique was far from sufficient. When confronted with even more powerful foes, he needed to continually enhance his strength and skills. Yu began to contemplate the Starburst Break technique. Although it had dealt some impact to the Tiger Vanguard during their confrontation, its power was still lacking. He pondered ways to amplify the strength of Starburst Break, perhaps by adjusting the flow of his inner energy or combining it with other skills for greater effect. Simultaneously, You recognized that his reaction speed in battle required improvement. The Tiger Vanguard's strike speed was exceedingly swift. Had he not adjusted his posture in time, he would have surely sustained injuries. He resolved to focus on enhancing his reflexes in future training, employing agility drills and simulated combat scenarios to sharpen his neural response speed. Unbeknownst to him, he had poured forth countless words once more, chuckling to himself. It was time to acquire a suitable weapon. Although he possessed the Daybreak Hammer, he intended to reserve it as a trump card. With this thought, Yu opened the Extreme Weaponry app to browse the weapon marketplace once more. He checked the price of the Thunder Fist gauntlets, hoping that a streamer might manage to bring it down. To his dismay, the outcome was unchanged, still 3 small objectives. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Your bank card ending in 0044 has received a deposit of 500 million yuan. Please check. Could this be money from Bai Bingxue? Yu promptly dialed her number. Hello, Bai Bingxue. Did you send over this 500 million? Yes, indeed. The stock market has surged recently, and I capitalized on some stocks, making a tidy profit. Impressive. Yu, who had never dabbled in stocks, was completely oblivious to the workings of the market. This money has come at just the right time. He exclaimed excitedly that I need to buy a weapon, and this sum couldn't be more timely. What weapon are you looking to purchase? Bai Bingxue inquired, intrigued that I've set my sights on the Thunder Fist gauntlets, but they're a bit pricey. 3 small objectives. 3 small objectives? That certainly isn't cheap. However, if these gauntlets are truly well suited for you, the price is secondary, Bai Bingxue replied softly. After hanging up, Yu promptly placed an order for the Thunder Fist gauntlets. Haha, my combat power just increased. He began to contemplate his next course of action. Next, it's time to head to Han City. Lin Yuming's voice echoed in Yu's mind. Accustomed to her sudden appearances, Yu asked, what business do we have in Han City? Of course, to handle enrollment procedures. Given our prowess, shouldn't we secure some privileges? Indeed. It is just like you, Yu remarked, giving a thumbs up. However, this was not an invitation for Chao Lin Yuming to unleash her retorts. Let us go and purchase tickets. Lin Yuming waved her hand. Why buy tickets? Don't you possess spatial abilities? Just teleport us there directly. It would be far more convenient. Yu thought to himself, wishing to save the fare for 2 high-speed train tickets. Especially since he had just purchased new boxing gloves and his little treasury was running low. Every bit saved counted. What about the plot development? If I simply transport you, how would the story unfold? Lin Yuming quipped, delivering a rather nonsensical remark. Fine. Since Lin Yuming isn't taking the lead, I shall purchase the tickets myself, Yu conceded. Fortunately, he had downloaded the Railway 12305 app, which allowed him to conveniently buy tickets. With his spatial ring, there was no need to prepare any luggage, as everything was contained within it. The two soon boarded the high-speed train bound for Han City. As for why they were not flying, it was simply because the airfare was too exorbitant. Moreover, there was an underlying fear of mishaps. Should anything go wrong with the flight, given Yu's current cultivation level, it would spell disaster. Before long, they were seated in the second class, as the business class was sold out. Apparently, there were quite a few affluent individuals. Lin Yuming occupied a window seat, gazing quietly out at the scenery, while Yu settled into the middle seat. The direct distance from Chao County to Han City was neither particularly long nor short, but rather of a moderate length. Those who have traveled by high-speed train know the route involves numerous stops, making it impossible to travel in a straight line. Coupled with the time spent at each station, it would take at least 3 hours to arrive. 3 hours can hardly be described as long or short. Thus, it is accurately characterized as a moderate duration. Given that it was not conducive to practicing cultivation on the train, Yu resolved to occupy his time by writing a novel. He had not updated his work in a while, and with his current rate of income, he found the previous earnings rather trivial. Who still writes novels for a meager sum after amassing wealth? Yu could not help but declare, Tomato, you can take a hike. Initially, there was no one sitting beside Yu, but once the train passed through Nanchang City, a group of young people boarded. The show was about to begin, as Lin Yuming's lips curled into a slight smile. Among the newcomers were 2 young men and 2 young women, one of whom was a rather ostentatious male who incessantly rambled on. Let me tell you, you should be aware of the caliber of Han City Polytechnic University. It is quite a reputable institution. Also, my cousin attends Han City University, so once we arrive, you can follow me for a tour. As you may know, Han City University is generally not open to the public, and ordinary individuals must make a reservation to enter. This is common knowledge. However, Since my cousin is here today, we can visit without an appointment. After all, this is the alma mater of General Lamy. The flamboyant male gestured towards his cousin, who remained unresponsive, arms crossed and sporting a cool demeanor. Let us call him the brooding type. Dressed in a flamboyant manner, the ostentatious male continued to boast about his examination results and his knowledge of Han City University, as if he were a student there himself. After the college entrance examination, the bespectacled girl and the demure one planned to explore Han City and experience the local breakfast culture, among other things. Little did they expect that while waiting for the train, they would be accosted by the ostentatious male, who, upon learning their intentions, would not cease his incessant chatter. However, they felt it inappropriate to directly dismiss him. Family, who understands? Encountering a show-off. As he spoke, the ostentatious male took a seat beside Yu. He glanced at the train ticket on his phone and confirmed, yes, this is the right spot. The brooding male, along with the bespectacled girl and the demure one, sat directly in front of Yu. What a coincidence! As soon as he sat down, the ostentatious male's gaze was drawn to Lin Yuming by the window. What a beautiful girl! Just by observing her profile, he felt his heart race. As for Yu, he was overlooked. An ordinary-looking male student hardly warranted attention. He could not fathom how he had stumbled upon such good fortune by sitting next to this beauty and began devising a plan to switch seats. Had Yu been privy to the ostentatious male's thoughts, he would have shouted, I am not a mere mortal. Am I even human? Yu was not deaf. He had heard the ostentatious male's earlier remarks, which clearly defined him as a quintessential show-off. Truly, the tales from novels were not without merit. He had read his fair share of high-level martial arts stories and never expected to encounter one in real life. As anticipated, the ostentatious male soon launched into his boastful tirade. Brother, judging by your appearance, you must have just finished your college entrance exams, right? Indeed, Yu replied, feeling somewhat bored but willing to entertain him. You seem to be heading to Han City as well. May I inquire about your exam scores and which university you applied to? If you wish to know, send me 50 yuan first. I shall gauge your prowess. Yu chose to defy the expected script. The ostentatious male's expression darkened. What kind of person asks for money right off the bat? The demure girl in the front row smirked at the unfolding drama, enjoying the ostentatious male's embarrassment. What? Can't afford it? If you can't, that's fine. I am not particularly interested, Yu replied, casting a sidelong glance before returning his focus. Lin Yuming also turned to glance at him before looking away again. Offering a subtle assist in that fleeting moment, the ostentatious male caught a glimpse of Lin Yuming's face. Wow, she looks even better head-on. He could not afford to lose face now. He tousled his hair. 680 yuan. 50 is merely pocket change for me. It's too little. 680 would barely suffice for a new pair of socks. Send me your payment code. The ostentatious male aimed to flaunt his financial prowess. In this manner, Yu unexpectedly gained 500 yuan. What a delightful surprise. Now can I speak? The ostentatious male's inquiry stemmed from a desire to showcase his superiority, having assumed Yu's ordinary appearance indicated a lack of capability. In the face of wealth and strength, who can withstand? Chapter 93. Arrival at Han City. To his surprise, Yu simply gazed at him with a blank expression. What did you say? Are you playing dumb? The ostentatious male was incensed, feeling that Yu was mocking him. I understand you are upset, but please, do not take offense. Yu attempted to soothe him. I perceive your little schemes, but I believe it would be wiser for you to refrain from such actions. I consulted an oracle, and the reading foretold misfortune. Yu feigned an air of profundity. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? I do not require your opinion. I need my own. The ostentatious male felt that Yu was attempting to deceive him and was skeptical of Yu's ability to discern his thoughts. Very well, since you are sincerely asking, I shall generously reveal that I attend Han City Engineering and Technology University. Yu declared with confidence. Upon hearing Yu's self-assured tone, the ostentatious male's confidence wavered. What kind of university is that? I have never heard of it. Could it possibly be a hidden gem? He promptly searched online for information about the institution and, upon discovering it was a private second-tier university, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought it was a prestigious school. Turns out it's just a mediocre one. At that moment, his confidence returned. I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's just a private second-tier university. Kid, do you want to tour Han City University? Yu found himself at a loss for words as the ostentatious male returned to the same topic. Still, he maintained his faade, big brother. Do you have connections? Seeing that Yi Yu had taken the bait, the ostentatious male smirked slyly. This was less for Yi Yu's benefit and more for Lin Yuming's ears, with Yi Yu merely serving as a means to an end. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Of course. My cousin is a student at Han City University. Visiting is like going home. Impressive, amazing." Yi Yu continued to flatter him. "Then I shall trouble you for this favor. Certainly, I will assist you. But you ought to return the favor. What do you wish from me? I have always been fascinated by the mountains and rivers of our homeland, so I usually select a window seat when purchasing tickets. It allows me to enjoy the scenery. Let us switch seats so I can gaze out the window." The ostentatious male revealed his true intentions. Upon hearing this, Yu inwardly scoffed, "Goodness, had I not noticed your gaze drifting towards Lin Yuming? I might have fallen for that. You merely wish to ogle the scenery? I feel too embarrassed to expose you." After contemplating for a moment, Yu shook his head. "I cannot switch seats. I have no intention of playing along any longer." The ostentatious male's expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean? It seems you do not wish to visit Han City University." "Why would I want to go to Han City University?" Yi retorted. "Do you not consider it an honor to stroll through Han City University? You could boast about it to your dorm mates. I do not perceive it as an honor, nor do I find any merit in bragging about it." Yi stated with indifference. The ostentatious male's eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually said such a thing? Do you realize how many people dream of attending Han City University?" A smirk crept across Yi's lips. "And so what? What does it have to do with me? You. The ostentatious male pointed at Yi, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Lin Yuming, who had been observing in silence, spoke up. "Your perspective stems solely from your own inadequacies, do you understand? Do not look down upon yourself, nor elevate external factors. This is the mindset of a true champion." Seeing Lin Yuming defend Yi, the ostentatious male was infuriated, but could not lash out at her directly, so he redirected his ire towards Yi. "You are merely a student from a second-tier university, pretending to be something grand. The people from your institution are nothing but trash," and the ostentatious young man is already beside himself with rage. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounds. Lin Yuming has made her move. "What are you barking at? Dog?" The ostentatious young man is taken aback by this unexpected strike. He didn't even see Lin Yuming act. Clearly, she is a formidable opponent, one not to be trifled with. "Cousin, someone hit me," he cries, seeking rescue. Another invisible slap lands from Lin Yuming. "Who do you think you are, Fan Shaoqin? Calling for your cousin for help? If he comes, I'll beat you both until you sing Alibaba." Alibaba is a happy youth. Upon hearing the commotion, the cousin can no longer remain seated. He rises and approaches. "That's her." The ostentatious young man points at Lin Yuming. The cousin glances at her, admiring her beauty, then promptly slaps his cousin across the face, bellowing, "Are you not embarrassed enough? This is your own fault. You flaunt your trivial matters day in and day out, looking down on others. Apologize immediately, otherwise, when we reach Hancheng, I won't take you into Hancheng University." Hearing this, the ostentatious young man hurriedly apologizes to Lin Yuming. I'm sorry. He fears his cousin might disown him, leaving him unable to maintain his pretentious facade. Lin Yuming casts a casual glance at the cousin. "You are not too bad. At least you brought your brain with you. Keep an eye on your cousin, or one day, there will be serious trouble." "I will." The cousin nods and returns to his seat. The ostentatious young man, having endured several slaps, grows increasingly infuriated, yet he cannot retaliate against these two. He quickly devises a plan to target Yi instead, thinking, "I should pick on someone weaker." He turns to Yi with malice. "Kid, if you have guts, get off the car and let's settle this outside." Yi, taken aback by the ostentatious young man's audacity, responds fearlessly, "Fine, but just a one-on-one duel is dull. Let's wager 50,000. Yi keeps the stakes reasonable, wary that the ostentatious young man might not afford it. "All right, just you wait," he declares, a classic line. Soon, the train arrives at the station, and everyone disembarks into an open area. Yu stands opposite the ostentatious young man, surrounded by onlookers, as the people of Longhua are fond of spectacle. "Kid, today I want to see what strength you possess, daring to mock me." The ostentatious young man launches into his villainous banter. "Are you an idiot? When did I ever mock you?" Yi retorts, exasperated. Throughout the journey, he has not uttered a single mocking word towards the ostentatious young man. Those who doubt can scroll back. How did he suddenly bear such an accusation? Clearly, he seeks a justification for his own behavior. As the saying goes, to add a crime, one need not lack a reason. Yu, disinterested in further conversation, strikes directly at in a blink. He appears before the ostentatious young man and delivers a kick, sending him flying several meters. Upon hitting the ground, the ostentatious young man coughs up blood. He struggles to rise, but his body betrays him. "Do you want to continue?" Yu towers over him, and no more did I admit defeat. The ostentatious young man replies, terror etched on his face. The crowd, expecting a thrilling contest, boos in disappointment. The spectacle is over before it began, and they disperse. After the crowd leaves, Yu pulls out a payment code. Pay up. The ostentatious young man dares not resist and promptly settles the debt. Elated, Yu donates the money to impoverished areas, then turns to the ostentatious young man, saying, "If you ever wish to seek revenge, you are always welcome." With that, Yu intends to leave, but the ostentatious young man calls after him. "Wait, how about a match with my cousin?" He persists, still unwilling to concede defeat. "Only with a sword in hand, but that's up to your cousin," Yu replies, confident in his prowess. He glances at Lin Yuming, silently noting, except for her, she's a powerhouse. I can't take her on. Seeing his cousin digging his own grave, the cousin can no longer tolerate it and turns to leave, ignoring him. The ostentatious young man rushes after his cousin. "Wait for me." Thus, the farce concludes. "What a bore." Yu shakes his head. "But a match with me would be entertaining," Lin Yuming interjects. "Let's skip that and handle the school enrollment first," Yu replies. Not wishing to engage in a duel with Lin Yuming, that would be self-inflicted torture. With a wave of her hand, Lin Yuming leads him to the president's office of Hanqing Institute of Engineering and Technology. At this hour, the university has yet to close for the holidays. The president is startled by their unexpected entrance. What's going on? He quickly recognizes Lin Yuming, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. Is she considering our university? Her decision has stirred considerable buzz among various institutions, particularly among second-tier private universities. "Lin Yuming, are you planning to join our school?" The president inquires eagerly. "Indeed, I am. Are there any privileges I might receive?" "Certainly. Whatever you desire, just ask. Even if you wish to take my position as president, I would gladly concede, as long as you grant me a vice presidency in return." The president understands the significance of this situation. If Lin Yuming reaches the pinnacle of success, the benefits for him and the university would be immeasurable. He will do everything in his power to keep her. "All right, since you are so accommodating, I want to take up your time. First, arrange a standalone villa for me. Is that too much to ask?" "Not at all, not at all. Additionally, I want the freedom to attend classes when I wish and to skip them when I desire. I require absolute autonomy, understood?" "Understood, understood. Very well, that will do for now. Also, please assist in enrolling him." Lin Yuming gestures toward Yu. He has given up on the imperial capital and Hanqing University to come here. The president, hearing this, is overjoyed, rushing to Yu. "What do you prefer to be called?" "Just call me Yu. Yu, state your requests. I will fulfill them as well. I want the same privileges as Lin Yuming." "Only a fool would decline such an offer." "Agreed, agreed." The president nods with a smile. "Wait a moment," Lin Yuming suddenly interjects. "One villa is sufficient. No need to waste resources." "Understood, understood. Please follow our official WeChat account for updates on the opening date. Arriving late is no issue. Come whenever you wish. If there are no further requests, I will attend to these matters now." The president decides to act swiftly to prevent any last-minute changes. "No, that's all. You may go about your business." Lin Yuming dismisses him. "Lin Yuming, what do you mean by just one villa? Are you suggesting why?" Yu ponders aloud. "You wish to live there, of course." Lin Yuming shoots him a disapproving glance. "I recommend securing a bed in the student dormitory as well. This would facilitate new plot developments, understand? And what about you?" "I possess spatial abilities. I can go wherever I please." "Fine, you're impressive. Could you also arrange one for me?" Yu, now a freeloader, hopes for a complimentary boon. "I will consider it." Lin Yuming replies before vanishing without a trace. Realizing he has no hope of acquiring that luxury, Yu sighs. Just then, his phone buzzes with a message from the official school account, confirming that his enrollment has been successfully processed, along with details about the start date and important notices. Following this, He finds himself in the freshman group for the 2024 academic year. As soon as he enters, he notices the lively chatter, with each student showcasing their unique skills. "You don't understand my loneliness," a student writes. "Excuse me, are there banks nearby that exchange foreign currency into dollars? If not, pounds would suffice. It is so awkward since I just returned. You see, my bank card only has these currencies. Otherwise, Hong Kong dollars would work too." In response, another student asks, "Can the currency from Tianyi Bank be used? I just escaped from the King of Held." Why you chuckles at this? As he continues scrolling, he sees another student, Jingyi Zhangjiang, post a selfie followed by a voice message. "Oops, I accidentally sent this photo to the wrong group. I need to retract it. Oh no, what should I do? I deleted the photo. You all aren't allowed to look. Ha ha ha, what a silly girl." Someone laughs. "I'm not silly." She retorts, "You're really annoying. I don't even know you. You pest." Yu silently assesses the situation, opting to remain a silent observer. Another student types, "Senior, can we wear dress shoes for military training? I'm not accustomed to other types of shoes," attaching a photo of themselves in dress shoes. "No, we will have a uniform for that," a senior replies. "Just a question, does the school have a golf course? I feel restless if I don't play every day. Also, is there a helipad? My dad mentioned he might send a helicopter for me." "No, we don't have that," the senior responds. Yu finds the situation quite amusing as he continues to explore the campus walls. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Beneath the radiant glow of the setting sun, the tricycle ambled slowly along the uneven road, swaying and trembling occasionally as it embraced the gentle breeze. Yu found great pleasure in this sensation. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation, feeling as though he could ascend to the heavens. Dage. With a flurry of calls from Li Exiner, Yu was jolted back to reality. What is it?" Yu shook his head slightly. "I saw you with your eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. If I hadn't called you, you might have fallen off," Li Exiner explained. Upon focusing his gaze, Yu exclaimed, "Oh no, my body is almost entirely outside." "Thank you," Li Exiner added. "Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing to tumble down." "It was a mere act of kindness," Li Exiner smiled. By the way, what is the situation between you two?" Yu sensed that these two seemed to have been engaged in this endeavor for quite some time. Li Erniu, hearing this, gradually let his thoughts drift away before slowly replying, "Our village is a very impoverished place, situated in a remote area with poor roads, thus few are willing to venture here. Once the village's youth experience the splendor of the outside world, they are reluctant to return, leaving only the elderly and children behind. Life here is arduous. At times, we struggle to have enough to eat. Exiner and I have grown up here, and the villagers have always treated us kindly. I cannot bear to see them suffer. Hence, I can only do my humble part by delivering some daily necessities. However, every transport is fraught with encounters with packs of wild wolves. Fortunately, I possess the strength of a first-tier warrior, ensuring Exner's safety, though supplies are often pilfered by the wolves. Thankfully, your assistance this time has been invaluable. Otherwise, we would have lost even more supplies." Li Erniu spoke, a glimmer of helplessness and gratitude shone in his eyes. Yu felt a stir in his heart. Doesn't the government intervene? He was taken aback to discover such destitution existed in this flourishing martial world. Perhaps they are unable to manage it all. After all, Longhua is vast, and some areas inevitably get overlooked, Li Erniu replied with resignation. Yu pondered this, recalling that in his previous life, at that very time, the nation had achieved comprehensive prosperity. Yet, in reality, many regions remained profoundly impoverished. Those areas seemed to exist in a different world, a different era compared to the bustling cities. In his past life, as an ordinary person, he felt powerless to alter such circumstances, but now he had embarked on the path of a warrior. When he stood at the pinnacle of the world, he vowed to create a true era of peace, ensuring that no one would perish from exhaustion while delivering goods, and that people would no longer toil throughout their lives merely to survive, except for those and the little devils, as they were internal dissenters. One prone to crime and the other a perverse anti-human entity. While Yiyu's thoughts wandered, a wolf's howl snapped him back to reality. Li Ernia's expression grew grave. "Those wretched wolves are here to steal our provisions. Prepare for battle." Yu looked closely and gasped, "What in the world? Are those wild wolves?" He beheld the wolves, each as large as an adult Siberian tiger, their presence suggesting they were mostly semi-demonic beasts. One among them exuded the aura of a quasi-demonic beast. It appeared to be the Wolf King. Sensing the wolf's strength, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. A mere pack of minor nuisances, he thought, was hardly a cause for concern. Turning to Li Erniu, he said, "Erniu Gu, just keep an eye on the supplies and Exiner. I'll handle this pack of wolves. Isn't that a bit too perilous? Are you confident?" Li Erniu expressed concern for Yu, uncertain of his true strength. Why, Yu chuckled. It's as easy as pie with that. He charged towards the wolf pack. His movements were agile, like a phantom weaving through the wolves. And with each strike, a wolf fell. The Wolf King, witnessing this, let out a furious roar and led the pack to besiege Yu. Unfazed, Yu swung his fists with fervor. Moments later, the ground was littered with the corpses of wolves. A flicker of fear crossed the Wolf King's eyes as it turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. But how could Yu let it escape? With a flash of lightning, he activated his movement techniques. Ultimately, the Wolf King fell beneath Yu's might. After completing this feat, Yu returned to the front of the cart, where Li Exiner erupted into cheers. "Yi Dage is amazing." Li Erniu approached and clapped Yu on the shoulder, saying, "You're quite the remarkable fellow. I thought you only possessed first-tier strength, yet you managed to slay them all thanks to you. The threat of wild wolves is no more, and the villagers will have more supplies." Yu waved his hand dismissively. It was a simple task. Subsequently, Li Erniu began collecting the wolf carcasses, which would provide a substantial amount of meat. Once the collection was complete, the trio set off again, and after a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at the village entrance. Upon seeing the impoverished village before him, a complex emotion surged within Yu. Ramshackle houses were haphazardly arranged, some roofs riddled with large holes, barely covered by plastic sheets. The narrow village path was muddy and uneven, making each step a challenge. The village seemed devoid of young people, with only a few elderly individuals sitting at their doorsteps, their eyes betraying fatigue and resignation. Children, dressed in tattered clothing, played nearby, their innocent laughter unable to mask the hardships of life. As the villagers spotted Li Erniu and the others returning, they rushed over. A gaggle of children and a few elderly folks. The elderly remained still while the children dashed toward them. "Erniu Gu, you're back. We were so worried. Yes, we thought something had happened to you." The children chattered excitedly. "Ha ha ha, what could possibly happen to me? This time, I owe it all to this young man, who helped escort us along the way." Li Erniu introduced Yu to the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their gratitude, and Yu smiled and waved his hand. Observing the children's pale faces, Yu felt a pang of discomfort, as if he were witnessing his own childhood. Having grown up in an orphanage, where conditions were far from ideal, he remembered how kind the old director had been to them. He recalled the director's words before leaving, "You need not be a good person, but never become a wicked one. Let us all lend a hand to unload the supplies," Li Erniu called out. Everyone pitched in, and soon the provisions were moved into the village. Watching this unfold, Yu scratched his head in confusion, pondering why they did not simply drive in. Was it merely to save some fuel? Meanwhile, Li Erniu had begun to kindle a fire, seemingly preparing to cook a feast of roasted wolf meat. Seeing this, Yu helped to place the meat over the flames, turning it as it cooked. Before long, the air was filled with a tantalizing aroma. The children gathered around the fire, their eyes fixated on the roasting meat. Saliva almost dripping from their mouths, Li Erniu sprinkled some seasoning evenly over the meat. The surface of the meat turned golden and crispy, releasing an alluring scent. "All right, it's ready to eat," Li Erniu announced with a smile. The children eagerly reached for the roasted meat, but Yu quickly intervened. "Hold on, be careful not to burn yourselves." He picked up a piece of roasted meat, blew on it gently, and handed it to one child. The child took the meat, disregarding the heat, and devoured it hungrily. The other children followed suit, and soon, joyous laughter filled the entire village. As Yu watched the children's satisfied expressions, he felt an immense sense of fulfillment. After everyone had eaten their fill, the children and elderly retired to sleep. At this moment, Li Erniu turned to Yu. "Yi Laudi, let me escort you back." Yu was somewhat perplexed. Under normal circumstances, Li Erniu would suggest staying overnight given the late hour, so why was he so eager to send him back? Did he sense some hidden agenda? Yu shook his head. "No need. I'll stay here for the night and leave tomorrow." He intended to see if there were any hidden plots. However, Li Erniu appeared somewhat anxious to know. "Our accommodations are subpar. I fear you may not be comfortable. It's best to return to the city tonight. Sensing something amiss, Yu resolved to stay, thinking even Jesus couldn't drive him away. What do you mean? Are you trying to kick me out? Yu felt compelled to employ this tactic to counter Li Erniu's straightforward nature. Indeed, hearing this, Li Erniu ceased to insist. Under Li Erniu's guidance, Yu arrived at his lodging for the night. Once inside, Yu feigned sleep. Before long, he heard soft footsteps outside the door, followed by a pause at the entrance before someone departed. Yu opened his eyes and stealthily approached the door. Peering through the crack, he saw Li Erniu walking toward a certain direction in the village. A spark of suspicion ignited within Yu. Prompting him to follow discreetly, he trailed Li Erniu, maintaining a safe distance. Eventually, Li Erniu entered a dilapidated shack, and Yu concealed himself outside the window, observing the happenings within. Suddenly, he saw Li Erniu kneeling before an idol, murmuring incantations. Yu was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Li Erniu would worship an idol in the dead of night. Just then, he caught a fragment of Li Erniu's prayer. May the divine bless us, and let that group perish swiftly. Yu's heart raced. Indeed, something was amiss, though the specifics remained unclear. However, he felt certain that tomorrow would reveal all. Returning to his quarters, Yu chose not to meditate but instead lay in bed, listening to the cicadas' calls. The last time he had heard such sounds was during his time at the orphanage. It had been ages since he felt this relaxed. Gradually, Yu succumbed to slumber, enjoying a deep and comfortable sleep, a rarity as he usually practiced until the late hours. The next day, he awoke to a cacophony of noise. He quickly stepped outside to investigate. A group of individuals, whose appearances suggested they were up to no good, were conversing with Li Erniu. Yu's heart tightened. Realizing that something was amiss, he crept closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. Originally, these individuals were bandits who regularly collected supplies, and their visit this time was to demand provisions. Li Erniu's face flushed with anger as he argued. I have already provided you with the agreed amount. Do not push your luck. The leader of the bandits chuckled and replied, with the recent surge in oil prices, shouldn't the protection fees also see a hike? Ahahaha, the ruffians beside him joined in the laughter. You don't even drive. What concern is the rise in oil prices to you? Li Erniu attempted to reason with them. However, the bandits were unwilling to listen. One particularly burly man, with a face full of blubber, growled menacingly, Humph, don't be foolish. If you don't hand over a little extra today, don't blame my blade for being merciless. If I happen to slay a few elders or children, don't come crying to me. As he spoke, the bandit brandished his large knife, eliciting another round of laughter from his cohorts. Chapter 98. The mysterious visitor. I mistakenly posted the wrong chapter and cannot retract it, so I shall weave a tale for you. The plot unfolds in the next chapter. In a tranquil little town, there lived a young woman named Linyu. She resided alone in an old cottage, which, despite its age, exuded a warm atmosphere. Linyu was an artist, fond of capturing the beautiful landscapes and the everyday lives of the townsfolk with her brush. One evening, she was diligently painting in her studio when she heard a gentle knock at the door. Linyu felt a twinge of curiosity, as she had few friends in this town, and visitors at this hour were rare. She set down her brush and walked to the door, opening it to reveal a stranger. The man was clad in a black coat, wearing a hat and sunglasses, obscuring his features. Upon seeing Linyu, he nodded slightly and said, Hello, I am a traveler passing through this town. Your house is quite charming, and I was wondering if I could stay here for a night. Linyu hesitated, uncertain of the man's trustworthiness. Yet, seeing his weary demeanor, she felt a pang of compassion and reluctantly agreed. Very well, you may stay for one night, but you must promise not to cause any trouble. The man smiled gratefully, assuring her, Thank you. Rest assured, I will not trouble you. Linyu led the man into her home and assigned him a room. He set down his luggage, removed his hat and sunglasses, revealing a handsome face. Linyu was taken aback. He possessed an aura that suggested he was no ordinary traveler. He introduced himself. My name is Su Ran, and I am a photographer. I enjoy traveling and capturing the beauty of landscapes and intriguing individuals. I was drawn to this town by its natural allure. Intrigued by Su Ran's profession, Linyu inquired, What places have you visited? Do you have any remarkable experiences to share? Su Ran smiled. I have traveled extensively, witnessing many breathtaking sights and fascinating people. Each journey is an adventure filled with unforgettable moments. Lin Yu and Su Ran engaged in a delightful conversation, discovering their mutual passion for art. She showcased her paintings, while he shared his photographs. They admired each other's work, exchanging insights into their creative processes. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Both felt fatigued and decided to retire to their respective rooms. As Lin Yu lay in bed, sleep eluded her as Yu Ran's image lingered in her mind, and she found him to be a mysterious man with an inexplicable charm. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke to find Su Ran had already left the room. In the living room, she discovered a note on the table that read, "Thank you for your hospitality. I have departed. I hope to see you again someday. Su Ran." Lin Yu gazed at the note, a sense of disappointment washing over her. She could not fathom why she felt such a connection to a man she had met only once. Shaking her head, she attempted to dismiss his image from her thoughts. However, from that day forth, Su Ran occupied her mind. She began to anticipate his return, longing to see him again. She was perplexed by her feelings, but knew that her heart had been captured by this enigmatic man. Months passed, and Lin Yu received a letter from afar. It was from Su Ran, expressing his longing for her and his desire to reunite. He mentioned discovering a beautiful place during his travels and wished to take Lin Yu there. Overjoyed, Lin Yu made an unequivocal decision to meet Su Ran. She packed her belongings and set off toward his location. After a long journey, Lin Yu finally arrived at the place Su Ran had described. It was a picturesque seaside town, with blue skies, white clouds, azure seas, and golden sands, a veritable paradise. Lin Yu found Su Ran in the town, and they embraced tightly, as if time itself had come to a halt. Su Ran guided Lin Yu through the town, and they watched sunrises and sunsets together, strolled along the beach, and savored the local delicacies. Their bond deepened during this time, and they realized they had fallen deeply in love. Yet, blissful moments are often fleeting. One day, Lin Yu unexpectedly received a mysterious letter. It bore no signature, only a warning. "Leave Su Ran, or you will regret it." Confused and anxious, Lin Yu could not discern the sender's identity or the reason behind the warning. She showed the letter to Su Ran, who was equally astonished. They resolved to investigate the origin of the letter. Through their inquiries, they discovered that it had been sent by a man named Lu Hui, a wealthy businessman who had once pursued Lin Yu but had been rebuffed. Lu Hui, unwilling to accept defeat, believed Su Ran had stolen Lin Yu from him, hence the ominous letter. Lin Yu and Su Ran decided to confront Lu Hui, imploring him to cease his harassment. They arrived at Lu Hui's company and found him waiting. Upon seeing them, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Do you think you can be together? As long as I am alive. You will never be united," Lu Hui declared menacingly. Unfazed by his threats, Lin Yu and Su Ran resolutely declared, "We are in love. No one can keep us apart." Lu Hui's anger only intensified at their defiance. He resorted to extreme measures to tear them apart, hiring thugs to attack Lin Yu and Su Ran that very night. As they strolled along the beach, a group of thugs suddenly charged at them. Lin Yu and Su Ran were taken aback, unsure of how to react. Just then, Su Ran stepped protectively in front of Lin Yu, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Ran engaged in a fierce battle with the thugs, but he was outnumbered and soon overwhelmed. Witnessing Su Ran's injuries filled Lin Yu with fury and despair. She picked up a stone and bravely charged at the assailants. The thugs, taken aback by her courage, hesitated and fled the scene. Lin Yu hurried to help Su Ran, examining his wounds. Despite his injuries, he managed a reassuring smile, saying, "I'm fine, as long as you are safe." Moved to tears, Lin Yu embraced Su Ran tightly, declaring, "We must be together, never to part." From that moment on, Lin Yu and Su Ran cherished their relationship even more deeply. They faced various trials and challenges together, never wavering in their commitment to one another. Ultimately, they entered the sacred bond of marriage and embarked on a life of happiness together. Chapter 99. The bandits do not push your luck. Do you still recognize the law? Law? Out here in the wilderness. "We are the law," the bandit roared. "You lot are nothing but trash." Yeyu stepped forward. The sudden appearance of Yeyu startled the bandits. The leader squinted, sizing Yeyu up, and sneered, "Who is this young brat? Do you dare meddle in our affairs?" Yeyu had no intention of exchanging pleasantries and struck swiftly in a flash. He darted towards the bandit leader, delivering a punch imbued with fierce momentum that landed squarely on the man's face. The bandit howled in pain, soaring backward and crashing to the ground. The other bandits, witnessing this, brandished their weapons and charged at Yeyu. Undeterred, Yeyu evaded their attacks with agility while retaliating with powerful punches that left the bandits wailing in despair. In no time, the ground was strewn with groaning bandits. Yeyu, however, was not finished. He proceeded to bind them all with green silver grass. Turning to Li Erniu, he said, "I will be back shortly," before dragging the bandits out of the village. As they wailed and cried, Yeyu remained unfazed, steadily increasing the electric current and flames. Upon reaching the forest, Yeyu halted and turned to the three men, asking, "Speak up. Do you have any final words?" On the website www.mchku.com, within the realm of the Maudo novel network, one of the bandits gazed at Yeyu with terror, stammering, "Brother, spare us. We were forced into this path against our will." Yeyu, his expression devoid of emotion, retorted, "Forced against your will? You oppress the common folk and seize their possessions, yet you dare claim to be victims?" Another bandit quickly chimed in, "Yes, brother, we acknowledge our wrongdoings. We beseech you to grant us a chance at survival." However, their leader, more obstinate, sneered, "You dare to kill me, and my elder brother will not let you off easily. He is a peak second-tier martial artist. Why?" You chuckled. "You still presume to threaten me." With that, he brandished the day sky hammer, and with a single strike, the head of the young leader exploded, leaving the other two bandits aghast at the gruesome sight. Yu turned his cold gaze upon the remaining bandits and declared, "Now it is your turn." The two bandits, paralyzed with fear, pleaded for their lives, exclaiming, "Do not kill us. We are willing to divulge a secret." One of them cried out in desperation. Yu halted his actions, his eyes icy as he regarded them. "If you spare my life, I shall reveal to you a secret about the border mountains. There lies an ancient treasure said to contain boundless wealth and powerful martial arts manuals." The bandit urged eagerly. Yu's interest was piqued. The border mountains had always been shrouded in mystery, and perhaps this secret warranted further consideration. After a moment of contemplation, Yu crushed the other bandit's skull. Witnessing this, the last remaining bandit nearly lost control of his bladder, crying, "Spare me, spare me. Do I seem that terrifying to you? Speak, and I assure you, I shall let you go," Yu said, raising his hammer. The bandit stammered out the location of the treasure. Upon hearing the location, Yu sheathed his hammer and said, "Go. I shall not take your life." He then patted the bandit's shoulder. Overjoyed, the bandit scurried away in a frenzy. Once the figure of the bandit faded into the distance, Yu decided to pursue him, intending to locate the bandit's hideout and eradicate them all. The first rule of survival in the Tang sect: eliminate the roots of the problem. Furthermore, he was no monk. These bandits would undoubtedly return to take revenge on the villagers, and eliminating them would be an act of righteousness. Yu cautiously trailed the bandit, striving to make not a single sound. He navigated through the dense forest, his gaze firmly fixed on the figure ahead. As they progressed, the bandit gradually approached a concealed valley. The valley was filled with jagged rocks and dense trees. With a rudimentary stockade barely visible, Yu assessed the terrain. The entrance to the valley was narrow, flanked by steep peaks, making it difficult to spot without following the bandit. Indeed, a natural graveyard. Yu mused as he found a concealed spot to hide and observe the movements of the stockade. He watched as bandits came and went, busily attending to various tasks. It seemed this was indeed their lair. Subsequently, Yu retrieved a listening device to monitor the situation of the surviving bandit, intending to hear whether he would report the fate of the other two to their leader. Earlier, when Yu had patted the bandit on the shoulder, he had discreetly installed a listening device. At this moment, the surviving bandit hurriedly approached the bandit chief, exclaiming, "Boss, the second in command has been killed." "What? Who did this?" The bandit chief sprang to his feet, his face a mask of shock and fury. The bandit stammered as he recounted his encounter with Yu. "Well, those who dare to kill my men are courting death." The bandit chief snarled through gritted teeth. "Please, chief, take action on our behalf." The surviving bandit, harboring resentment from being dragged along, insisted. "Revenge is essential, yet we must not act recklessly." The bandit chief contemplated for a moment. The adversary was able to eliminate the second in command without a sound. He is certainly no ordinary foe. We must ascertain his background and strength. He turned to the surviving bandit, commanding, "Immediately take some men to the village and investigate that young man's situation." The bandit complied and departed, while the chief plotted in his mind, determined to unearth the identity of his brother's killer and make him pay dearly. Yi Yu, hidden in the shadows, listened intently, secretly delighted that his plan was unfolding as anticipated. Soon enough, the bandit returned to the village with a dozen lackeys, but Yi Yu ambushed and dispatched them along the way. He resolved to wait until nightfall to act against the main stronghold, seizing the opportunity to catch the bandits off guard. Allowing even one to escape would pose a significant threat to the village. Thus, they must all be eradicated. As night fell, the stockade was ablaze with lights. Yi Yu stealthily approached the stronghold, moving like a nimble cat, silently navigating the obstacles. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered the guards engrossed in a game of cards. He swiftly dealt with them and infiltrated the inner sanctum. Utilizing his mental prowess, Yi Yu systematically eliminated patrolling bandits. After vanquishing all of them, he arrived at the bandit chief's chamber. Pushing the door open, he found the chief seated on the bed, deep in meditation. Sensing something amiss, the bandit chief opened his eyes abruptly, but it was already too late. Yi Yu struck like lightning, delivering a palm strike to the chief's chest.